Chapter 1 Limited Ninjutsu System. Fire Country. Konoha Shinobi Village. I'm exhausted. Accompanied by a strong gasp, Fenyao, who had exhausted chakra, collapsed on the ground exhausted and his back was soaked with sweat. Fenyao had just practiced the E-level ninjutsu clone technique. This was to deal with it. Konoha Shinobi's graduation exam, now he can be divided into 3 avatars. Fenyao is not a person in the Hokage world. He came across from the earth by accident. He is just an ordinary office worker in his 20s. He grew up living in Daxia and it is difficult for him to integrate into the Hokage world. Fortunately, he traveled through it at an early age, and no one could see his flaws. As a traverser, he is a die-hard fan of Hokage's anime. He is familiar with various mainline plots, but he is different from other traversers. He has not crossed into any big clan among Uzumaki, Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju, which also makes Fenyao very depressed. After all, in the Hokage world, Sharingan, Byakugan, and Sealing all need to be masters in big tribes like Uchiha and Hyuga. Even the amount of chakra is closely related to your origin. For example, the amount of chakra in the Uzumaki clan is born more than others. I was only born in a very ordinary family. My father was Chunin, and my mother was an ordinary person. There was neither a strong blood inheritance limit nor an awesome Sharingan, and so on. Along passerby's face, this result is obviously a cannon fodder in the future. As a traverser, Fenyao knows a lot of the secrets in Hokage, but if he is not strong enough, if he exposes these secrets, he will probably be wiped out the next day. This is the sorrow of the weak. A man who does not have a dream, Fenyao naturally wants to be famous in the world of ninjutsu when he comes to this world, but he is already very difficult even to practice a few E-level ninjutsu. What about punching Uchiha and kicking at Satsuki? Fortunately, he can make up for his weaknesses. Fenyao is one of the hardest people in the ninja school. After all, if you really get mixed up with genin in this world, how am I ashamed to say that you are crossing over? Clone technique. Break free. Body replacement technique. Variation. This is all the ninjutsu of Fenyao master at present. Yes, there are only so few. When I watched anime before, I felt that there were just a few madara and then released the ninjutsu by shouting. But the reality is cruel, and ninjutsu is very difficult to learn. One is to refine chakra. The second is the ratio of ninjutsu seal tactics and the transferred chakra. Fenyao is 12 years old this year, but there are only a few E-level ninjutsu as a master, but the basic knowledge of the academy has been firmly established by him. In my heart, he thought to himself that after he graduated, he must find a teacher to learn more advanced ninjutsu. He stood up and walked in the direction of the ninja academy. Naruto, UBD, stop me. Ha ha ha, you guys are so annoying. To do such a damned thing. Several silhouettes rushed over the house and kept moving, and disappeared from the field of vision for a while. Fenyao looked at Naruto in the distance, the protagonist of Hokage. He understands that Naruto now only wants to attract everyone's attention. Only after crossing Hokage can he really feel the indifference of everyone in the village towards Naruto. To be honest, even his parents in this world advised him to stay away from Naruto, saying that he was a demon fox, and almost didn't make Fenyao laugh. He who had seen Hokage sneered at this idea. What fourth generation saved by surrendering his life is nothing more than a group of ungrateful and ridiculous people. He has a good relationship with Naruto and has been approaching Naruto intentionally. After all, if you really don't mix well in the future, you still have such a thigh to hold. Hey, Naruto. Wow. Mr. Irika. Looking at Naruto, who was seen through the invisibility technique by Mr. Irika, Fenyao stepped forward to say hello. Ms. Irika, Naruto, what are you doing? This. Looking at Fenyao, Naruto's face was pleased. Just when he wanted to say hello, he saw Irika's already sullen face. He choked back when the words came to his lips. Fenyao looked at the statues of Hokage in the village. The graffiti on them was Naruto's masterpiece. This also corresponds to the beginning of Naruto's legendary life, but his own arrival will make Naruto perhaps change the world a little bit, perhaps a dust or a storm. Roll me back to class now. During class time, Fenyao is the same with you. So Fenyao and Naruto returned to the Ninja Academy class. Because they knew the script in advance, Fenyao had already mastered the clone technique for this graduation exam. During this period of time, I also focused on practice. It was proper to be promoted to genin and to get the forehead protector. Fenyao glanced around, and the class was full of famous people who will be famous in the ninja world in the future. For example, Uchiha Sasuke, Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura, etc., and if you don't work hard enough, you will be easily defeated by these people, and you are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Naruto, did you know that you have not passed the graduation twice? Now is not the time to make a joke, you idiot. Naruto turned away his head dismissively, looking like a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Even Fenyao couldn't help but look at the way Naruto looked at this moment. Who could have thought that this guy who doesn't even know clone technique now will be enough to subvert the entire ninja world in the future? Listen, everyone, today I will be assessed transformation technique, and those who have passed will come over to me. Hey. Naruto will blame you guy. It's not my business. Everyone made a voice of rejection. Fenyao touched his nose. He couldn't be good at transformation technique. There are really few who can surpass their own in this class's basic ninjutsu master's ability. He put his head in his hands, leaned his chair on the stool and looked at the people in front of him for the assessment. The first, Haruno Sakura. Seeing a girl with pink hair walking forward, Naruto's eyes seemed to be attracted. This girl is Haruno Sakura, who has mixed reviews in Hokage. There is a violent heart hidden behind the cute surface, or is Naruto too young? Isn't Hinata fragrant? Fenyao kneaded his arms that were aching due to his training just now while waiting for Irika to call him. Suddenly, there was an ethereal voice in his head. Ding, the system successfully binds. Congratulations on whether the host binding ninjutsu limited system is now activated. What? System, true or false? I have been in the Hokage world for 12 years and finally waited until my spring. I thought I was just an ordinary salted fish. I was afraid of death and even hugged the protagonist's thigh, finally waiting for my own cheat. Fenyao's excited fingernails were deeply in the flesh, and he silently responded in his heart. Activation. Congratulations on the successful activation of the host. Please allow me to explain the power of this system. This system allows the host to randomly master a genre or level of ninjutsu in the ninjutsu world. For example, the host can directly master all A-level ninjutsu. When this system draws A-level ninjutsu, the host can only use A-level ninjutsu to fight against people and complete tasks, and cannot use any other ninjutsu magic or illusion. It will be replaced every 6 months after each draw. Since the host has just been activated and it has been automatically drawn, now the host can master all the geniuses in the ninja world, and can only use any ninjutsu or physique other than the genius. Will not be able to perform. Really? I can master all the celestial arts, wait, but I don't have the celestial arts chakra. Hearing Fenyao here was extremely excited. He who could only learn E-level ninjutsu suddenly became able to master all the fairy skills in Hokage. It was like a poor ghost who was still living on the street yesterday and suddenly got 100 million. But when he calmed down, he suddenly thought of the settings in Hokage. The release of Zyonsha requires the use of Zyonsha Chakra and enters the Sage mode. Zyonsha Chakra absorbs natural energy on the basis of physical energy and spiritual energy and can only be fully integrated. Form. Moreover, entering Sage mode requires a huge amount of chakra, and going to the 3 holy places to practice. With this point of your own, it is impossible for chakra to grasp the natural energy right now, and directly become a part of nature for nothing. There are very few who can enter Sage mode in Hokage, and even Jiraiya is not a complete Sage mode. The difficulty of Sage mode master can be seen. As a powerful system, if you want to make the host stronger, you can't give too much help. You have already mastered all the magic, but for Chakra and Sage mode, the host has to find its own way. The 3 Holy Lands systems will follow. Tell the location in the task given to the host. You are cheating, there is no celestial technique. Chakra releases a fart. Celestial technique, what is the use of master alone? I am not enough to see Chakra, and you think you can enter the 3 holy places, and you are your home. Your system is free for 9 UN, don't you feel too embarrassed to other systems? Warning that if the host is insulting the system, it will be wiped out. Ahem, I'm kidding, there can be no other way, this is the first time I bind the system and I don't have a newbie spree. No, but we will arrange tasks for the host to improve the strength of the host, which also includes the improvement of the host chakra. This, I can barely do it. Wait, I can't use ninjutsu other than Zyanja now, so what about the few ninjutsu I learned? If there is a problem with host's memory, of course it is unusable. After hearing this, Fenyao felt as uncomfortable as eating a prickly nose. Big brother, isn't it? Zyanja can't use ninjutsu, but it's the first time I heard that the binding system can still drop in strength. Well, considering the reasons for the poor talent, aptitude, and strength of the host, the system will once again give help to the host for the first mission. The mission objective, steal the sealed book, within a 1-month period. Reward, host 10 times higher chakra volume. Slogan, young teenagers go and walk the way the protagonist has walked. Looking at the tasks and rewards sent by the system, Fenyao gritted his teeth angrily. Steal the sealed book. What is the sealed book? It was a taboo book sealed by Hashirama himself, and it was tightly guarded. In fact, Naruto can get the Book of Seal in the early stage. In fact, there is the acquiescence of the 3rd generation. Otherwise, Naruto can't do things that even Jonin can't even do with Naruto. Used, once again weakened his strength. The rewards that this gives seem to be generous are not the case, because the amount of chakra in Fenyao's body is very small. Even if it is increased by 10 times, it should only reach a normal level, even if it is not more than half of Naruto's. Then what if this task is not completed? The task cannot be completed directly. Obliterate. Fenyao cursed the system silently again, and saw that Naruto was the next one. After watching Naruto, Fenyao suddenly had an idea. Perhaps stealing the Book of the Seal does not need to steal it alone. Next, Naruto. No problem, turned into a seductive technique. I saw Naruto transformed into a big beauty with blonde hair and double ponytails, and the opposite Iruka had a nosebleed. This is a ninjutsu that even Hokage and Itsutsuki can't resist. Fenyao looked at Naruto's seduction technique, but in his heart silently thought whether he should learn the seduction technique like Naruto in his spare time. Host, please stop your nasty thoughts immediately. Shut up and cheat the system. This is purely for the sake of improving my strength. Don't you know that this ninjutsu can even be defeated by Hokage? Host can't be used even if you learn. This is also true. While Fenyao was still arguing with the system, Iruka had already finished teaching Naruto. The next thing he called was himself. In Fenyao's heart, countless horses are galloping. He used to be able to grasp the transformation technique, but now he has been pitted by the system. Fenyao, you come to demonstrate the transformation technique. Naruto, let me learn. Fenyao. This. Actually, Fenyao felt that he had never moved so slowly. Suddenly, it occurred to me that I had to test clone technique in the 2-day graduation test, and I couldn't even graduate. Could it be that my own class of traversers could not even pass the genin test in the end? Chapter 2 Crane Tales. What's wrong, Fenyao? Iruka watched Fenyao quietly for a long time and reminded him. There is no other way but to bite the bullet. Fenyao stood in the middle of the classroom, trying to get the seal. But I found that no matter what I did, as long as I wanted to use a certain ninjutsu, the chakra in my body couldn't be successfully refined and mixed. After 5 minutes of embarrassing attempts, there was already dead silence on the court. This system says that only Xianshu can be used. Your uncle, my old face is completely ashamed. People around are also talking about it. What's the matter with Fenyao? I remember his transformation technique master is very good. Maybe I'm lazy these days. Fenyao, you teach me well these days. Otherwise, let your parents come to see me. Looking at Irika, who was furious, Fenyao couldn't tell, so he could only nod his head, but on the one hand he wanted to complete the task and improve his strength. As for whether it is genin or not, it doesn't matter to him, strength is everything. Fundamental. Many jonins are not even as good as some genins. The so-called level is nothing more than the same. Fenyao just comforted himself. After class, Fenyao, feeling exhausted physically and mentally, was just about to leave. Naruto on the side strung himself in front of him, squinting his eyes and biting himself. Fenyao, what's the matter with you today? You should be able to handle that kind of ninjutsu easily. Don't lose to me. Seeing Naruto's serious face, Fenyao smiled. This is how Naruto cares about him, but Naruto doesn't want to say it directly. Looking at the few people in this world who cared about him, Fenyao still had a hint of warmth in his heart. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't lose to you. After speaking, he picked up his bag and pulled Naruto out. Naruto kept telling about his pranks until he was captured by Mr. Irika to clean up the Hokage statue. Fenyao returned home, and his parents had already cooked the food. Waiting for yourself. Fenyao is back, hurry up and sit down. Okay, mother. Fenyao has never had a deep feeling for his father and mother in this world. He missed his parents even more when he was in a foreign land. However, the parents here also have the kindness of nurturing themselves. Fenyao intends to give Angzan to their old age if they can't return to the earth or if they can only become ordinary genin in the future. But now that the system is in place, the situation is different. He quickly finished pulling out the rice in his bowl. Mother, I'm finished, I'll go out later and leave the door for me. You can come back early, you have to take the exam tomorrow. Fenyao first went to his room and took out a ceramic pig from the cabinet, and then smashed it to the ground. After the ceramic pig was broken, there were notes of various amounts and a lot of coins, which he had saved for more than 10 years. The money is more than 1,200 taels in total. This is a huge sum of money for students. He can't use any ninjutsu now, and coupled with the tasks issued by the cheating system, he must now arm himself with money. Picking up the money, Fenyao walked towards the shop selling ninja equipment. Fenyao, who came outside, breathed the cold air at night, lamenting the impermanence of life. Yesterday, I was still a trainee who can use 4 or 5 ninjutsu. Today, he has become an ordinary person who can only punch and kick, but with the system, his upper limit is definitely countless times higher than before. He came to Shinobu. The door of the furniture shop. Open the curtain. Welcome, how are you, Wind Kid? Although the outside of this store looks inconspicuous, the interior decoration is still very good. There are 3 counters in 3 directions in the store. Inside, there are displayed kunao, shuriken, darts, 3 section sticks, silver needles and small pieces. Backpack protective gear and so on. On the wall, there are many large ninjas, such as wind magic shurikens, lock sickles, scythes, etc. What I need now are some small ninjas that are easy to carry. 2 big ninjas will affect your speed, and the money is not enough. Uncle Yoshida, I want to buy some protective gear and shuriken darts and... You want to buy these yourself? You haven't graduated yet. It's a bit dangerous to use these. Seeing that the boss didn't seem to want to sell to himself, Fenyao hurriedly spoke. That's right, it's not that after the graduation exam is over, if you become a genin, you have to perform tasks. I just want to make some preparations in advance to prevent problems before they happen. Puff, you kid, you have already begun to prepare for genin to perform the task, you have a lot of confidence in yourself, you have courage. Uncle Yashida will get it for you. Haha, yes, yes. It's a shit, now I can't even use ninjutsu to save my life, the exam is hopeless, I still think of a way to steal the Book of the Seal. After a while, the Kung Fu boss had already obtained all the ninja equipment Feng Yao needed. Feng Yao checked the items and confirmed that they were correct. He entrusted his savings for more than 10 years. At that moment, he felt as if he was bleeding in his heart and walked out the door. Kabuto, the inside was empty, but his body was fully armed. On the way home, Feng Yao suddenly heard the noise in Yil Ramen, and Feng Yao laughed unconsciously. It's Naruto who is talking to Irika. The stubborn Naruto asks Irika to give him a forehead protector. Ms. Irika, just lend me the forehead protector to wear. That won't work, this can only be given to you if you graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a ninja who can stand alone. Huh, Mina. Unlike Irika, Feng Yao knows that Naruto is destined to fail the assessment tomorrow. After all, 9 tails are sealed in Naruto's body, making chakra raging in his body, so Naruto has been unable to successfully gather chakra together. Tomorrow's exam Feng Yao also intends to miss the exam directly. After all, he can't succeed if he goes up. Why bother to lose face twice in vain? Naruto, Mr. Irika. Hey. Feng Yao, how about you also come to eat ramen? Naruto was the first to say hello to Feng Yao. For Naruto, Feng Yao was a precious friend in his childhood and one of the few people in the village who treated him tenderly. Irika saw Feng Yao also say hello. Go back early to rest. Tomorrow's graduation exam will be 100 times more vigorous. Ah, I don't want to go back, there is no one at home. Naruto hugged her hair in distress. Irika, who had heard the previous sentence, was about to give Naruto a thud, but after hearing it, Irika was shocked. The expression in his eyes softened. Irika was an important guide in Naruto's life. Like a father, he strictly demanded Naruto while also protecting him. Thanks to these people, otherwise Naruto would have been blackened. Will Naruto go back with me? There is a companion on the road. If Feng Yao said that, there would be no way. Let's go. Feng Yao, Naruto and Irika bid farewell, and the two walked on the streets of Konoha, with shadows covering half of the street. Suddenly the voice of the system came. The new mission is opened. Mission, 2 Crane Tails. You can complete the task by obtaining the title of Crane Tail Achievement in the Ninja Graduation exam tomorrow. Reward, get a lower level potion to improve your physical fitness. Slogan, how can you not experience the ups and downs of life? Experience the protagonist's state of mind, go to be trampled by the S*X, and then become stronger. Your uncle, you obviously deliberately wanted me to lose face, right? I experience the mood of a hammer, and the tail of the crane is actually an achievement title. You didn't make it on the spot. Please host yourself. This system has always been fair and strict. The tasks are randomly selected according to the current situation of the host. If it is not completed, you can just say that the system does not mind changing to a host. Farewell, I mind, in fact, this title is not that difficult to accept. Naruto on the side saw Feng Yao's face suddenly bad, as if he was suddenly slapped. Feng Yao, what's wrong with you these days? I feel a big change. It's okay, but I was accidentally cheated by someone. It's not a big problem. Seeing that Naruto cares about himself so much to tell the truth, Feng Yao is actually a little guilty, because he himself came into contact with Naruto with a certain purpose. This is cruel to Naruto, people are selfish, and Feng Yao is the same. After the system is in place, Fan Yao's vision is not to be satisfied with Konoha Shinobi Village. Naruto, if one day what I want to do might hurt Konoha or you promise me that you will use your best not to keep your hands on me. Naruto stopped and looked at Fan Yao suspiciously. Now he doesn't understand why the other party said this, but he still responded to himself with a thumbs up with his right hand. If you do that, then my man who can surpass Hokage in the future will beat you down and bring you back. Ha ha ha, what a charming sentence, I'm actually kidding, let's go back. Fan Yao left Naruto after speaking and walked in the other direction, disappearing into the dark night. In a blink of an eye, the next day, inside the ninja school. The ninjutsu for this graduation exam is clone technique, and those who are named will go to the next classroom to take the exam in turn. On the podium, Irika took the roster and said to the students in front of them that everyone heard that some were happy and some were worried, and the candidates entered the next classroom one after another. Almost everyone came out with a forehead protector, which symbolizes Konoha. This is a proof that the ninja can stand alone. It's a pity that Naruto failed. He sat in the classroom with a lonely expression. Next, Fan Yao. Coming to the classroom next to him, Fan Yao looked at the two Chunin, Irika and Mizuki, who were in charge of the assessment. Mizuki was the first villain in Hokage. He was cruel and jealous, and was also the culprit who induced Naruto to steal the sealed book. Please start, classmate Fan Yao. Okay, Ms. Mizuki. After talking about Fan Yao, he started to Jiyin, but in fact he was just doing it. After trying many times, he knew that he couldn't use any ninjutsu. After several failures, Irika called him to stop. Stop Fan Yao, fail, if you can't even do the most basic clone, it is impossible for you to graduate, and then let your parents come to see me. Irika's voice revealed strong disappointment. Fan Yao was a very optimistic student before, but he did not expect to be so negligent in practice during this time. Mizuki on the side also acquiesced, and Fan Yao could only cope with it with a wry smile. This time it really became the tail of a crane. Even a clone was no worse than the current Naruto, but he gave Mizuki a glance before leaving. Back in the classroom, looking at the classmates who were excitedly discussing the future with each other, he stayed alone and leaned against Naruto. Hey, isn't it that Fan Yao actually failed the exam? The two cranes are sitting together at the rear, haha. Fan Yao and together, that guy will only bring bad luck to people. Naruto also looked at Fan Yao's empty forehead, knowing that the other party had failed the graduation exam, and just wanted to speak. The voices of the people around him seemed to block his throat, and he couldn't make any noise. He lowered his head silently, but Fan Yao's voice came from his ears. Come on, Naruto, the road ahead will be very exciting. On the contrary, the ridicule beside him became louder. Two people who didn't even pass the graduation exam would have a future. Naruto opened his mouth in surprise, his eyes met Fan Yao. The people next to him could not see Fan Yao's eyes, but Naruto could see that there was only peace in those eyes, and there was even a deep smile at the corners of his mouth, which also encouraged when Naruto arrived. Fan Yao didn't say much, patted Naruto on the back, turned around and left. Congratulations to host for completing the task, 2 crane tails, rewarding lower level potions, are you using it now? Use it? With a burst of violent energy injected into his body, Fan Yao felt that his bones and muscles were constantly trembling. With a few muffled body sounds, the strengthening finally came to an end. At this moment, he only felt that his mind and body seemed to be light. Many of them have strengthened their bodies. I don't know if it is an illusion. Fan Yao feels like he has grown a little bit taller. Good job, worthy of being my child. From now on we will be ninjas alone. The outside of the school was filled with all kinds of people. The parents praised their children, and only Naruto was still sitting on the familiar swing. Fan Yao also came to his father's side. His parents still attached great importance to such a big thing as the graduation examination. I heard that there are only 2 unqualified children, and he is one of them. Huh, it's normal to fail with that demon fox. Hey, don't talk nonsense here. Fanyao, what's the matter with you, what's on your mind recently? I think you usually train well. Fanyao's father frowned when he saw his son failed, and sighed inwardly. Sorry, father. Fanyao solemnly apologized to his father in this world, not only for his failure to pass the exam, but also for what he would do next. The father was stunned when he looked at Fanyao. His son matured much earlier than his peers. In his memory, Fanyao never had such an expression. He patted Fanyao on the shoulder. Forget it, work hard next time, my father believes in you. The swing next to him is now empty. Naruto has already left. At this time, he will meet Mizuki. Under the guidance of Mizuki, he will steal the Book of Seal. It is impossible for him to steal the Book of Seal under normal circumstances. But if the book is taken out by Naruto, it is not necessarily true. Father, I have something to leave, you, take care. Fanyao left after a few jumps. Now he is going to follow Mizuki and Naruto. Chapter 3 Sealed Book. Fanyao, who came to the corner, watched Mizuki, who was sitting with Naruto on the roof, and Mizuki was acting like a good teacher. Using and inducing Naruto's desire to graduate, he naturally told Naruto the secret of the Book of Seals, but Mizuki said that he could graduate after learning the contents of the Book of Seals, and he didn't say what the Book of Seals was. Naruto was very happy when he heard the news. He felt that Mizuki was a good teacher who really cared about him. However, Naruto was not planning to steal the Book of Seal at the first time. Instead, he walked around to a street and stopped in front of a house. Fanyao, who was following behind him, was silent because this was his home. He could probably guess the reason why Naruto came here. Naruto knew that he could graduate with ninjutsu after he learned it, and wanted to call him who failed to graduate. Excuse me, is Fanyao at home? Who? It's you kid, he's not at home, and you won't look for him in the future. He didn't graduate this time because he always played with you and delayed his cultivation. It was Fanyao's mother who opened the door to receive. After seeing Naruto, she also frowned instinctively. She also reminded her children several times not to have too much contact with Naruto. It's a pity that Fanyao didn't listen. She reminded Naruto this time because she was in a bad mood to know that Fanyao had not passed the graduation exam. Naruto's eyes were visibly dimmed when he heard these words, and then he cheered up. Then don't bother, Auntie, please wait for Fanyao to tell him when he comes back, I have very important news to tell him. After speaking, he bowed, turned and left. Fanyao glanced at his mother silently, and continued to follow Naruto. As night fell, Naruto was quietly approaching Third Hokage's residence. At this moment, Fanyao deliberately widened the distance between Naruto and Naruto, because he knew that Mizuki was also following Naruto at this time. If he gets too close, he will be discovered by Mizuki. Sure enough, when Naruto crawled in from the window, Mizuki also appeared on the roofs of less than 2 houses, silently monitoring the opposite house, and with a feint technique, Fanyao knew that the invincible Third Hokage had fallen. After waiting for half a cup of tea, Naruto crawled out of the window with the Book of Seal and disappeared into the night. Mizuki also showed a sly smile symbolizing the villain beside him, and then went to prepare to inform Miraka first. Fanyao took advantage of Mizuki's departure and continued to follow. He wanted to take this opportunity to get the Book of the Seal. Naruto stopped when he came to the forest, then opened the scroll and looked at the ninjutsu inside. It was also here that Naruto learned his own. The first powerful ninjutsu multiple shadow clone. Fanyao was hiding in a tree to make preparations. He took out a large handful of silver needles and took out a small tube of transparent liquid from another pocket, and put the silver needles in the tube in batches to soak. Of course, this is not the case. Poison. It is a strong anesthetic, which can make a person lose the ability to move for a short time. Fenyao didn't want to hurt Naruto. He used a silver needle that didn't cause much harm. Then he put on a mask to cover his identity. The one he bought was Kakashi. The same paragraph. Naruto is already practicing ninjutsu, and Fenyao is waiting for the opportunity. When Naruto sits on the ground a little tired after practicing many times, Fenyao knows that the opportunity is here. He grabbed the silver pin with both hands and threw it out from behind Naruto. After using lower-level potions, he had improved the accuracy of the target and the strength of the flying needle. Naruto was the first to notice. He patted the ground with both hands, and quickly got up a few tumblings to make the silver needle missed a lot, but two of them didn't stop piercing his shoulder and waist. The strong anesthesia made him stand staggered. "Who are you and why do you want?" Naruto questioned the masked man in front of him loudly. He didn't realize that the opposite was his best friend. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and his mind became unconscious. Fenyao came slowly like him. Naruto didn't know what the other party meant. Because he was afraid of falling to the ground, the anesthetic made him gradually unable to move. He instinctively wanted to escape, holding the ground with both hands and dragging his own. The body just passed out before a few steps, and he only heard the last sentence in the vagueness. "Sorry, Naruto." Fenyao dragged Naruto to the tree and leaned against it, and took the Book of Sealing. It recorded the taboo ninjutsu that other ninja villages were very eager to obtain. But Fenyao held it in his hand at the moment, but didn't feel anything. Instead, he was worried about the next step. First, he couldn't practice these ninjutsu at all because of the system. There was no brick on his back for this scroll. Second, because I did these things today, I definitely can't stay in Konoha. Not to mention that he can't get along with Naruto in a normal state of mind. The most important thing is that everything happening here is actually under the supervision of third Hokage, and third generation will certainly not tolerate this kind of behavior of its own. Open the Book of Seals, which are recorded. Multiple Shadow Clone. Impure World Reincarnation. 8 Inner Gates. These 4 powerful ninjutsu, which are mutually inherited detonation talisman, either require a powerful chakra to be released, or the caster needs to bear a huge price to use, and therefore they are sealed. It is worth mentioning that most of them are ninjutsu invented by second generation. Congratulations to host for completing the task and stealing the Book of Sealing, rewarding host with 10 times the amount of chakra. Please host to keep working hard. Fenyao felt that a large amount of chakra was gushing out of his body. This feeling shocked him. Although his current amount of chakra is not as good as Naruto, Kisame, and his like. But it is also much higher than ordinary Chunin. If it is compared with Kakashi, it is still better than Jonin. He turned his head to look at Naruto, then at the Book of the Seal, and suddenly sat down and started reading the book. Host, you are too happy, so your memory is lost. Even if you learn these ninjutsu, you can't use it unless the system randomly selects this type of ninjutsu. I know, don't ask too much about it. By the way, I have completed the task now. There is nothing wrong with this Book of Seals, right? Fenyao asked as he flipped the scroll quickly. He had already completed the task, so he was naturally not interested in the Book of Seals, and if he really took the Book of Seals, I wouldn't say whether he could leave Ninja Village. I am afraid that the situation of Naruto and his parents in the village has dropped rapidly, and even Naruto will be attacked by some people. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. If it can cause them less trouble, Fenyao would rather leave the Book of Seal. Please host as you please. Well, then, leave it. Taking a deep look at Naruto, who had already fallen asleep, Fenyao had already memorized half of the Book of Seals. The effect of the potion was really magical. It would be impossible for him to remember so many complicated ninjutsu in a short time. But the medicine improved his learning and memory, as if he had changed from a scumbag to a tyrant, and it took another half a cup of tea. "Naruto, where are you? Answer me quickly." This is Irika's voice. Fenyao quickly cleaned the scene and pulled out the silver needle, and found that Naruto groaned. Such a strong anesthetic. Naruto was almost awake in such a short time. Is it the power of 9 tails? Fenyao thought in his heart, and then closed the book of seals, stuffed it into Naruto's arms, and hid in a tree not far away. After Irika came over, he also saw Naruto sitting under the tree, and he roared as he walked over. "A hole, finally let me find you." After walking in, he found that Naruto had fainted at the moment. He hurriedly ran to Naruto to check his situation. Although he was angry at Naruto's actions, he would be worried if Naruto was in danger. After making sure to faint, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then frowned deeply, thinking about who committed the poisonous hand and why. There was no obvious wound, and he did not take the book of seal. Just when Irika was about to wake Naruto, a few cracking sounds came, too fast. Irika could only protect Naruto with the back of his body. Puff, puff, and several kunai deeply pierced Irika's back. The blood stained his carapace instantly, and he uttered a sound, leaving blood at the corner of his mouth, dripping on Naruto's face, giving Naruto a sign of awakening. Irika turned his head hard and saw Mizuki, who had just attacked him with a huge cross-dart shuriken on his back. His eyes were full of shock, and Mizuki was not pretending to show his original face. "I didn't expect you to find this place, Irika." "Why, what, it's you, what do you want to do?" "What else can I do, of course, is to get the Book of Seals." Mizuki sneered at Irika's question. He looked at Irika with an extremely disgusting look, and seemed to disdain to talk to him. When he turned his gaze to Naruto, he found that Naruto was fainting at the moment. This also caused his doubts. Could it be that he fainted by practicing ninjutsu? But as long as the Book of Seal is there, it's okay. "So you just fainted, Naruto, and it was you who let Naruto steal the sealed book." While talking, Irika pulled out kunai from his back, blood bursting from the wound. He and Mizuki wanted to delay as much as possible to wait for the support of other Konoha shinobi. "I'm injured now and Naruto is unconscious. Don't think about procrastinating, Irika, let me hurry to get you on the road." Speaking of taking off the big cross-dart shuriken on his back, he was ready to give Irika a fatal blow. He took off the shuriken and swung it quickly in his right hand to increase its power. The speed of the shuriken's rotation made the surrounding leaves rustle. "Aim at Irika's heart and throw it out." This time Irika was ready to pick up Naruto next to him and hide to the right. Although he avoided the fatal wound, he was cut with his left foot by the shuriken and fell to the ground again, but this time he was pregnant. Naruto inside fell awake. "Hey? What's the matter, that masked man? Wow. Mr. Irika, you have left a lot of blood." Fenyao on the side was relieved when he watched Naruto wake up. If Naruto is truly in danger of life, then he will also help. It is not that he cares about Naruto very much, but that he wants to be ashamed. If the swords face each other in the future, then he has already paid off the favor in Konoha. Naturally, there is no need to worry about anything. Seeing Naruto awake, Fenyao prepared to leave. Everything here is actually monitored by Third Hokage. If he walks slowly, he may not be able to leave. He attacked Nine Tails Jinchuriki and took a peek at the Book of Seals. There was nothing left to eat. Host triggers the task, defeats Mizuki, reward, the opportunity and location to enter the Wet Bone Forest Holy Land. The slogan, "The first step for the youth to become stronger has begun, don't hurry to grasp it vigorously." The chance of the Wet Bone Forest. This is what Fenyao is very excited about. In the most mysterious place among the 3 holy sages, you must enter the 3 holy places to practice and learn to control natural energy to use the magic. Fenyao is feeling a headache about how to enter the 3 holy places to practice in the next step. "I really dozed off with a pillow, but it is not easy to defeat Mizuki. He can't use ninjutsu to fight back and can only rely on the various things in the bag. Ninja comes to fight Mizuki. Moreover, Mizuki is Chunin. It is still very difficult for Fenyao in his current state to defeat Mizuki, and there is one thing that he is inferior to Mizuki, he needs to think about tactics. Naruto, you run away with the Book of Seal, Mizuki used you, go. Naruto was stunned when he heard it. He stayed where he was and didn't know what to do. Then Mizuki didn't rush to open his mouth, and told the news that Naruto was a demon fox. This shocked Naruto's heart strongly and Naruto's heart. I also knew the reason why I was disgusted by the villagers. Mizuki took advantage of Naruto's loss and threw out the second cross-dart shuriken in his hand, and Iruka pulled up a dazed Naruto to escape. Seeing that the two large shurikens in Mizuki's hands had been thrown out, Fenyao didn't hesitate. Time is equally precious to him. He first mixed some of his remaining silver needles in the shurikens and aimed at Mizuki and threw it over. But unexpectedly, Mizuki seemed to be prepared for a long time. He kicked the tree trunk with his legs, avoided all the attacks, and fell to the ground. I just heard Iruka said that Naruto was knocked out. I knew there were others here. It depends on your age, who are you? Mizuki said playfully to Fenyao, who was standing on the tree. He seemed to be chatting, but he touched the kunao in his pocket. Fenyao noticed his movement and immediately threw a kunao to interrupt him. And rushed towards Mizuki, watching the flying kiwu. Mizuki was about to dodge the counter-attack sideways, but saw the detonation talisman tied to it, and quickly backed away. But kiwu stuck on the ground did not explode, and Mizuki realized that it was just a fake detonation talisman. Fenyao has already taken the opportunity to get closer to him. A hole, dare to fool me with a fake. Mizuki was angry. Fenyao didn't reply. His voice was easily recognized by Iruka and Naruto. Mizuki pulled out kiwu to fight. Fenyao squatted close to Mizuki's body and squatted towards Mizuki's leg. The boy's stature was originally not tall. After squatting down, Mizuki had to lower his body to fight Fenyao. For a while, he was downwind, but he fought for a few rounds. Mizuki discovered the opponent's weakness. Mizuki discovered that although the opponent seemed smart and acted decisively, when he was fighting against him, kiwu did not dare to attack his fatal place. He seemed to be nervous, but after thinking about it, he also understood the reason. This child has not experienced life and death. Yes, although Fenyao was born in 2 generations, he never killed a chicken when he was born in a peaceful era. He can still throw darts from a distance or use kunao to practice. It's okay when he gets real. Not the ninjas who have been to the battlefield and killed people. This is the point where he is inferior to Mizuki. He doesn't dare to fight for life and death. He has given the courage to put the life and death of the enemy and his own life and death out of consideration. Even holding the hand of kiwu is a little unstable, in order not to let his own hand. Shaking, Fenyao could only hold on to his own kiwu. Mizuki smiled treacherously. Suddenly he changed his moves to fight for his life. He completely gave up the defense and attacked Fenyao's left arm. Although Fenyao could pierce Mizuki's heart by pushing Kumu for half a meter at this time, he still after hesitating, Mizuki cut off his arm and kicked it out. A mouthful of blood was also spit out from the black mask. Fenyao curled up on the ground, his muscles trembling from the severe pain, and his shoulder injury made him unable to hold kiwu firmly. Humph, boy, you probably haven't killed anyone yet. An indecisive person like you can't be a ninja. Pay the price for your stupidity. After speaking, he rushed up quickly and prepared to make up for Fenyao. Suddenly, it seemed that he had stepped on something and punctured his foot, and a sharp pain came from the sole of the foot. Mizuki leaped back, pulling out things from his feet. Ah! Damn it, when is it? Fenyao got up while vomiting blood. Chunin's Mizuki is still very difficult to deal with. To be honest, even if he can use ninjutsu now, I am afraid that he is not Mizuki's opponent if he dares to kill. These iron tribulus were scattered on the ground when he was just kicked out. He once again drew out a few kunao and shurikens and threw them towards Mizuki. Mizuki backed away and evaded, although the iron tribulus pierced the soles of his feet and affected his own speed, but Fenyao was hurt with just one kick, and the accuracy of Kiwa's strength has been reduced a lot. Boy, you are dead, how dare you treat me this way? After speaking, he used the body replacement technique to exchange the position of the tree he had prepared in advance. Fenyao's Kiwa was stuck on the root of the tree, while Mizuki jumped into the air to approach Fenyao and attacked from the air. Fenyao waved Kiwa reluctantly. One side stepped back. After a few rounds, Mizuki caught the opportunity again, and with one blow, Fenyao couldn't get up after struggling for several times. Mizuki turned his gaze to Irika. When I kill this kid first, it's your turn. Naruto was standing in front of Irika to protect him at the moment. Naruto recognized that the masked boy was the one who attacked him before, so he didn't go up to help. He just thought about protecting Irika. Mizuki grabbed Kiwu and walked towards Fenyao slowly. Suddenly, his head started to feel dizzy and he couldn't even maintain his figure. He shook his head quickly, trying to wake up. How can this be? This is anesthetics, how do you do it? Fenyao watched the swaying body of the opposite Mizuki untie his coat. There were a few small silver needles, which were the last few left by Fenyao. He pinned the needles to his clothes, with the needles facing outwards. In this way, Mizuki would be stabbed by the silver needle when he was in a close hand-to-hand fight. The first kick did not kick the silver needle, and the second whip kick hit the anesthetic silver needle prepared by Fenyao. You guy, you really are a hole. Mizuki was also decisive. Kiwa directly pierced his thigh and let the pain keep him awake. Now he doesn't want to kill Fenyao anymore, turning his head to Naruto and said savagely. Naruto, give me the book of sealing immediately, or I will kill Irika. Sorry, cough cough. If I can't defeat you, I'll be a disadvantage. Fenyao got up again, and deliberately lowered his voice during the conversation. The hoarse voice could not conceal the pain in his body. To be honest, Mizuki would definitely break Fenyao's body to pieces if possible. But not only did he hurt his leg, but because of the pain that anesthetics needed to keep his head awake, he just wanted to run away after taking the sealed book, but he didn't expect this person to be pestering him crazily, and he didn't know what to do. What the hell do you want to do, not to mention that you are also seriously injured now, do you really dare to kill me? I do. I dare not do it myself, so I can only. Before Mizuki could hear clearly, Fenyao threw a shuriken over. Mizuki's speed is already very slow now. Anesthetics and leg injuries make him need a lot of perseverance to move, but Fenyao's suffering is obviously slower. It's just worth falling to the soles of Mizuki's feet. Mizuki smiled and was about to taunt. He saw the detonation talisman at the end of the shuriken. The burning sound confirmed that this time it was true. He understood. Fenyao knew from the beginning that he didn't dare to kill people by himself. So in the game just now, he first confirmed his movement speed with a fake detonation talisman, and then used anesthetics and iron tribulus to greatly reduce his mobility, and then waited for him to finish using the body replacement technique and hit the final blow. Now he has no ability to avoid the range of this detonation talisman. Mix. With a loud bang, Mizuki's body was submerged in the explosion. The detonating talisman was as powerful as the advanced fire-style ninjutsu, and the price was very expensive. This detonating talisman cost a full 600 taels. Half of the other ninjas. Fortunately, I succeeded. Mizuki turned into coke and fell on the ground. I don't know if he died. Although Fenyao did it himself, this scene is still a bit uncomfortable for Fenyao, but he must get used to it because of the future station. There are a lot of fights. Fenyao dragged the injured body, took a last look at the direction of Naruto and Konoha and headed far into the forest. The eyes of the masked man made Naruto seem to have discovered something just about to stop him. "Forget it, don't chase Naruto, we are here waiting for support and report the situation to Lord Hokage, and this masked boy is extremely sinister, don't be impulsive." Oh, yes, Mrs. Irika. Naruto supported Irika in this way and met Konoha's other ninjas on the way back, and informed Mizuki's conspiracy. Everyone looked better when they saw the Book of Seals. After that, he reported everything in front of Third Hokage. Since the sealed book is fine, no one is allowed to mention this matter again in the future. "But, Master Hokage," the mask Irika said. Third Hokage stopped him with his eyes to continue speaking, dismissed everyone. Naruto also went back to rest. Third Hokage left Irika, he took a mouthful of dry smoke, and said meaningfully, "The masked attack Naruto defeated Mizuki is your student Fenyao." "What, this, how is this possible? That kid is not like this. I don't know what his purpose is." It is very likely that a spy planted in another village deliberately approached Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, to steal information, but the truth of this incident is still too cruel compared to Naruto. After all, this kid it's Naruto's only friend. Don't tell him about this. Let Fenyao be listed as missing. I know, I will go and tell Fenyao's parents this matter. Irika seemed to have lost his power at this time. The friend he trusted wanted to steal the sealed book. The proud student was actually an undercover agent in another village. He deliberately approached Naruto, and he walked out desperately. Third generation also sighed silently, and took out a document that had already been written, with Fenyao's personal information written on it. Fenyao peeked at the Book of Seals and had been in contact with Naruto for so long, he must have had a plan. As the Hokage guarding the village, Fenyao's behavior has caused a threat to the village. Name, Fenyao. Date of birth, April 21st. Place of birth, Konoha Shinobi Village. Nationality, Land of Fire. Occupation, D-Class Rebel. Weight, 45 kilograms. Height, 1.58 m. Character, resolute and decisive, composed and calm, cunning like a rabbit. Ninjutsu, suspected of being unable to use ninjutsu. Weapons used, silver needle, kunao, iron briar, dart. Note, suspected spies in other countries, secretly spying on the secrets of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and peeking at the Book of Seals. This small piece of information stated Fenyao's physical fitness data, as well as the ninjutsu and props he was good at using, and then a person appeared in the shadow behind third generation with a white mask with an animal face on his head. Wearing a black short coat and white protective clothing, and carrying a ninja sword behind him. Bring this person back, if you resist, you can handle it secretly. Be careful of people in other villages. Yes, Master Hokage. Chapter 4 Umbu Pursued. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to kill Mizuki, rewarding the opportunity and position of the Wet Bone Forest. Congratulations to your boy, you have taken a big step towards becoming stronger. I almost died for this task. Where is the Wet Bone Forest? What does chance mean? The Wet Bone Forest is located in the true north, near the seaside of Tenokuni. It can be reached in about 2 months at host's current speed. The chance is that the Wet Bone Forest will give host a chance to test. If host can katsu you if you agree with the immortal, you can practice immortality there. Why is it so far? I'm penniless now, can I beg for food? This is not in the scope of this system. Hearing the system's reply, Fenyao seemed to feel that the injury on his shoulder was even more painful. But even if you are injured now, you have to run as hard as you can. The whole country of fire can be said to be within the scope of the Konoha Shinobi village. It is very dangerous to stay here for one day. The injuries on the body also need to be dealt with. Looking for a town with medical facilities, I didn't carry any gauze or medical drugs on my body, so I could barely wrap it up with clothes. It was really helpless not to buy gauze and medicine. He couldn't do everything, and he was going to leave after stealing the book of the seal, and the cheating system suddenly issued a task. Cheating the system: if I die in Konoha, you have to pay all the blame, you have to be guilty for a lifetime, so can you make some medicine out? This system must solemnly remind me that my name is a limited ninjutsu system. If you die, I will find another host. Please don't worry, and I can't make medical supplies. Now Fenyao doesn't even have the energy to refute. He has been running for 2 hours and is exhausted. He is about to lose too much blood and go into shock. Although I don't know if Konoha sent someone to chase him down, but he didn't arrive. The safe place is always not at ease. Climbing up the hillside, Fenyao finally saw a prosperous town in front of him. Because of its mild climate and plentiful arable land, the country of fire is the richest country among the 5 major countries. Otherwise, if you run for 2 or 3 hours in other countries, it is not necessarily true. Can find a town with medical facilities. He didn't rush into the city, but found a creek, squatted down and washed his face and some bloodlines on his body first, and only a white shirt was left after taking off his clothes, and most of the ninjas on his body. All the backpacks were wrapped. Kyo dug a hole and hid it, and after cleaning up the traces left by him, he walked towards the town. The streets of the town are very lively. The owners of several restaurants are standing on the street to solicit customers, and there are beautiful-looking geishas affectionately hugging the passing pedestrians, but Fenyao is not interested in these at all. Bypassing after the lively neighborhood, I finally found an unremarkable medical clinic. After opening the door, I smelled a nose-filled medicine. An old man over 100 years old was reading a book with reading glasses. When he heard the doorbell, he put down the newspaper and saw that he was a teenager in a somewhat simple dress, and he stood up again. "The newspaper?" asked casually. "What's wrong? Have you prescribed medicine before?" This kind of medical clinics are basically ordinary doctors, and they usually help people in towns to take a look at a small cold or something. "Hello Grandpa, I got a stab wound. I want some clean gauze and painkillers." "Stab wound? Are you a ninja or a samurai? Seems you are only 12 or 13 years old." Hearing that he had been injured by a knife, the old man finally put down the newspaper and looked at Fenyao. "Neither, I accidentally injured it. I was afraid of being scolded by my family, so I found a medical clinic to deal with it. Sit here and let me see." Fenyao sat on the chair. The old man untied his clothes and looked at the wound on his arm. Although the wound was not long, it was deep. He faintly saw the bones. The old man frowned and took out the suture and anesthetic from the cabinet behind. "And clean gauze. Then help Fenyao untie the clothes. Fortunately for you, old man, I will do the fine work of stitching up the wound. I will give you anesthetic first." Ding! Congratulations to host for triggering the task. To avoid Umbu chase, Konoha dispatched 3 Umbu members to chase host. Host needs to be pursued by 3 Umbus for 1 day to complete the task. Reward: send host directly to the wet bone forest and give a chance to draw a lottery. Slogan: Young, you have successfully attracted the attention of 3rd Hokage. Slip out of Umbu's eyelids and hit him in the face. Hold on for a day? You really look down on me. Umbu's pursuit speed may not take 2 hours to get there. You let me spend a day with the 3 Konoha elite ninjas? How do you spend it? And other mahjong. Please calm down the host. The tasks are based on the host's current needs to improve its strength and the situation it is facing. The host is in urgent need to go to the wet bone forest to learn. This task is tailor-made, but Konoha's Umbu is comparable to the Mizuki you have encountered. It's difficult to deal with. Please be careful with host. As long as you are caught, it will be considered as a mission failure and will be directly obliterated. The system's voice is still not mixed with a trace of emotion. Fenyao angrily went back. I'm dead even if I am caught. Is there a difference? Yes, this system is also a person who wants a face. If you are not good enough, then I must clean up the door. After knowing this news, Fanyao stopped the old man who was preparing to take anesthetics. According to Umbu's detection ability, he should be tracked down soon. If he was given anesthetics, it might affect his ability to move. The old man looked suspicious. With oneself. Grandpa, you don't need to give me anesthetics. I'm allergic to anesthetics, just get started. You actually have this physique, then there is nothing you can do, just bear it yourself. After that, he just started to do it. Fanyao snorted as soon as he stitched a stitch. It hurts more than he thought. His face twitched. The old man glanced at him and handed him a wooden stick. This was for him to bite. Live, to prevent biting your tongue during the operation. Fanyao quickly took it and opened his mouth to bite. The wooden stick creaked when bitten, as if it would be bitten if it couldn't hold it at any time. The old man's stitching technique was not bad, his movements were very fast, and the whole process was completed in less than half an hour. Fanyao spit out the wood, which has 2 rows of deep tooth marks. His head and back were all soaked with sweat, and he had 12 stitches stitched on him. He almost passed out in pain. He let out a long sigh of relief, retracted his arm, and planned to leave here. The old man stopped him suddenly. I haven't given money yet, a total of 1,020 taels. What? Why is it so expensive? 1,000 taels is for the operation fee, 20 taels is because you bit my stick. I have to buy another one. In fact, let alone 1,000 taels, Fanyao didn't even have a fraction of him, and he had already finished it in Konoha, otherwise he wouldn't be able to beat Mizuki. Ahem, uncle, can you pay for it on credit? What are you talking about? You don't have the money to see any medical problems, don't want to leave, let your parents pay. When the old man heard that he had no money, he blew his beard and stared. People are about to be detained, Fanyao is anxious to become wise. Hey! Grandpa, you don't know, my mother has lung cancer, and my father is drinking and beating people all day long. In order to treat my mother, I can only work and earn money. This month's money has been sent home for my mother's treatment. I really can't take it out. Grandpa, do you think this is okay? I will write you an IOU. The monthly interest is calculated at 10%. You will give me a period of grace. I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. A burst of acting skills, the pain of life in his eyes and the 2 tears forced out of the corners of his eyes made the old man's attitude a lot relaxed. Actually, this is not Fanyao's nonsense, but the parents mentioned here are on the earth. Parents. Boy, I think you are quite polite to the old man, I believe you once and come over and write the IOU. Okay. Fanyao just kept up with the old man, there was no such thing as a bit of grief just now. Fanyao, who had finished writing the IOU, walked out of the medical hall and headed north. After walking for a few hundred meters, he suddenly thought of something, so he buried something in a small alley and went back the same way. At the same time, by the stream outside the town, 3 ninjas with animal masks on their heads found the kunao and backpack hidden by Fanyao. These people are Konoha's assassination special forces, Umbu ninjas. He should have simply treated the wound here. It took no more than an hour to bury the thing. At this moment, the 8 achievements are in the city. Sneak in quietly. It's not convenient to do it during the day. First find his location and talk about it. He has injuries. He will definitely find a doctor in the city, first from all the medical clinics, and leave 1 person outside the city to prevent him from running out. The 3 Umbu personnel analyzed Fanyao's current situation and next action plan with 1 sentence and 1 sentence, and then dispersed into the city. Only 1 hour passed at this time. Not long after, an EPUB member found the pharmacy where Fenyao treated the wound. The old man still sat in a chair and read. Has anyone been here just now, probably in their teens, injured? The old man looked up and looked like the EPUB member on the opposite side. Although he was wearing a mask and couldn't see his face clearly, the old man was also knowledgeable and knew that this was Konoha EPUB's ninja. Immediately asked solemnly. What do you want him for? That is, I have been here, I can't tell you anything, I hope you can tell me where he went. Although the EPUB ninja was polite, his tone was already mixed with threats. The old man raised his head and stared at him, his muddy eyes and the mask met each other. After a few minutes, he still retracted his gaze. Go north. No way, the old man is just an ordinary doctor. Although he doesn't know what happened, he didn't tell Fenyao to leave the position in the first time. The two are just a one-sided acquaintance, and Fenyao has not settled the medical expenses. Thank you. After speaking, the EPUB staff turned around and left, and at the same time notified another companion to increase the search of the north side, but the two had searched all the shops in the north side, and they didn't even see a personal image. Damn it, did that old man lie to me? The EPUB staff who inquired about the news scolded. Not necessarily, maybe this kid is in a better hiding place. Didn't we bring his belongings in Konoha? Take them out, and I will summon the ninja to try. After speaking, he bit his finger, Jain patted the ground, and as a white mist exploded, a brown ninja appeared. The other person took out a piece of clothing. The ninja dog sniffed the clothes Fenyao had worn before, and screamed twice and then shuttled through the street. Two EPUB personnel secretly followed behind. After a cup of tea came to a small alley, the ninja dog pulled out a bloody clothing in a corner, which was exactly the clothing Fenyao used to wrap his left arm buried here. The two EPUBs couldn't help holding their foreheads, and both had a headache. It seems that Fenyao did walk northward at first, but he should not be there now, and he left his clothes as a blindfold. Indeed, when Fenyao came out, it was like walking north, but he suddenly thought that if someone found this medical clinic, the direction of his escape would be exposed, so he walked halfway and spared it. He once also learned ninja tracking. Knowing that the ninja dog is one of the longest methods used in tracking. So I buried a piece of clothing nearby. Confusing. At this time, 6 hours have passed. As long as he doesn't leave the city, he must be somewhere. You and I will go out and search separately, and take the Jonin dog to search in one area. I don't believe he can grow wings. So I found a bundle of white cloth strips in the noodle restaurant in the east, a left socks in the bathhouse in the west, and a right socks in the alley in the north. In the northwest. FK, this BD, we've been looking for Shinobu for a long time, except for socks and cloth strips. Is this guy naked? The other person was also a little tired. They had searched most places, and the ninja dogs were tired, but they still found nothing. Sato, do you think he is out of town? Impossible, there is Tanaka guarding outside. He is an investigative ninja. This guy will never slip away under Tanaka's nose. It's almost night, take a break and then look for it. Now 14 hours have passed, and there are still 10 hours left in a day. So where is Fenyao? He is actually in the north. He first put a lot of his personal clothes in the southeast and northwest, and then Kaido went to the north to find a toilet and hid it in, because the ninja dog's nose is very smart and needs cover it with a stronger taste. The toilet is the best choice. In order to be more secure, he even made some. On myself. System, how long will it take until 24 hours, I will be smoked to death. Host can just stick to it for 8 hours. Damn it, the shame of the dung pit today, I will return it 100-fold in the future. While talking, his stomach groaned. He hadn't eaten for almost a day. He had prepared a little dry food, but it was all on the side of the creek. I can't go out and get it now, I can only stay here hungry. Host, to be honest, it's actually here, it's okay, if you don't mind. F came me aside. He didn't expect that the system was still skinned. Anyway, only 8 hours passed, he could directly teleport away, and he was truly out of danger. The two Umbu ninjas on the other side finally found out. I think we might have relied too much on Shinobi before. What do you mean, Tuanjiu? I was thinking when I was taking a break, what would I do if I knew that the other party would send a ninja dog? You mean, he covered up his taste and put some clothes outside to confuse us? Yes, if this is the case, it can explain why Shinobu hasn't been able to find him. What do you think is the strongest smell in the city, and it is easy to cover up the smell? You mean he is in the toilet? Yes, this guy is more cunning than we thought, but his cleverness ends here. We searched separately. At this moment, 22 hours have passed since time. After more than an hour, one of the Umbu ninja Tuanjiu finally approached the toilet where Fenyao was located. He was just about to walk in and search. A stick appeared at the door trying to attack him. Tuanjiu immediately drew a knife to block the retreat, and took out his left hand. Putko now. Fenyao finally found you, come back with us to see third generation, otherwise I will execute you on the spot. Fenyao walked out in the moonlight, his clothes had been dead and ragged, and his right hand held the faucet tube removed from the toilet as a weapon. If I go back, I will die. It's better to be executed on the spot. How about we make a deal? I will tell you the ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seal. How about you let me go? Humph, you underestimate the wool we carry, kid, you who threaten the village are the ones that must be cleaned up. Fenyao directly took out the Book of Seal as bait to delay time, but unfortunately these ninjas were sincere in Konoha and Hokage's own tactics and did not succeed. Oh, I was delusional. Anyway, I was once a member of the village. We are a fair fight. I am injured. You and I each retreat 10 steps to attack. What do you think? What tricks do you want? I won't retreat, just listen to me and catch it. Although I don't know what Fenyao wants to do, Tuanjiu, as an Umbu elite, will not easily fall for it. That's a pity. You still don't do it? Fenyao suddenly yelled, and Tuanjiu's body shook. The intelligence also stated that Fenyao might be a spy in another village, so it might be the enemy's reinforcements that he turned around and looked around. Result. Of course there is nothing. Fenyao took advantage of this short gap and turned his head and ran away. Tuanjiu immediately noticed that he had been cheated and immediately threw it out of Kiwu, and Fenyao escaped in embarrassment. Huh, what a cunning fellow. Fenyao screamed inside his body while running. Wild dog system, I'm about to hang up, how long will it take? 15 minutes. The system is still not eager or slow to answer. Fenyao has no time to scold him now. His life is within 15 minutes. He ran all the way, and he was about to reach the north gate of the town. Fenyao suddenly shouted. Help, kill people, other countries have sent ninjas to sneak into the land of fire, come on. What? What's going on? The guard soldiers in the town panicked as soon as they heard it, and looked around, and found a young man with disheveled clothes and a faint smell rushing towards them. I did follow this ninja behind, but it was a bit unclear at night. Fenyao rushed over and hugged a soldier's thigh, wiping his nose and tears. It looked like a miserable one. The soldier was a bit disgusted. Fenyao soiled his pants and asked after struggling hard. Under what circumstances, who is going to kill you? Who is chasing you? He is a ninja in the land of wind, and he is lurking in the land of fire to steal the Book of the Seal. He pretended to be Konoha Umbu and was discovered by me trying to kill me. My companion is dead. Fenyao didn't blush even when he lied. A series of smooth words made the soldiers believe by 5 or 6 points. First, he guarded Fenyao behind him. After a long time, Tuan stopped when he saw the defender guarding Fenyao. I am an Umbu member of Konoha Shinobi Village. I am performing a secret mission. I immediately get out of the way. What proof do you have? These words stunned Tuanju. Isn't his clothes and mask proof? Fenyao at the back took advantage of Tuanju being stopped and continued to run outside the city. Tuanju was in a hurry. Directly rushed towards the defenders of the city. These soldiers looked at Tuanju directly and really thought that the opponent was a ninja from another country, so they took action to block it, but how could it be Tuanju's opponent to the Umbu elite? NS. At this moment, Fenyao had already run out of the city, and looked back at the opponent, confirming that the opponent could not catch up with him for a while, showing the smile of a winner. Haha, the system has a few minutes left. Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball. As soon as I finished the question, before I heard the answer, I felt a few strong winds coming from the side. This is a ninjutsu that uses chakra to condense into an earth dragon and attack by spitting out earth bullets. The one that hit him was obviously mud, but Fenyao felt like he was hit by an iron ball and was knocked out directly. He rolled several laps before he stopped. The one who used ninjutsu to attack him was the one who had been ordered to lurking outside the city. The last Umbu ninja. You are very capable, but now go to death. Speaking, he pulled out the shinobi sword behind him and slashed towards Fenyao. Fenyao shouted in his heart. Dead system, time is up. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, avoid Umbu for a day, get a reward, directly teleport to the wet bone forest, whether to use it now. Of course. Hurry up. Fenyao appeared under the body like a summoning technique. The moment the knife was about to fall on the head, it disappeared into the white smoke with a bang, and the knife hit the ground. The Umbu ninja's eyes widened. He didn't see the opposite Jain just now, but he slipped away under his nose. What's the matter, did you kill him, Tanaka? What about the corpse? No, he suddenly disappeared just now, I don't know what happened, it seems that I was rescued. Is it saved? Huh, it was a spy sent by other countries to Konoha, but it was a pity that he could not be killed. Let's go back and beg the Lord Hokage. Tuanju was very dissatisfied when he heard it. It was a shame that 3 of his own Umbu members chased a kid who was not even genin. After the round with another Umbu member, the 3 rushed back to Konoha, but what the 3 did not know was that they would regret not being able to kill Fenyao today. Konoha Shinobi Village. Why? Grandpa 3rd generation, why Fenyao is missing? You are not worried at all. So is teacher Irika, why treat Fenyao like this? Naruto, this matter is very complicated. Fenyao can say that he left by himself. It is better for you to forget him. Naruto clenched his fists. He had already put on his forehead protector, a symbol of Konoha Shinobi, but he was totally unhappy, because he was going to find Fenyao when he was told that Fenyao was missing, and everyone seemed to be deliberate. The choice of forgetting Fenyao, as if this person had never existed before, made Naruto unacceptable. He was about to continue speaking. Master Hokage, we are back. Naruto, you should leave first and go to the placement after the graduation exam. Don't think about Fenyao, he won't be coming back. Naruto slammed the door angrily, and it was the 3 Umbu ninjas who were responsible for hunting down Fenyao. Sorry, Master Hokage, the mission failed. Fenyao was rescued. I don't know which ninja from which country made the shot, but I can confirm the identity of Fenyao's spies. I think Fenyao's parents are also very suspicious. Oh? I didn't expect that even you guys could not kill him, nothing else. Fenyao's parents should be just ordinary people being used. Collect his information and record it in the Umbu member's handbook. Then it may be this man appeared as a ninja of the enemy country. Yes. Chapter 5, Wet Bone Forest. On the mountain on the border of Tianziguo, a person suddenly fell from the sky, hitting 2 or 3 branches before falling to the ground. Although it was buffered, it can be seen that the injury was still serious. This mountain has always been called the Mountain of Evil by nearby people. Some people say that the forest inside is made of bones. Some people say that the mountain will move. There are different opinions. Many people have never come out after entering it. No one dared to come. Hi, system, are you here? That's right, it was Fenyao who had just fallen from the dead. I don't know if the system pitied him. He was on the ground when it was teleported, but the landing point after teleportation was actually on the tree, after so long escape, plus no food. Fenyao was already at the end of the crossbow. He couldn't even grasp the trunk and fell off and hit a few thick branches. It was estimated that his ribs were broken. Host, you have arrived in the wet bone forest now. But at this moment Fenyao had no strength. After learning that he was safe, his head became more and more blurred, and finally he fell into a faint and passed out. After about 2 or 3 hours, a Katsuya with blue stripes on his body got out of the ground. It slowly crawled to Fenyao's side and looked at it carefully. How did this human get in? It looks like a lot of injuries, but don't die with me, someone will come in again then. Saying that, it moved its body and climbed onto Fenyao's body, then a gentle energy appeared from Katsuya's body when he was young and injected into the opponent's body. Fenyao's physical exhaustion and injuries are quickly recovering. Fenyao had a dream, a long dream. After he became the strongest in the ninja world, he found the earth and returned to Daxia to live a happy life with his parents. Wow! Am I fainting? Fenyao wakes up from his dream, and there are tears in the corner of his eyes. He looked around and was surprised to find that his injuries and fatigue were gone, but it brought huge side effects. That's right. He is hungry. I was too nervous when I was on the run before, and I didn't have time to take care of it. Now I slept for a while, and after healed from the injury, my stomach is like thunder, reminding myself that it's time to eat. Yes, host has fainted for 8 hours. There is an injury that Katsuya has healed for you. Fenyao looked around after listening. There was no Katsuya, but he couldn't manage that much now, so he had to fill his stomach first. He got up from the ground and walked into the depths of the woods. On the way, he saw something edible, no matter whether it was clean or not, he stuffed it directly into his mouth. Vegetable leaves, lettuce, lily. This human being really saved him and robbed me of food. At this moment, Fenyao doesn't know that he has been quietly criticized by the Katsuya fairy. He is still eating, and at the same time looking for the footsteps of the Katsuya fairy. System, if my task is completed, there is still another chance to draw a lottery. What can I win? Fenyao asked in his heart while chewing the food in his mouth. To tell the truth, the system limits the setting of ninjutsu, and he shouldn't extract ninjutsu for himself. The comparison system can directly make oneself the master. The lottery system allows the host to obtain abilities or props from other worlds. It may be a super killer, or it may be a toothbrush. The system's unsentimental words continued to be conveyed to Fenyao, choking everything in his angry mouth. The lottery has always been a non-chief himself. Playing games in Daxia has always been a guarantee. In the Hokage lottery draw, the system draws fairy skills, but the result is completely unusable. The system draws tasks, which are all kinds of weird, leapfrog challenges. Fenyao has been drawn scared. I don't even feel like I need to smoke, you give me a toothbrush 80% of the time. Fenyao said angrily. Okay, then give host a toothbrush. Don't, I'm kidding, smoke, you must smoke. Fenyao's face is changing faster than turning a book. Although he doesn't know what to smoke, people always have dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference with salted fish? Okay, start to draw rewards from 10,000 realms for host. Fenyao swallowed nervously, and within 2 minutes he heard the voice of the system coming from again. Congratulations to host for getting Marine 6 styles, whether to learn. Marine 6 styles. This arithmetic, can I use it after learning it? Fenyao is now scared after seeing the urinary S*X of the system's cheating father. Gun, Tempest Kick, Shaving, Paper Arts, Moonwalk, Iron Body are collectively referred to as 6 types in one piece. They are also a physical skill that surpasses the limit of human physical fitness. Please don't worry host, this system is limited to ninjutsu and physique in the Hokage world. The physique in the lottery draw is not in this world, so you can use it. Fenyao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard these words and waved his hand. Study, why not learn? A lot of knowledge poured into his mind, and he had a headache, but after a short time, Fenyao found that he had learned Marine 6 styles and could use it freely. Cheating system, give this to me earlier, am I being beaten so badly? If host can't even deal with the previous situation, then host can only be a mediocre person. Even if a mediocre person is assisted by the system, it is impossible for a mediocre person to become a child of destiny beyond this world. Fenyao was silent after hearing this. Indeed, his own strength is not even a fart in front of the protagonists who can be called open in the later stage. If you don't grow up as soon as possible, you can only look at their backs. Moonwalk. Fenyao bursts out his feet instantly and moves at high speed. This is a physical technique that can increase the speed of movement and change the trajectory when falling in the air. With the help of it, Fenyao is looking for the location of the wet bone forest on the mountain. After running for about half an hour, Fenyao found a bamboo forest halfway up the mountain. No, it should be said to be a bone forest. Except for a few scattered bamboos, there are huge bones standing on the ground. There are many bones of animals. A huge bone monument says wet bone forest. The bones here are all pure white and it can be said to be very clean, but Fenyao still shuddered when he saw it. He walked in, but there was no Katsuyu in the wet bone forest. He asked curiously. System, didn't you see where Katsuyu who was treating me went? Made into the underground, goose he doesn't know. After silently complaining about the irresponsible system, Fenyao could only figure out a solution by himself. Katsuyu-senpai, I am Fenyao, a ninja from Konoha. I know that you saved me. If you can come out and see me, let me personally thank you for your life-saving grace. The voice echoed in the forest, but no one answered. Fenyao could only sit on the spot and wait while continuing to study Marine 6 styles. After a long time. Since you are all right, leave quickly. This is not where you should be, so don't talk nonsense when you go out. A voice came from all directions. The voice sounded very gentle, but it was an order to dismiss guests. F***ck, didn't the system say that I have a chance? People are going to drive people out. Are you reliable in the end? Host is calm, and you have to rely on yourself to fight for the opportunity. This medicine is for you, and you can fight for it on your own. Suddenly there was something heavy in Fenyao's arms, so he took it out and took a look at the great classic of Oriental medicine. This makes Fenyao's face stunned. What's the meaning? Katsuyu immortals are good at medical ninjutsu and recovery. This medicinal book is the crystallization of Daxia for thousands of years. It has an unimaginable temptation for people who understand medical treatment. After hearing this, Fenyao understood that the Katsuyu fairy had never appeared in Hokage at all, and there was very little knowledge about it, but Katsuyu's ability among the 3 summoning beasts was indeed based on medical treatment. Master Katsuyu, I know that you have always been Grand Master Medical Technique. I have a medical book here. It is the result of thousands of years in a powerful country. I would like to ask you to make a deal. After saying this, the ground in front of him squirmed suddenly, and finally an adult-sized Katsuyu appeared. Medical books that have been passed down for thousands of years? I remember that there are no countries in the world that have been passed down for thousands of years. Seeing that the person had come out, Fenyao smiled slightly. He showed hope when he came out, and he passed the book. Katsuya-sama knows it at a glance. Katsuya took the book with his sticky body, and looked at a few pages tentatively. After that, the more he looked at it, the more excited he became, and the more excited he read it. Hey! Can this be done without relying on medical ninjutsu? It can still be like this. Is this herb available in this world? Seeing that the Katsuya fairy seems to have been fascinated by the great classic of Oriental medicine, Fenyao coughed slightly, and then snatched it back from Katsuya without delay. It was quite a struggle. Showing me. Master Katsuya, this book was originally intended for you, but I have a small request. I hope I can learn the magic of the wet bone forest and become an immortal. Fenyao dangled the book in front of Katsuya and made his request unkindly. Katsuya was stunned when he heard it. Fenyao frowns. Why, can't it? Then this book can only. Hearing that Fenyao is petrified here, yes, he did improve his chakra with the help of the system, but it is true that chakra still does not even have half the amount of Naruto, and now he can't withstand the impact of natural energy, and he is in a dilemma. When? Congratulations to the host for triggering the limited time reward task. Give the host a reward in advance, 3 times the chakra. The task requirement, learn Sage Mode within a week. Slogan, as a person who can fight against the protagonist, how can I be underestimated by a Katsuya? Let's startle the fairy. There is such a good thing, are you still the system I know? Shouldn't it be replaced? If the host is questioned, it is equivalent to questioning the system. Please complete the task as soon as possible. After talking about the surge of chakra in Fenyao's body, in a blink of an eye he has reached the minimum requirement for practicing Sage Mode. Katsuya on the opposite side was surprised and curious as to why the other party's chakra surged suddenly. Facing doubtful eyes. Ahem, in fact, I just hid my strength, and now it is my real chakra amount. I think it should meet the requirements of practicing Sage Mode. It is true, but I have to remind you that it is very dangerous to practice Sage Mode. Do you really want to do this? Well, I'm sure, I'll trouble you, Lord Katsuya. He said that he passed the book first. Katsuya saw Fenyao being so sensible and took it directly, leading Fenyao into the wet bone forest, and said as he walked. Since you want to learn to practice Sage Mode, do you know what fairy magic is? Fenyao listened to Katsuya asking himself questions. Fenyao's fluent Q&A. The so-called Zyanja is to absorb natural energy and create Zyanja chakra according to a certain proportion, which can greatly improve one's ninjutsu, physique, and illusion, right? Yes, the best way for newbies to feel the natural energy of my wet bone forest is to keep absolutely quiet in a certain environment, stop their own activities and reconcile with nature. I will take you to my wet bone forest. Holy land, it's the place with the most natural energy. I followed Katsuya for about half a cup of tea, and finally came to a circular building made of various bones, airtight and a little cautious from the outside. Here are some of the bones of the once powerful summoning beasts that I defeated and built this bone house. Inside, all interference from foreign objects can be eliminated. No light and sound can be transmitted in, so you can feel the natural energy. Thank you, Lord Katsuya, can I try it now? Fenyao can't wait now. On the one hand, he really wants Master Sage Mode, on the other hand, he doesn't have much time. After getting permission from Katsuya, Fenyao entered the room. After entering inside and closing the door, Fenyao's first feeling was silence, absolute silence. In this confined space where you can't see your fingers, you can clearly feel the flow of blood, the beating of the heart, and the sound of exhalation in the dark. Will be infinitely magnified. Fenyao first crawled and sat down. At this moment, his hands were sweating faintly. In this completely silent room, It was a great psychological torture. He tried to feel it. But within a few minutes he was disturbed by the sound of his own strong heartbeat and breathing. He even wanted to take his heart out and twist his throat so that they would not make any noise. Just when Feng Yao was about to collapse, the door opened. The light shone in. Wait. At this time, Feng Yao's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the whole person was as if he had just been fished out of the water. "Oh, you come out first, this kind of thing can't be done overnight." Katsuya helped Feng Yao out. To tell you the truth, even if Feng Yao's temperament is very good, his mental quality and ability are absolutely top-notch. It can be seen from his ability to calmly deal with the battle before, but in this room, it collapses in a short period of time, which is even worse for ordinary people or those with a bad mood. In addition to the clever setting of the house itself, it actually adds techniques that make people worry and uneasy. Only in this situation can we maintain peace of mind and stabilize the spirit in order to feel the natural energy in the wet bone forest. This is the practice method of sage mode in the wet bone forest. Feng Yao was helped outside to sit down and asked the Katsuya fairy next to him. "Katsuya-sama, how long have I been there just now?" When he was in the house, Feng Yao couldn't even tell directly and couldn't feel the flow of any time, so he didn't know how long he stayed. "About 10 minutes, this is already very good or even surpassed my expectations. It seems that you are more talented than I thought." "Only 10 minutes? How do I feel that after a century? How long do I need to persist in it to feel the natural energy?" "According to my estimate, you have to stay in the house while staying awake. Stay for 1 day." Hearing the news, Feng Yao stood up and rushed into the room without looking back. "What's the joke? 1 day, I have a total of 1 week, and now I only insist on 10 minutes. I'm afraid that my life is gone if I don't work hard." Katsuya watched Feng Yao's figure rush into the house, and after 10 minutes he entered and pulled Feng Yao out. How, isn't it, it's been a long time." Feng Yao is still embarrassed just now. About 10 seconds longer. So Feng Yao rested for a few minutes and went in again. "Just like this one and one time and one time. Come on, it can last for 20 minutes. Katsuya said to Feng Yao, whose eyes were bloodshot, while biting the vegetable leaf. "You are almost an hour now. Have you practiced sage mode before?" Katsuya had mucus in his mouth and asked Feng Yao, who was resting on the ground. "Are you summoning transformed into a beast?" "It took only 2 days to stay in the bone house for 3 hours. Katsuya dragged Feng Yao out and complained. This has greatly exceeded Katsuya's expectations. It is already evening, and Feng Yao's spirit is very exhausted at this moment. He has been practicing for a long time in the past 2 days. He only slept for 1 hour at night, and even the dark circles under his eyes were suppressed. Why do you work so hard? If you don't cultivate well and won't die, you will really die if you cultivate like this." Katsuya handed over a handful of vegetable leaves, and Feng Yao silently responded that if he didn't practice well, he would really die. It is impossible to complete it within a week according to its own schedule. Damn, the system, I knew you weren't well-intentioned, and I thought about hurting Laozi all the time, so I just said you were so good. Suddenly promote me chakra, I don't care, give me more time. Host seems to be talking in sleep anymore. The tasks of this system are always the same. If host can't complete it, I can only do things according to the rules. I know. Don't you just obliterate it? You can't get something fresh. So Feng Yao could only ask for help from the Katsuya fairy. Master Katsuya, I don't have much time. Ask if there are any shortcuts that can let me go or speed up my practice. Katsuya frowned when he heard it. To tell the truth, he just wanted to let Feng Yao give it a try and let the other person get away from it. But seeing that Feng Yao is so talented and working so hard, it really wants to put the wet bones in the forest. The technique was passed to him. Don't want the other party to take shortcuts, because the danger is great. You should take your time. If you take a shortcut, your danger is more than 10 times greater than it is now. With your talent, you may be able to master Sage Mode in less than a month, so why rush for a while? Katsuya tried to persuade him. Fenyao couldn't smile. He knew that the other party was for his own good, but he really had troubles. Katsuya-sama, please, I must speed up my practice. I don't know how to describe it to you, anyway, this is a life-threatening one. Is it so serious? Then you can wait a moment. Katsuya pondered for a while as if he had made a decision. Suddenly the whole wet bone forest was shaking violently, and countless gravel and soil fell. A Katsuya that seemed to be magnified countless times climbed out of the mountain. To be more precise, the entire mountain is built on this Katsuya, and this super large Katsuya is the body of the Katsuya fairy. Others include being summoned by Tsunade and little Sakura, only part of the clone of the Katsuya fairy. Fenyao really feels the power of the fairy, and the natural energy between gestures can actually drag the mountain up. Fen Yao, come here, come to my head. The fairy Katsuya spoke again. The immortal Katsuya made people feel irresistible. Fenyao ran forward obediently. The Katsuya fairy suddenly spit out a mouthful of mucus on the ground, but it didn't look corrosive. This is the mucus in my body. It is different from ordinary mucus. They are all part of my body that is responsible for absorbing and condensing the natural ability. After you apply it on your body, you can feel and gather natural energy to try to control it. Mucus. Really? Thank you, Lord Katsuya. To be honest, Fenyao still has a bit of resistance to the slime, but for the task, in order to open Sage Mode, fight it. After Fenyao collected the mucus, he rushed back to the bone house, but this time Katsuya sent a clone to follow up. In order to prevent Fenyao from being assimilated by natural energy, it will absorb natural energy when necessary. After applying the mucus for the first time, Fenyao felt that there was indeed a strong external energy around his body, and he was guided to integrate it into his body. Fenyao urged his mental energy and physical energy to cooperate with him to fuse this energy. The natural energy from the outside world was squeezed out as soon as the wave came down, and the whole body was flooded with a lot of natural energy. The eyes became smaller, and 2 balls of flesh appeared on the head. The body seemed to shrink a little. Katsuya on the side jumped onto his body and wriggled to absorb the natural energy in Fenyao's body. Fenyao gradually returned to normal again, touched the skin that was sucked by the Katsuya fairy, and suddenly thought of something. Katsuya-sama, I will absorb the natural energy first, and then you should not absorb part of it. Let me try to fuse the rest of the natural energy. Well, this method is also feasible for you, give it a try. One person, one Katsuya stayed in this dark room for 3 days and 3 nights. Apart from occasionally coming out to rest and eat, he didn't even rest. I feel that I am about to succeed, and the previous integration of natural energy is almost a little bit. Well, I didn't expect you to be a master in such a short time. It would be great if the adult who contracted with me could be as talented as you. Oh, what's wrong with her? She entered the bone house for the first time, and she ran away after a minute of emotional excitement. She smashed my bone house and ran out. The 8 achievements of Katsuya Fairy, said Tsunade. Although Tsunade is a medical ninja, she is a strong woman who is undecided in character and has a hot temper. It is undoubtedly a huge torture for her to stay in this quiet environment. It's no wonder that she didn't practice Sage Mode in the wet bone forest. On the 6th day of entering the bone house, a vaguely powerful breath came from the bone house. With a bang, the door exploded, and a figure smashed the huge bones that stood far away with a fist. A boy with snow-white hair, light blue eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, and sakura red eyes was standing on a boulder. It is Fenyao who enters Sage Mode. His Sage Mode changed the appearance more greatly, the eyes, eyeshadow and even the hair became white. After entering Sage mode, Fenyao only felt that there was nowhere to vent his strength, and then he ran out to release it. Fenyao was very satisfied with the blow in front of him. "Ah, what did you guy do? Won't you open the door properly, my bone house?" Fenyao collapsed instantly when he heard the mighty momentum just now. Ahem. "Don't be angry, Lord Katsuyu, don't be angry, I'll fix it for you, isn't this just too exciting?" Fairy Katsuyu's face improved a lot after hearing the apology, but he was not really angry. He was very happy to see Fenyao mastering the Sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest. Fenyao sits on the ground and feels his abilities in Sage mode patiently. In this state, he is extremely mentally strong. It can be said that complicated things or extreme situations will not make him feel anxious. At the same time, the natural energy in the fairy state improves his physical activity, as well as agility and defense, and can also use natural energy to increase his perception range. Now he can perceive the Katsuyu fairy body under his feet, but he could not do it before. The most important thing is the process of condensing natural energy. The Sage mode of Mount Myaboku will stand still for a period of time to condense the natural energy, while the Sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest takes longer to condense. According to Katsuyu Fairy, you will become proficient in the future. It will shorten this time. However, the victory lasts for a long time. The Sage mode of Mount Myaboku can last about 5 minutes. Naruto relies on the Shadow Clone to condense chakra. The battery life is not bad, but his Sage mode can last at least 20 minutes. At this point, Sage mode's continuous combat capability is far ahead. And I can finally feel the power of the system. When I use chakra, chakra will change its nature according to the celestial arts he wants to use. Now he is the master and uses all the celestial arts that have appeared in Hokage. He opened his hands and opened the Kianju. Sage Art Escape Thunder Pi. This is one of the yin and yang escape techniques in Hokage. With the blessing of the fairy technique chakra, it can exert a more terrifying power. Both hands can release black lightning to attack the enemy. The black lightning smashed the few giant bones around, even the Katsuyu fairy behind could not help but sigh the power of this fairy technique. Fenyao, who has tried one trick, is still not addicted. He still wants to try other magic tricks. Sage Art by G technique. Fenyao's stomach bulged, and an imaginary long dragon was spit out from his mouth. A bead was held in the dragon's claws. The dragon ball emitted a strong light and burst. This technique can deprive others of their 5 senses and damage others' hearing and vision through vibrations. As soon as it was used up, Fenyao found out that he was being used by his own magic tricks. Blind. Fortunately, it was only a slight injury to the cornea. Katsuyu Immortal can help him heal. While disarming Sage mode, he sat down obediently and let Katsuyu Immortal heal while cursing inwardly. Your system is still 9 UN and 9 free shipping. Xianshu is no match for me. This is what the host's own stupidity has to do with this system. This kind of magic requires the caster himself to have certain conditions, and this system just allows you to use all the magic, but it won't help you reduce the side effects. Fenyao was speechless. He was indeed overjoyed just now. When Kabuto used this fairy technique at the time, Kabuto used the snake's cornea to cover up the glare. And there is no snake's cornea. Then you won't remind me soon. I thought host realized it, sorry, but overestimated your IQ. The system's undue beating tone once made Fenyao very angry. But fortunately, he succeeded, and finally had the means and strength to save his life in this ninja world. Chapter 6 2 Tasks. In the next period of time, Fenyao spent a relatively comfortable time in the Wet Bone Grove, spitting out the system every day and continuing to familiarize himself with the use of Sage mode. It's okay to listen to Katsuyu Fairy talk about the various insights of the great classic of Oriental medicine. I also established a certain friendship with the Katsuyu Fairy. Originally, Katsuya wanted to sign a blood contract with Fenyao. But Fenyao tactfully refused. Even if he has a cheating system, even if he has a contract, he can't use summoning at all. Host, I just seem to hear you abuse the system. Ahem, why, I'm praising you. The system was silent for a while, and Fenyao suddenly had an ominous premonition. Congratulations to host for triggering the task, Revenge Konoha, half a year, task requirement, as Konoha rebels, you need to retaliate against Konoha within the specified time, and rewards are based on the degree of damage to Konoha. Slogan, revenge must be reported, go and become the Avenger's boy. Are you crazy, public revenge? No matter how you look at this task, you just thought of it? This slogan is clearly aimed at me. You also attacked Konoha. Do you think I am Pen? I ignore you. Fenyao also stiffened this time, and he was bound to smash to the end with this cheating system. He is also a fairy now, how can a man be depressed for a long time? Congratulations to host for triggering the task again, forming a force. The task requirements, a powerful traverser not only needs personal strength, but also needs his own subordinates. Please gather 3 masters with strength at or above Jonin for your own use. Time for half a year. Quest reward, Zuyan Dan. Slogan, start your own legend in this powerful world, boy. Big brother of the system, I was wrong, can't I? Please host as soon as possible to complete the task, otherwise it will be directly obliterated. The system's voice has returned to the ruthlessness of the past. Fenyao is really dumb and eats coptis. I can't tell the suffering. Now I continue to complain about the system and give myself another task. I want to gather Jonin's powerful ninja by myself. Can I let myself go? Are the major ninja villages digging people? I said the system, I can understand your task, but the reward is too casual. Anyway, I have to win 3 Jonin, and you can give me a broken face pill. Host will be the leader of a party in the future. If it is too ugly, it will be laughed at by others. This Zanyan Dan is a necessity. I think you are insulting me, but I have no evidence. When the two were fighting each other, Katsuya Fairy came over to give him food. He watched Katsuya Fairy suddenly had a bold idea. He walked over and hugged the small Katsuya Fairy in his hand. Master Katsuya, I want to ask you one thing. What's wrong? Are you injured again when you practice immortal art? I won't mention this for the time being. That's how I want to form a force by myself, and I want to invite you to be the first to join. Fenyao said in a serious tone that the Katsuya Fairy definitely surpassed Jonin's existence in strength. He has not only a strong strength but also a wealth of experience after living for thousands of years. Hey, join your power? But wouldn't it be better to sign a blood contract with me directly, so that I can also help you when you need it? This is actually a bit complicated. I can't sign a contract, and I want you to be named after joining my power. Nothing is required. That's right, you are really the strangest ninja I have ever seen. If that's the case, then I agree. Yes, the first Jonin got it? It doesn't seem to be very difficult. But the next 2 Jonin have to think about where to flicker. As for revenge against Konoha, we have to think about it for a long time, because Fenyao doesn't want to do it. Tuju, his parents live in Konoha. System, the damage level of this first mission can be passed. At least 10%. This data is still acceptable. After all, I was chased and killed by the 3 Umbu people for a day, so a little revenge is not too much. Fenyao thought carefully about the time spent in the Hokage world, and suddenly thought that there is a place where he might be able to gather the other 2 ninjas whose strength is in Jonin. But it's still far away from here, so I need to leave as soon as possible. The next day, Fenyao bid farewell to the fairy Katsuya who had lived with him for more than a week. I turned on sage mode and hurried along. It was also very fast with moonwalk, and I passed by Tsunokuni on the way. This is a small country bordering Konoha. Originally, there were no ninjas, but then Orochimaru bribed Tsunokuni daimyo to establish Otonin village here, which became the base of Orochimaru. Originally Fenyao was thinking about whether Orochimaru could be taken as his subordinate, but after careful consideration, it was a good idea. Orochimaru was too dangerous. Now he has not only the 5 people of Otonin, but also the taboo ninjutsu of Master Impure World Reincarnation, and he is a ninja comparable to Kage level. If he runs over and says he wants to be a subordinate, he is afraid. It was made into a specimen by Orochimaru every minute. A few days later, Fenyao came to a small road and hid quietly. This is the only way to the country of Poland. What Fenyao is looking for this time is Kirigakuru's rebellious peach land and never cut it. This person is definitely at the level of Jonin in strength. With the addition of a waterless moon white, Bai can not only make seals with one hand, but also blood inherits the limit. The owner of, once said that even he may not be too white. From the time point of view, I should have arrived early, and at this moment, the Kakashi team and the Zinzuan have not yet met. Fenyao can only stay in the tree to rest for a while. The mission this time is to kill the bridge builder Dazna. I heard that he hired Konoha's ninja to protect him. Huh, what kind of ninja can be hired in that poor country? The 2 ninjas who made the sound respectively wear the forehead protector, which symbolizes the ninjas of Haze Cage village, and the masks on their heads look grim. This should be the first wave of assassination of the 2 Chunin from the Kakashi squad. They are known as Ghost Brothers. They got to the ambush one step ahead of time and are preparing to wait for the rabbits. 2. Can you please do me a favor? Who? When the 2 Haze village ninjas heard that someone was in the vicinity, they hurriedly posed for battle, and one of them threw kunao at the place where the sound was made. But it was obviously ineffective. Fenyao used moonwalk to escape and fell directly in front of the 2. The 2 ghost brothers are good at combined assassinations. Seeing Fenyao close to his body, he was not surprised and rejoiced. They opened the chain ninja on their arms and planned to kill Fenyao directly. Fenyao was not irritable, and spit out 2 words gently in his mouth. Iron body. This is the defensive technique in the 6 forms, in which strength is added to a compact body, which can make your body as hard as steel, and the chains can't help him at all. After turning on the iron body, he directly grabbed the iron chain around his body and pulled it forcefully, and the 2 of them were suddenly unable to stabilize their figures, and just wanted to break free. But how could Fenyao, as they wished, threw the 2 out one by one and hit the big tree next to him. He walked slowly in front of the 2 people. Don't get excited, I just have something to ask you. Water-style haze technique. Seeing that the other party was not something he could deal with, Brother Ghost immediately used the haze technique to retreat. But looking at the thick fog in front of him, Fenyao seemed to be unaffected by the thick fog, and he rushed into the fog and kicked the 2 brothers to the ground one by one. Because Fenyao's perception ability has been greatly improved after practicing Sage Mode in the Wet Bone Forest. Even if Sage Mode is not turned on, the Ghost Brothers can be locked in the fog. He picked up a Misty Ninja with one hand. I want to ask you one thing, and I answered that you can live. You are Konoha's ninja responsible for protecting Dazna. I didn't expect Dazna to hire a ninja of your level, but I won't tell you anything. This Wu Ren struggled while looking at Fenyao with a bitter look. Well, then you go to die. After finishing a note, Tempest Kick cut one of them in half directly. Tempest Kick is also one of the 6-foot skills, but it does not damage the enemy by kicking. Instead, they attack the enemy through a vacuum slash formed by high-speed kicks. This is Fenyao's first murder after several lives and deaths, but he is no longer the weak person who trembles with nothing before. He must be ruthless against such desperados in order to make them feel scared. You, don't kill me, I said what you want to know. The other seemed shocked to see his companion tragically dying, as if he was willing to explain everything. It's okay if you do this earlier. I want to know where Dadai will not be cut. You are his subordinates, right? Yes, he can be there just a few kilometers north from here, walking the middle road, and I can take you there, as long as you don't kill me. Fenyao looked at the north. Is it like Bei? You don't have to take me there, because I don't believe you. After finishing talking, without waiting for the other party's reaction, another tempest kick cut open the other party's chest and sent the brother on the road. Although the person's eyes seemed to be panicked, he looked at his companion's corpse several times while speaking, and there were small movements behind him. You don't keep your credit. The man kept vomiting blood in his mouth, and after a few seconds he breathed. Fenyao walked over and turned his body open. Holding a detonating talisman in the back of his hand, he probably wanted to kill him when Fenyao was distracted, but he didn't expect Fenyao to do it directly after hearing the news. He didn't have time to drive it. How did Host feel like killing someone for the first time? The world of the ninja is really cruel. As long as the enemy is determined to be the enemy, he will fight with the determination to die, but the same is true for me now. It's best for Host to think so. If you are soft-hearted and dare not attack the killer again and again, then you will not be able to complete the next tasks of the system. You are so embarrassed to say that you can't be professional because you are going to return to the task of cheating. After finishing talking, I cleaned up the scene. After taking away all the equipment of the two of them, they dealt with the corpses of the two hastily and went to look for them. At the same time, Kakashi's team was also coming here, but the ghost brothers it has been killed, so Naruto and the others won't meet either. Fenyao came to a wooden house like a spinning top. This is the stronghold for no longer being cut. The news that Ghost Brother told him was actually correct. Dealing with no more cannot be as casual as the Ghost Brother. So Fenyao first turned on Sage mode not far from the house. White hair and blue eyeshadow appeared again. Fenyao in Sage mode is more perceptive than before, and he can even perceive the specific number of people in the house. First, he quietly climbed onto the roof of the house and listened to the conversation inside. Mr. Slash again, the client of this mission seems to have to take precautions. The Carduo heard that he often hires Renin to do things, but after completion he secretly started to deal with Renin. He thinks who I am, but the Uncle Mist Shinobi is dignified. If you dare to play tricks with me, I will break his dog's head directly. The voice is no longer a dialogue with Bai, this time their client is the world's few millionaire Cardo, but it is a pity that they met the Kakashi team. The assassination mission of not beheading still failed. As Renren, they were drifting around. Fenyao wanted to use these two people for his own use. Just as he was about to enter, a chill suddenly appeared from behind, and a long beheading knife with two people fell on the place where he had just been lying on his stomach. Very keen, no wonder the Ghost Brother will be defeated by you. Who are you? How do you know? It seems that I was still put together by those two guys. People who go out to perform human tasks will also consider the situation of being captured. Ghost Brothers have not deceived you, but there is a patience to monitor on the road in the middle. If I didn't know in advance, it would be difficult for me to find you. Seeing that the peach land covered with cloth strips is not cut, Fenyao feels more satisfied with his future subordinate. The room is just a water body used to confuse himself, and he himself uses the silent killing technique to make a blow to himself. But unfortunately he failed. I came here without any malice. My name is Fenyao. I am here to sincerely invite you to join my forces. Ha ha ha, you look like a little devil with no hair, and I want to let Dadai, one of the 7 dignified ghost swords, not be able to do anything for you. Hearing Fenyao's words, he laughed furiously, raised his hand and waved the beheading knife in his hand to slash at Fenyao. However, Fenyao's strength in the fairy state was more than several times higher than before, and he directly caught the beheading knife with one hand. At the same time, using the finger pistol of the 6 types. Using the 6 types in the fairy state can greatly increase their power. This is to gather the whole body power on the index finger, and use the hardened finger electric flint to send a blow, and the power can be relaxed through the human body. Fenyao stabbed the decapitation knife he was holding with his finger, and the blade broke directly. Without cutting it, the decapitation sword, which has done countless great achievements for himself, can't even take the opponent's finger. Shocked by the power of this physical technique, his feet began to retreat as soon as he stepped on it. Water-style Mist Shinobi technique. The Mist Shinobi technique that doesn't cut is obviously much stronger than the Ghost Brothers, and only a moment of thick fog obscures the line of sight. But not to cut it is not to escape but to look for opportunities in the fog, but Fenyao has no time to spend with the other party forever. His sage transformation time is limited. Sage Art Inorganic Rebirth. This is a kind of ninjutsu that can give life to inorganic matter and control it. The stone on the ground suddenly twisted and changed its shape, piercing into the thick fog quickly. A strong smell of blood spread from the fog. Mr. Cut Bai, who was on the side, had a strong killing intent in his eyes at this moment, and he rushed towards Fenyao. The silver needle in his hand was quickly thrown out, and every place was critical. But Fenyao used moonwalk to hide. At this time, Bai seemed to have lost his mind and rushed over to fight Fenyao directly, without even using the blood succession boundary. Of course, the result was directly given for nothing. Fenyao used Iron Body to improve his body's defenses, and hit Bai forcibly, and his backhand directly locked his neck. I didn't kill him, I can't guarantee if you are messing around. The thick fog gradually dispersed, and the hands and left foot that were not cut were deeply pierced by the stone pillars transformed by inorganic reincarnation, making him unable to move, but his eyes were even more full of killing intent. You have already lost and don't cut it anymore. Think carefully about my suggestion just now. Humph. Then you just kill me directly, I won't be driven by you. Oh. Are you sure? As Fenyao used his right hand harder, Bai started to breathe hard. You don't want to use white to threaten me. He is just a tool of mine. He will be worthless when I die. Do you think I will agree to your terms for him? Yes. I'm sorry. Don't cut it again, sir. Hey, your subordinate is so loyal to you, so don't you think about it? He just rushed to me for your sake. Don't want to save your life. You don't think it's too cruel to do this? Fenyao is very clear about the feelings between Bai and Reunion. Although Reunion is cold but not merciless, he has left tears for Bai. In addition to his own mouth that is comparable to Naruto, he thought about it in his heart. It's done. A ninja is a tool in plain terms. I am only interested in his blood, not his person. If you want to kill it, kill it. F***ck, your reaction is not right. Your process should be correct. There is no reaction at all if you don't cut it. How exactly did Naruto do it? Fenyao was crazy in his heart. Host, you're just an ordinary person. You speak nonsense without the protagonist's aura. Fenyao stared at no more / and stood in a stalemate with him for a long time, and finally let go of Bai, and at the same time relieved inorganic reincarnation. Cough, cough, don't cut it again, sir. As soon as Bai released the shackles, he ran to his side to support him without cutting, and staring at Fenyao firmly without cutting. What do you mean? Do you think that if you let me go, I will be your subordinate? Then you are too naive, I will only find a way to kill you. I know, but you can't kill me. How about making a deal like this? According to the current situation, it is temporarily impossible for Fenyao to completely conquer without cutting, so he can only take a step back. What deal? Let's hear it. I know that you are Kirigakuru's betrayal. You assassinated 4th Mizukage because you are dissatisfied with the village's tyranny. I can help you get revenge and bring you back to your country. You have seen my strength. I have the ability to do this thing. Hearing the silence here no longer, he fled the village after failing the assassination and became a traitor, and he had wanted to return there for many years. Putting that country into the bag, the little devil in front of him has a big tone, but his strength is strong, at least he can't beat it. What is your request? It's very simple. Be my subordinate for 1 year. You can enjoy full freedom during this year. As long as you help me when I need it, you don't want to do anything about each other after a year. If you don't fall into silence again, this condition is obviously very loose. For him, a year can be exchanged for a chance to return to Kirigakure. This transaction is still very cost-effective. Okay, I promised you. A word is for sure, don't worry, you will be grateful for the choice you made today in the future. It just didn't care about him anymore, but returned to the house with Bai's support. Fenyao followed in. There were also several assassinated ninjas of Mist Shinobi in the house, all of whom were not beheaded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, forming your own power and rewarding Zuyan Dan if you use it now. Use it, let me see what magical use is, and if the effect is average, I will give you a bad review. This system does not accept any evaluation and criticism, start using it. After speaking, he felt that the bones and muscles on his face seemed to be active, changing positions constantly. Fenyao covered his face unconsciously. The ninjas next to them did not know what was happening, but at the moment Fenyao took his hands away from his face again, everyone's mind was slightly blank, and a sentence appeared in their minds: there is such a beautiful person in the world. Now Fenyao's facial features are like being carved by the world's most sophisticated sculptor. The facial features are finer than the screws of the parts, and there is this totally natural feeling. If the person with this face is a woman, it must be a disaster for the country and the people. Especially the deep blue pupils, made everyone present a kind of cordial feeling when they looked at each other. What's wrong with your face? It's just different. Even if he didn't cut it, he took a few deep breaths. First, he was shocked by the change in the opponent's appearance. But not being cut again is not an ordinary person after all, and he soon recovered. Hey! What's wrong with my face? Has it changed a lot? Fenyao was a little uncomfortable looking at the surprised and obsessed eyes around him, because there were all the big masters here, all looking at him with a look of desire. It was more uncomfortable than letting him fight with a mirror. Let's see for yourself. I thought that everyone around me was pervert who had been hungry for a few years, and I was so excited to see a man's face, but after I got the mirror, I was stunned. This is nothing like the previous self. It is 10,000 times stronger than a plastic surgery hospital. After all, plastic surgery will not have such a natural feeling. Even when I look at this face, I feel a little impulsive. F***ck, the system is too strong for your pill. You didn't find a doctor in a plastic surgery hospital to be the host. It's really a shame. The products produced by the system must be exquisite. After a moment of silence, Fenyao returned the mirror and asked for a mask by the way. He didn't want to be stared at by these men all the time. After putting on the mask, the eyes of the people around him were not as hot as before. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. I am more and more interested in our transactions. Seeing Fenyao's changes just now, he said somberly. He had never seen anyone who could make such a big change in his face in a short time, and it was not an illusion. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more help it will be to attack Kirigakure in the future, but the stronger strength also needs to be guarded. Fenyao gave a light cough. This is just a trivial matter, don't care too much. Without taking a look at the cronies around him, he gave his own orders at the same time. From now on this person will be our new leader. No matter what order he has, you need to complete it without disobeying. Fenyao nodded at the crowd as a greeting. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from outside. And the object in the words is that Tao De will not cut again. If you don't cut, you're useless guy. I paid a lot of money to ask you to do it. Your two bad guys haven't even touched anyone else, so I don't know who has taken care of them. Now they are on the bridge. Now, how can you explain to me? Hearing this, I didn't cut it and looked at the corner. Someone touched his nose with a guilty conscience, and silently responded that those two people went for nothing, so I might as well let myself clean up. If you don't cut it anymore, he swung the beheading knife and warned. Carduo, you don't need to talk nonsense, I will do it myself next time, so you won't bother. Seeing the decapitation knife that was less than half a meter away from him, Kato swallowed nervously. In fact, the knife should have reached Kato's front but was partially interrupted by Fanyao. However, the decapitation knife can absorb the blood of others and use the iron in the blood to regenerate the blade, so don't worry. Then I'll leave it to you, don't make any mistakes. There seems to be some powerful ninjas over there, and I see you. You are injured, there will be no problem, right? Seeing that he didn't cut it again, even though Cardo was a little scared, he still raised his own doubts. He was not worried about not cutting it again, but worried that he would not be able to complete the task if he didn't cut it again. Humph, don't worry, just get ready to collect their corpses. No longer replied to Cardo in a gloomy tone, and then let Bai blast a few people out. After Bai came back, he said worriedly when he saw that the injured would not be cut again. Mr. Cut, your injury is not suitable for the assassination mission now. I don't think there is any need to take action now. The assassin must have full assurance that he will kill with one blow. If he fails with one blow, the opponent will be prepared for the next time, and the current state of not cutting is obviously not the peak state. Don't worry, it's just a few Konoha shinobi, you go white with me. If you don't cut it again, I don't know that Konoha is here this time. Hey, take Kakashi, who is known as a copy ninja, if he knows that he will be more cautious. However, Fanyao didn't intend to tell him that it would be better to let the opponent be hammered half dead without cutting, and then he was trying to save him, so that he could take the opportunity to gain a wave of favorability. I was thinking about it, and suddenly turned his head to look at myself. Boss, I need to complete the employer's task now, what else do you have? Don't worry, I will stay in this annex for a while. I just heard you say that the other party is a Konoha shinobi. You are the pillar of my organization and a subordinate that I am very optimistic about. You must be careful. Although he said that on the surface, Fanyao knew very well in his heart that he would be blasted if he went out this time without cutting. Host, your concern is too hypocritical and disgusting, this system is almost vomiting. Huh. I don't know, this is the way of Yuxia, read more books. But it is clear that Fanyao's way of imperialism needs to be improved, because no matter how much he doesn't cut and buy, he will look at himself with a very disgusting look. Next time. I don't have to say such things, it's disgusting. Mr. Cut again, we seem to have made a wrong choice. After speaking, the two left, leaving Fanyao alone in the wind. Chapter 7 Meeting Naruto again, Immortal Techniques Prestige. The Kakashi squad on the other side soon arrived in the country of Nami due to the absence of the Ghost Brothers' obstruction. Their task this time is to protect the bridge builder Dazna until the bridge is completed, which should have been a level B or higher task. Because Kaduo did not let the built bridge threaten his own wealth. Do not hesitate to hire a powerful rebel like No More Kill to assassinate Dazna. However, because the country of Poland is really impoverished, it is really impossible to spend any money and can only declare the sea level. Fortunately, it was the Kakashi team. If it were an ordinary Chunin team, it would be directly given for nothing. The camera turned to not cut this side, now he has caught up with the Kakashi team, looking at the target in front of him and the Konoha shinobi next to him. He first hid with Bai. As a professional assassin, he will gather enough intelligence before he does it. At this moment, Naruto's eyes suddenly wrinkled, and his right hand picked up Kunao and shook it like the grass next to it. Over there. The people around were taken aback by his sudden blow. Even those who were hiding in the dark thought that they had been exposed, but Naruto was just pretending to be handsome. However, the aura that Naruto was frightened by the accidental hit and collision still leaked a little, and the keen Kakashi sensed that there were indeed people around. He cast a wink at Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke realized that things were not easy, his palm slowly felt like Kunao, and Naruto did not see Kakashi's eyes at all. I was found out, I really deserve Kakashi, I'm offended. Finding that the other party had discovered that it didn't make sense for him to continue to hide, he threw the beheading knife horizontally without cutting, and the target was Dasuna. He was not in his peak state at this time and didn't want to entangle Kakashi more. He was ready to make a quick decision and left directly. Get down. After talking about the first squad to avoid the decapitation knife, Naruto and Dasuna were thrown down by the little Sakura. Sasuke only reacted to Kakashi, and he fell back directly. If you don't cut a blow, you will continue to chase, and at the same time order Bai to join the battlefield. White, look for a chance to kill Dasuna, I will deal with these Konoha shinobi, water style. Mist shinobi technique. Under the action of ninjutsu no longer cut, his vision was soon deprived, and the situation was very bad. Kakashi has already seen from the beheading sword just now that it is Mist Shinobi's rebellious peach not to be cut again this time. But now he has no time to think about why such a ninja would appear on the opponent in a sea-level mission. He can only think of a way while first issuing a combat deployment to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke Naruto little Sakura, don't walk around back to back. This ninja is terrible. Protect Dasuna and be careful of his other companion. Leave the rest to me. After speaking, Kakashi put his right hand on his forehead protector, opened the Sharingan that was hidden by him, and Sangoku kept turning in his eyes. Tisk tisk, Sharingan is really enviable. Naturally, the person who said this sentence has been following Fenyao, who is behind no more / because of his appearance, the confrontation between Kakashi and no / has changed a lot. First of all, it is not the peak state not to be injured. It is even more difficult to win Kakashi. Secondly, Bai joined the battlefield in advance and did not know Naruto. This system also allows the host master to use Sharingan's pupil technique, but it requires the host to capture the corresponding eyes. Fenyao was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but complain that the system was still the same pit. Now the powerful Sharingan in the Hokage world is in the hands of various terrifying people. For example, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, etc. Although he has mastered Sage Mode, he still has no chance of winning against these people. That's not anxious, anyway, half a year hasn't arrived yet, and the ghost knows what your pit system gives me. While talking, the battle between the Kakashi team and no more / has entered a white-hot stage. If I didn't cut it, I was injured. It was even more difficult to fight against Kakashi who started Sharingan, and he was directly defeated by copying ninjutsu. On the other side, Shiro saw that he was not injured anymore, and also used the secret technique of ice escape. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal, and coordinated with Senbon to attack Naruto and Sasuke, but the result was different this time. Sasuke didn't suffer too much injury and easily avoided, while Naruto was hit directly in place due to the leveling without the Ghost Brothers. Feeling the threat of life, Nine Tails inside his body ran away. Although it was only a tailless tail beast state, it was not something that Bai could resist, and Bai's secret technique was broken in an instant. At this moment, Sasuke felt the devastating breath of Naruto's Nine Tails. In addition to shock, there was jealousy and longing. He needs strength, and the tail of the crane that he usually underestimates can actually have such a powerful force in his body. Naruto was emotionally unstable because of Nine Tails. He wanted to kill the person in front of him who was hurting himself. He slumped down and rushed towards him like an animal. He was about to hit the result for nothing. Kakashi watched Naruto's rampage. When he was about to stop him, a white hand held Naruto's wrist. He was a teenager wearing a mask. He chuckled, "These two are my companions. Please stop for now." Naruto didn't talk nonsense, snorted angrily, and expressed his attitude with actions. He held Fenyao's left arm with his other free hand and stepped on the ground with his feet as hard as he could. "I want to throw the opponent out." Naruto's powerful force stepped on two pits directly on the ground, but Fenyao still didn't move. Before he came out, he had already turned on Sage mode. With Naruto's current tailless state, he couldn't do anything to himself. Fenyao felt helpless when he saw that Naruto couldn't listen to what he said. He put a hand on Naruto's head and forced Naruto to wake up with his powerful mental power. The current Naruto is not completely out of control, but is guided by Nine Tails emotions. Under the influence of Fenyao's mental power, he gradually wakes up, and the state of tail beastization disappears. Kakashi looked a little surprised at this boy who seemed to be about the same age as Naruto. Although he was wearing a mask and couldn't see his face, he should be just a 12 or 3-year-old kid. Unexpectedly, the power of Nine Tails was suppressed without relying on the sealing technique. Now the little ghosts are so strong, and in this way, it shouldn't be cut. Kakashi feels that things are more difficult now, and at the same time secretly scolding the client of this mission. This kind of mission is reasonable even if it is A-level, and the other party actually falsely reported C-level in order to save money. But now is not the time to think. He rushed forward with a sword step, his left hand waved kunai-zen like the opponent's arm, and the other hand wanted to pull Naruto back. Fenyao saw Kakashi rushing over and didn't want to stop him, so he threw Naruto to him. Naruto let out a painful cry but was not injured. The one lying on the ground did not see Fenyao again. Although he knew that the other party should have followed him, he didn't say anything. If he just shot a little late, Bai would die. Haha. Boss, sorry for letting you see me so embarrassed. Looking at the scars that will not be cut all over his body, Fenyao laughed. No, you'll get better soon, Sage Art. Dew of Life. As he said, his hands began to seal quickly. The Dew of Life is a unique fairy technique in the Wet Bone Forest, guided by the Katsuya fairy, and soon became the master with the help of the system. An illusory white butterfly was summoned, a drop of life dew dripped from the mouth, and the wound healed without cutting his body was directly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was completely healed soon. Fenyao gave Bai another drop from the gourd painting dipper, which also made the other party recover as before. The release of this fairy technique requires a certain time interval, can be used once every half a month, and can only be used at most 3 drops at a time. But the effect is very powerful and can instantly heal all physical injuries. If you don't cut it, you can't help but admire the magic of this fairy technique. He walked aside and stood beside Fenyao with Bai. Chief, it seems that I still underestimated you. Thank you for saving Bai. Bai also lowered his head to express his gratitude, but he was grateful to Fenyao for saving it and not cutting it off. Bai had long since cared about his life. Kakashi, who has not much left with Sharingan chakra turned on, is now starting to struggle. The opponent's 2 combat strengths have returned to the same level as before, and a kid with unknown specific strength has been added. On my side, a Naruto who can get out of control and acting unexpectedly at any time, a slightly reliable Sasuke, a little Sakura who has no ability, plus Chakra's little self, there is no chance of winning. It is obvious that Kakashi's heart has been shaken by not cutting again at this time. He snorted, and then drew out the decapitating knife and asked Jin to prepare to do it again. Wait a minute, don't cut it again. You have already lost. As an assassin who failed for the first time, you actually have no chance. The mission has already failed. Fenyao turned around and said to don't cut. No longer cut. His eyes with a little surprise, hesitated for a moment or persuaded. Boss, if we let them go back this time, we will inevitably be retaliated by Konoha. I mean to kill them, and if the mission cannot be completed, our evaluation of the assassination will be lowered. Here you are, this Kakashi. It will not be our opponent. Fenyao, who was thinking about leaving the Kakashi team quickly, almost didn't want to turn around and slap again. If you want to die, I won't stop it. Kill the protagonist group. It's a good idea. Let's not talk about Sakura. Naruto's Nine Tails mode just turned on tailless, which really makes him anxious. It's not that simple to release Nine Tails at that time. It can be done. Seeing that Sasuke is not strong right now, do you know who is behind him? Uchiha Itachi, a demigod man. If you let him know that he killed his Odauru, he might have to be attacked for thousands of miles with a hammer. Orochimaru is greedy for Sasuke's body. You see how it was beaten by God Itachi. Kakashi is also a man who can be close to Kaguya, and he has no grudges against the protagonist group, so why bother? When I was about to open my mouth and scold him and not cut again. The opposite Naruto spoke first. Although he put on the mask, his voice and body shape were still recognized by Naruto. Fenyao. You are Fenyao, right? Although you are wearing a mask, I will not admit your voice. Why did you leave the village? Why did you not tell me at all? Hearing Naruto recognizing himself, Fenyao frowned subconsciously, but did not rush to refute, but slowly took off the mask on his face and smiled at Naruto. I think you should be the one who admitted the wrong. Do you see that I am the person you are looking for? Fenyao, who took off the mask, once again amazed everyone on the field. The Kakashi team had a short-term loss, and even the people who had seen Fenyao's face before were still attracted unconsciously. Little Sakura also said to herself, this man is so beautiful, and he seems to have a very kind feeling. Kakashi looked at the obsessed little Sakura, and didn't say anything. The other party's face was indeed evil, and even he seemed to say something. Originally, he was a little skeptical after listening to Naruto's words. Fenyao's information was recorded in Umbu's portable manual. Kakashi had also seen this spy from another country who sneaked into Konoha, but he was not familiar with it. But if Naruto said so, there is almost a 80% possibility, because the two have been familiar with each other since childhood. Kakashi dispelled the doubt when the other party lifted the mask. Because he has seen Fenyao's photos, it is just a very ordinary face, the kind that will be forgotten even at a glance, and it is completely different from the person in front of him in Japanese. Naruto was also stunned. The voice of the other party was exactly the same as Fenyao in his memory, but his appearance was not his good friend at all. Before Naruto could react, Fenyao put on the mask again, and the eyes of the people around him returned. Kakashi stood there and became Jonin at the age of 12. After nearly 1,000 missions, he knows that the difficulty of this mission has exceeded the range that his team can complete, but it is his own duty to complete the mission as a ninja. He decided go forward to negotiate. Several people are indeed very strong, but we also have a mission. I guess you don't want to fight to death. The technique that can restore people's injuries should not be able to be used all the time. How about we make a bet? This sentence made Fenyao interested. He just didn't know how to let Kakashi go. After all, your subordinates are also face-saving people. If you ask them too hard at the beginning, they will be difficult to manage in the future. As for the bet, you can lose it deliberately no matter what the bet is. Oh? Let's listen, how do you want to bet? Kakashi was also relieved to see that the other party agreed. If the other party disagrees with his request, he can only fight with his life. But the future hopes of Konoha behind him are afraid that they will die again. Kakashi took out 2 bells from the bag. There are 2 bells here, one for you and me. Whoever can get each other's bells within the specified time will be considered a winner. If we win, then you can't attack Dazna until the task over. if we lose then Dazna is at your disposal. Looking at the bell, Fenyao showed a weird look. This is the method Kakashi used to test Naruto and the others. He didn't expect Kakashi to bet on this. But knowing Kakashi's character well, he understands that even if Kakashi loses, he will not honestly hand over Dazna. But it doesn't matter to him, Dazna is dead or alive, Fenyao doesn't care at all. Yes, I agree, but I hope you four will go together. You can't beat me alone. Bai on the side stepped forward and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Fenyao. You two have already lost, so you don't need to take a shot. I will avenge you. Let's watch. If you don't smile knowingly, this cheap leader just recognized seems to be pretty good, and his own dignified ghost following him is not a bad talent. So pulling the white back to a safe place, the Kakashi team is a happy one. The winning rate of a 4-person match can be said to be greatly improved, and this is still an increase in training items. Except for one person, that is Naruto, who pointed directly at Fenyao and yelled at him. You guy with a mask is less arrogant, looking at a kid about the same size as me. Believe it or not, I will beat you. The court was suddenly quiet for a few seconds. Little Sakura punched him directly from behind and said angrily, "You stupid, it is so easy to have such an advantage. What if the opposite party is anxious and the three people go together? Do you have any brains?" Sasuke and Kakashi also shook their heads bothersomely. Kakashi threw a bell to Fenyao, and at the same time asked Naruto and others to say something quietly, and then began to prepare to do it. As soon as Fenyao finished putting the bell on his body, Kakashi's seal was completed. Earth style. Earth flow wall. The earth began to move like ripples, and then a 2-meter-high wall of soil appeared on the left and right of Fenyao and behind Fenyao. This kind of ninjutsu has an excellent defensive effect on the front, and the door is behind, but use this ninjutsu just to block Fenyao's space for action. After that, Naruto was the first to rush forward, and he made seals while moving forward. Multiple shadow clone technique instantly created nearly 1,000 clones, gambling the only road ahead. Fenyao couldn't help sighing that Naruto, the extremely powerful chakra, his sage mode is almost over. The battle must be ended as soon as possible, and he has to act like a little bit. He straddled his feet down the ground. Moonwalk. The whole person bounced out of nothing, fleeing Kakashi's ninjutsu range and Naruto who rushed over. Sasuke seized the opportunity because it is difficult to avoid people in the air. He standard Fenyao's limbs threw out nearly 20 kunao in one breath. On the ground, Naruto saw the enemy set shadow clone in groups of 2 people in the air, and one person stepped on the other person's hand to continuously eject himself into the air. But Fenyao's moonwalk can change the trajectory of his actions in the air, and he keeps dodge the flying kunao. As for Naruto, it turned into smoke with one kick and one kick. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly pulled his hands in the void and shouted at Naruto. "It's now, get my kunao." Fenyao saw that there were just a few Naruto shadow clone flying over his head without paying attention. Holding the kunao just thrown out by Sasuke in his hand, a very strong silk thread is attached to the back of kunaos. Naruto took the silk thread at the end of the kunao and wounded Fenyao. Fenyao snorted coldly, "I want to beat me just by this little means." Speaking with a burst of energy, he broke away all the silk threads that were entangled on his body, but it was a waste of time after all. After falling to the ground, waiting for him is Kakashi's next ninjutsu. Summoning. Earth style. Teeth chasing technique. Several ninja dogs rushed out of the mud, different sizes, biting his limbs to fix him, and at this time, Naruto next to him wanted to come over and grab the bell from his body. "It seems that you will be able to solve the problem easily by you," Fenyao thought silently in his heart. "So I started the iron body first to throw away the dog that was part of his body controlling his arm. The first time he got rid of control, he launched one of his few strongest magic arts. Sage art. Wood style. Shinsu Senju. While the earth was trembling, a majestic Buddha statue emerged from the ground, with countless arms behind him. The body of the Buddha statue was much smaller than what a generation would summon. It is about the size of a nine-tails. The Buddha statue summoned by Hashirama, the god of ninjas, is more than 10 times larger than nine-tails. You can hold nine-tails with one hand. But this also surprised the people around him, especially Sasuke, whose eagerness to become stronger in his eyes, and Kakashi's eyes widened. How is it possible? How can he use the wood-style secret technique? This is completely intended to kill us. If I didn't cut it, I was even more frightened. When I thought that I was trying to kill each other with the stupid one before, I'm afraid that I won't even have any scum left when this ninjutsu is started. Standing on the Buddha's head, Fenyao smiled slightly and said, "Then I will start to fight back." Speaking of the hundreds of hands behind the Buddha statue, they waved frantically and waved at the Kakashi team in front of them. Kakashi yelled, "Quickly disperse. Don't make it hard." One face, Naruto's numerous shadow clones turned into a cloud of smoke, and Kakashi and others were unable to maintain their figure under the huge impact of countless arms. Dodged in the dust and rubble lifted by the arms, under Fenyao's deliberate control, these arms did not directly hit them. It only ended completely after bombing around them and destroying the terrain. It took a full half a minute. There was a ruin in front of me, and there were many huge potholes of different sizes. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all lying on the ground. Looking not dead, Fenyao slowly landed on the ground, just when he was about to pick up the bell. Kakashi reluctantly raised his head and smiled at Fenyao. "What a powerful ninjutsu, but unfortunately, you lost." Speaking of a ninja dog biting, Fenyao suddenly turned into Naruto. He had already bitten Fenyao's bell on his waist in his mouth. The Shadow Clone and the Shuriken were all false moves in the beginning. The purpose is to let Naruto mix in. Ninja Dog approached himself. Fenyao was silent for a moment, and said softly, "It's really a good cooperation. I lose, and I won't kill you anymore." Hearing Kakashi here, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Naruto hurried to the side of Sasuke Jr. Sakura to check their injuries and found that there was no major problem before he was relieved. Fenyao, who ended Sage Mode, moved towards not cutting and white. In fact, when he just used the ninja in Kakashi, he perceives that a ninja is different. Coupled with the knowledge that Naruto liked to use transformation technique in Shadow Clone in the early stage, he can be sure that the 8 achievements are Naruto. But it didn't break. He didn't want to oppose the protagonist group, so he sold the flaw. He wouldn't be bothered to use Shinsu Senju if he didn't cut it next to him, and he would just lose. But considering that he wanted to stand up before his subordinates, he reluctantly played a wave. He coughed twice when he came in front of Noble / Ahem, "It's me, Careless. Let's forget the mission this time. I will help you solve the cardo. Don't you have any comments?" Seeing Sage Arts just now, how dare you have any opinions? After all, the ninja world is still respected by the strong. There is no opinion, the leader has worked hard, and Cardo's subordinates will deal with it. Fenyao nodded with satisfaction when he saw that he was going on the road like this again. Teach your subordinates just like keeping pets, you must pay attention to strategies and skills. Too slow and not well behaved, too fast will lose your spirituality. Just when Fenyao was content and the three were about to leave, Naruto once again jumped out and brushed his sense of existence. "The guy over there, wait for me. One day I will defeat you head on and become the strongest fire in the village." Before he finished speaking, Kakashi was blindfolded. Kakashi laughed and apologized, don't care that this guy just likes nonsense." Fenyao is accustomed to Naruto's appearance, but still feels magical. Ordinary people may be dead for attracting hatred. Maybe this is the power of the protagonist's halo. "I am waiting for you." After speaking, he left with Zabuza. The Kakashi team breathed a sigh of relief, and then gave Naruto a thump. "You idiot, do you know how dangerous it was just now? The strength of that masked kid is unfathomable. Even if I am in peak state, it is impossible to promise him." Naruto touched his head painfully, tears swirling in his eyes, but he forcibly retorted, "But he seems to be about the same size as us." Sasuke was silent, and Kakashi glanced at Sasuke next to him. "There are many guys in this world who are stronger than me but smaller than you, but your potential is also limitless. As long as you practice hard, one day you can achieve your dream." After speaking, he sat on the ground and fell asleep. He forcibly used Sharingan, and the chakra in his body was consumed a lot in the battle just now. It was already the end of the battle. Although the mission this time was indeed dangerous, it also brought great changes to Sasuke, Naruto, and even the little Sakura. Especially Sasuke, his determination to become stronger and get revenge is even stronger. Chapter 8. Returning to the stronghold with Fanyao, the mentality of not being cut has changed a lot from before. Although he was defeated by Fanyao at the beginning, he was still not convinced in his heart. After all, the opposite party didn't know what method could be used to easily lock his position in the mist. But after watching the game between the Kakashi team and Fanyao, he was convinced. This kind of strength, even if he wouldn't be defeated by the opponent's mist shinobi technique, would definitely be a complete failure. After returning to the wooden house where he lived, he silently gave up the middle position without cutting. The subordinates in the room who didn't cut it were a little surprised to see the situation, and if such an ambitious man didn't cut it, he would surrender in such a short time. Fanyao smiled slightly, and sat in the middle position unceremoniously, and then he stood on his left and right sides. He waved his hand to disperse the subordinates who would not be cut, and the treehouse seemed empty when the number of people was small. He turned his gaze to no longer cut, and asked in a playful tone, "If no longer cut, what do you think of your subordinates?" Hearing this, he didn't stop for a while, but he also knew that Fanyao disliked these people for being too low in strength. He bent slightly. Compared with the leader, their strength is of course not worth mentioning, but they also have a lot of functions. Some tasks always require some ghosts for death, don't they? After hearing this, Fanyao couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. The need for the weak to be the dead ghost can only prove that his strength is not strong enough. Look at the Akatsuki organization next door, there are only a few people in total. Since I have established an organization, I must be responsible for the wine pouch and rice bag. It must not be accepted at all, at least it must be Chunin or above to join. He said in a deep voice, our organization must be an elite, and the weak do not need to exist. Just forget your subordinates, but everyone who joins the organization in the future will need to undergo strict audits. After thinking about it for a moment, it seemed to come to a sudden realization. I see, it seems that the leader is planning to build a horror team composed entirely of elite jonin. You are really ambitious. Fanyao was stunned when he heard that he just wanted to make the organization better. When did he say that he would organize a terrorist team composed entirely of elite jonin? He didn't even think about the name of the organization. Suddenly the system is making a sound at this moment. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, to establish a terrorist organization composed entirely of elite jonin, with a number of at least 15 people in 2 years. Reward, a chance to draw a lottery with an artifact-level weapon, the task cannot be eliminated. Slogan, you are no longer a young boy, let the name of the organization ring from heaven. Originally, I still had a good chat with Noonjan. The expression on Fanyao's face suddenly solidified, and he sprayed directly regardless of the reward. You are crazy, this organization is not doing anything to me anymore. Did you know that Akatsuki, the strongest organization in Hokage, has only 10 people? 15 elite jonin, I can't find all the people in Akatsuki's organization. Counted. The goal of this system is to train host to be the strongest man in Hokage. The process must be painful. Please be mentally prepared to complete the task. Hearing the system's mentality that it's nothing to do with him, Fan Yao's teeth squeaked with hatred, and at the same time, there was a touch of badness in his eyes as if he didn't cut it anymore. No longer cut the next to feel puzzled. Did he say something wrong just now? Why did the boss look at me wrong? Isn't it that I'm not good at flattering? If you don't cut the innocent eyes, Fan Yao is full of anger and has nowhere to vent. At this moment, the savior comes. The door of the wooden house was kicked open, and several beaten ninjas were thrown in. They were the subordinates who did not kill again. And it was Cardo who did this. He slowly walked into the house with sunglasses and stepped on a ninja's face with one foot. He spat and said, "You are really a trash. If you don't cut it twice, you can't even kill a bridge builder. Although I didn't want to give you money, but since the matter is messed up, I will let you know that you are offended. The end of my card." If he didn't cut his face, seeing the other party with a large number of mafia and ordinary ninjas, his face sank. He knew that Cardo was not a good thing, but he didn't expect that the other party would turn his face when he said that he turned his face. Fan Yao stopped him when he was about to shoot, and a slightly smiling Shenron's face appeared under the mask. "Let me come." "You retreat." Seeing a masked kid coming up from the opponent, Cardo was also puzzled. His subordinates actually arrived near the bridge a long time after the battle. They only saw Dazna alive, and then went back to report. So Cardo simply "I don't know who Fan Yao is." Seeing the other person sneered forward, the Mafia and Ronin next to him rushed over with a wave of his fat palm. What these people know is just some ordinary sword techniques, and Kobo wants to rely on the human C tactics to kill and not cut. Fan Yao activated the iron body to adjust the hardened part to his fists, and directly punched the chest of the nearest Mafia with a punch, showing the power of this punch. But this also aroused the fierceness of the people around him. With a loud roar, they killed Fan Yao together, but they were all blown out by the other party with punches and hammers. The Mafia in the room reduced to one side at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was still muttering something while hitting Fan Yao. "Let you terrorist organization. Make you an elite jonin. Why don't you go to heaven? Give a broken weapon. Lao Zi has endured you for a long time." Looking at the monster's expression on everyone's face, Fan Yao hit the front of Cardo all the way. His mask and body were covered with blood, like Shura desperate for his life. The remaining Mafia in the house and the people around the ninja did not dare to step forward. The big Chabal in this world shook his feet and staggered and fell to the ground. "You guys, do what? Come here to protect me, I will double your money 10 times, hurry." The people next to me are still unmoved. Fan Yao, who had planned to directly end up with Cardo, heard this but thought of something. It takes money to build an organization. Ninja, location, equipment, and recruiting staff are all necessary. Thinking of this, he bowed one hand and patted Kodo's fat face. He asked in a devilish tone, "Fatty man, how much do you think your life is worth?" Seeing Fan Yao asking such a question, Kodo's eyes showed hope. In his eyes, as long as it is a problem that can be solved with money, it is not a problem. He hurriedly asked for mercy, "As long as you are willing to let me go, I will give you no matter how much it is." Fan Yao looked at the well-behaved Kato and smiled, and put his arm around his shoulders, but he didn't forget to say his earnest education. If you have no money, you can still make money. If your life is gone, you will have nothing. I want half of your property. It won't be too difficult. When I heard this number, Cardo shuddered, and said with some embarrassment, "This number is not too small, can you let me slow down?" Never thought that Fan Yao turned his face directly, and pointed at the one standing at the back without cutting it. Pretending to be annoyed, said, "How can I have so much time for you? I'm still good at talking. If the one who comes later, You may have been cut off. Prepare the money for one day or kill you directly. Kobo looked at Fenyao, who didn't seem to be joking with him, gritted his teeth and said as if he had made up his mind. Okay, don't worry, I will hand over all the money to you in a day. Fenyao nodded in satisfaction, and left the mafia who was still alive carrying him. It turned out to be so happy to tell others to kill you as soon as the time is up. No wonder your broken system often says that you want to kill me. Fenyao said to the system in his mind a little contemptuously. Does host feel that there are not enough tasks? Cough cough, enough is enough, can't you be ruthless? Just at this moment, Don't Jean stepped forward and whispered in Fenyao's ear, Kobo, this person is extremely insidious, I'm afraid he won't easily agree to our request, if I go back this time, if I bring a ninja. Fenyao looked at it and didn't cut it again, then sat back on the chair and chuckled softly. I know, but we can't get his money here. It's better to let him go back, and then torture him where his money is. I'll leave this to you. Remember, don't let him live anyway. It is troublesome for such a person to have grudges. Fenyao is not a person who kills indiscriminately. He only kills when necessary, or to achieve a certain method. It will not be because he sees a long ugly one on the road and kills the other person. Kind. After he heard it, he put his beheaded sword on the back and smiled gloomily. You can rest assured that he won't show up again. Chapter 9 Establishment of the Cien Organization. In the dark night sky, the moon hung high like a silver plate, swaying sparse moonlight like water. Fenyao stepped on the green grass and just buried the corpses that were all over the ground before. At the same time, he was thinking about the development and planning of the organization in the future. There will be several parts in a general organization. There are people who are responsible for investigation, assault, treatment, logistics, and resistance. Now there are only 4 of them on their side, and the Katsuya ferry can't come. To complete this task is really far away. Fenyao sighed when he thought of this, and walked back to the wooden house without stopping, and continued to make chakra cultivation and practice. Now the time for him to condense Sage mode has been reduced to about 6 minutes, but it is still too long in actual combat, and the opening time must be shortened. At night the next day, he returned to the stronghold with Kaduo's head and a large bag full of money. There were a lot of slender and deep wounds on his body, and it should have been a bitter battle. He put Cardo and the money bag in front of Fenyao. The bosses have been resolved. Cardo has about 50 million in cash, and the rest are some shops and real estate. Don't stop standing in place, breathing heavily, and said with some excitement. Money is not too much for anyone. He promised to help Cardo kill before he didn't cut it, but also to get enough funds to recruit troops and kill Kirigakure. And now the man in front of him can help him realize his wish. Fenyao's complexion was calm, and his faint blue pupils shone coldly. Well, this is just the first start-up fund for the organization. There will be many more in the future. Let's start with the next step. If he didn't clenched his fists, the 50 million two leaders would actually not care at all. I'm afraid I can't do this. Although Fenyao is calm on the surface, he is happy in his heart. Full of superiority and pride, he even sighed like a system. I think I only saved 1,200 taels in the first 12 years, but now it has been 50,000 times higher, and there are 2 good subordinates. This is life. Host is too naive, 50 million can't do anything. The establishment of intelligence organizations, the address of the organization, the consumption of various ninjas, and you can't let your subordinates give you white hits jobs, or you won't be a black-hearted boss. These are all money. Looking at Fenyao, who was a little floating, the system poured cold water without hesitation. Hearing this, Fenyao smiled wryly, and quickly adjusted his mentality. He called no more cuts and whites in front of him. Now our scale is still small, what we need to do is to recruit people. I want you to go to the 5 great countries to find the traitor or exile ninja whose strength is within Jonin, and at the same time find a suitable place to organize and settle. This money you take 1/5. Hearing Fen Yao's order, he didn't feel surprised anymore. He thought that the organization he had joined had already begun to take shape, but now it sounds like it hasn't started yet. He asked cautiously, "Chief, I don't know what our organization is called, and how many people are there now?" Fen Yao coughed lightly, patted the non-existent dirt on his body and walked out. The name of the organization is to be determined for the time being. The number of people is now as many as 3. By the way, you can also think about what kind of name our organization should take. If he didn't cut his shame, he was a commander before the leader, and even Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Now even if Fen Yao's old face is a bit unbearable, how can he let his subordinates treat himself like this? So he turned around and said seriously, "What we want to build is the strongest organization in history. Few of the people I met are qualified to accept my invitation, and you just barely achieved it. There is a saying called Ninkei Wulan. I hope you can maintain this in the future." Kind of mentality. After listening to these words again, the thoughts in his mind are violently churning. Yes, Ninkei Wulan, if his subordinates were all white people, would his coup d'état fail? Teached, leader. No longer bowed deeply. At this time, Bai proposed to the side. "Since the organization we want to build is the strongest organization in history, how about calling it the strongest organization in history?" Looking at Bai Fen Yao, who doesn't seem to be joking, cold sweat is dripping from his face. What kind of a ghost name is this? Wouldn't it be possible that when I go out to fight with others, I will have to say, "Oh, so you are Fen Yao, the strongest organization in history. It sounds like you won't be killed." Fortunately, it's pretty reliable if you don't cut it, so I immediately scolded Bai. "Humph, this name is too trifling, it's called Kiangzu according to my meaning, one word is simple and clear." Seeing that he was a little proud, Fen Yao helped his forehead. He already understood where the talent of Bai's name came from, and he said tiredly, "Don't take it anymore. I thought about the organization's name as Xian. The first master after gaining the system was Xianchu, and Xianren was considered the strongest existence in this world. The name Xian for the name of the organization couldn't be more appropriate." No matter how Zhan and Bai looked at each other, they all thought the name was good, so on this summer night, the trembling Xiang organization of the other 5 countries was established in such a small wooden house. The time passed quickly, seeming to be a flash of a finger, and it was mid-March. During this time, Fen Yao reduced the charging time of his Sage mode to 3 minutes, and at the same time completed many assassination missions with no Sage. Today's mission is in the territory of the Fire Country. The goal is an A-level reward mission, called Hashiba Hideyoshi, with a big sword on his back, and a dark-skinned man. He is about 20 years old. He wears the forehead protector from the Kingdom of Cloud on his forehead, and he is still a betrayer. Waited until he came to a deserted place. "Don't cut any more and prepare to do it." The opponent didn't seem to notice it. He didn't hesitate if he didn't cut it anymore. He directly swung the decapitation knife and attacked the opposite neck. The knife was wrapped in a strong wind and shot like lightning. The body suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Above was beside him, a little stunned when he saw that he didn't cut anymore. Fen Yao suddenly reminded him. He raised his head and saw that the opponent had already jumped into the air, and dived into the face without cutting the seal at all. At the same time, he said softly, "Le Surui kills." Blue chakra appeared on the hands, and the nails turned dark purple, looking extremely sharp, and they could easily cut the flesh of others. Even though it blocked the first stroke without cutting, the nail of the other hand still cut his arm easily. Ninjutsu. Fen Yao looked at the other party's methods, and directly created chakra without Jin, activated the physical body to increase attack and speed. It's not surprising that the opponent is from Cloud Shinobi Village, because the attack that didn't cut it through the mist shinobi technique worked. But as time went by, the speed and strength of no cutting began to weaken. Not only did Hideyoshi's ninjutsu skill use perfect fire, but his hands were extremely poisonous, and no cutting gradually became invincible. Hideyoshi seized the opportunity and then suddenly pushed back with a claw. Jiying quickly shouted in a low voice in his hand, "Lan dun! Huanyeo!" Several head-sized thunderballs suddenly appeared around them, exuding shining light to obscure the line of sight. Do not cut the backhand, insert the decapitated knife into the ground, and seal with both hands. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. The pond next to it suddenly kept surging, and a water dragon about 2 meters long roared towards the opponent. The violent explosions and flashes made the ears roar, and the eyes were almost unsightly. The opponent's ninjutsu can not only hide the line of sight, but also explode. His eyesight gradually recovered, and his clothes were broken without cutting, and the electric current rushed all over his body. Obviously fell short. Okay, don't cut it again. It's rare to meet such an interesting person. Let me come. Seeing that Fenyao was willing to end for himself, he didn't cut it and didn't force it, he snorted at Hideyoshi and backed away. Nice ninjutsu, you still have the blood succession boundary of Lan dun, work for me, I sincerely invite you to join my organization. This person's strength definitely reached the Jonin level from the ninjutsu he just used, and he was able to do his best without doing his best. I now need these powerful combat power, not only for the formation of immortals, but also the time left for my own revenge against Konoha task is running out and must be carried out as soon as possible. Hideyoshi glanced at Fenyao with some disdain, and sneered at what he said. He couldn't see anything special about this little devil wearing a mask in front of him. Scratched hair. What if I reject your offer? Fenyao didn't rush to answer him, but slowly took off his mask. The other party was surprised when he saw Fenyao's appearance, but his good looks couldn't convince him to join a certain organization. Then I will make a condition that you can't refuse. Hearing that Hideyoshi Anti-Buddha was stunned for a while, then he smiled, interesting, I haven't met someone like you in a long time, what is the name of your organization? Fenyao put on the mask again, turned and walked in the direction of Konoha Shinobi village, a word popped out of his mouth. Sien. Chapter 10. The sun was high, and the breeze was warm, and a group of 3 people walked on the way to Konoha, wearing a hat to block the sun. The 3 of them also wore 3 rings on their hands, and some words were vaguely engraved. This is a kind of hierarchy that Fenyao borrowed from Xiao. The rings of the 3 are engraved with sky, lodging, and column respectively. The first paragraph of the 1,000-character essay is used. Do you understand my mission this time? If you want to escape, you can just say it. After all, the target this time is Konoha, one of the 5 largest ninja villages. Fenyao couldn't hear the emotion in his tone, and he didn't know if he was tentative or sincere. In the current period, although Konoha Shinobi village is relatively weak, the Uchiha family is destroyed, and Third Hokage is weak, there are still Jiraiya, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara, Akamiki and other families as one of the Sunnins. I want to rely on 3 people. It's not easy said than done to accomplish this kind of task. I didn't expect that the first mission of the organization was to attack Konoha Shinobi village. If he didn't cut it with a gloomy smile, he didn't know what he was thinking. Hideyoshi on the side was a little excited, he was very keen on all kinds of exciting things. When I made a request to Fenyao, I said that if the immortal organization did nothing but trivial things, he would quit without hesitation, and now I am afraid that he would not want to kick him away. Fenyao's heart is like Mingjing. Although he barely managed to hold these 2 people, it is still difficult for them to work for themselves unconditionally. I am afraid that if they see that they are lost, they will run away as soon as possible. Fenyao can't help but sigh a little because the team is not easy to lead. To be able to lead a team requires not only strong strength, but also excellent leadership skills. As far as host is concerned, the loyalty of these two people is still less than 50%. This will at least reduce the success rate of your revenge against Konoha by 20%. You are still not prepared enough. The ruthless mockery of the system once again revolved in Fenyao's mind, and he turned Byakugan over. Who do you think is to blame? It's not that you only give it for half a year, or do I need to be so anxious? Isn't it good for me to fish in troubled waters when Orochimaru attacks Konoha? You're a cheating system. Fenyao is very upset, but the system has ignored him. When they came to a town, the three decided to take a rest together. This city is where Fenyao fled in the beginning. I still owe some people 1,022 medical expenses here. So Fenyao first handed over some of his belongings first and didn't cut it off, telling him to go to the inn to rest and then he would arrive. Then he took 5,000 taels of silver bills and came to a dilapidated medical hall. He wanted to find the old doctor who treated him at that time. The appearance of the medical hall at this time is even more dilapidated than before, and the door has been covered with spider webs, and the door is opened with dust covering it. The scattered wood fragments and uncleaned rooms suggest that it has been unoccupied for a long time. Is there anyone? I'm here to pay for the medical expenses. Fenyao still yelled twice, and after no one responded, he could only come to the door. Asked a hawker who had a shop next to him. Hello, I would like to ask if there was an old man who opened a medical clinic here before? Has it moved out now? This hawker is a young man. He thought that the other party was buying things when he came to him. But when Fenyao heard that he was about to inquire about it, he raised his brows and said irritably. I don't know, I haven't seen him for a long time, are you going to buy anything? Fenyao was not angry when he saw the attitude of the other party, and asked while taking out a 100 tael banknote and handing it to the hawker. Then when was the last time you saw it? When the other party saw the 100 taels of silver tickets, his eyes were bright, and he grabbed it with both hands and quickly stuffed it into his arms. Putting on a flattering expression, he said, Thank you, uncle, the last time I saw it was about 2 or 3 months ago. It seems that some people wearing weird masks have come here, and have never seen them since. Hearing the man with the weird mask, Fenyao's eyes flashed cold, and the hawker on the other side shuddered, knowing that the guy in front of him was a ruthless man. Needless to say, those people who wear weird masks must be Konoha's umbu. It was a person sent by Third Hokage who chased him down, and he didn't expect even a doctor to let it go. He patted the hawker on the shoulder in front of him. Thank you, today's questioning has not happened. After speaking, he turned around and walked into the hospital just now, neatly folded a stack of banknotes on the table, and bowed deeply. The old gentleman's life-saving grace that day, Fenyao is grateful, no matter who killed you, I swear I will cut off his head and bring him here. After speaking, he turned and left, but his face was so gloomy that he couldn't tell. He had always been grudges. This old man can be said to have saved his life, but now he died because of himself, which gave him another reason to attack Konoha. People are finally back, how about it, when are you going to do it? Hideyoshi screamed and posted it, but Fenyao disgusted him and pushed it away. Now he is not in the mood to mess around with the other party. Regarding Konoha's situation, he must not be able to attack directly now. He must find a way to weaken Konoha's overall strength and also investigate who caused the damage by himself. Fenyao meditated, Noha's high-end combat power first needs to be distracted. If it is all against it, it will definitely be a big loss. It is hard to beat 4 hands, and the number of people on his side is inherently small. The collection of intelligence is the same. Since he has sworn to revenge the old man, he must do it, but it is not as easy to pry open the ninja's mouth as it is to pry open the mouth of Cardo. You must sneak into the place where Konoha placed intelligence and tasks. Destroying Konoha needs to use a wide range of celestial arts, and if you use too much of the large-scale celestial arts, you will quickly reduce the amount of your own celestial chakra, which will cause the duration to be shorter. If Konoha chases after the time, then also it will be difficult to get out. In fact, Konoha's Jonin's combat power was not too much now, and some of them were sent out to perform important tasks, but Fenyao didn't know the news. It's just that Fenyao can only prepare for the worst. Looking at Nomore and Hideyoshi, he called the two to him, and they went to complete a task. He wanted to use a method to blatantly remove Jonin from Konoha Shinobi Village. What is this method? It is actually very simple. It is money. All the tasks of Konoha Shinobi Village can only be performed by Jonin. An A-level task is often commissioned at a cost of about 500,000 taels, and he has to send a large number of tasks above the A-level to Konoha. This was also a huge expense, but everything was worth it. He took out 10 million taels and handed it to Hideyoshi and Nashin and asked them to find someone to report to Konoha. Because the identities of the two are both rebels, it is easy to be recognized. Fenyao told the two again. Remove as many as you can, and don't do it all at once. Declare tasks in several batches of different time periods. Hearing what's here, I'm observing Fenyao without a trace. The leader is not only strong, but also clear-headed. Although he is young, it is not easy to be able to arrange plans so calmly even in the face of a behemoth like Konoha. Hideyoshi is also trying to figure out, but what he is trying to figure out is what kind of person Fenyao is, and what does it have to do with Konoha. Although he has joined the Sien, he still knows nothing about this organization and is the first the task given to himself turned out to be such an exciting plan to attack Konoha. After a moment of silence, Hashiba Hideyoshi didn't see any clues, picked up half of the money on the table and left, and went out to perform the task without cutting or dragging it. During this week, Konoha had many more tasks above the A level, and some of them rejected the declaration due to unclear investigations and lack of manpower. In the other part, the declaration was successful, and Konoha kept having Jonin-level ninjas out to perform missions. The three-person team was running in the dark. Fenyao raised his head and looked at the time at the moment. He wanted to sneak into Konoha when most people were asleep, and he was caught off guard. He looked at the other two people beside him and said, I will be responsible for the main attack after I enter. I will release a wide range of attacks to attract most of Konoha's attention. The task of the physician, see who is performing the task. The two exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. At this time, they were still grasshoppers tied to a rope, and naturally they had to cooperate with each other. Okay, the plan to attack Konoha has begun. Chapter 11 Attack on Konoha, Identity Leaked. Through the mountains and forests, Fenyao proceeded cautiously. Moonlight shines through the tall trees, a fragment of Madara tree shadows. There was only a bird's cry or the sound of gurgling water. The closer you get to Konoha, the more dangerous it is. Fenyao, and no matter how much you do not cut, they move forward cautiously. Even in the middle of the night, they have already encountered no less than 3 inspection teams. He and Zeba Zhang are responsible for attacking and searching for intelligence, while Hashiba Hideyoshi is responsible for external support. Fenyao didn't want to do it here. He was going to Hokage Rock, where his ninjutsu could be condescending, whether it was attacking or retreating. But this does not mean that there is no danger. As long as you start your hands, it is bound to cause the siege of the entire Konoha shinobi. In addition to Jonin, he may even alarm Hokage. In addition to completing the tasks of the system, he also has people he wants to kill. The 2 Umbu ninjas Tanaka Kazuhisa who once chased him outside the city, and the culprit who secretly killed the old doctor. However, it depends on the specific situation. There is definitely no time to find them now. If the situation is bad, you still have to save your life. You can't just think of revenge and lose your life. The police in the village will inspect every half an hour. Although strict but not without chance, I will do it on Hokage Rock at the end of the next inspection. You will listen to the signal and attack the Konoha Intelligence Department and find me. What you need, if it doesn't work, the main thing is to save your life, and you can pick me up with Hideyoshi. After I heard it again, I was a little surprised. In the world of ninjas, the task is higher than life, but Fen Yao just said to him that life is the main thing, which made this man whose blood was cold for a while. Don't worry, boss, I will find the information, and please be careful. After speaking, he disappeared in the dark. With his instincts trained in assassination for many years, it shouldn't be difficult to save his life in Konoha village. Thinking of this, Fen Yao continued to move in the direction of Hokage Rock, moving forward cautiously with the memory of having lived here for 12 years. After an hour, Fen Yao finally came to Hokage Rock safely. He stood on the highest point of the stone statue, looking down at the entire Konoha shinobi village, the late night breeze stroking his mask. This is the best place to do it. He put his hands together when he was just about to get the seal. Call out! Call out! Two figures came to him in an instant, one held his throat from behind with Wuku, and the other held the hand that he had just prepared to seal from the front with one hand. Sorry, although I don't know what you are going to do, it won't work if you let you mess around in Konoha. Is this the kid who is said to have peeked at the Book of Seal and obtained information from Nine Tails? Isn't he afraid to see people wearing a mask? One voice was a little lazy, one voice was firm. The two jonin who came were Heitake Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, and they were supposed to take their team on mission recently. But Third Hokage suddenly told them that UMBU's members reported that someone in the surrounding city reported that a ninja was asking about the whereabouts of the doctor. It is suspected that Fen Yao has returned to the Land of Fire, and also brought two ninjas with good strength. Originally, according to the content recorded in UMBU's portable manual, Fen Yao's level did not need them to shoot. But then I discovered that there were a lot of A-level and above tasks in the village recently. Normally speaking, of course it is a good thing, but it happened during the time when Fen Yao came back, and the other party brought a ninja. This makes third generation vaguely smell the taste of conspiracy. After a while, he understood that this was drawing the village's combat power. Such behavior can already be said to be a terrorist action against Konoha. So he allowed some teams that were supposed to be active to stay temporarily, and arranged for jonin among them to perform a special A-level task of protecting Konoha. At this moment, Fen Yao's eyes widened, and as he was about to do it, Kakashi's hand was tighter. It seemed that as long as Fen Yao made a little movement, he would kill him. On the other side, outside of Konoha Shinobi Village, 3 Konoha Shinobi will be surrounded by Hideyoshi Hashiba who are waiting to be picked up on the outside. You are one of the ninjas who attacked Konoha this time. Are you going back with us or being beaten back by us? To be honest, I suggest you choose the first one to save time. Moonlight Blast said tiredly with dark circles under his eyes. But the sharp light in the eyes can be seen, as long as the opponent is not willing, he will be the first to shoot. The remaining 2, Shanchen Aoba and Hezuo, can use a combination of 2 supporters that no one can resist. Oh, are you Konoha's jonin? Or is it a special jonin? I can't stand it when I come up and give me such a stimulus. Ha ha ha. Yuchai didn't panic when he looked at so many people next to him, but instead laughed wildly. Regardless of the difference in the number of the enemy and us, he drew his own sword and attacked the opponent first. Land done. Illusion. The dazzling light kept flashing in this area. Is this guy a lunatic? Yamashiro Aoba shouted angrily, and also drew out his kunao to fight with him. The sound of the huge explosion and the collision of the sword proves that Hideyoshi has started to work with the Moonlight Hate team. The camera is turning and not cutting. He has already arrived at Konoha's intelligence office, but it is also close to the headquarters, guarded by Marino Ibiki and a few ordinary jonin. A huge explosion sounded to the ears of No Longer Cut. Even Marino Ibiki and the others were shocked, not knowing what happened. If you don't know that this is the signal, it is actually Hideyoshi's hand, but it doesn't matter, as long as someone attracts the village's attention. Thinking like this, don't cut your wrist again. Brush. With only one sound, the blade of the entire decapitated broadsword sank into Morinoi's neck, causing a huge and long wound in an instant. Morinoi Bixi clutched her throat as more and more blood spurted out, and finally lay on the cold ground. Not to mention the other two Chunin, they had already been dealt with without being cut before they made the announcement. This caused him to twist his brows and mutter to himself, "This is going too smoothly. No matter how weak the defense of Tang Tang Konoha is, it shouldn't be the case." Just when he was going to examine the body first, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Many trees were drilled out of the bodies of the three Konoha shinobi, and a figure emerged from the trees at the same time. It was the Sunset Red that Konoha had just advanced to Jonin. "Since I was discovered by you, the response is good. I want to wait and get started." The resolute and calm voice reached the ears of No More Slashing. Xianghong was good at all kinds of illusions, and was already hit by the moment he no longer slashed his sword. No longer saw the situation, his face was solemn, his eyes flashed quickly, and at the same time he thought of the way to break the game. "It seems that we have been discovered a long time ago. Is this going to kill us all at once? But I can't solve it so easily." On Hokage Rock, Kakashi and Fenyao are still in a stalemate. Hearing the explosion and strong flashes outside the village, they talked casually. "Master Third Hokage ordered us to watch you a long time ago. Now your companions must have handed over to us, but unfortunately, they can't win, and so are you." Fenyao felt the bitter coldness in his throat and narrowed his eyes, but still did not speak. The opposite Asuma also felt a little strange. In the face of this situation, the ordinary ninja didn't want to be afraid, but the other party was so calm and courageous. "Kakashi, it's really been gone for a while, and I don't know how good it is these days." Fenyao turned his head and glanced at Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi also heard the other party's voice. It was the mysterious ninja who rescued from Nami no Nami without cutting. Fenyao and that mysterious ninja are actually the same person. He immediately yelled to remind Asuma next to him, "Asuma, be careful, this person is not as simple as the mission said, he is an extremely scary guy, don't be careless." Speaking of turning on the forehead protector with the other hand, Sherinan stared at Fenyao firmly. The last time he could be said to be lucky to win by betting, but knew that his strength was actually inferior to the opponent. However, here is Konoha Shinobi's Hamura and Asuma drag each other by themselves, and wait for Hokage-sama to come and support. Asuma heard that Kakashi had said such words and naturally did not dare to exaggerate. With the other hand, he also took out his unique weapon Fiiyin, but after Fenyao, who was opposite, said these words, it was like an old monk entering Ding without any response. Just when Asuma was a little confused, Kakashi Sherinan saw something behind him and suddenly pushed Asuma away. And shouted loudly, "Hurry up! This guy is delaying time, and his body is full of detonation charms." Chapter 12 Destroying Hokage Rock. In the dark night sky, a violent explosion sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared on the Hokage Rock. The statues of Hokage in the past have been cracked by this impact. Although Kakashi and Asuma evaded in time, they were both close to the center of the explosion. Kakashi's right arm was bloody, with varying degrees of scorch on his body. The mask was also blown away, revealing a handsome and calm face, but at the moment this face is solemn. Asuma was okay. He was pushed away by Kakashi in a timely manner. It was just a slight injury to his arm. When he was about to go to see Kakashi, a figure came to Kakashi first. It is Fenyao in Sage mode. What he just killed was just another immortal technique he used in the Wet Bone Forest, a replica created by Sage Art's infinite proliferation. The two immortals he learned in the wet bone forest were the same, inherited Katsuyu's healing and sage art. Splitting ability. The effect of this fairy technique is that by copying its own cells, it can create a copy of itself, which is about 1/10 of its own strength. Because it is cell replication, the advantage is that it will never disappear. Of course, the weakness is that the aggregation time is too long, and it takes 10 minutes to replicate. In this case, Fenyao didn't intend to use it, and his sage transformation lasted for a limited time. It is obviously unwise to spend 10 minutes to build such a low-end combat power, but the more he moves toward Hokage Rock, the more doubtful he becomes. Although I had tuned Konoha's combat power, I didn't even see a single Jonin from the beginning to the end. No matter how weak Konoha is, this is impossible. Out of caution, he will spend some time and delay the plan for half an hour. Use the duplicate to explore the Hokage Rock and attach the detonation talisman. At the same time, he hides not far away and restores chakra. Sure enough, Jonin had been ambushing himself long ago. He let the replica delay time while recovering chakra. Kakashi found the consequences and let him blew himself up and hit Kakashi badly. Kakashi, I really don't want to kill you, but I can't let you stop me. You should faint for a while. Kakashi stunned Kakashi after a hand knife. Kakashi was completely powerless to resist now. After being hit, he fainted and fell to the ground. Asuma on the side saw Fenyao act on Kakashi, clenched Fiiyan with both hands, and rushed over. Chakra condensed on Fiiyan, causing it to generate two high-powered blue luminous chakra double knives. Chakra knife. Shinichi text. This is one of Asuma's commonly used ninjutsu. It can condense the wind-attributed chakra onto the double knives and easily crush the boulder. Fenyao watched the rushing Asuma not advance and retreated, launching the iron body and directly caught the opponent's double knives with both hands. Asuma is taller than Fenyao, and the mask is shrouded in shadow by Asuma's figure. But Asuma's double knives couldn't make an inch. No matter how hard his hands were, the knives seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't be pulled out at all. Fire style. Ashes burn. Asuma directly let go of Fiiyan and backed away. Jian in his hand spit out a black high-temperature soot toward the front. After landing, it was ignited with the flint of the molars. After the violent high temperature, there was a strong explosion. Did you succeed? Asuma muttered to himself, looking at the black smoke in front of him. No. The voice just fell. Fenyao appeared behind him. He just used moonwalk to escape the range of ninjutsu in time, and at the same time directly attacked from behind Asuma with a tempest kick. The sharp chopping wave directly tore a huge hole in Asuma's back. Asuma's body fell along with the inertia, vomiting a big mouthful of blood, struggling to get up. As a result, Fenyao fainted with a hitter knife. Oh, it's finally solved, then I have to finish the plan as soon as possible. In his plan, he would crush the Hokage Rock and fall into the Konoha Shinobi village, which would cause greater damage without sacrificing too much chakra. Host is still too soft-hearted. It's not enough to release a large-scale fairy technique directly in a place with a lot of houses. Why is it so troublesome? Is it to kill some people? Ah, don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for you and I used Konoha, if you really kill so many people, it would be endless. Even if I do it now, it's almost endless. Fenyao reluctantly flipped through Byakugan. He had said before that he was only a necessary means to kill, and since attacking Konoha only needs to cause damage, then there is no need to kill indiscriminately, but the person who killed the old doctor must pay the other party's blood. After that, the seal began. The stone statues of Hokage in the past are still very strong. Just a few cracks have been exploded after the detonation talisman. It is still necessary to save Zyonsha Chakra to do more. Sage art. Inorganic rebirth. Fenyao slapped his hands on the ground, giving life to the stone statue and remodeling the internal structure. Make one node appear, As long as you attack here, the whole Hokage rock will be crushed in one blow. Fenyao got up from the ground and kicked his feet vigorously at the ground. Click. Hokage rock immediately cracked a huge crack, and it continued to expand until the entire Hokage rock was covered with spider web-like textures. The roar sounded again, and the previous Hokage statues that symbolized the spirit of Konoha collapsed tonight. What's the matter? Why did Hokage rock collapse suddenly? Has anyone raided, damn it, who did such a thing? Catch him out and let him bear our anger. The entire Konoha village was shocked and angry when they saw this scene, and they became a mess for a while. There are birdsong, loud roars, angry sounds, and scared sounds. Fenyao stood on the Hokage rock and watched silently. Now he has met the requirements for the completion of the mission. As long as he leaves Konoha, this battle is considered an offense. Just when he was about to leave, an old figure stood in front of him, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform, wearing a ninja hat, and a mustache on his chin. The shoulders of the combat uniform were equipped with silver protective gear attached to the back, and the protective gear on the back was written there is the word fire. The back is equipped with 2 vertical ninja bags, the waist is tied with purple silk, the arms and calves are equipped with mesh-like wrist guards, the right arm has a green laminated hanging armor, and the sharp eyes are fixed on Fenyao. Fenyao, is this what you want? Revenge against the village? Is this your own idea, or does it represent the will of the country behind you? Third generation asks sternly. He still underestimated each other. After all, Fenyao was just an ordinary ninja when he left. In less than half a year, he has grown so much and caused such a great loss to the village. Fenyao was taken aback when he heard third generation talk about other countries. But he soon understood that the other party was treating himself as a spy for other countries. It's also good to mix up the water if you make a mistake. He pretended to be deep and said, Master Hokage, don't think about my words. Your umbu is so powerful that you can check the news of my return to the land of fire. How difficult is it to find out who I am? After hearing this, third generation frowned, and the other party was cautious and refused to disclose any information. The only way to defeat it was to hand it over to the Yamanaka clan for torture and snooping on the information. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Third generation threw a shuriken forward, and then the shuriken Shadow Clone shot tens of thousands of shurikens towards Fenyao in all directions. Seeing the sky full of shuriken, Fenyao's scalp numb. Hokage in the past is indeed a great character. One shuriken can play so many tricks. If you get entangled by him, it will be troublesome. After all, it is Konoha. If you don't retreat in time, it will be troublesome when other Jonin arrive. NS. Thinking so in my heart, Jiying quickly responded in his hand. Sage Art. Wind Style. This is the Wind Style ninjutsu, which can use the chakra of Xianju to create a large number of sandstorms to obscure the enemy's sight. Escape. Fenyao made this decision almost instantly when facing third Hokage. There is nothing shameful in running away. If you are not capable of the enemy or unable to win, then run away. Fenyao has become more cautious after experiencing so many things. Even if he has a whole card, as long as the odds of winning are small, he will try to avoid fighting. No one doesn't like a battle that must be won. He uses various means to amplify the winning rate and control the situation. This is what he is good at. He will fight to the death only when it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 13 Third Hokage. Outside Konoha Shinobi Village. The sound of fighting here has calmed down. The various ninjas nailed to the trees, the broken trees, and the big pits on the ground tell people what a tragic battle has just been experienced here. On a large tree, Hideyoshi pierced his arm with a sword and nailed it to the tree, and his body was scorched by lightning to varying degrees. The blood spilled from the corner of his mouth and stared at Hideyoshi Hashiba. They were too stunned. The blood inheritance boundary of the opponent can not only block the line of sight and have a paralyzing effect, it is difficult to tell where the enemy is, and it is also a strange physical skill of the master. The speed of inaccessibility with poisonous knives and guns in the claws is astonishing. Lying less than a few meters away from him lay the moonlight gust that had passed out and Shan Cheng Aoba whose hand had been chopped off. Both of them suffered various injuries. Especially Hai Feng, his eyes were caught by the opponent, and if the toxins invaded the brain were not treated in time, it would be impossible to save the gods. Hideyoshi Yuchai looked at the resentment and similarities in his eyes, knocked the opponent stunned with a hand knife, drew out his own sword, and counted silently in his heart. The time wasted is a bit too much. I have to hurry over and pick up the boss. This is called Marine 6 Styles and the improvement of ninjutsu is really incredible. Otherwise, I can deal with these 3 Konoha's special jonin. But it's really a disadvantage. Before coming, Fen Yao had already handed all his Marine 6 styles to Nojan and Hideyoshi. Among them, Hideyoshi had practiced ninjutsu master much faster than if he did not. Although 6 poses are not physical exercises in the Hokage world, they are, in the final analysis, a kind of physical exercise and application. He also consulted the system specifically, and learned that other people can also practice and then taught them to them, but he also asked them to swear that no one except the immortal organization can teach it. The other side didn't cut it again, he had multiple wounds of different sizes on his body, and his clothes had been soaked with blood. He was not as relaxed as Hashiba Hideyoshi. He was hit by the illusion, and could only rely on the self-harm pain method to make himself awake forcibly. Hong had fallen in front of the desk beside her, not knowing her death. These injuries were not only caused by red, but also caused by not cutting oneself. Fortunately, he got rid of the illusion in time, and relied slightly on the physical skill. Looking through the different mission files, he suddenly saw Fen Yao's name. He stopped, picked up the clothes directly, and prepared to leave. There is too much movement now, and time is very precious to him. If Konoha, the tiger, really reacted, it would be terrible. At this time, Fen Yao ran out of the dust, with a few shurikens stuck in his body. Host, are you planning to run away? If you can defeat 3rd Hokage, it will be counted as a quest reward. After all, if a village's Hokage fails, it will be a mental blow to Konoha. Fen Yao, who was about to take advantage of 3rd generation and was still trapped and ready to escape, heard the system's horrible words to confuse the public. Bullshit, this is Konoha. You tell me how to get out after defeating 3rd Hokage. Survival is the prerequisite for all activities. Just like me, I will complete the task. Take your life in for a reward. You seem to have no choice. While talking like this, suddenly a huge monkey slapped Fen Yao back with a paw. The powerful force made Fen Yao in sage mode fall back on the ground several steps. It is the summoning beast demon of 3rd Hokage that not only has the indestructible body of King Kong, but also can become the wishful golden hoop, which is the powerful helper of 3rd generation. Fen Yao secretly scolded the crow's mouth of the system in his heart, which is troublesome now. At this time, the 3rd generation had already seized the opportunity to get out of the range of wind-style sand dust. A momentary body stood in front of Fen Yao, and continued to persuade him. You have no way to escape, Fen Yao. Just grab it with your hands. The ape demon has turned into a golden hoop. Understanding Sarutobi, fighting together again. The ape demon took a turn into the air and turned into a black stick with golden lines on both ends of the stick. 3rd generation took the Ruyi golden hoop in his hand. The huge stick was not proportional to his thin body. 3rd generation squatted down and waved the Ruyi golden hoop forward. Jian in his hand shouted. King Kong prison wall. The wishful sticks in the air become dozens of wishful sticks at a very fast speed. Then a cube cage was formed around Fen Yao, trapping him. This trick can be said to be a combination of power and defense, that is, it can be used to trap the enemy, or it can be used for self-defense, depending on the user's operation. In Hokage, this trick used to defend the wood style of a generation of Hokage. Fenyao looked at the cage in front of him with a cold snort, and it seemed that he would really not be able to leave without defeating third Hokage. Sage Art. Lan Dun Guangfang. Fenyao made a seal in his hand, and spit out a water column of laser light from his mouth, and easily cut open the surrounding cage. This is already a 6 paths level fairy technique, and naturally it cannot be blocked by a summoning beast. When Fenyao saw the danger when Fenyao was halfway through the scan, the monkey demon immediately changed back to his body, but he was still half a beat, and even his arm was cut off. Fortunately, he was decisive, otherwise it would not be as simple as an arm. Old man, you step back first, Earth style. Earth Dragon Bullet, Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Seeing that the third generation was injured, he was very heartbroken. He first let the ape demon retreat to rest, and then he continued to face Fenyao. The two different escape techniques cooperate with each other to greatly increase the power. It's really worthy of being the third generation who is known as a doctor. He can easily combine the escape technique. If he was the peak of his youth, I'm afraid I would really be left behind today. Looking at the howling ninjutsu, Fenyao didn't keep his hands. He only had less than 6 minutes left in Sage mode, and he had to solve the battle with one move. He put his hands together. Sage Art. Wood Style Senju. On a rocky ground, a tall and majestic wooden Buddha statue was summoned. This time it was a lot bigger than the previous one. The fire dragon ball hit the Buddha, but it had no effect at all. It was just worth killing dozens. Arms. It's impossible. How can you, the secret technique of Hokage-sama? Unfortunately, the answer to third generation is hundreds of arms, and every blow is heavy. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. At the moment when the arm was overwhelmed, third generation still used Earth Style to resist in time. This time Fenyao didn't keep his hands, and completely took the initiative to attack. Numerous arms collapsed the broken Hokage rock once again, and thick smoke and dust floated over the Hokage rock for a long time and could not disperse. The third Hokage knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, this magic trick could not be completely defended. After all, he was old and couldn't fight like he did when he was young. Fenyao's physical consent was also a little unsteady. After a while, he quit Sage mode, panting weakly. Although Sage Art is strong, it consumes too much chakra, which will cause his Sage mode to be shortened drastically. He and the third generation team looked at each other. Now they are both at the end of their crossbows. It takes a lot of effort to move, depending on whose reinforcement arrives first. Sure enough, at Konoha's side, Umbu still came to Hokage Rock first. Third generation breathed a sigh of relief. Fenyao's eyes flashed a trace of madness, and now he can only desperately. The dog system, Laozi, your crow's mouth is the one who hurts me. If I see you, the person who wants me to see you will have to sew your mouth. Fenyao cursed to himself, then forcibly supported his body to stand up. The leader is really embarrassed, but it's no wonder that the opponent is the strongest third Hokage in the past. Hey, you should call me for such an exciting thing. It doesn't make any sense for me to watch the door outside. Two figures came to Fenyao's side instantly. One of them helped Fenyao up with one hand. The Umbu staff on the opposite side was like a big enemy, and they immediately became vigilant and took out their weapons to aim at each other. Let's go first, the task is completed, there is no need to stay, if Konoha and other Jonin come, it will be troublesome. Hideyoshi, who was about to do it, frowned when he heard that he was still planning to fight against the opponent, but after following such a leader, the thrills must be indispensable, and he still obeyed Fenyao's orders. Without cutting and dropping a smoke bomb, Hideyoshi and Fenyao left together. Third Hokage-sama, how are you? The Umbu member on the side saw the enemy leaving, and hurried to the third generation to ask about the situation. Ahem, I can't die. Let's count the casualties in the village. Don't rush to chase the opponent. Those people are not easy. Let all jonin who go out to perform the task rush back as soon as possible. Hee. Third generation is struggling to speak at the moment, but he still has to fulfill his role as Hokage. Oh, Lord Hokage. Chapter 14. Konoha Hokage Headquarters. The hall was brightly lit, red candles were beating, and the shadow stretched third generation's thin body very long. In front of him, several members of Umbu were kneeling. One of them broke the silence. Master Hokage, Konoha suffered a heavy loss this time. Not only was Hokage Rock completely destroyed, but nearly 100 people were injured nearby. In particular, Jonin Moonlight Hade's blindness in his right eye is not out of danger. Yamashiro Aoba was chopped off his left hand. Even if he is cured, his strength will be greatly reduced, and he will be slightly injured. As for Hong and Asuma, the two Jonins are out of danger with minor injuries. Kakashi is severely injured and unconscious, and the spread of this incident will definitely damage Konoha's prestige and may even be attacked by other countries. And also, there was a hint of embarrassment flashing on the face of this Umbu, as if he was wanting to tell the next thing, and finally gritted his teeth. There are also some voices blaming you in the village, and the two major consultants also have a lot of criticism. A trace of sadness flashed across the face of the Umbu member. Third Hokage fought on the front line for the village, and continued to work in the village before he recovered from the injury, while the two consultants still had roots. Oh, you go down first. Third Hokage waved his hand tiredly. Then he said, after all the other Jonin are here, let them come here. I have something to tell them. Fenyao and others have left the country of fire non-stop, and are now far away from the defense of Konoha Shinobi Village. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Revenge Konoha is achieved. Konoha's damage level is 20%, and the host defeats Third Hokage, giving Konoha a mental blow and giving special rewards. Happy mind and body. Fenyao, who was lying on his body, heard the sound from the system again, and raised his eyebrows. Xiaoao, mind and body. Before, he had been given a physique-enhancing potion given by the system, which greatly improved his physical strength and spirit. Unlike the potion, this time is to completely change the host's own physique, so that your body can perfectly use various types of arts and increase the power of fairy arts. For example, the host will no longer be affected by strong light and air vibrations when using the Beiji technique, and will be closer to the power of the original caster when using other fairy techniques. There are other benefits of this system, and I won't repeat them one by one. Host will naturally know about it later. Hearing Fenyao here was slightly moved. If this is the case, it will be very helpful to me, and part of my own fairy art is actually unusable at all. Not for other reasons, it is easy to hurt itself, and the other point is that Xianshu cannot exert its strongest power. The same celestial technique chakra, the same celestial technique, for example, Kabuto for inorganic reincarnation will be more powerful and consume less power than yourself, because what others accept is the inheritance of Ryokai Cave, which is the sage mode of Ryokai Cave. I belong to the system of taking pictures of cats and tigers, and now I can make my physique perfectly fit every fairy art. How can I not be excited? Please host prepare. Speaking of this, a refreshing energy penetrated from his mind to the limbs and 100 skeletons, causing his whole body to be naked, and Fenyao, who was lying on his body, couldn't help but bang. I was so scared that I almost fell from the tree without cutting it. Could it be that my leader has any special hobbies? Then Fenyao's body suddenly flashed a dazzling blue light, and then he stopped and leaned Fenyao aside and said with concern, "Chief, what's wrong with you?" Fenyao shook his head at them, feeling a little excited by the pure energy in his body. "It's okay, you guys step back a little bit, I'll be fine in a while." Speaking quickly, I sat cross-legged and absorbed, and then the light on his body became more intense, forming a light cocoon to envelop Fanyao. If Jean and Hideyoshi look at each other, they will feel the mystery of this leader even more. At this moment, the dense black spots in the light cocoon were discharged from Fanyao's body, and then turned into nothingness. The physique has also changed little by little. He feels that his body is more able to integrate with this world, and every cell in his body is different from the previous one. It is as if the difference between children and adults can adapt to the side effects of current surgery. Especially the mind, the mental power is not only improved but also more pure. I am afraid that ordinary illusions can hardly work on oneself. His memory is clearer than before, and his thoughts are very accessible, and he can even think of his own experiences on the earth for more than 20 years in the previous life. A full cup of tea has passed. The cocoon slowly disappeared. Fanyao's skin was fairer than before. Through the skin, he could see the jade-like bones inside. Now his body is truly innocent, dust-free, free and intelligent. He has grown a lot taller. His gaze slowly looked like no more killing and Hideyoshi, his eyes glistened, and his debut was brilliant. When I don't get targeted anymore, it's as if all my secrets have been seen through. My own ninjutsu, weakness, and psychology are what I feel when I face Sherry-nan. No, it feels even more terrifying than Sherry-nan. Hideyoshi also took a deep breath. What he felt even more was the change in Fanyao's temperament, although Fanyao was strong. But before, he still lacked a kind of leadership temperament, and now facing him, he can't help but want to surrender. And when the two of them were around Fanyao, their irritability seemed to calm down, and everything was uncomfortable, as if bathing in the softest sunlight, dispelling the cold murderous intent and violence in their hearts. "Boss, your temperament has changed too much." Hideyoshi spoke a little tremblingly. Fanyao stood up, and he also felt the tremendous changes in his body. The amount of chakra and the speed of recovery have been significantly improved, and he has a more thorough understanding of the fairy techniques that he has used before. Host's current physique is equivalent to the unique cultivating genius in the Hokage world, and your breath will make people around you calm down and eliminate negative emotions in others' hearts, making people unconsciously dependent, and even faster practice ninjutsu so that Host can be a qualified leader. Fanyao suddenly realized, it's no wonder that if you don't look at him so hungrily, he coughed lightly, letting them wake up. "It's a gaffe, boss. By the way, this is the information I got from Konoha. Where is our next plan to go?" "If you don't have to apologize and get off the topic," Fanyao pondered for a while. He had already come up with dozens of different solutions in a moment. He was also surprised by his current thinking ability. He was afraid that Ishine had no problems with all four uses. He took the intelligence scroll and opened it and glanced at it, snorted coldly. It was indeed the Umbu ninja group who had been chasing and killing him that day. He wanted to kill each other very much, but everyone in Umbu would go out to perform tasks, not every moment in the village. He could not go back to Konoha village for a long time for a group. He thought for a moment before he came up with the answer. "Go to the country of water, don't cut the promise I promised you before, now I will help you complete it." Hearing this, I didn't stop for a while and randomly knelt down on one knee. "Thank you, the leader, please rest assured, even if I take Kirigakure, I will still be a member of the ferry for you to send. I believe you. If you don't cut it again, order Bai to go to the country of water, we need his power." Fanyao helped him up again and replied lightly. "It's the leader, you come up first and I will carry you on the road." This is a bad remark. If you don't cut it, brother should have just been tired. Let me recite it. Not tired, brother Hideyoshi is polite. I'll come, I'll come. They found that the closer they are to Fanyao, the more refreshed they are, and it is even good for the practice of ninjutsu. Now both of them are rushing to carry out the task of ranjutsu. Ahem, no need, I just recovered from chakra just now, just go by myself. For it. If Fenyao is reluctant to accept the battle between two beauties, let's forget it if it is won by two big men. The camera turns to Konoha Shinobi Village. In addition to the third Hokage sitting in the middle, there are two people standing next to Konoha senior advisors Mito Kato Homura and Yudatan Koharu. These two people are responsible for connecting with the country of fire in Konoha village. Under certain circumstances, they will provide advice to Hokage, and can even change Hokage's decision-making. Konoha's Jonin faintly felt a little uneasy. In front of him, besides Konoha's Jonin, there are Umbu, a member of Gen, and his face and one arm wrapped in a bandage. One eye is slightly squinted, and his eyes seem to be filled with suspicion and calculation at all times, and they look gloomy. It is Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Roots. The Hokage rock damage incident also attached great importance to the Fire Country daimyo. They were very dissatisfied with Konoha's actions. This incident not only affected Konoha but also affected the reputation of the Fire Country. Yes, and after this time, the power of the Konoha shinobi village has been reduced to a certain extent, and neighboring countries may also make bold moves at any time. In the emergency meeting of the Fire Nation held yesterday, we care about whether the third generation project is possible. Continue to assume the role of Hokage. Two senior consultants say you, I say, they are embarrassed by third Hokage's reproach, and the might guy underneath listened to the words of the two and angered. If it weren't for Hokage's desperate resistance, I'm afraid Konoha's loss will be even more severe now. Then where were you then? The two senior consultants who were talking about this were blocked for a while, and it was third generation who helped them. Oh, okay, this Hokage rock incident is my dereliction of duty. I underestimated the other party, and I voluntarily resigned from Hokage. After third generation said the sentence, the anti-Buddha was even older. That's not going to work, Master Hokage. What should Konoha village do without your leadership? Please think twice about Hokage-sama. The people around him all dissuaded him from hearing this. Only the rooted Danzo showed a gloomy smile, while the two consultants stood aside like sculptures, watching and caring. Konoha is about to change the sky. Chapter 15 Fifth Hokage. Fire Country Border. The sun shines through the only tree gap and spreads on the ground. The three figures were sitting in a circle with some fruits, food, and water in the middle. One of the men is very beautiful, as if it is the existence of all the beautiful things in this world, making people unconsciously want to get close. Don't cut it anymore and sigh in my heart while eating. Fortunately, I am a man. Otherwise, I am afraid that I can't even eat food while sitting with the leader. I just stare at it, but why do I always have the leader's figure in my mind recently? I shouldn't. Thinking of this again, Bulletin Jean quickly shook his head, and lost the terrible thought just now. Okay, hurry up after eating. Fenyao wiped his mouth and continued to put on the masks. Now they have come to the border. The country of water is surrounded by the sea. If you want to pass, you must take a boat. Helping is also helping himself. He thought about where many immortal organizations were established, and finally decided to be in the water country, which is very well located and far away from the mainland, and there has been no large-scale war. Therefore, from the Hokage Sengoku era to the end of the Third Ninja War, the country has kept the Hokage world's most types of blood inheritance boundaries, and the Hokage world is known for its many types of blood inheritance boundaries. What does this mean? There are so many talents. This is a little bit of a few to cultivate. Isn't this the new blood of the immortal? Then this system task is not easy to come by. Thinking of this, Fenyao cannot help but feel comfortable, already thinking about what artifact the system will give himself. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, Conquering Terumi Mei, Mission Introduction, Conquering 5th Mizukage. Time, within 2 years. Slogan, a strong man is going to conquer the strongest woman, come on young man. Even if Fen Yao now inherits the Xiaoai mind and body, it can be said that the mental power and endurance are already very strong, and the system is almost overwhelmed by anger. You really dare to say that, before you said that I was nasty and conquered 5th Hokage. Who do you think I am, a hungry ghost? Fen Yao's face is righteous, and he never wants to do such a nasty thing. What is host thinking? I just want you to put Terumi Mei into the fairy organization. You have made up something strange in your own mind. You just deliberately misled me, cough cough, in fact, I think so too. My fairy organization is short of talents, especially talents like Terumi Mei. Fen Yao's face is not red and his heart is not beating. There is a small village on the edge. Here are some ordinary villagers. They usually fish for themselves. It should be very easy to get 2 boats here. No longer Jean and Hideyoshi were responsible for finding the boat. While Fen Yao wandered around the village, a piece of paper on the notice board attracted his attention. Although this village is small, sometimes some news and national events will be posted here to make it easier for the villagers to know. This piece of paper is a notice from the Land of Fire. Konoha Shinobi Village No. 3 Hokage voluntarily retire from Hokage due to old age and frailty. It was decided by the Fire Country Daimyo and the Konoha Elite Committee to order Shimura Danzo to take over as the 5th Hokage. At the same time, a reward is offered to Fen Yao, the S-class wanted criminal, and 50 million taels for anyone who kills. In addition, there are also photos of Fen Yao wearing a mask and photos of him in Konoha village before. Because Kakashi hasn't woken up yet, the Naruto team doesn't know that Fen Yao is the young ninja they faced that day, so naturally they don't know Fen Yao's true appearance now. Seeing this, Fen Yao sneered. He is really worth the money. It's time for him to rob Kaduo, but it's a pity that he is going to the water country. As he continued to look down, the expression on his face froze, a foul flash in his eyes, his expression became extremely gloomy. It says below. Fen Yao's parents. After investigation, Fen Bo and Fen Miao had close ties with Fen Yao, the traitor, and repeatedly sold intelligence to other countries. They were executed by 5th Hokage. With anger in his heart and nowhere to vent, he directly smashed the bulletin board with a punch. His parents are just ordinary people, so how can they betray information? But he was so smart, he knew it when he thought about it. 3rd Hokage is generous and will not hurt the innocent. But because of Danzo's superiority, this person is suspicious, tough, and can't tolerate a little negligence. At this moment, what the village needs most is to restore order and catch himself. So Danzo took his parents directly, regardless of whether they have contact with him or not, they must die, because this can calm the emotions of the people in Konoha and Fire Country, express their attitude, and prove that Danzo is capable of becoming the 5th Hokage. Tuan. Hidden. I definitely want kill you. Fen Yao popped out a few words from his teeth one by one. Although there is a gap between him and his parents, after all, the other party raised him for 12 years. He is not a man of grass and trees, who can be ruthless, let alone the one who gave birth to himself and raised himself. Although extremely angry, Xiaoai's mind and body still kept himself thinking rationally, and he immediately turned around to find Nostalgia and Hideyoshi. At this moment, the two had bought the fishing boat and were about to leave. Fen Yao walked back and said to the two, I have something to deal with, and I can't go to the country of water for the time being. You two will go ahead and stay there, waiting for my order. The words revealed an indisputable taste. Hideyoshi felt that Fen Yao should be doing something big, and as soon as he wanted to recommend himself, he saw that Fen Yao's blue pupils were full of murderous intent. It was so scared that he swallowed back when he just reached his mouth, and if he didn't cut it, Fen Yao felt like a predatory beast against the Buddha. Since the leader orders, I will wait to obey. We will first stand firm in the water country and wait for the leader to arrive. Fen Yao turned around after explaining these things and left. At this time, he had only one thought. Just kill Danzo. He turned on Sage mode and ran in the woods, and at his speed, he would be able to drive back to Konoha in less than a week. Host, although you want revenge, I don't intend to stop it, but I must remind you that in 3 days, half a year will be up, and the time will be the next random draw, and you will not be able to enter Sage mode to use fairy magic. Hearing that Fen Yao could only stop on a tree, he scolded the system hundreds of times in his heart. Although he felt that the system was cheating, he could only be incompetent and furious. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu or genre will be random next. It must be impossible to go directly to Konoha. Although Fen Yao wanted revenge, he didn't want to be overwhelmed by anger and went straight in to fight Danzo. He did everything through rational thinking. When he turned on Sage mode in his current state of mind and body, with the increased power of fairy magic, he could surely kill Danzo and retreat, but now. Revenge must be revenge, but you can't lose your life for revenge. That kind of behavior is reckless. You really dropped the chain at a critical time, Fen Yao yelled at the system, and then changed directions. He had already thought of another idea, so he needed an alliance. Konoha Shinobi Village on the other side? Wearing a white Hokage robe, lined with a red ninja suit, and wearing a Hokage hat, Danzo finally realized his wish and became Konoha's Hokage. He can carry out his own will and guard Konoha with strong means. Master Hokage, the news has been spread, what is our next plan? It was no one else who was kneeling on the ground. It was the EPUB member who had hunted down Fen Yao for a long time. He was actually the rude person. You did a good job, and thanks to your report to me at the time, I was able to move Hiruzen today. This kid named Fen Yao really surprised me. Danzo said in a flat tone, still holding Fen Yao's information in his hand. Danzo got the news as early as Fen Yao was sentenced to the ninja village. It stands to reason that there was a rebellion in the village. This is the third Hokage's dereliction of duty. He wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but the people in the village still support third generation. Item. Danzo could only wait for the opportunity, and ordered the regiment to get rid of the old doctor for a long time. In his eyes, it would be no big deal to kill an ordinary person, just in case Fen Yao had any collusion with the doctor. He also ordered people around him to report to Konoha in time. Finally, he waited until Fen Yao came back. A hawker reported that someone had come to inquire about the doctor and brought a ninja. He revealed the news to the third generation and handed it over to him. In fact, even if Fen Yao fails, he will still find a way to make third generation take a beating. He can do whatever it takes to become Hokage. Danzo squeezed Fen Yao's information tightly in his hands. All he had to do now was to remove the pest that threatened Konoha. Chapter 16 First Encounter Orochimaru. 2 days later. In the northern border zone of the Country of Fire, there is a small country bordering the Country of Fire, the country of Tien. This is also the birthplace of Otonin, Orochimaru's nest. Fen Yao came to Tianziguo. The appearance of the village here is a bit crude. In the village, there are occasionally 2 ninjas wearing 8-note forward protector guarding in front of a gate. Standing at the door were 2 people, Onitamaru and Teiwaya, both of whom had different abilities, grandmasters various enchantment and sealing techniques. He walked slowly towards the 2 of them, and the 2 glanced at Fen Yao, and Deu also spoke first. Stand there and don't move. Who are you? Take off the mask for me. The eyes of Gitangwan on the side stared at Fen Yao. Fen Yao slowly stopped. Call out Orochimaru, you don't deserve to ask who I am. Dayuya's anger surged into his heart. This BD thinks he's old. I'm flying so that you who don't know the heights and the earth know how good my old lady is. I wanted to take out a flute in my heart like this. Magic flute. Fantasy sound lock. A crisp sound of the flute was raised, pleasing to the ear, and reverberating continuously. If you indulge in it, you will enter an illusion, and your body will slowly be corroded. However, Fen Yao's high mental power made this level of illusion technique unable to work on him at all, and Fen Yao said slowly when do you finished playing one by one. Is it over? Your flute sound level needs to be improved. Du Yu, who has always refused to accept defeat, could not bear such yin and yang ridicule, and directly waved his flute and attacked Fen Yao. But just within 5 meters of Fen Yao, her body suddenly softened, and she felt an extremely cool breath penetrate into her limbs. I almost yelled out comfortably, the anger and killing intent in my heart immediately dissipated. Instead, he felt a touch of kindness and dependence on Fen Yao, and even wanted to get closer. Fen Yao on the opposite side also wondered how Teiwei's movements suddenly slowed down, but he didn't hesitate, grabbing Teiwei's neck with his right hand and preparing to threaten Orochimaru to come out. It turned out to be met by Fen Yao. I yelled out, no reason, but it feels too comfortable to stay so close to Fen Yao. Even if he was caught by Fen Yao, he inexplicably felt that this person would not hurt himself, and even had a slight affection for someone he had never met. I didn't use much effort either. Could it be that the 5 people under Orochimaru's hand are in vain? Thoughts with some doubts in my mind. It's the host's physique that has too much influence on others. Your free mind and body is a fatal attraction for people who have always had negative emotions in their hearts, just like a person who has been hungry for 3 days suddenly eats a big meal. But it seems to be more lethal to the opposite S**X, which this system did not expect. After hearing this, Fen Yao understood, because he didn't cut it before, although it did seem to be influenced by himself. But definitely not to the point where he would be distracted when fighting with himself. After that, when fighting a female ninja, he would not naturally have the advantage. Taking advantage of the short-term loss of the opponent, he could instantly gain the advantage of the master. Ya. What kind of illusion your fellow used, immediately let her go. Gitangmaru was also anxious when he saw his companion being captured, and prepared to do it with a loud shout, but Doiwei suddenly stopped him. I didn't. It's something, he should. There is no malice, you go report it? Lord Orochimaru. When he said this sentence, Dewei's tone was trembling. Onaidumaru was stunned when he heard this. They worked together under Orochimaru, and naturally they knew each other. Duyu is not only eager to win but not to admit defeat, but his biggest characteristic is his poisonous tongue, and he always likes to swearing and quarrel with other people. Now it is a miracle to be captured without greeting each other's relatives. Why is this still facing each other? And what does it mean that the tone of the speech reveals such a shyness? If it weren't for seeing Doiwei with clear eyes, he felt that Doiwei must have been illusionary. Fen Yao felt a burst of emotion in his heart. This Xiaoao, mind and body is even easier to use than I thought. Gitangguan couldn't make up his mind, so he looked angrily at Fen Yao and gave a cruel remark. You wait for me. If it hurts you, Orochimaru-sama will not let you go. After speaking, he entered the room, leaving only Fen Yao and Duyuya who kept panting. After a while, 4 figures appeared behind the door. The leader is Orochimaru. He has black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending from the corners of the eyes to the wings of his nose, his pale skin is not bloody, and he wears blue cyan hook jade-shaped earrings. Kind of insidious feeling. In addition to the Guidomaru just now, Seikon, Jirobo and Kagaya Kimimaro were followed. Fen Yao stopped for a few more glances on Kagaya Kimimaro. This man possesses the dead bone pulse's blood inheritance limit. He is the strongest among the Sound of No One, and the other 4 together are not his opponents. Orochimaru walked up to Fen Yao and smiled sullenly, look at your appearance. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Fen Yao, the S-rank rebel who messed up Konoha a few days ago. I didn't expect you to be. Come to me. It's not surprising that Orochimaru tells Fen Yao's identity. The country of Tien is adjacent to the country of fire, and the photo of himself wearing a mask has long been spread to other countries. In addition, Orochimaru also pays more attention to the news of Konoha. There's no reason Orochimaru didn't know about such a big thing. The people around were shocked secretly after hearing this. They had all heard of the news, but they didn't know about it. They usually guarded Orochimaru and only obeyed Orochimaru's orders. And Duo also turned his head and took a look, admiring Fenyao, who had grasped him even more. "Mr. Orochimaru, I want to make a deal with you." Fenyao looked at Orochimaru plainly, not surprised that he knew his identity. Orochimaru became more and more curious about Fenyao. Not only could the other party destroy Hokage Rock in Konoha village, but they also found their place in such a short period of time to show the other party's means. "What kind of deal do you want to make with me, Fenyao?" Seeing that Orochimaru wanted to negotiate terms with himself, he let go of Toyo and expressed his sincerity, and Orochimaru's eyes eased slightly. It's just that Toyo herself stayed where she was. She didn't want to leave Fenyao's surroundings. Fenyao's breath was so attractive. Finally, in Orochimaru's order, he walked back to Orochimaru's back in 3 steps. Orochimaru frowned when he saw that Toyo was so abnormal, but didn't think too much. "I want to work with you to destroy the Konoha shinobi village, but I have one condition. I will commit suicide in the 5th Hokage group." "Hide." Orochimaru shook his head and looked at Fenyao jokingly. "Why should I cooperate with you? What good can you do for me by destroying Konoha?" Fenyao scolded the old fox secretly. Orochimaru was already planning to destroy Konoha during this period. "I just saw that I put forward such a condition and wanted to sit on the ground and start the price to get some benefits from myself." Fenyao ignored him, but turned his back to Orochimaru and said calmly, "You have the right to choose whether to cooperate or not. If you don't want to get the legacy of Konoha shinobi, and you don't want to solve the Konoha shinobi village who has been looking for you, then you have to reject my proposal." He was ready to leave without turning his head. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. Just when he was about to leave, Orochimaru stopped him. "Wait a minute, Yao-kun, you won and I agree with your deal. Anyway, I have no interest in that old Danzo. It would be better if you are willing to kill him." Fenyao turned around, but at this time Orochimaru's head suddenly stretched out and attacked him. This is Orochimaru's software modification, which allows one's body to stretch or twist freely. Orochimaru opened his mouth twice the size of the others and bit at Fenyao's throat. Iron body. Fenyao launched a 6-style one-hand against the head of the snake rushing towards him, and a right uppercut with the other hand distorted Orochimaru's entire face. The head returned to Orochimaru's body, and the wound on his face returned to its original shape in a moment. Fenyao asked in a bad tone. "Orochimaru, what do you mean?" Orochimaru touched his left face, his eyes flashed sharply, and said in a gloomy tone, "Since it is a cooperation, then I always want to know how your strength is. Let me see it, Yao-kun." After speaking, the body rushed to Fenyao once. Chapter 17 Battle Orochimaru. When Orochimaru rushed to Fenyao with the body flicker technique, he was immediately attracted by Fenyao's breath. Inexplicably, he has a sense of intimacy with Fenyao, but he is determined and will not be affected by it in battle. Jian gave a low cry with both hands. Hull Shadow and Snake Hands. This is Orochimaru's B-level ninjutsu, which is quite a variety of ninjutsu. The large snakes that can be summoned instantly take on the tasks of intimidation, containment, capture, etc., to achieve the effect of multiple combos. Often the enemy is already bound before it reacts. More than a dozen snakes with brown and black stripes rushed towards Fenyao's limbs and vital points. Deo on the side couldn't help but feel worried for Fenyao, which felt incredible even for her. But obviously her worry was unnecessary. Fenyao stepped on both feet and used moonwalk to easily dodge under the chasing of more than a dozen snakes. After chasing for more than 10 meters, Orochimaru recovered the technique. Orochimaru's face was solemn, and his latent shadow was not only extremely numerous. and the speed is so fast that even cage-level other strong players have to be caught carelessly. When he is so close, he is dodged by the opponent. There is only one situation in his mind that can be done, and that is the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, see through ninjutsu, physique, and insight into the opponent's movements, but the opponent's eyes are obviously not Sharingan. Fanyao's ability to avoid the shulker without Sage Mode is actually due to the change in his physique. His understanding of ninjutsu now exceeds Orochimaru's imagination. At the moment when the opponent made a move, he directly simulated various changes in his mind after the move, and then escaped. Yao-kun, your secret is more interesting than I thought, but if you can just run away, you can't let me admit your strength. Orochimaru sneered, exuding a mature gloomy atmosphere, intending to provoke Fanyao. Fanyao clasped his hands together, but in his heart he thought to himself that this should be the last time he used Sage Mode. Then the eyeshadow appeared at the corner of the eye, and the pupils also changed. This is not to say that Fanyao can enter Sage Mode instantly, but is the embodiment of his Hein's second use. He just started Sage Mode while entangled with Orochimaru. Orochimaru on the opposite side clearly felt the change in Fanyao's strength at this moment, which was more than 10 times more terrifying than just now. He even had the feeling of facing that man, Uchiha Itachi at the time, the feeling of invincibility. He snorted. The shame of the day will not appear today. Although the opponent defeated third Hokage, the opponent is not in his peak state after all, and he must be one of the dignified Sunnins. Orochimaru lay his whole body on the ground and his mouth grew. The array of 10,000 snakes. This technique can use summoning to crawl out countless snakes from the mouth to attack the enemy, bury the opponent alive in the snakes, and finally detonate the snakes. Seeing Orochimaru keep spitting things out of his mouth, Fanyao also frowned, silently thinking that some roasted snake meat might be good. As a result, the hand seals quickly, and the afterimages are formed at such a speed. Standing in the distance, Kimimura's eyes widened in surprise, because he found that the other party was making 3 different seals at the same time. Fanyao took a sharp breath, his mouth puffed up slightly. Sage Art. Gomen. Fanyao displayed wind style, fire style, and toad oil at the same time to make a wide range of kerosene. The temperature was extremely high, and it ruthlessly swallowed the snake produced by Orochimaru summoning in front of him. Fanyao didn't use this trick before because although he knew it, he couldn't use 3 ninjutsu at the same time, but now he can do it. Not only that, you can even release 4 ninjutsu at once. Orochimaru hurriedly backed away. Even if he was hit by this level of fire style, he couldn't bear it. At the same time, bit his finger and shoot into the ground. Triple Rashomon. The red, blue, and black ghost faces with their mouths wide open up from the ground, as if to absorb all attacks. These 3 gates respectively represent the 3 stages of absolute prison defense, including the defense, destruction, and expansion, as well as the characteristics of absorbing all attacks. Not only can you protect yourself, but it can also play a role in deterring the opponent's spirit. The first door is under attack. The second goalkeeper is less powerful. The power of the third goalkeeper spreads. When the kerosene hit the third door, it was already weak and unable to harm Orochimaru behind it. It turned out to be this technique. Fortunately, just as Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, Fanyao suddenly appeared behind him, and a cold voice sounded. "Mr. Orochimaru, the battle is not over yet." Fanyao put his hands together and said in a low voice. Sage Art. Mingshenman. Several red torii gates, traditional Japanese buildings consisting of 1 vertical and 2 horizontal columns, fell from the sky. Pressing on Orochimaru's body, this technique can temporarily seal the opponent's chakra. Actually even knows how to seal it. Orochimaru felt that the chakra in his body was sealed, and now he can be said to be at the mercy of others. Fanyao did not stop, and continued to seal in his hands, as if he was about to take Orochimaru's life directly. Orochimaru finally couldn't maintain his posture, and shouted in horror. "Hurry up and help!" Kimimaro on the side had already wanted to help when seeing Orochimaru falling into the wind, but he had been waiting for the other's order and rushed out as soon as he heard it. Except for Teiwaya, everyone else also shot instantly. They all activated their own curse imprint too, and their skin turned black and hardened, their hair changed color and lengthened, and sharp claws grew. Teiwaya struggled in place for a while, and finally followed. Dead bone pulse dance of iron flower. Secret technique spider sticky gold. Earth style Tuliang dumpling. Multiple boxing. Everyone used their own ninjutsu. There is no room for glimpses of the strength of the 5 people of Yunnan. Each of them possesses different abilities, such as secret arts, illusion arts, blood succession limits, and so on. Seeing the various attacks coming from behind, Fanyao turned his head, his handprints changed, his stomach bulged, and then he spit out an illusory white dragon. Sage art. Baiji technique. Bailong held a purple dragon ball and quickly flew in front of the 5 people. This technique can make the enemy feel that the bones are rubbing through the vibration of the air, and at the same time it will emit strong light, impairing the enemy's vision and hearing. Before Fanyao had too much side effects from this operation, and the bright light had accidentally blinded himself. Therefore, he has not used it since then. Now his eyes are glowing, and there is a layer of membrane to protect his eyeballs. The toughness of his body allows him to resist the vibration of the air. The 4 people closed their eyes in pain, covering their ears, not to mention continuing to release ninjutsu, and even the curse seal was faintly unsustainable. Fanyao took the opportunity to enter the bright light and knocked them aside with one punch. On the contrary, the reason for one step at night is not in the scope of the technique. Now he is the only person standing besides Fanyao on the court. Damn, he is so strong. At this moment, Orochimaru just came up with this idea. The next moment he kicked Fanyao's tempest kick and hit the chest hard. He suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and a burst of intense dizziness made him lose his balance and completely lie on the ground. After lying on the ground for a full breath or two, it was a little slow. After the vision was clear, Fanyao's 2 feet were seen standing in front of him. Damn it! Orochimaru was just about to get up. Fanyao raised his right foot and stepped directly on it. Fanyao stomped on Orochimaru's head, making a heavy noise like a rock hitting the ground. Fanyao! Orochimaru was furious and wanted to get up again. Fanyao looked coldly, and stepped on again. Orochimaru's head hit the ground violently, his scalp was knocked and the blood flow continued. This guy, I must find a way to kill you. Orochimaru bit his teeth, almost burning him with the anger in his chest. He raised his head, Lion Majesty's eyes fixed on Fanyao, and said gloomily. Yao-kun, I was rude just now. I admit your strength, so how about we stop here? Seeing Orochimaru's softness, Fanyao lifted the door of the famous gods and helped Orochimaru up well, looking like an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Come here, Mr. Orochimaru, get up quickly, it's so cold on the ground. Just now I was just discussing it at will, Mr. Orochimaru, don't mind. The 5 people of Yunnan on the side were stunned. Is this still the person who just shot the cruel and ruthless? It's too fast to change your face. Orochimaru also stunned for a while, casually discussing. You just killed me directly. However, around Fanyao, he felt that his killing intent and anger towards Fanyao just now was fading, and he was more greedy while surprised. His physique seems to be very special, capable of changing the minds of people around him, and he should be the master sage mode just now. Such a body is really a perfect container. Thinking of this, Orochimaru licked his lips. If it weren't for Fanyao, he would have started to slice the opponent directly. Chapter 18 Time and Space Ninjutsu. Although the thoughts in his heart are so vicious, Orochimaru is also an old man. There was a kind smile on his face, as if he didn't care about the things just now. Yao-kun is polite. I proposed the discussion myself. Why would you mind? Why not enter my stronghold and talk about the next plan? Fen Yao followed Orochimaru and was about to enter the house. Suddenly Orochimaru's eyes turned and spoke again. Yao-kun, since it is already an alliance, can you take off your mask first? Fen Yao listened to Orochimaru's words in order to confirm his identity, but his appearance under the mask is indeed different from the wanted picture of himself, but if he disagrees, I am afraid Orochimaru will not give up, he can only reach out and uncover the mask. Suddenly, time stopped. So handsome, there are such good-looking people in the world. Doyu also looked at Fen Yao obsessively. Even the people around him lost consciousness for a moment. Orochimaru was surprised for a moment, but thought quickly in his heart. This physique is very special, but the appearance is not the same person as the wanted order. Will the other party also eliminate facial ninjutsu? But that doesn't matter, now I am interested in it. It's his body. Orochimaru coughed, pulled everyone's thoughts back, and said to Fen Yao. Yao-kun, let's put on the mask, otherwise I am afraid that my men will be fascinated by you. Your appearance is different from the wanted order, but everyone has their own secrets. I still want to believe in you, Yao-kun. Doiwei blushed and lowered his head. On the other hand, Fen Yao didn't pursue Orochimaru's appearance, and vaguely realized that Orochimaru seemed to have any purpose. After all, the true trust in Orochimaru was not based on words. After putting on the mask, he followed Orochimaru and others into the house. There is a hole in the house, and rough stone steps lead to the dark underground. A long, dark, icy tunnel, with all kinds of cages, there are people crying, fighting, and painful **X. These are all the people who were caught by Orochimaru as experimental subjects. Fen Yao is not a saint. He will not save anyone who has nothing to do with him. He just follows Orochimaru to a stone gate with plain eyes. Inside were a few stone chairs and a few precision ones. After ordering the 5 people to guard outside the door, Orochimaru sat down and talked about the next plan with Fen Yao. Yao-kun, attacking Konoha requires not only personal strength, but also national strength. You came here by a coincidence, because I already have a candidate. Fen Yao, who was sitting aside, listened quietly. He knew that Orochimaru was talking about 4th Kazekage Luasha. In his impression, due to the shortage of Tsunagakuer funds, Rosa realized the existence of Konoha's strong Yamato crisis. So Orochimaru and Luasha conspired to attack Konoha village. The country I'm talking about is Tsunagakuer of the Kingdom of Wind. Because that stupid daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind continues to reduce the number of ninjas and the funding of the ninja village, forcing Tsunagakuer's combat power to continue to decline, they are the country that fears Konoha the most, and is the best. Candidates. Orochimaru suddenly stood up and came to Fen Yao's side, widening his golden pupils. And thanks to you, Danzo has become the 5th Hokage. I have contacted him before. He will never adopt a gentle policy like 3rd Hokage. There will be disputes between the two sides, and we can. I think I understand what you mean, Mr. Orochimaru. We will attack Konoha with Sand Shinobi. Fen Yao stared at Orochimaru with his dark blue pupils. The time is now in April, and Konoha's collapse plan started with the Chunin exam in July. In other words, I still have 3 months to prepare. Talking to smart people like Yao-kun is simple. Then I will inform you when the plan starts. I will arrange for you to take a rest first. If you want, you can also visit me more. Orochimaru patted Fen Yao on the shoulder, breathing greedily the breath of Fen Yao. In my heart, his determination to seize this body was strengthened. After coming to the door, the 4 people, except Doyoya, were still very wary of Fen Yao and stared at Fen Yao with bad eyes. Fen Yao, who didn't pay attention to them, passed by them and said lightly, "Where is my room?" The emotions of the people around Fen Yao stabilized unconsciously, Only Kimimaro shook his head, his eyes still kept alert. That. Master Fenyao, let me take you there. Doiwei twisted his clothes with both hands, and said with a bit of twitching. Hey, don't you Teo? This guy was just now. Ci Yinfang on the side looked at Duo you also betrayed so quickly, and couldn't help but vomit. Deadly fat. What did you say, Jirobo? Mr. Orochimaru just asked Mr. Fenyao to rest. Teo also saw that Jirobo stopped him, and he would habitually scold him, but Fenyao was in front of him, and the words came back to his lips. It's okay, you can tell me where the room is. Fenyao stood there and looked at the two of them. He just wanted to find a place to rest and think about the next plan. He would definitely not trust Orochimaru 100%. Such people need to be on guard at all times. Similarly, Orochimaru can't trust himself, the two parties just use each other. I'm fine, Master Fenyao, let me take you there. Deo also ignored Jirobo and walked in front of Fenyao, leading him to find a room. Looking at the back of the two people's news, Jirobo sighed helplessly, but he had a deep understanding of Teiwei's poisonous tongue. He always prayed for Teiwei to keep some words on his lips, but he didn't expect that it would be the case today. Orochimaru's base is still very large. After walking for about half a cup of tea, Fenyao came to a somewhat rudimentary room. There is a thick white blanket on the floor in the center, a stove for boiling water, unburned charcoal underneath, and an oil lamp next to it. This is the rest room, please don't dislike Master Fenyao. Deo also bowed slightly and did a lot of courtesy. Fenyao nodded slightly at her, and then walked into the room. It's just that Teo at the door has been standing there and not going because he is at the door. Still can feel the pure breath of Fenyao, she wants to stay longer. After that, a full half-hour passed. Fenyao helped his forehead helplessly, a little distressed. Taya, what else do you have? Dayuya, who was asked this way, blushed and was a little embarrassed. No, Well, is Master Fenyao's wish to destroy Konoha? In a hurry, Doyu, who didn't know what to say, also remembered the conversation between Fenyao and Orochimaru just now. At this time, Fenyao's eyes were gloomy, and Doyu was taken aback by the change. Fenyao responded in an icy and emotional tone. I was not the one before, but now I only have one wish, which is to kill 5th Hokage. Doyu also listened to Fenyao's cold tone, stepped back a few steps and gently clenched his fists against his chest, lowered his head slightly and thought for a while as if he had made a decision. Firmly said, I will definitely become stronger. I will help Master Fenyao fulfill your wish. After speaking, he ran away. Fenyao sighed. He could see that the other party seemed to have some emotions towards him, but the other party was just a 14-year-old child and didn't understand anything. The system suddenly made a noise. Actually, according to your biological age, host is not too old for you. You are only 12 years old this year. It's just that your mental age is a little bit older. I think host is perfectly fine. Shut your stinky mouth. If it weren't for the halo of this free mind body, would I be crazy harassed by these people? Look at the way Orochimaru looks like, 80% of them are greedy for my body now. If it wasn't for your broken system to replace ninjutsu, I would have killed Konoha and chopped Danzo, so I still need to stay here. Fenyao directly scolded the system. He seemed to vent his gloomy feelings because of the death of his parents. In this world, the real understanding of oneself may be the system in your head, and you don't have to do any disguise in front of it. This system will settle this account with you next time it sends out a task. Fenyao curled his mouth and responded in his heart. Come on then, I can wait. The second day. Host, please prepare. This system will randomly select the ninjutsu in the Hokage world for the host this time. From now on, the host's Xianju and Sage mode will not be available or enabled. After speaking, Fen Yao felt that a strange energy had imprisoned his absorption of natural energy, but he hadn't forgotten Xianzhu, he just couldn't use it. Start drawing. Fen Yao looked calm and took a deep breath. Congratulations to the host for extracting space-time ninjutsu. All space-time ninjutsu in the Hokage world will be mastered by the host, and any other ninjutsu hosts will be temporarily unavailable. Chapter 19 Summoning Contract. Fen Yao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard here, time and space ninjutsu was a little better than he thought. Space-time ninjutsu allows the practitioner to freely shuttle themselves or objects in real space or real space and different dimensional space. It can be regarded as a relatively powerful type of ninjutsu, and the most famous one should belong to the S-level space ninjutsu developed by Second Hokage, Flying Thunder God technique. Next, the system stuffed all the knowledge into Fen Yao's mind. Fen Yao now accepts it more easily than before, and after a while, he digested the knowledge in his mind. Summoning technique, Flying Thunder God technique, Kamui, Hollow, Tian Shaoli, Tian Zi Yuzhong, Huan Quan Biliang Zaka, Tian Song technique, Round 2 Mej Hell, etc. Some of them are not only space ninjutsu, but also a kind of pupil technique. Seeing this, Fen Yao suddenly asked with a guilty conscience. Kamui, Hollow, I can use it without Sharinan, right? But it is clear that the system will not let him do what he wants. What is host thinking? You are just a pair of ordinary eyes. You need Mangekyo Sharinan or even Rinnegan to use these pupil techniques. Fen Yao was dumbfounded at this time, so the space-time ninjutsu he could use was significantly reduced. You cheated me again. Why did you say that this physique can perfectly use all kinds of ninjutsu? How do you explain it now? I mean, perfect use will not have side effects. For example, host will not be injured or blinded when using Mangekyo Sharinan. Then you have to grab someone else's eye transplant. Fen Yao is too lazy to argue about playing word games now, and can only silently think about how to use these ninjutsu flexibly. Host, in fact, the eyes don't necessarily need to be transplanted. For your physique, you only need to get a little cell on the other party's Sharinan, and you can perfectly inherit the other party's Sharingan's time-space pupil technique. Fen Yao raised his brows when he heard here, and responded with doubts. Are you serious? There is absolutely no falsehood. Host's physique is many times rarer than the sage body in this world. Fen Yao's expression has eased a lot, and it's easier to deal with it this way. Suzuki and Kakashi are not strong right now, and they are confident that they can get their cells. During this period of time, Fen Yao stayed in the room, familiar with the use of his own space-time ninjutsu. Knowing how to use it and being able to confront the enemy in battle are two different concepts. During this period, apart from Doyu, who also came to deliver meals to himself, no one had bothered him. He has simulated Flying Thunder God technique in his mind countless times now, and he can respond flexibly to whatever situation he encounters. The next thing he wants to improve is summoning technique. What summoning technique promotes is not usage. It depends on what kind of summoning beast you have concluded a blood contract. Now if you go out to find the summoning beast, I am afraid that you will not be able to improve your strength too much in a short time. Katsuya Ferry is a good choice, and the distance is not too far. There is just one problem, that is, Katsuya Ferry is not good at fighting. Will he summon Danzo to give blood to Danzo? But I still have to go there, but I still need to find another summoning beast to fight. In addition to contract summoning, you can also use item summoning, and you can put yourself in a certain place. This point can also be used to good use, initiating charms, ninja scrolls, etc., including Rashomon also belong to the prop summoning. Fen Yao can now also summon Rashomon to defend. Thinking of this, Fen Yao stood up from the blanket. He was about to go back to the wet bone forest. At this moment, a figure knocked on the door. Fen Yao should have come to deliver the food after he counted the time. Fen Yao opened the door, and it was Guan who came. Um. Master Fenyao, today's lunch is brought to you. In fact, Gui Tongmaru still has a trace of respect for this man who easily defeated him. The pure breath of Fenyao is also extremely beneficial to him. After just staying for a while that day, he felt that his speed had improved a lot when he went back to practice. He also wanted to come to deliver food before, but was rejected by Taewea, and he didn't have a chance to come. Seeing that Fenyao did not answer, Gitongmaru didn't know if he was in a bad mood. Although he wanted to stay longer, it would be bad if he angered him. Well, if Master Fenyao doesn't have any instructions, he will leave first. After speaking, he set the tableware and prepared to leave. Just when Gitongmaru was about to disappear at the turning point, Fenyao slowly opened his mouth and couldn't hear the joy or anger. Why didn't Taeyuya come to deliver food today? Hearing the question, Gitongmaru stopped. He didn't expect the other party to care about this issue, because Fenyao looked like a stranger from beginning to end, and Taeyuya was completely hot and cold. She accidentally lost control of her summoning technique. She was injured and was resting. Gitongmaru didn't dare to conceal it, feeling that he had said everything he knew. Injured? Summoning technique? Hearing Fenyao frowned when he heard this, he remembered that Taewea's summoning technique could summon the three ghosts to fight. Although the power is average, there may be a summoning contract. Thinking of this, he raised his head and ordered to Gitongmaru, "Where does she live now? You take me to see her." Yes, please come with me, she is very close." Seeing Fenyao being so attached to Doyu, Gui Tongmaru couldn't help thinking in his heart. Could it be that the two of them really have something? No way. Ishin thought that Fenyao of summoning was in the mood to worry about what Gitongguan was thinking about. He just wanted to pay a price to exchange the summoning contract with the other party. Before I came to a house, the room was not too big and even a little messy. Some clothes were laid out more casually, and Yuya was lying on the bed on the left, shaking his body. The black curse mark on his face did not dissipate, and cold sweat continued on his forehead. Taeya also wants to use their family's summoning technique to summon the 5 ghosts of the underworld, but she is too anxious. He can't suppress the evil spirit of the other party now, but is backlashed. Master Orochimaru said that as long as you survive this time, you will be fine. Gitongguan hurriedly told Fenyao the reason, and Fenyao was silent for a moment. Is it because of what I said that day? It shouldn't be so. The chakra on Taeweya is not only disordered, but also has an evil and gloomy aura. It must be the reason why Taeweya can't wake up now. Fenyao walked over and sat on the bed, putting his hand on Taeweya's forehead. Pure mental power was injected into her mind, and Toyo also slowly calmed down. The curse mark also began to fade. Taeyo also slowly opened her eyes. She saw Fenyao touching her head. Her first reaction thought it was a dream. She rubbed her head against Fenyao's hand. As a result, Gitongmaru reminded her by her side. "Hey, you woke up Taeweya, it was Master Fenyao who saved you." Taewea's body froze, he was not dreaming. "Ah, hey. Fenyao. Your lord, yes. I'm sorry, I just..." Taeweya quickly pulled the quilt up and apologized to Fenyao. "Oh, it's okay if you're fine, I want to ask you something. If Gitongmaru has nothing to do, can I ask you to leave first?" Fenyao thinks that there is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, it is not convenient to ask others about ninjutsu to have others present, but when they came to Gitongmaru and Taeweya, they changed their meanings. It turns out that Master Fenyao is really nice to Yuya. Should I tell Master Orochimaru about this matter? Master Fenyao, he wants, be alone with me, why? Gitongmaru left knowingly, and closed the door before leaving. On the other hand, Taeweya was flushed and sitting on the bed. Apart from being caught by Fenyao last time, he had never been so close to Fenyao. The smell of Master Fenyao smells so good, Yuya thought in her heart. Fenyao on the opposite side was a little embarrassed to see Doyoye's appearance. He just came to ask ninjutsu. Ahem, that, yeah, I want to ask if your three ghosts have a summoning contract. His face was flushed and he was waiting for Fenyao with his head down. He was also taken aback for a moment when Fenyao asked him a question. Then he knew that he had misunderstood, and his hands kept dancing. That, yes, Master Fenyao, why are you asking about this? According to Fenyao's strength, he shouldn't need the summoning beast to assist him, but Fenyao can't say that he can't use Sage Mode anymore. I have suddenly become interested in summoning technique recently. I happened to hear that you were studying the injury of summoning technique, so come and have a look. When Fenyao came to see him not because of his injury, Doiwe's eyes dimmed, and he recovered randomly and took out the family summoning contract. This is the summoning contract handed down from our family through generations. It can communicate with the underworld and summon the ghosts in it to fight. My lack of strength can only summon the three ghosts. Seeing the people who had signed contracts in the past dynasties on the scroll, Fenyao nodded slightly. What he wanted was the summoning contract. Without this, he couldn't summon any powerful summoning beasts even if he knew the summoning technique. He looked at Doiwe. Can I sign the contract with this summoning contract? I can exchange it with ninjutsu that I know. The guaranteed value is not under this summoning contract. Chapter 25 Ghosts of the Underworld. After hearing it, Doiwe frowned slightly. This contract belonged to their family through the generations. My parents told myself that only people in their family are allowed to sign, but if so? If the other party is Master Fenyao? If it doesn't work, don't force it, it doesn't matter. After speaking, he smiled and put the scrolls together and handed them back to Doiwe. He didn't want to make it difficult for others. No, of course ordinary people can't do it, but, the words of Master Fenyao. Taewe's face seems to be redder. For Master Fenyao, please sign the summoning contract. After speaking, he pushed the summoning contract back to Fenyao with both hands, looking like Doiwe. Fenyao didn't hesitate, picked up a pen from the table, and wrote all the techniques in the book of seals he had memorized on paper and gave it to Doiwe. No, these ninjutsu is too expensive, I can't take it. After taking a look, Doiwe also found that almost all of them were precious forbidden techniques, and he hurriedly returned them. But as soon as Fenyao insisted, Doiwe still accepted it. Gently stick the paper on his chest with the palm of his hand. Master Fenyao, I will definitely become stronger and help you realize your wishes. Then Fenyao wrote his name on the summoning contract and affixed his handprint. And I feel that I can now connect to a world and summon the creatures in it. He came to the outside of Union Village, bit his finger, slapped it underground, and the black runes spread out from the palm of his hand. His thoughts are connected to many evil spirits, the auras are evil, gloomy, and weird, both strong and weak. Fenyao sensed that 5 ghosts were far stronger than the others. When he wanted to get closer, all the 5 ghosts exploded with a powerful aura of evil and came straight to him. In reality, black mist appeared on Fenyao's body as if he was about to swallow Fenyao. But after getting close to Fenyao's body, everything turned into a wisp of smoke and nothingness. The 5 ghosts found that they could not help Fenyao at all. Everyone was shocked and wanted to escape, but Fenyao's mental power was turned into a spear to penetrate. He opened his eyes. Summoning 5 ghosts of the underworld. A huge burst of smoke spreads and disappears. 5 behemoths stood on the ground, each of them nearly 100 meters tall, like a giant. Shagui, with double axes in hand, he is good at physical attacks. Ghoul, with a spear in hand, people killed by the ghoul will be manipulated and attacked. Respondent, can be responsible for resisting other people's attacks, and will teleport to the side when the host is attacked. Devil, can make a harsh whine and attack the enemy's spirit. Spirit Ghost, can absorb other people's chakra and return it to the caster. To the side was also surprised to see this place. What she had tried before was summoning to produce one of these 5 ghosts. It's a pity that the opponent's strength far exceeds his own. Not only did he fail to succeed, he was beaten back. Now Fenyao summoned them all by himself. Fenyao felt the strength of the 5 ghosts in a little bit. At present, each of the 5 ghosts has at least the strength of Jonin. How to cooperate with each other and guide him. I found a good thing by accident. Fenyao said with excitement that now is the time when he lacks strength. After all, without Sage Mode, his own strength has dropped significantly, and the probability of killing Danzo will also decrease. He needs to make complete preparations to improve his chances of winning, which is what he is best at. Master Fenyao is amazing. These 5 are the strongest ghosts in the underworld. Teo also cheered on the side, as if she was happier than she learned this ninjutsu herself. Thank you, Yuya. After having the aggressive summoning beast, it was much more convenient, and then under the leadership of Tewaya. Fenyao bought a lot of kunao and scrolls nearby, and marked kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique. Master Fenyao, Master Orochimaru wants to see you, saying there is something to discuss. Gitongmaru ran over and hurriedly reported the news to Fenyao. Understood. It's weird. According to the current time, it is only 2 months before the Chunin exam. Why is Orochimaru looking for me now? Coming to the gloomy underground, Orochimaru still had that gloomy face. He opened his arms to welcome Fenyao's arrival. After gently pushing Orochimaru away, Fenyao asked the reason. It turned out that Danzo sent a large number of ninjas out to perform tasks after he took office, in order to prove Konoha's power to the outside world. Secondly, it is to monitor countries, and Sand Shinobi's surveillance is the most important. The so-called allies are nothing more than a treaty. As long as it is for the safety and benefit of their own village, they can go to war at any time. Because the 2 sides are very close, Danzo is afraid that Sand Shinobi will take the opportunity to attack Konoha because Konoha's power is weakened. Sand Shinobi fears Danzo's superior will take the initiative to attack Sand Shinobi for Konoha's safety. The contradiction between the 2 is almost inevitable and intensified. So 4th Kazekage took the initiative to contact Orochimaru, expressing hope to cooperate and attack Konoha village together. It was earlier than the expected time. I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing. I am going to take my subordinates to the Kingdom of Wind to discuss with the other party. I don't know if Yokon intends to go with him. Orochimaru stated his true purpose, but was directly rejected by Fenyao. No, I still have something to deal with during this period. If Mr. Orochimaru is ready, just let me know. After speaking, he left without looking back. Now Orochimaru doesn't know he can't use Sage Mode anymore. And he knows Orochimaru's abilities well. This is the intelligence gap. Don't underestimate the importance of intelligence. Jiraiya and Tiandeo were defeated by the opponent because of the serious lack of intelligence during the battle. Even Pain said that if it weren't for this secret, they would definitely not be Jiraiya's opponents. If any clues are seen on the way to the Kingdom of Wind with Orochimaru, Orochimaru might attack himself again. For Orochimaru, studying all the ninjutsu and the power of immortality in the world is more important than anything else. Believe in conventions. It's ridiculous. He went back to his room and packed his things, and then he was about to go to the wet bone forest. When he left, he ran into the 5 members of Otanin. Master Fenyao, where are you going? Doyoki came with his hands on his back and jumped over, and greeted Fenyao intimately. Gitongmaru also stretched out his 6 arms. Something went out for a while, and I should be back in 2 months, so Orochimaru doesn't have to worry about it. After simply answering Duyuiya's question, Fenyao walked towards the entrance of the village, and Duyuiya kept watching Fenyao leave. Whoosh! A figure suddenly flashed behind Doiwaya, and when Tewaya was about to turn his head, Kimimura's cold and calm voice sounded. Don't forget that it was Orochimaru-sama who gave you the power. If I find that you have a feeling for Orochimaru-sama, I will kill you without hesitation. Kimimura's killing intent surrounded Teiwa's side, making her immobile. But Doyo has also grown by leaps and bounds by staying with Fenyao for so many days. She bit her tongue and forcibly broke away from Kimimura's control. He turned and retreated sharply, but Kimimaro had no intention of chasing after him. Remember what I said? After speaking, he left here. Orochimaru looked like a god in Kimimura's heart. So after Fenyao came, he has been paying special attention to the other party, and now seeing that Doyo also turned to this person who injured Orochimaru naturally made him intolerable. Konoha Shinobi Village at the same time. Why can't I perform tasks with Kakashi teacher Sasuke and the others? Naruto held a piece of paper, slapped it angrily on the table, and questioned the fifth Hokage Shimura Danzo in front of him. You are a demon fox, a weapon and tool of the village. If you allow you to walk around at will, it is likely that the enemy will find a chance. That will be an immeasurable loss to Konoha. Danzo didn't even look up at Naruto, who seemed to him to be just a kid. He is more concerned about the movements of other big countries, especially the country of wind next to him. Naruto's right hand trembled and grasped tightly. He felt great pain. Could it be that he still couldn't get the recognition of the people in the village? Become Hokage? Is it just a tool that seals the monster from the beginning to the end? Just when Naruto was about to fall into deep self-denial, Kakashi suddenly broke in and stood beside Naruto, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, Naruto is not as weak as you think. He is a subordinate, I admit. I think he can take part in the mission. At this moment, Kakashi's injury has recovered, and he heard about what happened during this period for the first time. Third Hokage resigns, Danzo is in charge. This is not good news. So he came here for the first time and happened to hear the conversation between Naruto and Danzo. Sure enough, Naruto has already begun to restrict Naruto's actions, and he actually made him a Hokage. This is not good. Kakashi came in to make Danzo raise his head. Jonin still had to deal with it head on. After all, he was the elite of the village. You should also know how much every big country desires this kind of power. As Hokage, I naturally want to protect the village and kill all possible dangers in the cradle. And as a ninja, he should learn to sacrifice himself, otherwise he would not be worthy of being a ninja. Danzo's tone was firm, as if not being rebutted, and he continued to lower his head to look business. Kakashi furrowed his brows high, and then left with Naruto, who was a little lost. Chapter 21 Return to the Wet Bone Forest. At dawn, the east wind is about to dawn, and the dawn is faintly dew. At night, the cold air condenses into dewdrops and remains on the leaves. Fenyao walks on the mountain where the Katsuya ferry is. There is no difference here from when he came. A grass was slightly arched and then turned into a Katsuya. Fenyao, are you coming back to see me? Fairy Katsuya was obviously very happy to see Fenyao here. Recently, Master Tsunade rarely looked for it, so the only one who accompanied him was the medical book Fenyao left him. Of course, Lord Katsuya, I will come back this time and I still have a gift for you. Seeing Katsuya Fairy Fenyao also showed a sincere smile. Sometimes summoning beasts are much more reliable than humans. Fenyao took out a ring with the word Chen engraved on it, and handed it over. What is this? Your breath is so comfortable. Taking the ring from Fenyao, the fairy Katsuya climbed onto Fenyao's body. This pure breath is also extremely beneficial to the cultivation of such a spirit beast. This is the proof of our organization of Sen, Katsuya-sama. I have one more thing this time, that is, I want to sign a summoning contract with you. Patting little Katsuya's head lightly, Fenyao talked about the business this time. Hey, Fenyao, can you sign the summoning contract now? That's great. You can also come directly to the wet bone forest when something happens in the future. I'm so lonely alone. Hearing Katsuyu here did not delay, and directly summoned a huge scroll. Slowly opened, there are many people who have signed the summoning contract with Wet Bone Forest for thousands of years. The last one was Senjutsunade. Fenyao also signed his name, bit his finger and put his handprint on it. He felt that he had established a connection with the Wet Bone Forest. Thank you, Lord Katsuyu. I would like to ask if there are any other summoning beasts around here. Immortal Katsuyu must know more about the world than him, so it is more appropriate to ask about it. And in the country of wind thousands of miles away, Orochimaru is standing in the desert waiting with Kabuto and Kimimaro. In the distance came a man wearing a white robe and a blue Hokage hat. This man was 4th Kazekage Rosa and also Gaara's father. Hee, 4th Kazekage, you are a bit slow. Orochimaru smiled sullenly, her golden pupils staring at Luasha on the opposite side, and 2 ninjas from Sand Shinobi beside her. Orochimaru, don't be too presumptuous. You are only Konoha's wanted criminal. Master Fenying took a risk when he came out to see you. A nearby ninja from Sand Shinobi spoke first. Luosha raised his hand to stop him from speaking, and calmly explained to Orochimaru. Konoha's surveillance of my Tsunagakuwa is very strict recently, so I had to spend some time. Let's talk about business. Obviously Luosha didn't want to spend too much time with Orochimaru, just wanted to confirm the time to attack Konoha as soon as possible. Master Fenying is really anxious. I can help your country attack Konoha village, provided that I want all the forbidden technique ninjutsu in Konoha Shinobi village, and Konoha village and Tsunagakuwa cannot stop me from carrying out my research afterwards. Orochimaru also put forward his own conditions, which of course was directly rejected by Rasha. Orochimaru was already strong enough. If he was getting Konoha's forbidden technique, it would be even more difficult to deal with. It is impossible for Rasha to create another enemy in order to solve one enemy. As for Orochimaru's research, he has also heard a little bit, not to mention Konoha and Sand Shinobi can't allow it. These 2 conditions of yours are too harsh. I can't promise you. What I can promise you is that Konoha will be released from your arrest. Hearing Luasha's words, Orochimaru's face went gloomy. Release his wanted? If you can remove it, you can be wanted. It's almost the same to deceive a child like this. Kimimaro and Kabuto on the side looked at Orochimaru as if they were ready to do something at any time, but Rasha didn't know it. At this moment, Orochimaru smiled suddenly, soothing the tense atmosphere, and at the same time hinting Kimimaro not to make a move. Well, it's better for me to change conditions. I will help you attack Konoha. How about you Sand Shinobi helping me solve one person? Luosha was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Orochimaru to compromise so easily, but the person Orochimaru had to solve might not be simple. Who? You should have heard that he was the Konoha rebel who attacked Konoha, destroyed Hokage Rock, and defeated the 3rd Hokage a few days ago, Fenyao. When Orochimaru said Fenyao's name, his face was a little crazy. He has actually been close to Fenyao secretly these days. The closer he gets to him, the more he wants to get that body. Not only can it affect the spirit of others. Orochimaru even feels that after being around Fenyao for a long time, he has greatly improved his understanding of ninjutsu. If he can directly own that body, he might be able to learn all the ninjutsu in the world in the least amount of time. Thinking of this, Orochimaru licked his lips greedily. It's actually him. Who can beat even the 3rd Hokage? Would you let me Sand Shinobi help you solve it? Me and my subordinates will also help, and he is now my ally, and he also asks me, so we have a great chance, but I want to live. Luosha pondered for a moment, as if weighing left and right, and finally agreed to Orochimaru's request. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and smiled weirdly. Happy cooperation, Master Fenying. Humph. The camera turns to Konoha. The sun was shining in the Hokage Hall, and a group of EPUB members were kneeling on the ground. Master Hokage, these days Tsunagakure has been mobilizing ninjas from all over the country to return home, and 4th Kazekage seems to have been quietly meeting someone recently, who hasn't been found out yet. It's very likely that it was an action against me Konoha. Listening to the report of his subordinates in front of him, Danzo was expressionless. But Sand Shinobi's behavior has already aroused his suspicion. As far as Danzo is concerned, he will get rid of him if he doubts him. He would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than miss one. Thinking of this, Danzo raised his head and ordered to the person in front of him. During this period of time, some jonin who went out were transferred back, and the task of chasing Fenyao was stopped for a while. After a while, the allies will jointly hold the Chunin exam. I will take the opportunity to launch a war like Tsunagakure during the exam. The news was sent to all jonin and ordered them to gather. After speaking, Danzo took out the written order and plan and handed it to his subordinates. There are still many people in jonin who are dissatisfied with them, but as soon as the war breaks out, they will realize that they are the one who can lead Konoha to look like a glorious one. Danzo wants to emulate the first generation of Hokage and unify the ninja world. Kakashi was dissatisfied with Danzo's behavior, so after waking up, he did not tell Danzo about Fenyao's true appearance, but reported it to 3rd Hokage. 3rd Hokage frowned when he knew it. Even he can't figure out who this Fenyao is, a spy from another country? The mysterious ninja of Nami country? Konoha's intern? Therefore, only a few people know the true appearance of Fenyao, which also adds a protective umbrella to Fenyao. On this day, many jonin also received information from Hokage's secret order. Unexpectedly. Is it going to go to war? The peace that Master 3rd Hokage finally established. Danzo, you fellow. Watching Kakashi's report, 3rd generation angrily slapped the paper on the table. He didn't expect Danzo to act on the surrounding allies so quickly. Kakashi, I need you to find someone. He turned his gaze to Kakashi and said solemnly. Chapter 22 Chunin Exam. Call. A gust of mountain breeze came, dozens of people in Union Village were forming a circle, and in the middle was Orochimaru talking about his plan. Suddenly there seemed to be some noise from the trees next to it, and everyone was alert and cast their eyes. It was Fenyao who came back from the wet bone forest. Fenyao looked around slowly, his sharp gaze made everyone around him afraid to continue to look at each other. Yao-kun, you are finally back, he, I thought you were not going to take revenge. Orochimaru saw that Fenyao was also relieved. After he came back, he heard the news of Fenyao's departure and sent someone out to look for it. In the end, nothing was achieved. If Fenyao ran away, he would have lost a peerlessly perfect container. How has the plan already begun? Fenyao glanced at Orochimaru and went straight to the subject. It is now approaching July, and Chunin's exam is fast. According to the plot, Orochimaru will first send 3 Otonin to participate in Konoha's Chunin assessment, while mixing the 4th Kazekage by himself, and then launch the Konoha destruction plan during the assessment. Of course, Konoha will hold the Chunin assessment in a few days. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter Konoha head-on. I will also send my subordinates to sneak in. At that time, I will cooperate with Sand Shinobi to destroy Konoha. Kun will definitely do what he wants. Orochimaru smiled at Fenyao recklessly. Strange, how did Orochimaru pretend to be Fankage at the time? Kimimaro is here, Kabuto should be in Konoha, and Orochimaru should be in Sand Shinobi village at the moment. Didn't 4th Kazekage die in Orochimaru's hands because of my presence? Of course, there will be no Konoha Shinobi village from now on. Fenyao responded in a cold tone. Although his voice was not loud, everyone in the audience could feel his cold killing intent. Everyone has a different look. Some of them don't know Fenyao yet, and Duoyu also puts his hands together and looks like a little fan. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to the ninja in Otoyoki village who is in charge of going to Konoha this time. Orochimaru smiled and pointed out a few people who were going to go this time. First of all, the 5 members of Otonin. Kimimaro is not sick at this time, which proves that he did not conflict with Orochimaru when he met 4th Kazekage. In addition, Sark, Toss, and King participated in the assessment. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, to win the first prize, the task requirement, to get the first place in the Chunin assessment held by Konoha. Reward, a random lottery draw. Slogan, young man, others are already Chunin at this time, and you are not even a genin. Prove yourself. Fenyao immediately angered. F***ck, what's the situation with this Chunin exam? You don't know what's going on in this Chunin exam? Crisis is everywhere, you have to fight at any time, what hammer do you want me to take the Chunin exam? But the system has ignored him and silently raised a middle finger to the system. His current tasks have accumulated to 3. Can only bite the bullet and speak. I think I also need a reasonable identity. Let one of these 3 people come out for me. Fenyao's voice is low, but his tone reveals that there is no doubt that he spoke to the 3 people of Yunnan. Sak, Toss, and Jin all stare at each other. Fenyao has always been simple and simple. They don't know who Fenyao is. Why should I give you the position? How old are you? This is the order of Lord Orochimaru. Ta stepped forward and directly refuted Fenyao. Well, you are quite suitable, just wrapped in a bandage, I don't have to worry about disguising it. Huh. After finishing talking, Tas had already stood behind him before he could react, pressing his back with his head and slamming directly towards the ground. A crisp sound formed by the forehead protector and the ground. Crushed stones splashed around with blood, and Orochimaru frowned when he saw it. Although he didn't care about the life of this subordinate very much, the other party actually acted directly in front of his eyes, but it was not the time to turn his face. Haha, Yao-kun, please spare him, he didn't mean to be rude to you, I agreed to your request. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Fenyao also let go of the back of Ta's head, and he was directly knocked out by the violent blow. The people around should have been angry at this scene, but under the guidance of Fenyao's physique halo, they didn't make a sound. Of course, they might have been frightened by Fenyao. It was late at night, the sky was gloomy, the dark clouds were very low, and the mountains were about to rain. War will begin. Next day. Fenyao, Sak, and Jin are walking on the mountain road. At this moment, Fenyao's face was covered with bandages, and Otonin's forehead protector was on his head, revealing a faint blue eye. Wind. Master Toss, are you hungry? I have something to eat here. Jin stepped forward and asked Fenyao kindly. Because they disguised their identity, Fenyao asked them to call themselves Toss directly. Jin was also directly captured by the breath of Fenyao, and he kept showing his hospitality along the way. I said the system, can this passivity be turned off? It's too annoying, it's an individual who wants to post on me, then if I don't protect it at night, wouldn't it? Host can't be turned off by you now. This is a treatment that no one else wants. The system's voice is not so cold, but rather jokingly. Even I don't want to accept everyone. Fenyao sighed inwardly. After rejecting the opponent, he accelerated his pace, and soon a large village appeared in front of him. Fenyao stared for a while. With reminiscence in his eyes, he suddenly closed his eyes and knelt on the ground. The one who bowed down was the direction of his own home. Sak and Jin will not understand what Fenyao is kneeling. When Fenyao comes back this time, 2 people will kill and 1 village will be destroyed. I hope that his father and mother can rest in peace under Jiquan, and the child will give you an explanation. After saying this in his heart, he went directly to Konoha village with Sak and Jin, who were a little confused. There is only 1 Jonin and Chunin at the gate of the village to take care of and check the passes to enter and exit Konoha. Most of the others are responsible for guarding in various places in the village to ensure the safety of this assessment. Fen Yao stepped forward, took out his pass and gave it to the guard for inspection. After confirming that it was correct, he entered Konoha village in a fair manner. Shortly after moving forward, a quarrel from the front was heard. "Little devil, it hurts. Fatty man, let go of him." This is Naruto's voice. Fen Yao recognized it as soon as he heard it, and it seemed that he had just met the Gaara team. So he jumped to a tree and observed the situation ahead. "Don't embarrass me here." A calm and indifferent voice came from the tree next to him. It was a boy with a little fair skin and heavy dark circles on his eyes. The most distinctive feature should be the word love carved on his left forehead, which is Gaara. "Master Tos, that ninja who seems to be Tsunagaku." Jin on the side spoke in a low voice, but Sasuke heard it, and it was hit by a stone directly. "Who is still hiding there?" Fen Yao, who easily caught it with one hand, could only show up on the ground. "This forehead protector is a ninja from Otanin village." Temari looked at the forehead protector thoughtfully. After seeing Fen Yao, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. Then suddenly yelled, "Aren't you the kid who we rescued in the country of Nami that day and didn't cut it again? How come you have grown so much? Why did you come to our village?" Both Sasuke and Sakura on the side opened their eyes wide and looked at Fen Yao again. Although there is a certain difference in height and body shape, these dark blue eyes will never admit it. The opponent is indeed a ninja that even Mr. Kakashi can defeat. Fen Yao was suddenly embarrassed. Is it possible that his plan to attack Konoha will end before it begins? However, he was only surprised when he saw the other party. He didn't seem to know that he was Fen Yao. Didn't Kakashi tell Danzo about his appearance? Ahem, you should have admitted the wrong person, we just met. Fen Yao continued to argue, but he wouldn't admit it directly. "I don't know how many eyeliners there are in this village." But Sasuke obviously didn't intend to listen to his explanation. Since that time, Sasuke has been eager to become stronger. Especially when he saw Fen Yao, who was about his age in Poland, he strengthened his determination to become stronger. He rushed over to face Fen Yao and kicked him. "Are you going to know if you test it?" But how can Sasuke now be Fen Yao's opponent? Directly grabbing Sasuke's ankles, pulling him forward, forcefully spinning Sasuke's body, and then grabbing the back of Sasuke's neck. "Don't be impulsive, we are just here for the assessment." After being restrained by Fen Yao, Sasuke was obviously quiet. The pure breath of Fen Yao dilutes the darkness and hatred in his heart a lot. He didn't even struggle for a while. He felt that what the man behind him said could calm him down, and he inexplicably wanted to do what he said. "Don't hurt Sasuke." Seeing Sasuke being caught by the opponent, Sakura shouted anxiously from the side. Naruto's eyes sharpened as well, with his palm on his waist, ready to do it at any time. Chapter 23 Gaara. The Gaara team on the side saw that Sasuke was caught so easily. Each face was full of surprises, and Sasuke ranked in the top 3 in this pusher and even Konoha rookie in strength. Actually, he was caught by the other party in the first meeting. Gaara stared at Fen Yao and spoke slowly. "I am very interested in you, what is your name?" "I am Gaara from the Sandstorm." Seeing Gaara cast her gaze at him, Fen Yao was thoughtful, he couldn't fully trust Orochimaru. And this time fourth Hokage is still alive, maybe he needs some allies, he responded softly. "My name is Tas, I'm a ninja from Otanin village, and I am very interested in you too." Then he let go of Sasuke. Sasuke is still a little uncomfortable at this moment. When he was by Fen Yao's side, he felt the happy and warm feeling he had when he was a child. He shouldn't be the person we met in the country of Poland. The breath in him is very different from the person at the time. After speaking, he walked slowly back to Naruto's side. Temari blushed and looked at Sasuke. "This guy is handsome." "Well, Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, then we should also have something to leave. Zack and Jin are leaving. Seeing Sasuke helping him out, Fenyao couldn't ask for it, so he found an excuse. As he said, he took Zack and Jin to the Konoha examination place, but in the middle of the journey, they deliberately left them behind. I have something to deal with. You should wait for me at the assessment place first. Zack and Jin were stunned when they heard it, but they didn't dare to disobey Fenyao's orders. Yes, Lord Toss. Fenyao turned around and ran behind him. The Gaara trio is walking down the streets of Konoha at the moment, talking about what has just happened. The bandaged ninja seems to be very difficult. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful guy in Oteninu. I really want to fight him. It's up to you. Chunin has a chance during the assessment, but don't forget what we are here for. It was Kankuro and Tamari who were talking, and they also vaguely knew the inside story of some of the plans, and knew that Otenin could barely be regarded as their own people from a certain angle. At this time Gaara stopped suddenly and cast her eyes on the big tree not far away. What's wrong? Gaara Tamari asked suspiciously. But Gaara did not respond to her, but said to the big tree. Don't hide, come out, I have found you, can't you help but want to fight me now? Fenyao, who heard this, also came down directly from the tree. Gaara was still very unstable during this period, and his heart was full of loneliness and hatred. Gaara, I want to talk to you. After talking about a moonwalk, he blinked and came to Gaara's face. Gaara Benluo manipulated the sand to counterattack, but it's so warm, this is what it feels like. Gaara's hand dropped. Gaara had been extremely empty and lonely since he was a child, but now his heart feels extremely peaceful. After all, Gaara is still a child strictly speaking, and what he has endured is too painful for him. His heart was always scarred, until he met Naruto and was persuaded by his mouth. But now he has a free mind and body, which is stronger than Naruto's mouth. Fenyao gently put his hand on Gaara's body, and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. At this time, Tamari and Kankuro next to them reacted. Hey. He took Gaara away. You just watched that way. I don't know what's going on. Just now, it seemed that I thought that guy was a good person, and I didn't take precautions at all. It's not the same with you. How did Gaara be snatched by him obediently? Hurry up and report to the team leader Baki. The two complained about each other and left quickly. At this moment, Gaara was taken by Fenyao to a clearing a few kilometers away from Konoha. Gaara didn't panic either. On the one hand, he was not afraid, on the other hand, he felt that the man in front of him was not malicious towards him. What do you want to do? Gaara asked. Fenyao did not speak, but first untied the bandage on his face to reveal his beautiful face. Gaara's eyes widened when she saw it, and she seemed to understand why the other party was wearing a bandage. Actually, my name is Fenyao. I used a fake name before. For Gaara, Fenyao did not hide it but showed his face straight, and told his real name. Because he knows that Gaara can only be moved with his sincerity and draw him into his camp. Hearing Fenyao being so candid with herself, Gaara's eyes eased again. I heard about you, but I didn't expect you to hide your identity and sneak into Konoha. You told me what you wanted to do when your identity brought me here. To be replaced by ordinary people treating herself like this, Gaara would have torn him into dozens of pieces long ago. But in the face of Fenyao, it was difficult for him to bring up the killing intent, and he even wanted to hear what Fenyao was going to do. I want to get your help. My entry into Konoha is bound to be perilous. Many people want to kill me, so I need to find a friend I can trust. Fenyao's voice was sincere. Although Gaara's pupils contracted when she heard it, she still frowned. I can't promise you. I am a ninja under Tsunagakuer. Without the order of the village, I can't help anyone casually. Hearing Gaara say this, Fenyao was not discouraged, but said something in his heart. I know, I don't want to force you. If you don't want to help me then, you can do what you want and I will never stop it. Speaking and gently put his hand on Gaara's head, he wanted to give Gaara a present. Gaara is habitually trying to dodge, but looking at Fenyao's soft gaze still does not dodge. The pure mental power entered Gaara's body and found the sealing technique of the seal guarding crane. Fenyao frowned when he saw it. A very crude seal technique, Tsunagakura is far inferior to Konoha in this regard. It is estimated that 4th Hokage can suppress one tail by relying on his own gold dust, so he didn't even think about perfecting the seal reasonably. As a result, Gaara must rely on his own mental strength to suppress Shao Crane. It also led to Gaara's insomnia. Fenyao injected part of his mental power and chakra into the sealing technique. His mental power can be said to be the purest existence in the Hokage world, and it is as tempting to the tail beast. What kind of mental power is this? It is so pure. The Morizuru in Gaara hates humans, but this mental power makes him feel warm, so Morizu is no longer so restless. In this way, Gaara doesn't need to be afraid that Xiao'erhe will come out to seize her consciousness at any time because she is sleeping. Release the palm, Gaara has tears on her face. He was not only lonely and painful since he was a child, but also extremely insecure. Xiao'erhe wanted to fight for his consciousness, and his father wanted to kill himself. But now, there seems to be a person like Yashimaru. The Yashimaru whom he once trusted and loved deeply. Remember Gaara, you are not alone, no matter what choice you make later, I will treat you as my best friend. After speaking, he touched Gaara's hair again, his eyes softened. Gaara wiped away her tears. Wind, Mr. Yao, may I call you that? Gaara, who wanted to call Fenyao directly, suddenly felt disrespectful to the person in front of him by shouting so he added the word Mr. Of course, this is just a title. Mr. Fenyao, although I can't promise you to do something for you, if you are in danger, I will stand with you. Hearing this, Fenyao hugged Gaara into his arms. Gaara froze for a while, then his eyes relaxed, and he stretched out his hand to hug Fenyao. That's enough, Gaara, I want to give you a gift. Then he took Gaara's hand and put a ring with the word moon on Gaara's hand. Gaara was stunned. Fenyao coughed slightly. Now that we are friends, we will naturally give you a gift. This symbolizes our fetters. Gaara lowered her head and stroked the ring Fenyao gave herself. Host, you are really getting shameless, for in vain, you have gained such a great combat power. Ahem, how can I say it? I also think about Gaara, he may be targeted by Xiao in the future, and I will immortal cover him at that time. After talking to the system, Fenyao put on his disguise again, and took Gaara back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 24 The First Exam. After returning to Konoha village, Gaara and Fenyao bid farewell to each other. Wind. Why has Lord Tas not returned yet? Jinsei was waiting anxiously in place, while Zack on the side looked impatient. You have asked more than 30 times since the beginning, how can I know? Isn't it annoying? Zack replied a little annoyed, he was almost driven mad by Jin. At this time, a gentle voice came, and Fenyao appeared directly behind them. What are you arguing about? I'm back. Zack let out a long sigh of relief, while Kim was full of admiration. Lead them into the classroom for this assessment. At this time, many ninjas have been standing here one after another, all of them are ninjas from various countries around Konoha. This is also equivalent to the epitome of wars between countries. It is equivalent to a stage for countries to show their strength. According to my own memory, the differences in the Chunin assessment this time are 30 people in Tsunagakura, 21 people in Rain Shinobi village, 6 people in Kusakure village, 6 people in Takigakura village, 87 people in Konoha village, 3 people in Otagakura village. Judging from this data, we can see the military gap between countries. The power of the country is the power of shinobu. The strength of the ninja village depends on the ninja. After entering, I saw many people familiar with the impression. Shikamaru, and Koji were also his classmates, and they went to ninja school together. At this time, Fenyao also noticed a person, Kabuto, another outstanding conspirator in the entire Hokage world. At this time, he was holding some ninja cards and talking with Naruto and others about the major villages and ninjas participating in the assessment. As for Union Village is just a small country that has just been established, so there is not much intelligence. Other countries are full of masters. This voice not only reached Fenyao's ears, but also naturally reached Zack and Jin's ears. Naturally, their faces would not look good. Kabuto is really an excellent spy, completely abandoning his position as the second in command of Otagakura to speak. To be honest, he also wants to bring Kabuto into his own hands, but Fenyao understands that Kabuto is not a child. He travels to collect information from various countries and is deeply brainwashed by Orochimaru. He will not be persuaded by his own body like Gaara. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I will never lose to you. Everyone on the field was quietly quiet for a few seconds, and each of the eyes looking at Naruto was a little unkind. I really want to teach him a lesson. What do you think, Lord Toss, do we need? Fenyao resisted the urge to laugh. What do I think? I really want to see how you hammer your own second in command. I don't want to stop you, don't overdo it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zack was the first to rush up. He has special devices in his hands that can use chakra to control air pressure attacks. Jumping into the air and heading towards Kabuto is a choppy wave. Kabuto kicked his feet and quickly avoided. Jin took the opportunity to throw a silver needle and landed behind Kabuto, pulling the thread with both hands. There was a rapid crash of bells, which made the people who heard it uneasy. Kabuto also looked unconscious and was punched out by Zack. Damn, great acting, it's almost the same as it really is, no wonder Kabuto's latent work has never been discovered. Fenyao couldn't help but applaud Kabuto in secret. And Naruto and others hurriedly went to check, just about to come forward and talk with Zack. Suddenly a huge burst of white smoke burst into the classroom. You bastards, please be quiet. The smoke cleared, and it was the many Chunin who were in charge of the assessment and the chief examiner Marino Ibiki. Wait impatiently, I am the examiner in the first session of this Chunin selection examination. If you guys keep your voice back a little bit, you will be disqualified for the exam. Hearing these words, Fenyao stood up. Sorry, my companion is rude, are you okay with this friend? Then he helped Kabuto up. Mr. Fenyao. Gaara also saw Fenyao chanting silently in her heart. Kabuto took a deep look at Fenyao and said that he didn't care. Marino Ibiki looked around, and then explained the rules of the exam. Next, you will get a piece of information, and everyone will have a copy. What you have to do is to protect your own information from being peeked by others, and at the same time steal the information from others, for an hour. Near here if the building is carried out within 1 kilometer, it will be eliminated if it exceeds the distance. After the time is up, the team that protects its intelligence and gets any squad intelligence is promoted. As long as one of the two does not reach it, it will be eliminated directly. Fenyao frowned again after hearing this. Did he even change the rules of Chunin's assessment? Is it because of yourself? After everyone distributed to the scrolls, Marino Ibiki gave an order. Then the exam begins. Chapter 25. Marino Ibiki just finished speaking. Fenyao directly challenged the Konoha shinobi in front. Grab to each other. The so-called information acquisition does not say that you must steal it, you can also grab it directly, and after the exam begins, all the enemies except for your team are enemies. The assessment this time was even more cruel than the previous one. It can be said that Konoha's ninjas are more likely to be promoted than other countries' ninjas. Because Konoha has a lot of people, it is impossible for his own people to grab his own people, which will cause people from other countries to be eliminated by a large margin. It really is Danzo's style. Fenyao thought like this in his heart, but he didn't plan to stop. The Konoha shinobi drew hastily, but Fenyao could not let the duck with a beak fly. He slapped the table with one hand, his body rose into the air, and directly kicked the Konoha shinobi away with a volley. The Konoha shinobi only felt that he was hit by a hammer of several hundred jin. Then he slammed to the ground, with gold stars in his eyes, and when he recovered a bit, he had already seen Fenyao standing in front of him again. It was another heavy punch. The Konoha shinobi really fainted this time. Fenyao took out the intelligence from the other party's arms without delay, and then stuffed it into his arms. I didn't want to find a place to hide, so I just sat back in my place again. His two companions didn't even react, and they could only be eliminated if they lost their intelligence. Sak and Jin had known Fenyao's strength a long time ago, and they were not surprised when they saw it. It's just that when the eyes of the audience are focused, they can't help but feel a sense of pride. People around him also reacted immediately, or scrambled, spread out, or jumped out of the window to find opportunities to steal information. But for a while, no one dared to attack Fenyao, and they were all overwhelmed by Fenyao's decisive and sharp moves just now. Gaara directly trapped the three Konoha shinobi who wanted to leave with sand, and got the information easily. Then, like Fenyao, he sat back in his position. Marino Ibiki frowned when she saw it. This year's kid is a bit strong. It stands to reason that even if you snatch information, you can't sit here with such dignity. As time went on, more and more people grabbed the intelligence of other teams, and the number of people continued to decrease. After about half an hour, a few ninjas from the country of rain also came to the teacher. No way, I really can't find a hiding place for those guys. Hey, Otanin over there, hand in the information in your hands. One of the leaders with scars on his face said to Fenyao viciously. He also thought about it. The kid who used the sand might not be able to fight, and this Otanin had no outstanding performance just now. It was just the first shot, maybe it was just a paper tiger. Jin came forward directly. Shut your mouth, I will be your opponent. Just when the team rain shinobi was about to go forward and grab it, Gaara on the side took the shot first. The sand in the pot trapped the three of them and lifted them up. Warned with a cold voice, if you dare to get a step closer to Mr. Toss, I will kill you directly. The terrifying murderous aura directly shrouded these three people. Now I have finally got a trace of peace in my heart and got people who valued him. All of this comes from Fenyao, and now a few reckless rain shinobi dare to start with people who value him. Just when the three rain shinobi's ninjas were almost out of breath. Well, murder is not allowed in the first test, otherwise I will disqualify you. Humph. Gaara stopped with a cold snort and took the sand back. Marino Ibiki's speech rescued the three rain shinobi. After the three fell, the whole person was in the aftermath of the rejoicing. Tamari and Kankuro couldn't believe their eyes. Gaara would actually help others, and seemed to respect the guy wearing the bandage very much. They even doubted everything they saw. This is the Gaara? The situation outside was also quite tragic at this time. Damn, it's Konoha, several teams actually besieged together. Shameless, we also unite. Ninjas from other countries are almost eliminated by Konoha now. In this kind of protest, 1 hour came, and all the people returned to the classroom one after another. The number of people was obviously much less than before. The Konoha protagonist team all successfully advanced, and the difference from the memory is that only 20 teams are left this time. And Konoha accounts for the majority. The number of ninjas in other small countries has suffered a lot. These people have a bit of anger on their faces. Almost all of them were ambushed by Konoha's ninjas, and some were even besieged and snatched by several teams. This was an unfair promotion. Marino Ibuxi sighed secretly when he saw the expressions of everyone, but this was Hokage's order and he couldn't violate it. At this moment, a figure broke in through the window, 2 kunsuk were inserted in the 2 corners of the classroom, and huge black banners spread out. "I am the chief examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, don't be too happy, the next exam is waiting for you. Come with me." The court was quiet, and Anko's face was a little bit awkward now, and his cheeks were slightly red. It was only under the leadership of several Chunin teachers that they left the teachers one after another, and they came to a forest covered by a huge iron net. Anko walked to the gate of the iron net and listened. His eyes became a little scary and said, "This is Konoha's exercise field number 44, also called the Death Forest." Looking at the huge woods in front of him, Fenyao thoughtfully. This time, because he led Danzo to the position, even the assessment has changed so much. It is obvious that Danzo does not want to let ninjas from other countries advance. He just doesn't know what will happen in the second game. Danzo's personality cannot be so simple. Fenyao briefly checked the surroundings, and he vaguely realized that there seemed to be a lot of Umbu ninjas around. Even for the safety of the examens, it was impossible to arrange so many Umbus. What is the purpose? Well, please sign this consent form before that, because someone may die because of it, so you must get your consent in advance. After everyone signed the consent form one after another, the second session was ready to begin. Fenyao also saw a group of Orochimaru disguised as Cao Yin. He was wearing a hat and recounting the past with his former student Anko. The iconic long tongue is sticking out, and it's amazing that Anko didn't recognize it for the first time. The rules of the second game are still the same as Fenyao knows. It is divided into 2 reels of heaven and earth, and they are all made up at the same time. Following the person in charge of each entrance, the candidates enter the corresponding entrance, and the second exam preparation begins. Anko's voice resounded in every examinee's ear. Everyone rushed into the exercise site, and shortly after they entered, many Umbu members followed suit. Anko did not stop him, but his eyes became a little gloomy after seeing those Umbu. "I just hold the scroll. I will find another scroll and round with you. You go to the central tower first." After coming in, Fenyao once again gave instructions to Jin and Zack. He still has things to do, and he can't let these 2 men disturb him. "Yes, Lord Toss." Fenyao got the scroll of the sky. "If you want to advance, you must find the scroll of the earth. This forest is very large. If you want to capture the scrolls of other teams, you don't have to rely on grabbing. You can also ambush the opponent." After about 2 hours, Fenyao met the first group of people who ambush him. There was a sharp breaking sound in the air. More than a dozen Kiwawu suddenly flew in front of him, accompanied by a trap under his feet. This is someone who ambushed him here. Fenyao stepped back, bit his finger, and slapped his hands to the ground quickly. Summoning technique. Silver Moon Wolf. Wailing. A wolf king, about the size of an elephant and covered in white hair, appeared under Fenyao. This is a contract signed by the Katsuya Fairy to find a relationship. It is extremely fast and has strong investigative capabilities. "Go, bring those people here," Fenyao said in a flat tone. Except for a few people who participated in the Chunin assessment this time, the others were ordinary genin strengths. Naturally, he couldn't be troubled by his own summoning beast. The Wolf King gave a long roar to the sky again, and quickly sank into the forest. "Ah! What kind of guy is this? It's terrible, I was killed." With a few screams and less than half a cup of tea, the Silver Moon Wolf came back again with the bodies of 3 people in his mouth. It was the 3 Konoha ninjas, and they searched their arms, which happened to be the book of the land that Fenyao team needed. After retracting the scroll, he was about to leave. The Silver Moon Wolf suddenly noticed a trace of breath and roared behind Fenyao. Without looking back, Fanyao directly questioned in an icy tone, "Who ordered you to kill me?" Chapter 26 Danzo's Secret Order. The secret ninjas are not hiding. The three of them flew out, and they were Konoha's UMBU members. The Silver Moon Wolf rushed over and bit one person's arm first, and slammed him away. The other two companions communicated with each other. The priority is to solve this Otonin boy. If he keeps summoning, it will be troublesome. You hold on first. We will kill this Otonin boy and then help you. At that time, this beast is not a concern. After speaking, the two of them left the bitten teammate and rushed over like Fanyao. One person bit the knot on his finger, and then quickly sank into the ground. Earth style. Beheading technique in my heart. Suddenly, both hands stretched out from under Fanyao's feet, grabbed the ankle, and directly pulled Fanyao into the ground, leaving only one head on top. This is the ninjutsu that Kakashi used against Sasuke. The main use is to trap the enemy. Successful. Another UMBU ninja was overjoyed and drew his ninja sword and slashed towards Fanyao. It seemed that it would directly end Fanyao's life. Just when the knife was about to pierce Fanyao's head, Fanyao's mouth moved slightly. Flying Thunder God technique. Huh. Fanyao's body suddenly disappeared, leaving only an empty hole in the ground. What happened? The ninja using Earth style also drilled out of the ground. As soon as he came out, the figure of Fanyao appeared again without warning. The special kunao in his hand wiped directly towards the opponent's neck. It's too fast. Blood spattered from his neck, and the ninja covered his throat with his hands in disbelief and kept backing away, as if he was about to block the lost blood. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of Genin, a Union village. When he just grabbed Fanyao's ankle, Fanyao directly planted the Flying Thunder God technique on him. The Silver Moon Wolf had also killed another UMBU ninja, and the other person knew that he would definitely die when he saw this scene, so he rushed towards Fanyao directly. He is a ninja, he cannot forget his mission, cannot escape alone, he needs to complete his mission. Fanyao directly threw out Kyu, and the opponent dodged and continued to attack. Flying Thunder God Part 2. Huh. That's right, Fanyao has already appeared behind the opponent with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique. With a heavy punch, the opposite side was knocked out. The UMBU member rolled several times before stopping, but continued to climb up to fight Fanyao, but Fanyao threw out a few kunao nails and stuck them on the tree, unable to move. Fanyao walked over and grabbed the opponent's neck with one hand. Say, what are you doing for the Chunin exam this time, and where is your UMBU, a ninja named Twanjiu now? While questioning the ninja in front of him, he also increased his strength. The other party's face was flushed, but still staring at Fanyao with resentful eyes, he refused to say a word. It's really troublesome, but if you don't say it, I can probably guess that from the first test, the number of ninjas in other countries was reduced, and then in this test, UMBU was sent to kill the younger generation of outstanding ninjas from other countries. It seems very Danzo will start wars against other countries soon, right? The ninja on the opposite side still refused to reveal a word, but the contraction of the pupils in his eyes let him know that his guess was correct. Unexpectedly, when the Kingdom of Wind wanted to attack Konoha, Konoha had the same idea, and Danzo's ambitions were obviously much bigger, and the methods were more ruthless, so he directly ordered people to be inserted in this exam to kill other countries. The new generation of power. Fanyao snorted inwardly, and then asked a question. Is Twanjiu responsible for killing ninjas from other countries in this second test? It's a pity that he didn't get the answer he wanted this time, because the opponent's eyes and muscles didn't change in any way. If he didn't know, then he was really not in this action. Fanyao's hand forced his hand, and the result was UMBU's life. Then Kiyin summoned the summoning beast again. Summoning technique. Katsuyu. Fanyao wanted to summon the Katsuyu fairy, and as the white smoke exploded, a room-sized Katsuyu and appeared in the clearing. Hey, Fan Yao, you finally remembered me, where is this place? Looking at the somewhat curious Katsuya fairy, Fan Yao explained, this is the Konoha shinobi village. I would like to ask Master Katsuya to split up and find some people for me. It's impossible for Fan Yao to find someone in such a large forest alone. At this time, what he needs is the summoning beast of the detective, and the Silver Moon Wolf and Katsuya are obviously very suitable. Fan Yao told the two beasts about the current situation and the size and characteristics of the person he was looking for. Then the fairy Katsuya split up immediately and left in all directions, leaving only one by Fan Yao's side. Huh, you are still comfortable, when will you come to Wet Bone Forest to accompany me? Little Katsuya throbs on Fan Yao's head, while complaining a bit. Fan Yao could only smile silently, and his business was still a big push. When he has time, he can only say perfunctorily, it's coming, it's just 2, 3, 4, or 5 months. Hearing these perfunctory words, the frequency of little Katsuya jumping on Fan Yao's head increased again. Soon after, Katsuya heard the first news. 3 teams have been assassinated, and I haven't seen the person you were looking for the time being. Hey, there is a team from Kushinan who actually killed the other party. Listening to Katsuya Senjin's surprised tone, he knew that the man's 8th achievement was Orochimaru. The only ones who can solve the Umbu elite here are the Gaara team, myself, and Orochimaru that are not part of Konoha. I found the one you were looking for. There are 3 people in the west. Fan Yao smiled slightly when he heard it, and then ran to the west immediately. His speed was very fast and he found the target in a while. Damn it, all of them are like monsters, not to mention taking other people's scrolls, it's very difficult to defend yourself. We are still carrying the village's expectations, and we can't just go back in such embarrassment and follow it up once. In front of them were 3 ninjas from Caoyin village, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl has a very special red hair, wearing a mesh ninja shirt and black stockings, and she has a few bites on her body. This girl is another target of Fan Yao this time, Xianglin. Her abilities can be said to be very pervert in Hokage. Biting her skin can restore chakra and her injuries. Moreover, she has no attachment to Caoyin, although she is not strong now, but with a little training, she will definitely be a member of Admiral in the future. The time he appeared right now was just right, and the 2 Kushinoba were planning to leave. I want. Find a place to hide. Xianglin, who was holding the scroll of the earth in his hand, had a flustered expression in his eyes, and then slowly climbed up. Roar. At this moment, a huge brown bear appeared behind Xianglin and yelled at her, and pursued her. Xianglin staggered and fell to the ground. Fan Yao knew that the opportunity was here. He directly threw out the 3-pronged flying thunder god Kunao in his hand, and moved to the front of Xianglin. The giant bear was even more angry when he saw someone standing in front of him and wanted to shoot it. Iron body. As the bear claws fell, Fan Yao's untouched giant bear's eyes seemed to widen. Condensing the iron body in both hands, Fan Yao punched the bear on the belly. The strong impact made its back bulge. The giant screamed, and was knocked down under a big tree. Countless leaves? At this moment, Xianglin also saw that someone had saved herself, but she couldn't see anything. She just felt that the other party's breath was so warm, and she was not afraid anymore. Fan Yao walked over, picked up Xianglin's eyes and put them on her gently, and said softly, "It's okay, are you injured?" Xianglin vaguely saw a man covered with bandages, and was a little startled, but she soon settled down, and she didn't know why she felt so relieved. Fan Yao glanced at Xianglin, then unwrapped the bandage on his face. Slightly apologetic, he said, "It's my appearance that scared you, right? My name is Tas, what is your name?" Fan Yao didn't tell Xianglin her real name here, because unlike Gaara, she didn't have the strength to protect herself. Looking at the handsome man who not only made him feel at ease and comfortable in front of him, Xiangren's cheeks immediately turned red. After seeing that face for a long time, it seemed to be a blasphemy of beautiful things, and Xiangren lowered his head again. Say with a mosquito-sized voice, It's okay. Thank you. It's done. He is not in a hurry to accept Xianglin as a subordinate. The opponent is not strong enough now, so he only needs to plant a seed in her heart. Feng took out a trigeminal Qiu that had been planted in the Flying Thunder God technique and handed it to Xianglin. If you are in danger, use this to protect yourself. After speaking, he lightly touched Xianglin's red hair, and then left with Flying Thunder God. Xiangrong still stayed in the same place for a long time before reacting, lowered her head and looked at it, and then gently pressed Qiu to her arms again. Chapter 27 Who is a Genius? Linfeng slowly blows, and occasionally beasts roar and birds sing, making the surroundings more and more quiet. Feng Yao shuttled through the forest. Host, now the means of deceiving ignorant young girls have improved again. Before, there seemed to be someone who wasn't happy with the system's beauty pill and Xiaoao mind and body. Listening to the cynicism of the system, Feng Yao's face was also a little bit awkward. No way, who made him really fragrant? Oh, can't the system be so wrong that I'm wrong? Why can't you just tell me something? If I win one, you just say it again. I can't stand it either. Seeing Feng Yao's soft clothes, the system snorted proudly and stopped talking. Soon after, more and more teams were hunted down by Konoha Umbu. Feng Yao was a little worried about Zack and Jin at the moment. It wasn't that he really cared about the safety of the two. It was just that 3 people needed to pass the level together. So he asked the Katsuya Fairy to help find their trail. No problem, but there seems to be a Konoha ninja in front of you. When Feng Yao heard this, he stopped and hid in a big tree when he was about to observe the situation. A calm voice came. Don't hide, come out. Feng Yao narrowed his pupils. He didn't expect that he would have been spotted by the other party as soon as he arrived, just when he was about to go out. Ha, isn't this Niji the #1 rookie last year? Can you sign me? A young girl's voice came out. It seemed that she was not the only one nearby, so Feng Yao shrank back in silence. At the same time, I saw each other clearly. It was the situation when Niji and Shikamaru team met. I was just a coincidence. If possible, Feng Yao is willing to dig a few Konoha people to join his organization. It is a pity that Bachin is difficult to achieve. They have been edified by Konoha since they were young, and it is impossible for them to betray their village. Is there anyone else? I didn't notice it before. The veins around Niji's eyes bulged, and Byakugan activated and immediately saw Feng Yao on the tree. As expected of Byakugan, the investigative ability is really terrifying, and I kind of want to get Kakashi's eyes. Feng Yao, who was silent in his heart, got down from the tree honestly. The people in Shikamaru's group were all surprised, they just didn't find anyone at all. This person is Oteninho from before. This guy seems to be their leader, and his 2 companions don't seem to be there anymore. Ino whispered to his teammates around him. Don't you want to find him to grab the scrolls? This guy killed a genin guy in the first match. Shikamaru was a little troublesome. How about that? Where are we going to find someone who is weaker than us? The number is superior, and it happens that he is Otenin. Shikamaru team talked about how to grab the scroll, but Niji looked at Feng Yao solemnly. Unlike Shikamaru and others, he can see the flow of a person's chakra through Byakugan. He can see that the flow and volume of Feng Yao's chakra is by no means an ordinary genin. Seeing the long-lost strong man made him a little excited. Let's have a contest, whoever loses, just give your team scroll hands with both hands. Feng Yao glanced at Niji with interest, but the suggestion was not tempting to him. I have already got the scroll, and the opponent can't beat myself, but the current Niji actually resents the clan. Can he use this to win him into his camp? I can fight with you, but I have to change the terms, because I already have the reels, and it won't do me any good to win against you. Fen Yao's low voice came from the bandage, and Ino frantically said, "Why does that guy get the scroll? We don't have one yet." Niji frowned, "What do you think I want? I need you to do me a favor in the future. As for what it is, I haven't figured it out yet, but I can guarantee that it will not go against your wishes." Niji thought for a moment, and then put on a fighting posture, which means he agreed. After that, he attacked the past first. Niji is good at gentle fist, Konoha's strongest genre of physical skills. The fist technique that directly attacks the vein system can damage the viscera, even if it is rubbed, it may be fatal. Niji punched, Fen Yao didn't want to make it hard. The opponent uses gentle fist. If the punch is similar to Xiao Li's damage to the body, you can use iron body to fight hard. This is better to fight with the opponent. Seeing Fen Yao backing up, Niji's eyes tightened and he didn't intend to give the opponent a chance, so he walked quickly to keep up. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms. A huge 8 trigrams plate suddenly appeared in front of him. Niji's palm became extremely fast, all of which were directed at the acupuncture points of the person's body. If he was hit, he would be directly sealed by chakra. But it's a pity that he met Fen Yao. He immediately understood the acupuncture points and moves that Niji ninjutsu used to attack him. He bounced each of Niji's next palms just right, and Niji felt the more he attacked. Shock. Has the other party competed with our Hyaga masters? He knows my physical skills so much. Ino on the side was surprised. He shook Shikamaru next to him and said, "No, even Niji couldn't beat that guy. Niji was called a genius last school year." Shikamaru retorted, "No." Then pointed at Fen Yao with his finger, with a little horror in his eyes. "Niji is no longer considered a genius. The Otanin who was fighting against him is a real genius." "Ah. Why do you say that? You may not have noticed just now. When Otanin first dealt with Niji, it was obvious that he had not fought with Niji. That is to say, he didn't know the gentle fist of Hyaga family, when Niji used 8 trigrams 64 palms. Also, the response was a hasty retreat at the beginning. But that guy obviously immediately took the initiative after seeing Niji's first palm. He completely analyzed Niji's attack mode, which means he passed the Hyaga family from generation to generation in a few seconds in the battle. The secret of ninjutsu. It's cracked. This guy is terrible, let's go quickly. Shikamaru explained in a solemn tone, pulling Ino and the two of them to leave. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji, who played all of them, was also panting slightly. He couldn't believe that the ninjutsu he had worked so hard for so long could not even touch other people's clothes. Kakuzu. Fen Yao directly hit Niji's stomach with a punch, then stood a few meters away from him, sighing slightly. "You can't beat me now, just give up." Niji clenched his fists, his nails plunged deep into the flesh, and his last punch hit the ground. He felt a deep weakness, whether it was for destiny or strength. Everything is destined, and the ability and destiny of a person's life are destined, just like the clan family and the branch house. The man in front of me is the same as me. He buried his head deeply on the ground, his body trembling in pain. Fen Yao walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. "Human life is free to dominate, not to be manipulated, and your future will never be limited to this, Hyaga Niji." After hearing these words, Niji's body was not trembling anymore. He looked up at the man with bandages. He just wanted to say something. Suddenly, his face became gloomy and his breath became extremely terrifying. From his eyes Niji saw only endless killing intent. "Sorry Niji, I still have things to deal with." After seeing that, this time it's a draw. Without waiting for Niji's answer, he used Flying Thunder God technique to leave, leaving Niji alone. At the moment outside the examination room. "Yeah, you still have to eat meatballs with anko soup to make it delicious. When it's finished. Those Umbu guys should also be able to deal with it. I really don't know what Mr. Hokage thinks. This can take all the nearby countries. It's all offended. Anko ate the meatballs while drinking Anko soup and said with some worry. Something happened, Chief Examiner Anko. A Konoha shinobi wearing glasses suddenly came to report. What's the matter? 3 corpses were found, and the method of death was weird. Please come and have a look. After the Konoha shinobi came out, he came to a place where Buddha statues were placed. All the belongings and test evidence of the 3 corpses have been taken away, and their faces have also been melted. It is Orochimaru's facial elimination technique, which is a cold-blooded ninjutsu that can take a person's face as his own. This ninjutsu, it's him. How could he appear here? No. The Umbu ninja who went in for the assassination may have been solved by him. Thinking of this, Anko turned his head and said to the ninja next to him without hesitation. Hurry up and report the situation here to Master Hokage. This is a major matter. Chapter 28. Whoosh. A figure flew swiftly in the sky, cutting through the sky, making a sharp noise. It is Fen Yao. At this moment, his chakra broke out and used moonwalk to move forward with all his strength. This speed is quite terrifying. Because just now Katsuyu said that he had found it, and found the culprit who chased and killed his lifesaver, Umbu Ninja for a long time. And in front, Naruto and Sasuke were lying on the ground with scars. Sasuke's back neck was cursed by Orochimaru, and they were in a coma. Next to him, Xiaoli suppressed Jin and Sak alone, while Xiao Sakura stayed safely beside Naruto Sasuke. Without the real toss this time, Zack and Kim are obviously not Xiaoli's opponents. Soon he fell into a disadvantage, and Sak was seriously injured by Xiaoli's blow to Sholianhua, but he still stood up stubbornly to fight Xiaoli. Enough is enough, you two are not my opponents, if you continue, you may be killed. Xiaoli was breathing heavily, and obviously he was not at ease after using the table lotus. But although Zack is arrogant, he is extremely loyal to Orochimaru, and he has to complete his mission to the death. He continued to rush over like Xiaoli in front of him. Little Sakura was also taken aback by Sak's madness. At this moment, a black figure flashed out, squeezing Sak to the ground with an elbow. Sak yelled in pain, spouted a mouthful of blood, and was dying on the ground. From Otanin village, but the 3 of them can survive to the present, but it's time for you to leave the stage. A cold voice came from under the animal mask. It was a member of Umbu. Xiao Sakura and Xiaoli also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they don't know why Umbu is here, they should be saved. When Jin saw this scene, he subconsciously wanted to escape, but another Umbu member held his throat with kunao. Hurry up and get out of here, let us take care of these Otanin. An Umbu member spoke, trying to distract Sakura and others, and then secretly dealt with these ninjas from other countries. Although I don't know what the other party wants to do, Umbu is his own army after all, so Sakura and others obediently prepare to leave. At this time, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. A figure appeared behind Jin, and Kyu instantly pierced the Umbu who was controlling Jin. The Umbu member looked at the kunao that penetrated his chest. The opponent's speed was too fast for him to react. Don't hesitate to kill. Then he threw the Umbu ninja aside like trash, and Jin shouted excitedly. Master Toss, you are here, we are performing the task of Master Orochimaru. These Umbus suddenly rushed out. But Fen Yao waved his hand to stop the other person from speaking. He was not here to save people at all. The small Sakura and others on the opposite side were obviously shocked when they saw this scene. The other party killed the Umbu member so neatly. At the same time, they were surprised by the Shikamaru group hiding here. Wow, damn it! Why is this guy again? He even dared to kill Umbu. What should I do? Ino was frantic again. However, at this moment, a Kueiwuya shot came straight to Fen Yao, with a detonation talisman attached, pulling Jin to jump up and avoiding the explosion. Tuanju, who had been hiding in the dark, flew behind Fenyao and slashed directly with a ninja sword. There was also a sharp chakra attached to it. If it were an ordinary person, it would be cut into 2 quarters. Seeing Tuanju, Fenyao also broke out. Tuanju! Finally let me find you, you are the first person I must kill in Konoha today. Fenyao threw Jin away directly. 6 types. Iron body. Holding Tuanju's knife with one hand, his right hand blasted directly at Tuanju's head. Bang! With a burst, the mass of white smoke turned into a piece of wood for a long time. He just used body replacement technique to avoid Fenyao's attack. Wind-style wind-cut technique. Tuanju's hands Jin used the wind-style ninjutsu, which he is best at, which can cut things with a split wind, and a high-pressure wind flies directly towards Fenyao. But unfortunately, he had been planted with Flying Thunder God technique when Fenyao held the knife just now. Fenyao appeared directly next to Tuanju, the trigeminal Q was stabbed into the opponent's arm, blood splashed, and this arm had been abandoned. The current Tuan was unable to seal the seal for a long time, so he took the shuriken with his other hand and threw it towards Fenyao. After passing easily, Fenyao crushed his other arm with one hand. Tuanju snorted, but did not scream out. He took a few steps back and questioned Fenyao, "Who are you, what do you want to do when sneaking into Konoha, and why do you say that I am the one you must kill?" While procrastinating for time, he didn't forget to wink at the remaining companion. But Fenyao obviously didn't care about this. He played with the karma in his hands and said, "Don't you know me? No wonder, my changes are still quite big. Then you always remember the old man who was killed by you not far from Konoha village? Doctor." At the end, Fenyao's eyes were full of cold killing intent. "You are Fenyao? How dare you come to Konoha village?" Tuanju now knew why the opponent had such a big hatred with him, and at this time his other teammate also finished his work. "Don't move, Fenyao. Your 2 companions are now in my hands. I will kill them when they are messing up." The Umbu member who had just controlled Sak also took the opportunity to catch Jin when Fenyao was entangled with Tuanju, and threatened Fenyao with this. Tuanju seemed to see the hope of life. He swallowed. Quite proudly said, "How are you now, Fenyao? Let's talk, let us go, as long as we leave here safely, I promise not to hurt your fellow." Before he finished speaking, Fenyao slapped his neck directly and looked at Fenyao in disbelief. His hands were so crippled that he could not reach out and plug the wound on his throat, he could only look. As the blood drained, watching his life dissipate. "We could have been talking." He took his last breath in the middle of speaking. Fenyao just looked at his corpse indifferently and said, "I said you are the one I must kill. No one can stop me." The people next to him were terrified by this scene, and the Umbu knew he was going to die, and immediately detonated the detonator on his body, trying to drag 2 people into the water. Boom! After an explosion, Sak and Jin and Ran were put on the tree by Fenyao and stayed with them for so long. Naturally, they also planted Flying Thunder God's technique. The first time they saved gold, they were teleported directly with Flying Thunder God. Then Fenyao set his sights on the positions of the small Sakura and Shikamaru teams again, and both groups shuddered when they were stared at. But in fact, Fenyao stared at them with fierce eyes. His enemies were Danzo and Tuanju. Destroying Konoha is just a means for him to kill Danzo. Only chaos can have a chance. Naturally, he will not kill more people who are not necessary. And what they say is their former classmates. "Thank you, Lord Toss, what should these people do?" "Orochimaru ordered us to kill Sasuke." Sak's difficult Fenyao thanked him and asked about the treatment of the young Sakura and others. After hearing this, the young Sakura was obviously nervous. "You go to the tower first, you don't need to care about things here." Seeing Fenyao's willingness to follow up with the aftermath, the two naturally felt relieved, supported each other and went to the direction of the tower. After the two of them left, Fenyao and Shunpo came to Sakura. Although his physique was special, he killed someone in front of others. Little Sakura didn't seem to be calm at all, but was shaking constantly. "Don't be nervous, I won't kill them." After saying this, he squatted beside Suzuki. At this moment, Fenyao is avenging his parents. Suzuki is not the same. At any rate, he has the power to revenge, but Suzuki has nothing. In the end, he chose to fall into the darkness in order to pursue his power. He put a hand on Suzuki's head, mobilizing his mental power to calm Suzuki's mood first, at least not to be in danger anymore. After looking at Naruto, he also heard a little bit about Naruto's situation. Danzo's superiority caused Naruto to be put under surveillance and imprisoned. This can be said to be an indirect consequence of his own cause, so he also stored a part of chakra and mental power in Naruto's body, which can help him when he is swallowed by Nine Tails in the future. But now that they all know their true identities, Fenyao certainly can't let them pass the test directly. He carried Naruto and Suzuki on his back, and then said to Sakura and Shikamaru next to him, "I have taken these two people away. If you talk nonsense about what is happening now, then I will kill without hesitation. Drop them." Then they planted the Flying Thunder God technique on their bodies, tricking them into saying, "This technique can sense what you say, and your every word and deed will be in my master." Then left here using Flying Thunder God technique. Everyone's expressions were very ugly, and little Sakura burst into tears. Suzuki. Chapter 29, 3 Forms of Spiral Flash Super Rondo Roar. The sky was soothing, but Danzo was not in a good mood at the moment. He received the news that Orochimaru entered the village. For the rebelliousness of this village, if he were not Hokage, he might have used the opponent, and now I can't wait to get rid of it. Assemble all the ninjas and prepare to besiege Orochimaru. Danzo gave the order directly, but Anko stopped him. Hokage-sama, if you decide to encircle Orochimaru now, he will destroy Konoha at all costs, and some of our ninjas have been dispatched to the Kingdom of Wind. The risk to do so is too great. The other party is Sunin's. 1. Hearing this advice, Danzo also calmed down. Orochimaru's affairs cannot be ignored, but the safety of the village must be guaranteed. Anko, go call Hiruzen, Orochimaru is his disciple after all. At this time, Danzo thought of the third generation. Now the village is in short supply, and Orochimaru is the disciple of the third generation. Naturally, third generation can fight Orochimaru. He also needs to visit the tower in person, first to see what Orochimaru's purpose is, and second, to teach Konoha's new generation. Originally, according to his wishes, only Konoha's team was left at the third level, so that Konoha's powerful national strength could be displayed in front of the big names of various countries. Get more funds and tasks, but there are still too many changes. The camera turned to the tower, and after 5 days of competition, the final result was finally won. The final teams are, Yakushi Kabuto Team, Gaara Team, Otonin Trio, Tooth Team, Niji Team, Shikamaru Team. Everyone looked at each other's promotion team, thinking about each other. Naruto, no. Promoted, well. That Fenyao is to defeat the third generation's rebel, damn it, how to tell others about this news, now it is under his supervision. Has that Suzuki been dealt with? Forget it, since it is dealt with, it means that the kid is nothing more than that. The breath of the person next to him is so comfortable. Looking at everyone on the court, Kakashi waited for Jonin and Danzo to walk into the hall. First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. Now I invite Master Hokage to announce the rules for the third exam. Danzo stepped forward and stood in the middle, looking around, and finally staring at a man wearing a Konoha forehead protector. The man with erect pupils leaned against him. He knew this was Orochimaru. After a short time, he withdrew his gaze. Fanyao saw that Danzo's eyes didn't fluctuate at all, as if they had met for the first time. Now he can't be seen by the other party. There are so many Jonin here, if it is himself, 80% of them will die. The requirement of the third game is very simple, the so-called individual battle, but I have one point to explain. I want you to spare no effort to win Konoha. This is not only your personal match, but also a microcosm of the war between nations. If you win, it will bring Konoha's strong prestige to neighboring countries, and you can deter each other diplomatically. You must spare your life to bring Konoha victory. Danzo said strongly at the ninja in front of Konoha. There was an uproar among the crowd again, and then Moonlight Hate appeared and took over the scene. Although he didn't die in Hideyoshi's hands, he was indeed blinded in one eye, which slightly affected his combat effectiveness. Next, please leave it to me, Master Hokage. As in the impression, the next battle is to reduce the number of people. But what is suspicious is that the three of Sand Shinobi happened to match Fanyao's Otonin trio, and after a little guess, it was Danzo's idea again. Without any suspense, Jin and Sak were defeated by Kankuro and Tamari. The next game was Gaara and Fanyao. Seeing that Gaara's eyes were stunned, the friendship between the task and Fanyao made him a little struggling. Gaara, what are you waiting for? I really want to fight you. When Gaara was still making a decision, Fanyao jumped down first, telling Gaara not to hesitate with his actions. Gaara raised her mouth slightly when she saw this scene. He also dragged himself off the court with sand, and the match between the two officially began. Haha, Yao-kun's game. Orochimaru watched with interest, he was too nostalgic for Fanyao's body. Gaara was the first to attack. Although he had never seen Fanyao's attack, he would not despise the man in front of him. When it rains with sand. The sand behind the gourd wrapped in front of him and shot a large number of round sand bullets. Summoning technique. Silver Moon Wolf. The white-haired Wolf King appeared again next to Fanyao. Fanyao grabbed its hair to avoid Gaara's attack, and the small open space on the court was almost 1/10 occupied by wolves. Seeing this speedy summoning beast, Gaara changed his strategy. He keyed in again and squeezed towards Fanyao's position with one hand. Sandbound. A large area of sand on the ground leaped into the sky, and the scope of this technique was very large. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Fanyao summoned the summoning beast again to deal with it. Summoning technique. Chill-hearted Sea Lion. This is also the summoning technique in the sea that Fanyao found. As soon as the sea lion came out and saw the scene that was almost surrounded by sand, he immediately understood and opened his mouth wide. Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. The cold-hearted sea lion Fanyao is one of the few advanced summoning beasts in his hand. He can use ninjutsu and communicate with himself. The huge water ball hits the sand, and the sand becomes very heavy when it meets the water, and the sand is tightly bound and broken. Master Fanyao, how am I doing? The sea lion asked Fanyao proudly, but Gaara didn't want to give Fanyao a chance to chat. He has to use the next move to decide the victory or defeat. If Fanyao keeps summoning the summoning beast, he may be consumed alive. The spear of the guarding crane. The sand continued to condense and fuse in front of it, and finally formed a huge sand spear nearly 2 meters long, which is known as the strongest spear that matches the shield of the crane. F***ck, Gaara, this kid really fights, it seems I can only be more serious. Seeing Gaara want to expand his move, Fanyao had to be serious. He took out a few konao in his hand, and then took out a few flash bombs in his hand. When Gaara threw the crane guard's spear, Fanyao also threw out his own Flying Thunder God technique konao at the same time. Spiral Flashing Super Round Dance Roar 3 Styles. This trick was once 4th generation's famous stunt, but in Fanyao's impression, 4th generation has never used it, except when saving Kakashi. In fact, It is very simple to use flash bombs to emit dazzling yellow electric light, making the opponent mistakenly think that it is a ninjutsu that obstructs the line of sight, so that Flying Thunder God moves naturally to defeat the enemy. The dazzling flash can't affect Fen Yao. He moved fast in the battlefield using Kunao, and the automatic defense sand couldn't keep up with his speed. Gaara fell into a blinding state, and the crane's spear could not be aimed at all. Yao made more than a dozen holes in his clothes with Kiwu. After the light dissipated, Gaara voluntarily surrendered. Just now Fen Yao had already shown mercy to his men. Unexpectedly Yao-kun is even the master of Flying Thunder God technique. That technique just now. Is it the ninjutsu that obstructs the line of sight? Everyone is still discussing. After all, not everyone can know Flying Thunder God technique and 4th generation's famous stunts. The next thing is the melee within Konoha team. Yakushi Kabuto still abandoned the game at the beginning, but Niji had a bye due to one more person. So the final players are Xiaoli, Shino, Shikamaru, Ya, Niji, Tenten, Kankuro, Tamari and Fen Yao himself. The final game will be held 3 days later, which is a bit earlier than Fen Yao expected. It is estimated that Danzo has any plans. After the game. Little Sakura, what the hell is going on? Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi looked anxiously at the little Sakura. As soon as he returned to the village, he realized that there were no Naruto and others who had been promoted this time. But it was nothing, but Sakura was left alone. Naruto and Sasuke were missing, and asked Sakura without answering, only that they were not dead. This news is not known to Danzo and other high-level villagers. Otherwise, they knew that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was lost in the village. This matter may be going to change the sky, especially in this situation. Ms. Kakashi, I can't say, I can tell you after the game is over, they are in danger instead of Sasuke. Seeing how scared little Sakura looked, Kakashi felt relieved, but sighed. At this time, a figure stood not far away. I think I can tell you what happened, Mr. Kakashi. The person who walked out of the dark is the future IQ of Konoha Shinobi, Nara Shikamaru. Chapter 30 Fighting Kakashi. Shikamaru, how are you? Seeing Shikamaru's Kakashi was stunned, the other party seemed to know the whereabouts of Naruto Sasuke. No, Sasuke and the others will die. Seeing how worried little Sakura looked, Shikamaru quickly explained. Don't be afraid of little Sakura, what that guy gave me is not a technique that can be monitored. Although I don't know what it is, I can be sure that there is no monitoring effect. It was only after hearing the little Sakura here that he calmed down. Kakashi also learned the ins and outs of the matter under Shikamaru's advice. Kakashi immediately looked for Fen Yao's figure here, and finally he thought of something and came to an alley. This is Fen Yao's home, and Fen Yao really is here. It was already covered with dust and messy furniture was all over the floor. Fen Yao sat on a chair that seemed to fall down at any time. Seeing Kakashi who came in suddenly, Fen Yao was also stunned for a short time. Then he said calmly, it seems that Shikamaru has seen through the technique I left behind. Kakashi stared at Fen Yao cautiously. He knew that the other party was an extremely dangerous person, but he was not left behind. He is a smart boy. What happened to Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi's first question is still about the safety of Naruto and Naruto. Fen Yao, who has been identified, is not only answering Kakashi's question, but also observing whether there are any other people around him. They are still alive, and they will be fine when I finish what I want to do. What do you want to do? Listening to Kakashi's questioning, Fen Yao spoke slowly. I want the head of 5th Hokage. For this I can destroy Konoha at all costs. Hearing this, Kakashi's face immediately became angry. He is also a man who inherited the will of fire, and it is impossible to allow anyone to hurt his companion. If this is the case, then what about a bet? If I win, you must give up destroying Konoha. If you win, Fen Yao suddenly waved his hand to interrupt him. If I win, I want your sherry nan. Kakashi's eyes widened, he touched his Obito's eye, and finally made up his mind. Okay, that's it? After saying this, Fen Yao grabbed Kakashi with one hand and took him away from the village. If he did it directly in the village, the movement would be too great. Seeing the surrounding scenery change instantly, Kakashi was once again surprised by Fen Yao's mystery. He used to be a disciple of 4th generation, so it is natural that Fen Yao uses Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi stood less than a few dozen steps away from Fen Yao and told the rules of this bet. 3 attacks, you can't dodge, you can only use ninjutsu to fight hard, if you hold me 3 attacks then you will win, otherwise I will win. This Kakashi is really amazing. Fen Yao feels tricky this time, which is equivalent to directly abolishing his Flying Thunder God technique. It must be a strategy that Kakashi came up with after seeing it. If he let himself use Flying Thunder God, Kakashi would not be able to hit him anyway. Fen Yao thought for a moment. Okay, I agree, I hope you can keep your promise. Hearing this, Kakashi's face was solemn. Even if Fen Yao gave him these 3 offensive opportunities, he could not guarantee that he could defeat Fen Yao, and could only do his best to give himself an advantage. His hands quickly began to seal, and as Konoha's copy ninja, his speed was much faster than ordinary people. Ugly Mao Shen. Then place your right hand on the ground and hold the wrist of your right hand with your left hand. S-Class Shinobi. Reikari. Chakra is concentrated in the palm of Kakashi's hand, forming a high-intensity current. His hand is like a sharp blade, powerful enough to penetrate the human body. It is also one of Kakashi's famous stunts. Kakashi, who turned on Sharingan, dragged his right hand and quickly rushed towards Fen Yao. The stones on the ground were all lifted by the powerful lightning. Fen Yao bit his finger and slapped it underground. Summoning technique. Hard Rock Panda. A burst of white smoke exploded, and a black and white panda appeared between the two of them. The body was almost entirely composed of huge hard stones, which was a very good shield. Bang! Kakashi's Reikari collided with the panda's stomach violently. Reikari pierced through most of the panda's body before stopping, but unfortunately this trick did not hurt Fen Yao. Kakashi pulled out his arm and retreated, and the panda disappeared into a cloud of smoke. My skills may be blocked by his summoning beast frontally, in that case. It was the same Jian as before, but this time Kakashi did not make a stab, but clenched his right hand and made a throwing motion. Reikari. Thunder Tiger kills all. This is a transformation of Reikari, transforming into a wolf, which is more flexible than Reikari. If Fen Yao continues to use the summoning beast this time, then Kakashi will manipulate the Thunder Wolf to escape and take Fen Yao straight. Kakashi is really a ninja who is good at wit. Fen Yao also secretly praised. However, he did not intend to avoid this blow. Although Thunder Tiger's attack power is not weak, its penetrating power is not as good as the orthodox Reikari. Fen Yao agitated his body. 6 forms, Iron Body. Lei Lang's teeth directly bit Fen Yao's shoulder, and the lightning was also frantically moving on Fen Yao's body, and it ended after a lightning strike that lasted for tens of seconds. There were 2 more blood holes on Fen Yao's shoulders, and some scars appeared on his body. But soon the blood was stopped. Xiao Aizai's mind and body increased cell viability, Fen Yao's recovery speed was extremely fast, and he could be called immune to death. Xiaoqiang. Kakashi started to gasp. After all, he was still lacking blue. After using Reikari twice, he was a little strenuous, but it was obvious that Fen Yao had not suffered much injury. But he had one last move. Kakashi took a deep breath. His Sharingan changed, and the 3 Tomo blended together to form Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Kakashi glared at Mangekyo Sharingan, and the space where he looked at him seemed to melt away, and Fen Yao didn't dare to be careless in the face of this powerful temporal and spatial pupil technique. Before the space was fully formed, he hurriedly settled the seal. Summoning. Triple Rash Omen. Rash Omen is a kind of prop summoning, and now he can also be a master. 3 gates nearly 100 meters high rose from the ground, obstructing Kakashi's sight, so that Kamui could not directly hit Fenyao's body. Kakashi eventually destroyed one of the Rash Omen in front of him and then exhausted. All 3 techniques cost him a lot of chakra. You lost, Kakashi. Fenyao put away Rash Omen and walked slowly in front of Kakashi. Gasping for breath, Kakashi raised his eyes to see Fenyao's calm eyes, as if he had anticipated his failure a long time ago. After barely standing up, Kakashi said again, "Yes, I lost, but I still want to negotiate a condition with you." Fenyao frowned at this time. He didn't say anything yet, but Kakashi's request followed one after another. Fenyao said angrily, "Say it quickly, I will take away your Sharinan after I'm finished." "It's okay to take my Sharinan, but I want you to do me a favor, Konoha, and you can kill Danzo without being held accountable." Kakashi, with a weak tone, made his request. Fenyao joked after hearing that, "Why should I promise you that I can directly destroy Konoha and kill Danzo, who can hold me accountable?" When Kakashi proposed this condition, Fenyao had already thought of a lot of things. 3rd generation belongs to the stable faction, Danzo belongs to the fighting faction. As a high-level person, the 3rd generation naturally knows Danzo's war actions against the Kingdom of Wind, but 3rd generation must not kill Danzo by himself. Kakashi negotiated with him on behalf of 3rd generation. Kakashi was not anxious when he heard Fenyao's refusal at first, but calmly analyzed for him. "If you destroy Konoha, other countries will definitely regard you as a thorn in the eye, and your life will not necessarily be better, but if you agree to our request, then we will give you some help when you kill Danzo, but you can't hurt other people. At the end of the day, your enemy is only Danzo. We are also sorry for your parents, but they have never been upset when the 3rd generation was in charge, and they would not want to see you destroy Konoha for revenge." Speaking of this, Fenyao's expression has obviously eased a little, but the ninja world still speaks with strength. He does not think that standing on the 3rd generation side can help him. "Kakashi, I admit that you have a bit of truth, but even if I agree, how can you help me, by you? Or by 3rd generation?" At this time, a voice replaced Kakashi's answer. "By me." Fenyao turned his head to look, and a figure made his pupils shrink. Then Fenyao turned his head to Kakashi and smiled meaningfully, "I should have thought of it long ago, I agree to your request." Chapter 31 The Destruction of the Root. The drizzle is blowing, and the entire Konoha village looks more verdant. After talking to Kakashi all the details, Fenyao took Kakashi back home again. "Kakashi, it's time to fulfill your promise." Fenyao sat back on the dilapidated chair and spoke again. Kakashi did not hesitate to open the forehead protector, revealing his Sharinan. He was ready. Fenyao also stretched out his hand slowly. Kakashi felt a cold hand against his eyelid. "I'm sorry, Obito." Kakashi silently apologized to Obito in his heart. Fenyao had already put his hands back at the time, just when he didn't know what the other party was doing. "Okay, it's okay." Hearing that Fenyao is over, Kakashi looked dazed. "Didn't he want my Sharinan? Just touch it like this?" Seeing Kakashi's incredible expression on his face, Fenyao said, "I just need some cells in your eyes. I don't want to buckle others' eyes and wear them casually." Kakashi was also relieved to hear this. This eye not only represents most of his strength, but also the only gift left to him by his best friend Obito. "System, is this all right?" Fenyao, who got the Sharinan cell, asked silently in his heart. "Yes, you are now trying to absorb these cells." According to the system's instructions, Fenyao sucked the Sharinan cells that he had just touched on his fingers into his body. He felt a peculiar chakra rushing from his fingers to his eyes. After a moment of pain, his eyes quickly flashed the traces of Mangekyo Sherinan, but only for a moment. Even Kakashi did not notice. He felt that he not only possessed the space-time pupil technique of Kakashi's eye, but also possessed Obito's eye, hollow, Kamui. When he was puzzled, the system said to him, "Eyes are originally a pair. Host has Obito eye cells. Naturally, the time and space abilities of both eyes can be obtained, and Sherinan has been assimilated by the host's physique. You can use it even if the eyes do not change. There is such a good thing, isn't it necessary for a yin person? In this way, people think that they are just ordinary eyes when fighting against others." After that, I unexpectedly threw them a Kamui, and the effect was full. Fenyao took a deep look at Kakashi. "Sorry, Obito's eyes, Laozi, are already in hand. Your experience is stuck for hundreds of days." As for Konoha's request to Fenyao, there is only one request, and that is to destroy the roots and cut off Danzo's right arm. All Danzo's cronies are members of the root, and most of the supporters of the war against Sand Shinobi are also root members. In fact, many mainstays of Jonin and even Konoha did not support this action. So third generation will do whatever it takes to stop Danzo's behavior, even if it is to sacrifice Danzo to sacrifice his roots, even if it is to cooperate with him as a traitor. Let Fenyao assassinate Danzo to destroy the roots and re-elect Hokage. In return, they will provide Fenyao with help and eliminate Fenyao's wanted for rebellion. Fenyao also put forward an additional condition, that is, take away Konoha's Hyuga Niji. There is no denying that Niji was definitely a genius in the early stage of Hokage, but unfortunately there were too many plugins at the back, and Niji had no room for display. He wanted to draw Niji to his own hands. In the end, Kakashi agreed on behalf of third generation, and Niji is only a member of the branch house after all. This is often the case in the ninja world. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. In the past few months, the two sides tried to fight to death and life. Today, they are comrades in the same line. 2 days later, before Konoha was about to attack, Fenyao and Kakashi came to Gen's station. Gen was the vanguard of Konoha's troops. "Then I'll leave it to you," Kakashi said in a low voice, and then handed Fenyao a pile of materials. After remembering everyone, he said coldly, "The route will no longer exist from today." Speaking slowly, he walked towards the station, and Gen's people also found Fenyao not far away, and immediately became alert. Because of Danzo's leadership, Gen's development has grown a lot, and there are almost 100 people. There are 3 members of the route guarding the gate. "Who? We're welcome when we get closer." A rooted ninja spoke first, but Fenyao didn't mean to stop at all. Seeing that Fenyao didn't intend to answer, the people at Gen were also welcome. Earth-style yellow spring marsh. The soil under Fenyao's feet suddenly turned into liquid. This trick is Earth-style ninjutsu specially used to trap the enemy. Almost at the moment when Earth-style ninjutsu was just taking shape, Fenyao disappeared, and when the root members were searching for him, several tridents flew over. When he turned his head to dodge, he noticed that Qiushang had a strange technique, but it was too late. Fenyao used Flying Thunder God to teleport to Qiushang's position. 3-stage Flying Thunder God / The 3 people at the door were killed instantly. Fenyao took Qiu into the station, like Shura desperate for his life. Upon entering the door, Gen's members collectively discovered Fenyao, the intruder. Someone has invaded. Earth-style cracked the soil and turned his hand. Fire-style unburned technique. Earth-style Tulong gun. The dramatic changes on the ground, countless stone pillars rushed out of the ground to pierce Fenyao, and flames appeared directly on his body. But these ninjutsu perfectly penetrated Fenyao's body without leaving any trace of harm. This is Fenyao using the right eye Kamui to put his body into the Kamui space, which is the hollow ability of the right eye. What's going on? Illusion. It's not an illusion, but you are too weak. Speaking of Fanyao, he began to seal the seal, and after biting his finger, he summoned the strongest combat power he could summoning. 5 ghosts of the underworld. After the huge smoke, the entire stronghold was shattered by the huge bodies of the 5 ghosts. The 5 ghosts roared, and the members of Gen saw that the situation was not good, and they quickly sent someone to report to Danzo. But not long after running out, a silver-white wolf rushed out and bit the man's neck. No, we are not his opponents, why didn't Jonin come to support him? A character who seemed to be the captain of the Roots said anxiously. Fanyao sneered after hearing it, why do you think? A reason why Jonin didn't rush over. Hearing this, the person opposite was stunned, and he yelled after a brief thought. He understood that this was Konoha's other Jonin's joint action against Danzo. Everyone ran away with all their strength and must return to Lord Hokage. It's too late, Underworld Realm. A dark red enchantment spread from the 5 ghosts to the entire residence where the Roots were wrapped. This is a killer move that the 5 ghosts can use after cooperating together to temporarily block the space and double the combat power of the 5 ghosts in the domain. 5 ghosts, kill them. Roar. 5 behemoths rushed into the crowd, reaping life on the battlefield like cutting melons and vegetables. Their methods are different. The evil spirit wailed in place, and the weak-spirited person directly sat on the ground unable to move, waiting for his life to be harvested. The evil spirits and the ghouls slaughtered directly in the crowd. What kind of monster is this? Damn it, the barrier can't be broken. No, my chakra was sucked away by that ghost. There was a world of purgatory in the enchantment, and many people who were killed stood up again and rushed to their former teammates. This is the power of ghouls. In less than half of the incense stick, the whole root was slaughtered 7 or 8. At this time, Fanyao saw that a man who kept drawing all kinds of beasts was still insisting. This person is Sai, and he is still a member of Root. He ordered the 5 ghosts to stop attacking him. A flying thunder god technique came to Sai's side, and Sai summoned several huge black tigers from the painting book to bite Fanyao. After Hollow avoided, Fanyao grabbed his shoulder and sucked him into the Kamui space. Sai's ability is also very peculiar, and the strength is not bad, can be accepted as a subordinate. As for the education work, I will deal with it after Konoha's affairs have settled down. Looking up and looking around, there is no living creature in this place except Fanyao himself. Fanyao ordered the 5 ghosts to unlock the barrier, and then left quickly, less than a while after Fanyao left. Many Jonin appeared here, including Kakashi, Asuma and others. They sighed. They did not rescue Gen. They wanted to stop the impending war and protect Konoha from disappearing. There is no name, no feelings, no past, no future, only tasks in the heart. The roots of the big tree that supported Konoha in the dark have disappeared from today. Chapter 32 Chunin exam ends. What? The roots are wiped out? Danzo slapped the table and yelled at the news. Gen is his confidant, his capital, and Konoha's war against Sand Shinobi will be in a few days. Gen is the vanguard, but now. Anger was burning in Danzo's chest, and he was thinking about who did such a bold thing. Sand Shinobi? Orochimaru? Or the third Hokage? Sand Shinobi was first ruled out by him. If the opponent knows his actions, then the suffering will not stop, and he will definitely attack Konoha. The 2 remaining people are suspected. Orochimaru hates Konoha, and third generation does not want to start a war. I see. The third generation teamed up with Orochimaru to destroy the roots, this cowardly Hiruzen. Domestic and foreign affairs only knows about compromises, and never think about changes. I will never let you succeed. Konoha will not return to that weak one. Past. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, it's no wonder that he came to this idea. Orochimaru was originally a disciple of third generation, it may be that third generation and Orochimaru reached some deal. Because it is impossible for third generation to do it on their own, just as Jonin will not directly defy their orders even though they oppose themselves. As for Fenyao disappeared from the beginning to the end, no news of the other party could be found at all, this is also for sure, because the photos are simply wrong. The lack of information made Danzo come to the wrong conclusion. He looked at his only two cronies, Abarame, Yamanaka Kaze, who followed him as a guard, so he was not murdered. It doesn't matter. As long as the fourth Kazekage is killed tomorrow, this war will have to be fought or not, and you will not be allowed to choose. He touched Chisui's eyes as he spoke. If necessary tomorrow, he would use this eye to control Orochimaru. Danzo's strength has now been severely weakened, and Jonin in the village is not convinced at all. He originally wanted to gain the trust of the village through this war, but now third generation has come out to make trouble. Fenyao, who had wiped out the roots on the other side, came to a house far from Konoha. Here Naruto and Sasuke are being tied up by the 5 flowers. Just when Fenyao was about to walk over to help them untie them first, the two suddenly turned into wood. Body replacement technique. And Sasuke, hiding in the eaves, launched his attack. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Sasuke issued a huge fireball from his mouth, and the sound of an explosion came from the room, and the whole room was burnt down. But Fenyao stood there unscathed. I didn't expect you to break free by yourself, come down, don't force me to do it. Who wants to listen to you weird guy with bandages? Multiple shadow clone techniques. Naruto, who was hiding from the side, couldn't sit still anymore, he rushed out to separate out thousands of clones and wanted to knock down the opponent by the tactics of the crowd. Fenyao made seals on both hands and once again summoned the summoning beast Cold Heart Sea Lion. A large-scale water-style ninjutsu cleared Naruto's shadow clone and easily caught the two of them. UBD, let me go, why do you want to catch us, where is little Sakura? Naruto was struggling frantically, while Sasuke was full of unwillingness. The future 7th Hokage, and Sasuke of the Megatron ninja world in the future, can only be easily grasped by himself before he grows up. He put the two of them down, and first looked at Sasuke, he was considering whether to find a way to instigate Sasuke. But this second stunner Ishine was thinking of revenge. Even if he told him about Itachi, I am afraid that he would eagerly search for Itachi to know the answer or clamor for revenge for Konoha. It is not appropriate for someone like Sasuke to use it. As for Naruto, I can't talk about the other party, and I can be regarded as watching Naruto grow up, whether it is the earth of the previous life or the Hokage world of this life, so Fenyao never thought of hurting Naruto. I have no malice against you. I have no choice but to arrest you. Don't mess around. I will let you go back when things settle down. After the explanation, Fenyao tied the two together with a more resilient rope. Then he returned to Konoha Shinobi Village amidst Naruto's yelling. The third session of the Chunin exam is about to begin. On the periphery of the circular field, full of big names and players watching the game, Danzo sat in the high position in the center. The advanced players such as Fenyao stood in the center of the field, waiting for the official start of the game. This may be just a game for them, but for Danzo, Fenyao, and Orochimaru, this is already a battlefield. Hey, relax and salute the audience. Chunin, who was in charge of the exam, said to everyone. After a while, 4th Kazekage brought people to the competition venue, along with 2 people from Sand Shinobi. Danzo stood up falsely. Welcome, Master Fenkage, please enjoy our Konoha Shinobi contest this time. 4th Kazekage did not reply. Danzo said that except for Konoha's ninja, there is nothing good about games in other countries. Fenying also endured this kind of insult. Wait, Konoha will perish today. Fenying, who was thinking so in his heart, felt a lot more comfortable, and at the same time he turned his eyes to Orochimaru's direction. Orochimaru casually disguised himself as a Konoha ninja and sat on the periphery. Wait. Fenyao, after today, your perfect body is mine. Everyone has their own plan. At this moment, only the players participating in the competition are free from distractions. They only think about one thing to win the game. Since there are currently 9 people, Fenyao needs to play one more match in the scheduled battle, and it is all a battle with Sand Shinobi. Danzo doesn't care about the game. He wants Konoha to win and let the names of the countries on the field know that Konoha is the most powerful shinobu. Needless to say, the game against Kankuro and Tamari, Kankuro abandoned the game for the next plan, and Tamari could not be Fenyao's opponent. One-hit Flying Thunder God made Fenyao easy to win. He is a man. Destroy the entire Sand Shinobi team to the regiment. As the game progressed, the atmosphere was gradually brought out, and the forces of all parties became more solemn. They knew that the moment Chunin's exam was over, was the time to do it. Without Gaara this time, the game went smoothly to the end, which was the last game. What Fenyao didn't expect was that Xiaoli turned out to be the last person to compete with him in the final. He successfully defeated Hyuga Niji in the game. Fenyao can tell that Xiaoli is very happy now. The game begins. Chunin on the side started the last game. However, Fenyao still took the lead. You have already used Lilianhua when you just beat Niji, and your muscles have been severely strained. You can't beat me, even if you didn't use Lilianhua before. Fenyao admires this hard-working genius very much, and he even wonders if there is any way to get him under his command. However, Xiaoli smiled slightly, behind his left hand and making a request with his right hand. Your name is Toss, I can see that you are also a genius. No matter whether you can win or not, I will stand here to fight with you, because this is my forbearance. Fenyao glanced at Xiaoli deeply. Can hard work surpass genius? No, Xiaoli could easily defeat Sasuke at the beginning, but later when Sasuke was already at the top of the ninja world, Xiaoli only drove to the 6th gate. But hard work is also rewarding. Maybe it may not be better than those who are chosen by nature, but it can definitely become better. Fenyao summoning created the Katsuya Fairy and simply treated Xiaoli for his muscle strain. Not only for a fair fight with Xiaoli, but also to gain popularity. Thank you, Toss, I will fight with all my strength. Speaking of Xiaoli, he opened the first door directly, then opened the door to improve his physical strength, and rushed towards Fenyao. Leaf Hurricane. Xiaoli kicked in a turn. This is a common physical technique used by the Gangquan school. 6 types. Iron Body. Fenyao also had to use physical skills to defeat Xiaoli head-on, so that the opponent would be convinced. Xiaoli's foot seemed to be kicking on the steel plate, but he was not discouraged. A backlash began to spin around Fenyao. Then rushed to Fenyao and used the lower kick. Aim at Fenyao's chin and kick Fenyao into the air. This is the starting position of the lotus flower. Next, he will perform further attacks in the air. Ordinary people naturally cannot dodge this trick in the air, they can only be passively beaten. But Fenyao is different, his feet are slightly pedaled. 6 types. Moonwalk. Fenyao directly changed his trajectory in the air, so that Xiaoli was not connected to the next move. Seeing that the opponent's physical skills were not weaker than his own, Xiaoli was even more motivated. 8 inner gates. Shinman. Injury gates. Xiaoli's body began to turn red, and the naked green arrogance covered his whole body, and his violent ability erupted on the field, setting off hurricanes. Take it. Xiaoli acted, just ordinary steps, the ground burst along with it, but no matter how fast the physical skills, Fenyao can fully analyze the opponent's movements. While evacuating with Moonwalk, he directly blasted Xiaoli with his iron body. The scattered gravel dust made the spectators unable to open their eyes. As the dust settled, Xiaoli was still defeated, and the audience was in an uproar. Who would have thought that the inconspicuous Otanin who won the first prize in the end was actually... After the referee announced the result, Fen Yao helped Xiaoli up. "Das, your physical skills are very strong, but look at it, one day Konoha's lotus will bloom again." Seeing Xiaoli's speech in the second grade, Fen Yao just nodded calmly. By then, he might be able to rub at Satsuki with his hands. It seems that everything ends with the end of the game. At this time, on the high platform, Fen Ying saw Konoha being eliminated and said to Danzo with some sarcasm, "It seems that Konoha's ninja did not win the championship in the end, ha ha ha." Just when he was laughing, Danzo started. Wind-style vacuum wave. He exhaled a sharp breath similar to a sickle weasel, as if to cut Fen Ying's body directly. Magnet style. Dust gold. Fen Ying also didn't expect Danzo to do it directly, and hurriedly blocked this move. They haven't started the plan yet, but it's not important now. Since the opponent has torn his skin, then he doesn't need to hide it. He yelled in the direction of Gaara and others. Action. Destroy Konoha. Chapter 33 The Siege of Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo was also directly furious. I have known that Sand Shinobi is hiding evil intentions. Once this matter is over, I must completely eradicate Tsunagakuer. Fen Ying Luasha's eyes became colder when she heard it, and the other party had already said so bluntly that this time either Konoha was destroyed or Sand Shinobi was destroyed. In the auditorium, Kabuto has teamed up with Tsunagakuer's people to release a wide range of illusions, and most of the people in the audience are all caught in illusions. Gaara is preparing to enter the state of tail beastization. Outside Konoha village, there is also a huge summoning beast summoned to join Sand Shinobi's army to attack. Seeing this situation, what Danzo can do now is to kill Rasha as soon as possible, and his hands become imprinted. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Danzo fired the chakra accumulated in his mouth like a bullet. Fired like a machine gun. Rasha didn't dare to care about it, he knew that his victory or defeat with Danzo even affected the victory of this war. Respond quickly. Magnet style. Sand's shuriken. The sand condensed and turned into countless shurikens to fight against Danzo. For a while, it was difficult to distinguish the victory or defeat. But two of Danzo's men have also joined the battlefield. They are Abarame Take Root and Yamanaka Wind. Both of them come from the two strongest families of Konoha and use powerful secret techniques. Secret technique Poison Dust Technique. Abarame takes the roots and gathers the poisonous insects between the hands and blows them out in one breath. If people accidentally inhale the poisonous dust, they will die. Yamanaka Feng on the side was looking for an opportunity to use the heart-turning puppet curse technique. Danzo played wind-style vacuum sphere again. For a while, even fourth Kazekage was a little hard to resist. He yelled at the audience, "Orochimaru, don't you help." Orochimaru sneered coldly in the audience, and also came to the high stage. If fourth Kazekage were to die, maybe the plan to destroy Konoha would be ruined. And he can't beat Fen Yao on his own. Although he has made a lot of preparations, it is better to be safe. Orochimaru jumped onto the high platform and stood with Luasha to face Danzo, seeing Orochimaru Danzo's eyes visibly gloomy. How could it be you? Danzo found out that he had calculated something wrong. It is indeed possible for third generation to destroy the roots in order to prevent him from fighting, but it is absolutely impossible for Orochimaru to work with Sand to destroy Konoha. But now he can't tolerate him thinking so much. Orochimaru ordered Otanin and the four to deploy the four purple flame formations, trapping Danzo and others, and Kimimaro also entered the formation. When Doiwei set up the formation, he took time to glance at Fen Yao who was standing off the court. "Master Fen Yao? So handsome." Danzo turned his head and said to the two subordinates when he saw that the situation was not going well. "You two hold Orochimaru, I will solve fourth Kazekage first." Then he unwrapped the bandage on his arm, revealing the arm full of Sherry-nan. Orochimaru joked, It turned out to be this arm. It's a masterpiece. Danzo snorted coldly, and Yamanaka Kaze and Yumuri next to him rushed towards Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Phosphorus worm. The female takes the root and spreads the nano-level poisonous insects on the body. Once it touches her body, it will be poisoned, and the poisonous insects will flow into the opponent's cells and destroy them. Yamanaka Feng is the preparation technique. Seeing Orochimaru being dragged, Danzo also responded to Luasha with confidence. As for Fenyao off the court, staring coldly at the current situation, Danzo is the one he will kill. But Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods must be careful. If the enemy did not take revenge, but the opponent changed his will and became a puppet, that would be stupid. You can ask Orochimaru and 4th Kazekage to consume Danzo's Sharinan first, and take the opportunity to make a move. He used Kamui to move to a position closer to the battlefield, waiting for a chance to shoot. Off the court, Konoha's many Jonin have come to suppress the situation, but Gaara succeeded in becoming a beast. No one can control Gaara for a while, and the battlefield under the high platform is also in anxiety. Sand Ninja and Orokai appeared to the east of the village's mouth. Draw out a few Jonin to deal with this one-tailed monster. Damn it! Orochimaru actually planned Konoha with Sand Shinobi, this traitor. Everyone scolded, but unfortunately Orochimaru didn't care at all, but seriously dealt with the two ninjas in front of him. The evil snake meanders. Orochimaru first summoning out a serpentine snake and slammed a barame into the sky. Then he spit out the grass Naginata sword and stretched his head towards the Yamanaka wind. He knew that the Yamanaka clan was good at mind control and had to deal with it first. Facing the Orochimaru Yamanaka wind rushing forward without hesitation, this was a good opportunity. Heart-turned puppet curse technique. But when he was spotted using the snake flow body replacement technique to avoid, Kimimaro took advantage of the situation and took the lead. Directly rushed in front of Yamanaka Feng. Dead bone pulse Subaki dance. Yamanaka Feng separated the heads on the spot, and facing the strength of 2 cage levels, Yamanaka Feng could not resist at all. Taking the roots from the female and falling from the air to see the death of her companion also raises a sense of sadness. Now he is just a question of losing sooner or later, but he still rushed towards Orochimaru and Kimimaro. The battle between Danzo and Luasha is still going on. Danzo is not weak, not only has 11 Sharinan in hand. Hashirama cells were also transplanted to the right arm, and even the conjoined body surgery is not bad. The power of wind style can even cut Suzuo. It can be said that it is an all-rounder with both strength and external power. But maybe he really rarely does it, and his fighting skills are really worrying. For a while, he was somewhat suppressed by Luosha. Luosha spotted the opportunity and directly used magnet style. Placer Gold Burial. This move can be said to be the predecessor of the Sandstorm Burial, which is denser and heavier than the Sandstorm Burial, and the huge amount of sand directly submerged Danzo. As his hands shook with the sand grains again, the pressure of terror crushed Danzo into a pool of flesh. Luosha already thought that he had won, and he couldn't be blamed. After all, he didn't know Izanaga's external pupil technique. After using Izanaga to rewrite the reality of his being killed, Danzo reappeared directly in front of Luosha, making seals with both hands. Wind-style vacuum Big Jade. Danzo took a big breath and compressed it and launched it. This move is more like an air rocket launcher, which can knock the target's entire body into the air, and the power is quite amazing. Although Luosha didn't know how the other party was resurrected, she also used gold sand to wrap herself in time to block the fatal blow. Danzo took advantage of the victory and pursued, took out his shuriken, and injected the wind attribute chakra into it. Wind-style shuriken. The increased sharpness of the shuriken can easily cut rocks and break through the sand of Luosha. But just when Danzo had a chance to kill 4th Kazekage, a voice came. Summoning huge snake. A huge black python stood in between the two of them. After the shuriken cut it open, it was not strong enough to break through Luasha's defense in the end. Danzo stared at it. A barame had taken roots and was pierced by Kimimaro with bones. Orochimaru walked over slowly and looked at Danzo jokingly, but he was also curious, why at this moment Fenyao hasn't done anything yet, isn't his purpose Danzo? But soon he knew. Danzo slowly opened his right eye. He now has no choice but to control Orochimaru to destroy Hokage first and put down Konoha's destruction plan. In this way, as the hero who saved Konoha, he can continue to serve as Hokage and even gain the trust of the villagers. Thinking of this, he showed his right eye, but Shisui's eye. He launched the strongest illusion on Orochimaru. Distinguished heavenly gods. Orochimaru's will had been changed by Danzo without being noticed, and Rasha on the side obviously didn't know what had happened. Danzo smiled coldly and attacked Luasha again. Wind-style vacuum continuous waves. Several breaths like a sickle and ferret were released from the mouth. This move not only cuts off the opponent's body, but also cut off the opponent's chakra. Luasha was trying to resist. Orochimaru suddenly attacked, which Luasha did not expect. Evil snake wrist burst. Several giant snakes swallowed towards each other and swallowed into the abdomen together with the sand. After Danzo's vacuum hit the snake's body with waves, Orochimaru mobilized chakra to detonate the snake again. Kimimaro and others on the side were all stunned by this scene. They didn't know why Orochimaru suddenly acted on Luasha. This is not part of their plan. After the explosion, Luasha's figure appeared. Ahem. Ahem, Orochimaru. You. After all, Luasha was seriously injured, his left arm was cut off by Kajin, and one of his eyes was blown blind, and there were wounds of various sizes on his body. The Sand Shinobi ninja outside also became anxious, not knowing what happened. Haha, this eye really didn't disappoint me. I am the only one who can change this ninja world. Just when Danzo felt that he turned defeat into victory and was happy, the space behind him began to twist, and a figure appeared behind him, putting his hand on his shoulder. A cold voice sounded. You are wrong, Danzo, you are not the one who can change this ninja world, because today you will die here. Chapter 34 singled out Danzo. Danzo just wanted to turn his head when he heard the sound, but Fenyao moved faster. Flying Thunder God slash. Fenyao's body turned into a phantom, directly penetrating Danzo's body, and blood sprayed out of Danzo's mouth. Master Fenyao made it? Did it succeed? Deo is undoubtedly the person who pays the most attention to Fenyao besides Orochimaru. But the attack did not succeed. Danzo launched Izanagi again, rewriting reality. Danzo, who was resurrected with full blood again, seemed to have never been injured. The people next to him were once again shocked by Danzo's ninjutsu, but the continuous illusion distinguished heavenly gods he had just applied to Orochimaru stopped. Orochimaru woke up, he backed 2 steps to support his forehead. Kimimaro next to him hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Okay. What a terrible illusion, there is only one illusion in this world that can do this kind of thing. Orochimaru's eyes still have fear, he is not afraid of death, he is afraid that in the future he will never be able to learn all the ninjutsu in the world and explore the truth of this world. Fortunately, the technique is relieved, but besides wanting Fenyao's body, he now has one more thing, Shisui's eyes. That can only cast the eyes of distinguished heavenly gods. With that eye, my future road will no longer be barrier-free. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help trembling with excitement. Luasha on the side was the worst at this moment. Everyone here has his own purpose, but in the end he was the only one who was yin. Moreover, his combat power is now greatly damaged, and he is no longer able to form an effective threat to others, and his use value for Orochimaru has been greatly reduced. But he obviously didn't realize this. Oro. Maru, what the hell is going on with you guy? Hearing Luosha's question, Orochimaru slowly turned his head, and saw that Fen Ying had just been hit hard by him without the slightest guilt. Haha, it's just controlled by illusion, now it's okay, thank you very much, Yao-kun. Hearing Orochimaru's thanks, Fen Yao didn't intend to pay attention to it. He keenly felt Orochimaru's malice towards him, and he saw that today not only to kill Danzo, but also to guard against Orochimaru. Orochimaru, cough cough, then don't you help kill Hokage first. For Luo Sha, it is better to remove 5th Hokage than to kill Fen Yao, but Orochimaru doesn't think so, and he perfuses casually. Don't worry, Master Fen Ying, let them fight first. Orochimaru obviously suffered both losses, and he wanted to make Danzo out of Fen Yao's Sage Mode. He has played against Fen Yao and also knows that the weakness of Sage Mode is its short duration. But unfortunately, intelligence errors made him make the wrong decision. Fen Yao now uses space-time ninjutsu. Danzo looked at the person wearing the bandage in front of him with some doubts. The forehead protector on his head was supposed to be from Orochimaru, but the other party seemed to have a stronger intention to kill him than everyone here combined. He snorted coldly, distinguished heavenly gods is now broken, and he is at a disadvantage again, but he is a little flustered. Unexpectedly, there are people like you under Orochimaru, how do you see distinguished heavenly gods? It's not surprising to see that Danzo didn't recognize Fen Yao. Strictly speaking, it was the first time the two met. Hee, I'm not from Orochimaru. As for why you see distinguished heavenly gods, you should go to hell with this question. Fen Yao sneered and removed the bandage on his face. Danzo was indeed shocked when he saw Fen Yao's appearance. But he was also more convinced that he and the other party had never seen him before. If he had seen such a person once, he would never forget. Who are you? I'm the one who you have been trying to arrest and bring to justice during this period of time and destroyed the root organization you established. Danzo, do you remember the storm and Fen Yao? Speaking of this, if Danzo still doesn't know who Fen Yao is, then he doesn't deserve to be a dark careerist in the Hokage world. He also realizes that he thought wrong from the beginning. Third generation aims to destroy the roots with Fen Yao. Organization. You are Fen Yao? I didn't expect you to be Konoha's traitor. Humph, the war was burned to Konoha for his ambitions of revenge. I really don't know how your parents gave birth to a kid like you. They treat the village. It's really worthless. Danzo stepping on thunder again angered Fen Yao. Sure enough, listening to your nonsense will only increase my anger. Fen Yao didn't intend to talk to Danzo more, biting his finger and directly summoning his strongest combat power. Summoning 5 ghosts of the underworld. 5 huge ghosts of the underworld once again descended on this world. Although Danzo shouted Fen Yao kid, but he didn't dare to care about it. Fen Yao's record is obvious to all. At the moment, Danzo still has 8 eyes unused, which is 480 seconds of invincibility. Underworld Realm. Fen Yao took the lead in launching an offensive to open up the field, spreading to the enchantment and stopping. After opening the domain, the 5 ghosts appeared to be more irritable, and the evil ghosts rushed up first, the huge axe wrapped in a sharp burst of air like Danzo smashing past. Facing Fen Yao's first attack, Danzo did not rush to use Izanagi, but wanted to kill one of Fen Yao's summoning beasts first. Wood style. Blasting gun tree. This is the wood style that Danzo can use by transplanting Hashirama cells. This technique combines offensive and defensive techniques, instantly resisting other people's attacks and swallowing them. A huge tree grew from his right arm, blocked the giant axe, and swallowed it towards the evil spirit. But Danzo did not kill the evil ghost as he wished. Fen Yao made the evil ghost launch a mental attack. The harsh screams made Danzo stop his wood-style ninjutsu, and the ghoul took the opportunity to stab Danzo through. Izanagi can only be activated this time. The invincible minute came. Danzo at this time didn't care about the damage. He attached wind style to Kyume and rushed to fight Fen Yao. But how can Fanyao, who is familiar with Danzo Izanaga's time, fight against it? Any ninjutsu attack thrown in this Izanaga's 60 seconds is a waste of his own chakra. So using Moonwalk to directly turn on King Chin's circumnavigation mode, Danzo could only stare, and when Izanaga's time came, Fanyao once again let the ghoul and the evil spirit attack together. Orochimaru frowned at the scene in front of him. He didn't expect Danzo to be so bad. Although this resurrection ninjutsu is strong, I am afraid that Fanyao's sage mode will not be consumed by this. Danzo was panting slightly, the opponent's summoning beast was weird and unpredictable, and now only 3 were dispatched. It was a bit difficult for him to fight. It seems we must solve 2 first. Thinking like this, Danzo bit his finger and summoned his summoning beast. Summoning technique: Dream Eater Taper. A strange creature of elephant trunk, rhino eye, oxtail, tiger foot fell on the high platform. It roared and opened its big mouth, using wind style as if to blow the object in front of it and swallow it. The strong suction force makes Fanyao also need his feet to maintain his figure, while Danzo leaped forward behind the 5 ghosts. Wind style vacuum continuous waves. In this wave, he cleverly used wind style to enhance his attack, but he did not aim at the ghost's body, but cut off the feet of the evil ghost and the evil ghost, causing the 2 ghosts to be swallowed directly by the dream-eating beast taper. They will be able to use them. After the spirit attacking evil spirit was killed, Danzo was relieved a lot. You are too close to me, Danzo. Fanyao took advantage of his careless moonwalk and rushed in front of him, pinched Danzo's neck, and let the spirit ghost's tentacles take the opportunity to entangle the opponent. Danzo felt that his chakra was losing rapidly. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately sealed. Wind style vacuum wave. After cutting off Lingui's tentacles, Fanyao directly used hollow to avoid his wind style. Danzo hurriedly backed away, and just for a short while, his chakra volume had lost half. At this time, Danzo's chakra volume had made him unable to use Izanaga without any scruples. Fanyao supplemented the chakra consumed by using the summoning beast through the spirit ghost. Seeing the scene in front of her, Luo Sha applauded in a frantic heart, and she utterly discarded the agreement with Orochimaru. Danzo saw that the situation was not good for him, and asked the Dream Eater Taper to rush up and use wind style to buy him time. And he himself used wind style vacuum continuous waves again, but this time the attack was not Fanyao, but the domain and enchantment that trapped him. Danzo didn't want to fight anymore, he knew he would die here if he continued. Reason caused him to fear death, and finally turned into cowardice. Danzo was screaming crazy in his heart while attacking the barrier. I must live for Konoha. I am the only person in this world who can change the ninja world. But Fanyao came directly to him with Flying Thunder God, and he had left the Flying Thunder God technique when he just pinched Danzo. Kyu from the bottom to the top cut through Danzo's body and heart. Chapter 35, 3 Good Ways Requiem. Puff. Danzo's body shook, his eyes widened, and he spit out blood. You can't kill me. Danzo's face was pale into the paper, and he launched Izanagi again, but this time he resurrected his face with a touch of despair. He consumes too much chakra. At this time, he is a little dizzy and heavy, so he can only use it once at most. I also sorrow secretly in my heart, do I really want to die here today? No. I am Hokage, how can I die? He jian immediately, and when he was caught by Fanyao just now, he didn't do nothing. Seal of self-karma curse. When he was attacked, he also planted a mark on Fanyao, and the weird long black striped road slowly climbed onto Fanyao's body, restricting his movement. Naturally, Danzo would not miss such a great opportunity. He immediately took out the shuriken darts and threw them wrapped in wind style. Wind style shuriken. Containing a sharp blade enough to cut the rock, the shuriken headed straight for Fanyao, just when it was about to hit. The last ghost teleported to Fanyao's body and blocked the fatal blow. The ghost could teleport to his side when the owner was attacked. Danzo's mood fell to the bottom again when he saw the defeat of the blow, and he watched Fenyao slowly retreat the sealing curse on his body. He screamed crazy. You Konoha traitors, you don't know what you are doing. You just want to sweep everything away with revenge. Driven by feelings, you are not worthy of being ninjas. Fenyao sneered when he heard Danzo's evaluation of him. He stared at Danzo and slowly said, "Then Danzo, you often put ninjas in your mouth about self-sacrifice, but when it's your turn, you are timid. You have long been proved by second generation that you are not eligible for Hokage. It's because your actions will never match your ideals. This is your original sin." When Danzo heard the words, his breathing couldn't help, but he didn't know how the other party knew about this dusty thing in history. Even Orochimaru and the others couldn't help but pique their ears when they heard this. They didn't know the secret. Danzo gritted his teeth, frowned, and stared deeply at everyone in front of him. He knew that he was bound to die today, and Fenyao's words just hit his pain point directly. This reminded Danzo of what second Hokage had said to himself. The majestic voice seemed to ring in his ears. The moment when you can dedicate yourself will come, save your own lives before then. Fenyao's remarks inspired Danzo's heart to die in battle. He didn't think about running away, he decided to die with Fenyao and others. Danzo tore off his clothes, revealing the Li Sixiang seal on his body. But Fenyao knows all the ninjutsu of Danzo. Danzo cannot move faster than Flying Thunder God. He wants to stop Danzo. His body teleported in a flash and pierced Kunao into Danzo's heart, but Danzo used Izanagi for the last time. At this moment, Danzo was invincible within 60 seconds. He laughed and resurrected aside, and at this moment he put his life and death out of consideration. For Konoha, I must not let you live. Danzo felt that his death was worthwhile, and he would take away Konoha's 3 powerful enemies. But he didn't know that the sealing technique couldn't kill Fenyao at all. Fenyao was only a pity that he couldn't kill Danzo. Whether he is Hollow or Flying Thunder God, he can easily evade Danzo's sealing technique, but it is a pity that Shisui's eyes. Just when everyone was preparing to save their lives, a melodious flute sound came and turned into 3 long black dragons, which tied Danzo and stopped his suicide sealing technique. Danzo looked at the scene in front of him incredulously, turning his head to look at the person playing the flute is just an inconspicuous little girl. San Shan Deo Requiem. This song has a powerful single control effect, which can imprison the opponent's actions and invalidate the current technique. This is the family secret technique that Yuya has been practicing hard these days. Master Fenyao, I promised like you that I will help you realize your wishes. Doiwei watched Fenyao silently, said in her heart that blood was already overflowing from her mouth, which shows that this ninjutsu is not easy to use. After seeing this scene, Fenyao certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Flying Thunder God teleported directly to Danzo. Puff. Kiwi pierced Danzo's heart firmly, and he could no longer use Izanagi this time. He gradually lost consciousness at the beginning, his body became extremely heavy, and finally, like a useless old man, he slowly collapsed to the ground. At the last moment, there was a faint whisper in his mouth. Hiruzen, this time, it's me, in front of you. Fire Country Konoha Village Route Leader, Konoha's 5th Agent Hokage, and Danzo, an anti-hero who dedicated his life to Konoha's prosperity, died today. The 3rd generation's eyes not far away were muddy and there seemed to be tears. Danzo. Master Hokage was killed. What should I do now? Think of a way to stabilize the situation first, and go and invite Master 3rd Hokage. The Konoha shinobi who watched the battle below are also in a mess at the moment. Fenying was very happy to see this scene. His mood was ups and downs from the beginning. He was attacked, abandoned by Orochimaru, and almost killed by Danzo. Fortunately, Danzo died. He stood up and said with difficulty to the ninja below, 5th Hokage is dead, don't you still surrender? You Konoha have already lost this war. Sharan felt very encouraged when he heard it, and Konoha's people felt black before hearing it. On the high platform, you just took the shot, and one person in the barrier has disappeared. Fenyao has also completed what he has to do, when he is about to take away Danzo's right arm and Sharinan. Toyan Lucia. A giant snake rushed towards him. Fenyao directly pulled Danzo's body to hide aside with Flying Thunder God. The giant snake fell into the air and hit the ground, setting off dust in the sky. Fenyao already knew that Orochimaru had bad intentions towards him, and he must be fully prepared to take action at this moment. He sighed lightly, and quickly closed Danzo's arms and Shisui's eyes in his hands. Orochimaru, can't help it? Do you think you can beat my sage mode? Fenyao used words to deter him first. In fact, Chakra didn't lose too much in the fight against Danzo. It must be more than enough to deal with Orochimaru. But at this moment, Kimimaro and the four are all present. Orochimaru probably still has the impure world reincarnation of first generation and second generation not used. The position of fourth Hokage is unclear. This situation is not very good for him, but Fenyao, with Hollow, Kamui, and Flying Thunder God in hand, can keep him in the whole ninja world. Even if I can't beat myself to retreat, it is more than enough. Orochimaru frowned when he heard it. Fenyao's sage mode is too terrifying, not only with terrifying speed and power, but also rare in the world of magical power. But after just watching Fenyao fighting for a long time, he also had a bold conjecture. Obviously, sage mode can solve the battle as quickly as possible, but Fenyao has been using Summoning Beast and Flying Thunder God technique to fight. He felt that Fenyao didn't want to use it, but couldn't use it. The various ninjutsu used by Fenyao at this time is very different from when he fought him in the first place, which made Orochimaru more curious about the secrets of Fenyao's body. Yao-kun, I was really not your opponent in the previous battle. Why don't you let me see your sage mode again today? Summoning. Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru bit his finger and patted it underground, and two heavy brown coffins were summoning out of the ground, with the words number 2 and number 2 written respectively. Seeing this, Fenyao understands that the people inside are Konoha's first Hokage and second Hokage. Fenyao also thought about using the Impure World Reincarnation technique, but at that time he was in the wet bone forest, and there were really no strong bones in the attachment. Otherwise, the people from Impure World Reincarnation will be stronger than Orochimaru, because Orochimaru is not yet fully master Impure World Reincarnation. And the third coffin also slowly emerged. This coffin almost came out, but it was stopped by third generation, and there is no lettering on it. Anime version is engraved, comics are not. Fenyao thinks that there shouldn't be Minato inside. The coffin is obviously full of ninjas that have been completed by Impure World Reincarnation. For example, the first generation of second generation was put into the coffin in summoning after the dirty soil was completed, and the fourth generation was sealed at this moment. It is impossible to be successfully put into the coffin by Impure World Reincarnation. And it was to deal with the third Hokage, someone who should be familiar with third Hokage. For example, first generation and second generation are teachers of third generation, so this should also be a talent that third generation is familiar with. As the coffin plate slowly opened, it was natural that first generation and second generation were just two people. And the third one makes Fenyao look a little strange at first glance. But the three gold jade in the eyes can make people sure that this is a member of the Uchiha family. This reminds Fenyao, he knows who is the last person in Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 36 The Third Coffin. A member of the second Hokage Elite Guard. With a strong will to fire, he has dedicated his life to Konoha and is one of the few Uchiha people who can be trusted by second Hokage. Uchiha Kagami. There are very few scenes in Hokage, and Fenyao didn't recognize him for a while. The two Hokage and Uchiha Kagami were not completely deprived of consciousness at this time. They looked around, and when they saw Danzo's body, The pupils of second generation did not consciously shrink. Danzo was killed? It's just such a young man who summoned us. The current person is really amazing, so is the opponent, this good-looking kid. In this case, we have to fight him. Which family are you from, Konoha? Master First Hokage and Master Second Hokage didn't expect this to be the case when meeting with you. It seems Konoha seems to be very bad. The three of them came out to look at the corpses on the ground and the attacking Tsunagaku, feeling a little sad. As the dead, they were also summoned to this world to help outsiders destroy their village. Actually, it is the realm of Hokage and Uchiha in the past. Luosha on the side was naturally horrified when he saw these people, especially the two Hokages, who were historically recognized ninja god Hashirama and ninjutsu master Feijian. Orochimaru was satisfied with the surprised eyes of Luosha and others. But Fenyao obviously had a calm face, because he knew who was inside. This calm gaze made Orochimaru feel insulted. Let me start, enjoy it, Yao-kun. After speaking, 3 kunao tied with charms were inserted into the back of the 3 people's heads. The dust on the 3 people began to disappear, becoming more like living people, and their consciousness was wiped out. The 3 people now only know how to kill. Don't. Master Orochimaru. Ahem. On the side, Doyu also saw this admiration, stepping forward to stop him, but after taking 2 steps, he fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Fenyao wanted to say something to stop her when he saw it, but if Orochimaru heard it, he would even threaten him with her as a hostage, so he focused on dealing with the few people in front of him. First generation puts his hands together, and there is no even seal. Drink. Wood-style birthday of the tree world. Ninjutsu was launched with chakra as the source of life. Many trees grew rapidly on the ground. The trees were as if they were uprooted, creating a forest in an instant, and under Hashirama's guidance, the trees swallowed towards Fenyao. Fenyao sighed in his heart, sure enough, First Hokage's wood style is the strongest. I'm afraid I use less than half of the opponents. Then he bit his finger and summoning went out of Rashomon to resist. Summoning. Triple Rashomon. 3 gates with a height of several hundred meters rose from the ground and slammed into the wood style of Hashirama. The first gate tended to collapse in an instant, and it was barely supported until the second gate. At this time, Uchiha next to Uchiha Kagami started. He is a member of the Uchiha family, and he is naturally good at fire style. Mirror quickly formed a seal with both hands, took a deep breath, slightly bulged his belly, and then squirted out. Fire style. Dragon flame singing technique. The 4 fire dragons protruding from the mouth of the mirror attacked from the top, bottom, left, right, and 4 directions respectively. The power and temperature cannot be ignored. The wood style cooperated to increase its power. The remaining 2 doors also collapsed and rolled. The ninja who was so smoky couldn't open his eyes and coughed repeatedly. But as far as his eyes could be, he did not see Fenyao's figure. When Orochimaru frowned and was about to look for it, Fenyao used Hollow to get out of his feet behind him. He just used Rashomon just to block Orochimaru's sight. Master Orochimaru. Be careful behind you. Kimimaro discovered it for the first time and drew out his spine to attack him, but Fenyao didn't want to give him this opportunity and directly held Orochimaru's shoulder. Call out. The right Ikamui Uzumaki appears. The right Ikamui is biased towards defensive movement and short-range attacks. He can suck himself and foreign objects into the different space, and passively is the hollow ability that can transfer the body to the different space to avoid all damage. The surrounding scenery and Orochimaru's body began to twist. Fenyao wanted to suck Orochimaru into the Kamui space. Damn it, is this a ninjutsu of time and space? Attack him. At this time Orochimaru's body was already within the suction range of the technique, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to escape, but Kimimaro was still dozens of steps away from him. Second generation shot, he was one step faster than Kimimaro. Water-style water-severing wave. Second generation spit out a jet of ultra-high-pressure water violently in a straight line. Turning into a sharp water knife blade, he headed straight for Fenyao. If he insisted on absorbing Orochimaru, he might be cut in half by second Hokage. Unlike the general water-style technique, Tobirama used this technique to cut the roots of the sacred tree one after another in the original work. I was forced to stop the absorption and turned on hollow to escape the blow. The ground and the huge boulders behind were cut into a smooth horizontal line by the water column. Orochimaru also took the opportunity to distance himself from Fenyao. He thought that he was already careful enough, but he almost managed to get Fenyao out of it. Fenyao looked at Orochimaru, who was far away from him, and Kimimaro, Hokage and others. He knew that his best chance to defeat Orochimaru had been missed. Be careful, he should be able to use ninjutsu to turn himself into nothingness to avoid ninjutsu attacks, but when he uses the time-space pupil technique just now, he is in a physical state. Otherwise I have just died. It seems yours the eyes also have many secrets, Yao-kun. Orochimaru said with trepidation that he had just discovered that ninja battle intelligence is also very important. Seeing that Orochimaru has thoroughly analyzed his abilities, Fenyao didn't want to continue to consume him, and his chakra was not caused by the wind. The camera turned to the ground, and Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi each took one side, but Sand Shinobi's morale increased greatly due to Hokage's death and faintly suppressed Konoha. Wind style. Air practice. Morizuru's air spit out a huge chakra wind ball attacking Konoha's ninja. When the ninjas were about to disperse, a thin figure stood in front of them, and the body seemed to break when the wind blows. Earth style. Earth flow wall. The terrifying gas bomb hit the wall. Although the wall was destroyed, it also kept people from being injured. When everyone saw the face of the incoming person, they were all overjoyed. Third Hokage-sama, you have finally come to preside over the overall situation. Great, with the third Hokage here, we will definitely win. Please lead us at this time. Third generation waved their hands to signal them not to make a fuss, and at the same time gave the next combat mission. At present, the most important thing is to drive out invaders like Sand Ninja and rebels like Fenyao Orochimaru out of Konoha village. Use the barrier to block One Tail's actions. Kakashi, Guy, and I control One Tail together. After finishing speaking, third generation uses summoning to summon the ape demon. King Kong prison wall. The monkey demon turned into a golden hoop and trapped Xiao'erhe, but Xiao'erhe was indeed fierce. His claws kept attacking the cage, and the golden hoop quivered slightly. Wind style. Sand shotgun. The sand bomb attack is strengthened by the wind, and it is powerful enough to penetrate the opponent's body and use it to control it. Kakashi directly summoned multiple earth flow walls to resist the opponent's moves. Boom. One Tail's attack came back in vain. At this time, the four purple flame formations arranged by the Konoha Shinobi are fine, and the three of them subdued One Tail. During the third generation game, I silently glanced at the high platform and waited for me to feel relieved. Secretly said in his heart, it's all up to you, we must defeat Orochimaru. Just after a confrontation, Orochimaru learned that Fenyao can absorb other people's ninjutsu, which should belong to pupil skills. So second generation used the illusion that was created that year. Darkness technique. This illusion can deprive others of vision. It was created to target the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Seeing Fenyao's blank look, Orochimaru knew that he had succeeded, so he immediately asked Kimimaro and others to attack. He didn't believe Fenyao could continue to hollow. Indeed, hollow's time is only 5 minutes. Wood style. The world has come. Water style. Water dragon bomb. Fire style. Great fireball. Dead bone pulse. Dance of the eightfold humulus. However, it was Fenyao who was clearly attacked, but Orochimaru felt a sense of crisis. Although Fenyao's eyes were blank, his eyes were on him. Instinctively, he used the big snake flow body replacement technique. Opened his mouth wide, opened his mouth with both hands, and then the body, with wet mucus, fled from the body with a snake tail on the lower body. At the next moment, the space where Orochimaru had just been distorted. Click. The entire double body was twisted and sucked into a different space. Fenyao's mental power has not been known for a long time, especially after the change of physique. He can be immune to most illusions. Of course, Fenyao is not sure about distinguished heavenly gods, the strongest illusion. So he just pretended to have fallen into an illusion and wanted to trick Orochimaru to relax his vigilance. Then use the left eye Kamui's long-range strike to directly destroy Orochimaru, but it is still detected. The left eye, Kamui, can directly distort the space where the eye sees, turning into a different space, and is extremely aggressive. This trick Kakashi can do, but Kakashi is not fully mastered now. After Kamui failed, Fenyao used Flying Thunder God to escape to a safe place. He directly shouted, "My lord, as one of Sunin, can't speak without words, if I can't come out, I will attack Konoha with Sand Shinobi." Just after speaking, a huge white smoke exploded in the center. A big orange toad squatted on the ground. Mount Mayaboku Toad Fairy Tale Man Jiraiya is here. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Chapter 37 Jiraiya. Each is tall and wears a forehead protector with the word oil written on it. The man with long white hair up to his waist appeared between Fenyao and Orochimaru. There are red marks under his eyes. He is dressed in a red outer coat, brown clothes inside the outer coat, clogs on his feet, and armor-like equipment on his hands. It is Jiraiya who is one of Sunin with Orochimaru. When Konoha's people saw Jiraiya, their morale increased. Together with Jiraiya-sama who is one of Sunin, Sand Shinobi has lost this time. But everyone on the high platform was surprisingly quiet. Because when Jiraiya appeared, he put himself in a pose that he considered handsome, as well as the toad under him. Looking at the people next to him did not give face, Jiraiya could only put away the posture in an anguish. Rasha frowned when she saw Jiraiya and stood silently on Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru's golden pupils widened. "I haven't seen you for so long, you are still so frivolous, Jiraiya." Hearing the speech of an old friend, Jiraiya became serious, and he looked at Orochimaru with a serious expression. He was originally entrusted by Third Hokage to Konoha to prevent the war from happening, but when he arrived, he learned that a kid named Fenyao wanted to take revenge on Danzo and destroy Konoha. So he asked Kakashi to negotiate with the other party. According to his own thoughts, he wanted to take Fenyao directly, but after watching the battle between the two, he found that he was not completely sure. Only the second plan discussed in advance allows him to assassinate Danzo and prevent this war. But I did not expect such a big change in the final situation. Sand Shinobi struck, Orochimaru appeared, and first generation second generation was resurrected. But what made him even more surprised was that Fenyao Brat was able to fight against these people. When dealing with him, I said that I would provide him with some help. And it's true that Orochimaru can't be allowed to be so nonsense, this time he must be stayed. Orochimaru, stop what you are doing now, or I will really kill you. Orochimaru smiled angrily when he heard Jiraiya's words. We have close to 6 Kage level combat powers. What is your ability, Jiraiya, can kill me? Ever since you were young, have you ever beaten me? Yes, in addition to himself, Orochimaru also has Kimimaro, Rosa, first generation, second generation, Uchiha Kagami, who are all first class strong. The Otonin 4 people outside the field are not counted. They will only come in this kind of battle. Was Sekiled. Humph. Jiraiya bit her finger, smeared a red half circle under the eye socket, and folded her hands together. Enter Sage Mode. Little ghost, Fenyao, help me buy some time. I want to summon 2 immortals to help. Jiraiya said to Fenyao next to him. Fenyao scolded Jiraiya as an idiot. Are you all watching the game just now? Why not summon the two immortals in advance? Jiraiya's fighting style is too decent. I do not want. Hey? Hearing Fenyao's cold answer, Jiraiya's eyes widened. He twitched his eyes and roared back, Hey, I came out to save you, your kid is unwilling to support me. Support? What do you call this? My chakra has been consumed more than half, and my ninjutsu defense is more than enough, and my offense is insufficient. My goal has been achieved. There is no need to fight Orochimaru. Originally, if Jiraiya turned on Sage mode, it came out. Then Fenyao doesn't mind cooperating with him to take Orochimaru's life here, but this situation requires him to work hard? Sorry to find the wrong person. When he was about to say something, Orochimaru no longer gave them a chance. He directly greeted his subordinates to attack the two. He didn't want Fenyao to run away. You guys go to catch Fenyao, I will deal with Jiraiya. The crowd was divided into two groups. Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew each other well and won't lose out in the fight, so they used most of their combat power on Fenyao. Second generation's instantaneous technique was obviously much faster than others, and he came to Fenyao's side for the first time. Senju Tobirama is known as the #1 speed ninja in the ninja world, and this title is by no means an understatement. In battle, he often wins with speed. Standing behind Fenyao, second Hokage's mouth moved slightly. Water-style heaven weeping. This is the offensive water-style ninjutsu developed by second Hokage. It is an unexpected water needle when attacking. The water needle jetting out of the mouth at high speed will hit the enemy's vitals. This is the technique of Tobirama, who is good at water style, and it does not require seals when activated. The power is so powerful that even Madara needs to use Suzanu's arm to defend. But hollow doesn't mean that it can be cracked quickly, and second generation's attack naturally returns without success. But with so many people here, Fenyao won't be so stupid as to consume them. What he dislikes most is fighting battles with low odds. After using hollow, use Flying Thunder God to leave the battlefield before the rest of them arrived. Everyone who was left rushed for nothing. In this scene, even Orochimaru and Jiraiya were stunned. Orochimaru didn't expect that the other party retreated so simply that there was no nostalgia. Jiraiya felt that Fenyao, a man who dared to come to Konoha to avenge his enemies at Hokage, could not easily escape. Orochimaru's face is ugly, his calculations have failed, and it will be even harder to find opportunities in the future. You guys will help and completely ruin Konoha village for me. His golden pupils are accumulating more and more anger. Others immediately join the battlefield below as soon as they heard it. With the help of so many cage-level powerhouses, Konoha fell into a disadvantage once again. When Jiraiya saw that it was naturally furious, he could only summoning out Toad to buy time for him, while Orochimaru launched a fierce attack like him. Niji has been resting outside the court after losing to Xiaoli. He saw Xiaoli change his destiny through his own power, thought of his destiny as a branch house, and remembered what Fenyao once said. But suddenly there was noisy outside, and when I went outside, it was already a cruel battlefield, and Sharan and Konoha fought together. As a member of Konoha, he must also join, but soon Guy told them that there was also an invasion outside the village and asked him to come to help. Jonin is responsible here. Niji can only fight with these Sharan, and he also experienced the cruelty of war for the first time. He used revolving heaven and acupuncture to defeat the 6 invaders Sand Shinobi. Chakra was almost exhausted, and slumped on the ground. At this moment, a Sharan who was hiding in the pile of corpses took advantage of Niji's slack and took out Kunao and stabbed Niji in the heart. Byakugan also spotted the guy who was hiding for the first time, and Niji took the last effort to change his position. Kyu pierced his chest without hitting the point. Niji squeezed the opponent's hand tightly to prevent him from making any progress. Now it's the endurance fight, whether Konoha's reinforcements will arrive first, or sa shinobu will pierce Kyunao into Niji's body first. But neither was it. Fenyao relied on the Flying Thunder God technique he planted during the battle against Niji to come to Niji's side, and it happened to hit this scene. Niji, but he wants to be a subordinate, how can he die in your hands? Thinking like this, he kicked the man up and made up for a tempest kick and killed him. Niji breathed a sigh of relief this time and tilted his head to look like Fenyao. Although Fenyao is not wearing a bandage now, this breath still made Niji recognize it for the first time. Ahem, thank you. You saved me. Niji said intermittently, he should have hurt his heart and lungs. Fenyao bit his finger and put Katsuyu summoning out and placed it on Niji's chest. The green light flashed on Niji's chest, and the blood from the wound stopped shortly after. Fenyao helped Niji wipe off the blood that had coagulated Madara from his face. Don't thank me, I'm here to take you away. My real name is Fenyao. I believe you have heard of it? Niji, I can help you change your destiny. Will you follow me? Fenyao revealed his purpose, and Niji heard that his eyes were drooping. He was moved. Originally, he felt that human fate was destined, but he saw that Xiaoli had really changed his fate on the tail of the crane with his efforts. Maybe it's really okay to follow the man in front of you. Seeing that Niji hesitated, Fenyao put a fire on it. He persuasively said, a few months ago, I was just a crane tail that could not even know E-level ninjutsu, but now I have the strength to knock down cage-level ninjas. I have changed my destiny, it is also fine. Hearing this, Niji showed a firm face and made a decisive decision, I am willing to follow you. I want to change my own destiny. I am not reconciled to the destiny of the branch house. The corner of Fenyao's mouth raised, he sucked Niji into his Kamui space, and then looked back at Konoha in the flames of war. He decided to make a good profit before leaving. Chapter 38. Fenyao carefully recalled Konoha's various buildings. The teleportation ability of the right eye Kamui is realized according to the scene in his memory. I now have a Kamui space, and I can put things directly into the space. At this time, I'm sorry if I don't take advantage of the fire and robbery. The most important thing for Konoha is of course the place where all kinds of ninjutsu and banned books are placed. He used the Kamui space to move to Hokage's office. At this moment, there were not many ninjas guarding here, all of them went out to fight, and only two Chunin remained. Seeing an enemy coming, they immediately asked Fenyao's identity. Who dare to break into the Hokage hall? The two ninjas immediately took out the ninja to respond. At this time, Shanin invaded by a large margin, leaving them behind to prevent anyone from coming here to steal confidential information and forbidden technique. Fenyao ignored them but looked around and said to himself, the place where the banned books are placed should be in the attic. Naruto had been there at the time. The two of them were convinced that this person was Sharan who had invaded Konoha, and Jayan was ready to take each other without saying a word. Fire style fire go. Wind style Shen Biao. The flame rose with the help of the wind, became more blazing, and swept towards Fenyao. Ninjutsu works well, but it's a pity that it doesn't work for me. Fenyao walked straight out of the flames. Hollow made him unharmed. The two Chunin had never seen such a situation before, and they were shocked to go out and call for help. Moonwalk. As if they were instantaneous, Fenyao rushed to the two of them, Kamui Uzumaki's right eye appeared, the two bodies began to twist, and they were sucked into the Kamui space for a moment. In fact, the Kamui space is not lethal, but can play a role in trapping the enemy so that the ninjas cannot escape. There are already many people in the space now, but they are separated under Fenyao's deliberate control, so they won't meet them either. After solving these two passers-by, Fenyao searched for various scrolls and forbidden techniques in Konoha's collection. Finally found a sealed door in an attic, Fenyao directly opened the hollow and penetrated in. This can't be blamed on Konoha's high-level carelessness, who would have thought that there would be a pervert pupil technique like hollow. There was a light candle light inside, surrounded by elevated shelves, scrolls, sealed books, and various collections of ninjutsu. Fenyao walked to the center, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although these ninjutsu can't be used by themselves, they can greatly improve the combat ability of the Xian. Every village in the ninja world has its own ninjutsu. For example, Konoha village ninjas are good at fire style, Tsunagakuwa is good at wind style, and Cloud Shinobi village is good at lightning style. This is not to say that they have only one variation of chakra nature. It is that the villages are very good at keeping their ninjutsu secrecy, and they will not be lost easily. Without Sand Shinobi's invasion this time, it would be difficult for Fenyao to succeed. His right eye, Kamui Uzumaki, opened, and the scroll frames around him began to tremble. All the scrolls on the shelf and the ninjutsu that Konoha village has worked so hard to research and create for decades are all cheap Fenyao. After collecting everything, Fenyao used Kamui again to come to the lobby where he remembered that he could accept tasks and distribute bonuses. Now that there is no one here, Fenyao directly smashed the cabinet and the vault, looting the entire Konoha village's liquidity and the rewards given by the client. The money I took from Carduo has been used up, but I don't know how many holes need to be filled, which just solves the urgent need. But Konoha village is still a ninja village after all, and the money is not grabbed from Cardona, about 30 million taels. It's no wonder that it's impossible for Konoha shinobi people to feed the ninja and feed a village by entrusting them to earn money. The main reason is the grant from the Fire Country daimyo. Thinking of this, Fenyao has decided to go to the Land of Fire and rob him one day. If you want to say anything other than Konoha village, it may be Yamato, who inherited Hashirama cells and has wood style, and Naruto, who is 9 taels Jinchuriki. It is said that the first reaction of Hashirama cells is definitely the ability to use wood style, but Fenyao has a system and cannot use wood style. But Hashirama cells have strong self-healing power, which Fenyao values more. His current cell viability and resilience are not low, but he hasn't reached the level of Hashirama. You know, Hashirama's resilience is comparable to Tsunade with Baihao technique. But he still has to confirm this matter. System, what if I inject Hashirama cells into my body? Hashirama cells are not transplantable by anyone. To put it bluntly, Hashirama cells are the ultimate for Yang Dun. The cell activity of ordinary human body cells is completely inferior to that of Hashirama cells. In other words, although only a small number of Hashirama cells have been transplanted, as the cells continue to divide, it is entirely possible that Hashirama cells will turn away from the guest. It is unavoidable to be swallowed by Hashirama cells and requires strength to reconcile. For example, Danzo, Sherinan represents a kind of power of yin, as the so-called lonely yin is not long, so he transplanted Hashirama's arm to reconcile it. Instead, he was able to use these two powers. In the original work, after Danzo used too much chakra, there was not much chakra remaining, resulting in an imbalance between Sherinan and Hashirama cells, and finally unable to control Hashirama cells. Host's mental power and body can now be transplanted with Hashirama cells, and host's body is not even weaker than Sage body after being developed to ultimate. In that case, I'm relieved. After getting an accurate answer, Fenyao didn't think about going to Yamato. Yamato is not a complete copy, and wood style is far inferior to first generation. Cell inheritance is not perfect. If it is perfect, it is Whitezetsu. This matter can be planned later. He decided to take Xianglin away first, so he sensed the flying thunder god Kiwu that he had left with Xianglin. Whoosh! On a mountain road, the little girl followed an older middle-aged ninja. It can be seen that the middle-aged man in front is the leader of Cao Yin village this time. You will wait for punishment this time when you go back. Archinin has suffered a heavy loss this time, but you have hid because of fear of death. Outsiders are really untrustworthy. Cao Yinchinin kept sneering at Xianglin. Xianglin just lowered his head and listened behind him, still holding a handful of kiwu in his hand. Xiangren originally belonged to the Uzumaki clan, but later fled to Caoyin village, but it turned out to be another nightmare. Xiangren possesses the ability of the Uzumaki clan to heal physically. As long as the wounded bites her skin, they will recover chakra and injuries, which leads to the use of medical supplies in Kayan village. When he walked on the road, Chinin heard a boulder resting on it. He grabbed Xiangrong's arm and wanted to bite it to recover his strength and chakra. But before he even lowered his mouth, a hand suddenly held his head and kept on applying force. The whole head was rubbed violently. Ah! Chinin from Kayan village yelled. Wha? Who? Fenyao held his head up and threw him aside casually like trash. Then he turned around and smiled and looked at Xianglin and said, "Didn't you say that you should protect yourself when you encounter danger? Why don't you just kill this kind of person who wants to hurt you?" Seeing the benefactor who had saved him once again appeared, Xianglin subconsciously ignored why the other party was here. But the appearance of the other party gave her a sense of security, which has never been felt since the Uzumaki clan was destroyed and her mother died. Fenyao squatted down and said softly, "Follow me. From today on, you will not be alone and will not be treated rudely by others." When saying the last sentence, Fenyao glanced at Cao Ren who was lying not far away. Xianglin's heart moved, and when she was about to take a step to agree, Cao Ren on the side suddenly struggled to stand up. He said fiercely, "Dare you, you are our sly thing. When I catch you back, I will suck your chakra alive." Hearing this, Xianglin suddenly trembled. After all, he had been oppressed for a long time, and there was an instinctive fear. When Chinin saw this scene, he smiled triumphantly, but Fenyao caught his neck in the next moment. Cough. Fenyao started the iron body blankly, crushed all his limbs and threw it directly in front of Xiangrong. Although a little bloody, Fenyao wanted Xianglin to quickly escape from Cao Yin's nightmare, and he helped Xianglin catch Ku Wu. "The person in front of you should have done a lot of things that hurt you. You don't need to be afraid now. You are under my protection. Now you can make him pay for the things you do." Xiangren's cheeks flushed when Fenyao held her hand, but it was indeed difficult for her to kill. Fenyao raised her sleeves, her thin arms were full of bite marks. Xianglin seemed to think of something, not trembling anymore, closed his eyes and pierced towards the grass on the ground. "No. Don't." After killing Xianglin, it was obvious that Xianglin hadn't been relieved. Fenyao pulled Xianglin aside to comfort him, and after he stabilized his emotions, he inhaled Xianglin in the Kamui space. "A lot of time has passed, and I don't know how the battle in Konoha village is going." Chapter 39. Boom boom boom. The loud explosion sounded endlessly. In the sky, the ground is full of ninjas fighting. Under the leadership of Third Hokage, Xiaojuru was successfully suppressed and Gaara turned back into a human form. But the following impure world reincarnation powerhouse made everyone suffer a big loss. Fortunately, Konoha did not send the ninja troops this time, and most of the ninjas were in the village. Each group of 3 jonin drags the opponent's cage-level combat power. Among them, the trouble is impure world reincarnation. He is not afraid of death, but his poop is powerful. Jonin, who has fought against him several times, almost died. "Damn it, isn't the seal scroll ready yet? It's not good for us to drag it down," Sarutobi Asuma cursed as he fought hard. Although they can still support it, the longer they drag it, the greater the damage it will cause Konoha. When they cope, they are quite helpless. "Shaoan, don't be impatient," Hong said comfortingly, "now we can only wait for the results from Lord Jiraiya. All we can do is buy time and hold back these forces." As he was talking, a large swath of water style rushed towards the two of them, and could only fly away to deal with it. In addition, Luo Xia was commanding Sharen's army, and his combat power was greatly reduced, so naturally he couldn't rush to fight. Master Fenying, is it not good for us to keep dragging on like this? Konoha has too many jonin, our ninja is almost dead and wounded, and the outside responsible support has not been received, if Orochimaru loses. Beiki looked at Orochimaru, who had become increasingly disadvantaged, and expressed his worries with some worry. This attack was not as easy as expected. Fenying was seriously injured, Jiraiya appeared, and Morizuru was suppressed by the third generation. Now they can only pin their hopes on Orochimaru. This time, Sand Shinobi became a full-fledged 2/5 boy. Originally, the 5 major villages could still be in the middle class. Once this battle is over, if it fails, it will only be the bottom. Luosha let out a cold snort, her expression becoming more solemn. Said, this can only be done now. If we retreat now, do you think Konoha will let us go? How is Gaara, can we enter the tail beastization again? Luosha said that after a turn of the conversation, she asked about Gaara. As Sand Shinobi's weapon, Gaara is unqualified in Luosha's eyes. He originally wanted Gaara to run away and destroy Konoha, but he didn't expect to be suppressed by third generation with the seal of 5 elements. This seal technique requires the user to be able to master the 5 basic chakra attribute changes, and it must be opened with 5 elements unseal. No, our ability is not enough to open this seal, Gaara may not be able to become a beast. Beiki told Luosha truthfully. Luosha's face was even more gloomy at the moment, so Gaara is like a covered meal, not only will attract others, but also can't eat it herself. He even had a thought to deal with Gaara on the spot. He couldn't let the village fall into this kind of danger. If Jinchuriki died, then the tail beast would be resurrected in other parts of the world after a period of time. The tail beast is a conscious combination of chakra, and killing it is equivalent to breaking up the chakra. Look at Gaara well, wait until the battle is over, it's up to you to handle it. Luosha finally gave this order for the safety of the village, and Beiki pondered slightly. He and Gaara's mentor and apprentice for so long are naturally not completely emotional. In the original book, he still helped Gaara to become a wind shadow, but at the moment he can only take the lead. The battle between Orochimaru and Jiraiya also went into a fierce stage. Jiraiya's Sage mode has a huge amount of chakra. There are 2 immortals who help him refine chakra. It can be said that he is very good at protracted warfare. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are now on one side, and Orochimaru has traces of being burned by fire. Obviously, when the 2 immortals and Jiraiya were fighting with him, he was still a little overwhelmed. On the other hand, Jiraiya was hardly injured. Little Jiraiya, this is what you said, Orochimaru. Indeed, it is very difficult for you to fight him to defeat him. Shima Immortal standing next to Jiraiya spoke. Orochimaru smiled coldly, I really want to thank the Immortal for his praise. It seems that I also need to find a power that can rival Mount Myaboku as soon as possible. Hearing Jiraiya frowned here, Orochimaru would be even more dangerous with his ambitions if he was gaining the power of other sacred celestial arts. You won't have a chance, Orochimaru. I will never let you run away this time. Fire-style Great Flame Shot. Jiraiya took a deep breath, bulged her mouth, and practiced chakra into oil. While spitting out the oil that filled her mouth, she burned it with fire-style ninjutsu, which was more powerful than ordinary fire-style. Jiraiya, this guy's Sage mode is really amazing, it seems I can only use that technique. The thinking Orochimaru bit his finger and quickly formed a seal in his hand, his body also changed, the agitation became bigger, and finally 8 huge white-scaled snakes were spit out. Secret technique. Beiki technique. Frighteningly called the strongest python, the white snake has a huge body that is worth boasting more than Manda, and a look that shows fierce teeth. Orochimaru, whose original work was swallowed by Uchiha Sasuke, was released when Sasuke's suppression chakra was exhausted. It's a pity that Itachi has the Sword of the Gods and 10-punch swords, which directly took Orochimaru a second. But it does not mean that this technique is weak, and it is naturally outstanding that Orochimaru can be used as a whole card. It is one of Orochimaru's biggest and strongest techniques, and the embodiment of his long-lasting obsession. Little Jiraiya, be careful, this trick is not easy. Shenzo Xianren reminded him. I understand, please get ready for the two immortals. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he stepped on his feet, the ground was shaken by the terrifying force, and two big pits were shaken out, and Jiraiya flew into the air. Hands together. Ninfa. Chaos Lion Hair Technique. This is a ninjutsu that lengthens the hair to form a lion's head and entangles the opponent. Although it is hair, it is strong enough to chop the opponent. The summoning beast who defeated Pain's beast Deo in an instant. The countless hairs were divided into dozens of strands to entangle the Yaki Orokai in front of them. Hiss. Roar. The 8 big heads were entangled together and collided with each other, but soon one of the heads spit out flames, and the high temperature directly burned the hair on the body. Jiraiya was not in a hurry to see it. Flip Hand is another one-shot ninjutsu to trap the enemy. Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh. A huge swamp suddenly appeared under the big snake, and the whole body was trapped in it and could not escape. Orochimaru hid in the snake's belly and smiled disdainfully, and the other head of Yaki Orokai spit out cold wind and frost. The entire swamp was frozen, even Jiraiya had a lot of ice crystals on his body, and the Yachi Orokai crawled out of it. It seems that the 8 heads should be able to use ninjutsu, which is not indecent. After 2 rounds of fighting, Jiraiya analyzed the attacking pattern of Yaki Orokai, and the 2 immortals looked at each other. In that case, little Jiraiya, let us take it. Xianxia Frog Crow. The strongest of the illusions is the sound system, which is the frog croak used by the toads and couples, which can make the opponent trapped in the powerful illusion and stand still. Even Yaki Orokai stood in a stalemate after listening. Good chance. Sage Art Super Big Ball Raise Non. This is a fairy magic that is more than 10 times larger than Big Ball Raise Non, and its power is terrifying enough to destroy a huge rock mountain. Jiraiya jumped high again, hitting the whole Raise Non on the head of Yaki Orokai. The serpent awoke from the illusion and roared. Roar. Both heads were directly blown apart by Raise Non. The 2 immortals were not idle either, and acted out in cooperation with each other. Tongue Fight Bound/Water Cut. The immortal's Haima first tied the 8-headed snake with his tongue, and then spit out the high-intensity water-style ninjutsu. This powerful penetrating force was not weaker than the water-severing wave of 2nd generation. He cut off a head again, and Orochimaru was right-hide inside. Little Jiraiya chance. Jiraiya reacted immediately after seeing Orochimaru, and her hair grew longer in a flick, and it was firmly locked. Orochimaru wanted to pull him out. Orochimaru and Jiraiya froze with each other. Orochimaru, give up, what you did has caused too much pain in this ninja world. Jiraiya continued to persuade Orochimaru. He wanted to bring back this old friend. This is why he didn't let the 2 immortals take the initiative in the battle. He didn't want to kill Orochimaru. Humph, Jiraiya, how can you understand my mind, how fragile life is, and people are easily broken things. I want to make life more tenacious and reach eternity. Orochimaru yelled at Jiraiya and witnessed the cruelty of the war and the departure of his relatives from childhood. He did not vent his emotions through tears like ordinary people, but attributed everything to the fragility of life. He was afraid of losing his companions and did not trust him. The power of companions. When Jiraiya was about to refute him, a figure instantly came behind Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God Technique. Fen Yao finally waited for this opportunity on the sidelines. He had already planted the Flying Thunder God Technique in the battle against Orochimaru, and now Orochimaru was unable to resist. He grabbed Orochimaru's right eye and Kamui Uzumaki opened it. Orochimaru, your eternal life seems to be spent in my space. Orochimaru's body is twisted and sucked into the Kamui space. Do not. Chapter 40. What dash? Orochimaru's voice echoed in the sky, sending a message to people that Orochimaru was defeated. Without Orochimaru's Baki technique also slowly fell to the ground. Jiraiya looked at Fenyao and didn't know what to say. It stands to reason that Orochimaru was a traitor who killed him and it was good for Konoha. But feelings still drove him to question Fenyao, what do you think of Orochimaru? For Jiraiya, Orochimaru is a partner he never recovered. In the original book, part of the reason why he did not inherit Hokage is because he wanted to get Orochimaru back. Their feelings are like Naruto and Sasuke. Fenyao stood up slowly, ignoring Jiraiya, and turned his gaze to the ninjas who were still fighting. Orochimaru had not disarmed Impure World reincarnation, so first Hokage Uchiha Kagami and others were still fighting. I don't care about Orochimaru's affairs with Lord Jiraiya. I keep him useful and I won't kill him easily. Leaving aside some of Orochimaru's conspiracy and tricks, his mind and vision are among the best in Hokage. As the only man in Hokage who believes in science, Fenyao just used that distinguished heavenly gods and let the other party do it for himself. In addition to Jiraiya's questioning, Kimimaro was the most excited person on the court. He desperately repelled Jonin in front of him and rushed towards Fenyao. The bones in his hands were exposed and condensed into a huge bone gun. Yelled, "What's wrong with you, Sama Orochimaru? Give him back to me." Seeing Kimimaro rushing forward recklessly, Fenyao wanted to summon the summoning beast directly. But at this time, a big ghost wearing a mask and holding a grey bone stick was hit and knocked Kimimaro away several meters. It was Teiwa's three ghosts. When Fenyao ended Orochimaru, she hesitated for a while, but in the end she chose to stand on the side of Fenyao who was in her heart. Teiu also took the flute and entered the state of curse seal too. Although Kimimaro cared and cut, it can be seen that her strength is much better than before. Her gaze was fixed on Kimimaro. She used to be scared when she saw Kimimaro, but not anymore. She has someone she wants to protect. I won't let you hurt Master Fenyao unless you can kill me. Seeing the girl who stood up for him in front of him, Fenyao also felt a little throbbing in his heart. He hadn't paid much attention to this girl before, and her performance in the original book was mediocre. But the latter gave him too much surprise today. Danzo, who was able to control his self-seal using secret techniques, could defuse Kimimiro's attack. Fenyao walked over slowly and put his hand on Dewey's shoulder. You don't need to take action, leave it to me now. Daewoo was slapped by Fenyao and his body trembles visibly. She lowered her hair slightly and made a mosquito-sized voice, yes, yes, Master Fenyao. Then he covered his face and stood behind Fenyao, and then secretly looked at Fenyao's side face from his fingers. I silently thought, oh Master Fenyao's breath is still so attractive, but the state of my curse yin too is so ugly. Don't use it in front of Master Fenyao after you are killed. Of course Fenyao would not have thought that the other party covered his face for this reason. His face was as deep as water. Kimimaro, now Orochimaru is in my hands. You have two choices. One is watching me take him away, where do you like to go all by yourself? Second, following me from now on, I can guarantee you there is a chance to meet him. I will give you 10 seconds to choose. Kimimiro's bones were moving and growing at a speed that the naked eye could see. He couldn't wait to kill the person in front of him immediately and retake Orochimaru. But reason still allowed the curse mark on his body to slowly dissipate, and finally return to a small three-hook jade circle. Kimimiro's choice made Fenyao smile slightly. His first order was for Kimimaro to gather Orochimaru's troops and prepare to retreat. As the fighting continued, it was just to die for nothing. With Jiraiya sitting in Konoha, all the miscellaneous fish were given for nothing. It would be better to save some energy so that you can use it for yourself in the future. Sharon and his group below could not help showing a hint of despair. Since Orochimaru has been defeated, I am seriously injured again. I am afraid that I will not be able to break through, and I cannot let one tail fall into Konoha's hands. Baki will do it? Luo Sha's eyes shot a firm gaze again. If one tail falls into Konoha's hands, it will definitely become a weapon, causing immeasurable losses to the Kingdom of Wind. Baki's body shook when he heard the order, but he also understood the consequences of one tail falling into the opponent's hands. The next moment, his arms stretched out as hard as possible, like a big bird spreading its wings. Wind blade. There was a crisp sound, and the palms spurted. Instantly rolled up the violent wind, forming an invisible wind blade all over the sky. Then it rolled into one and slammed into the exhausted Gaara not far away. Leader Baki, what are you going to do? Temari, who saw the scene, immediately asked loudly. At the same time, she flew towards Gaara. No matter how much she was Gaara's sister, she loved Gaara very much regardless of her position. But Feng Jian is still one step quicker after all. But on the occasion of success, Feng Yao used Flying Thunder God to move to Gaara's body and resisted this. Mr. Feng Yao. Gaara saw this scene. Ju was about to split, and he stood up desperately. There was a huge gap in Feng Yao's chest from the collarbone to the waist, and blood was constantly flowing from the wound. Jiraiya, who was helping the ninjas to seal impure world reincarnation, frowned when she saw it. Doubtfully said, "It's strange, he shouldn't have been hit by that kind of attack." Feng Yao pretended to cough up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Gaara on the side was even more worried, and hurriedly tore off her clothes to block the wound to stop the bleeding. This is Feng Yao's own mischievous trick. He was still thinking about how to take Gaara away. Now Xiaoyin gave him a chance. He said feebly, "Gaara, the people in this village are not worthy of asking you to do anything for them. Would you like to go with me?" Gaara's eyes are red. "I'll go with you, Mr. Feng Yao, stop talking, you are seriously injured." Hearing this, Temari and the others wanted to stop them, but after a careful thought, was it really right to let Gaara stay in Tsunagakuer? In the end, they still didn't speak. Luo Sha on the side also frowned. This son should be extremely withdrawn. Why is he so concerned about Feng Yao? After Gaara helped Feng Yao up, Kimimaro had almost assembled Orochimaru's troops. Including Yakushi Kabuto, who had just moved away from the battlefield and couldn't even believe his ears when he heard the news of Orochimaru's arrest. Only at this moment, the 3 ghosts flew out and slammed towards Baki without evasiveness. At the same time, there was the sound of a flute, trying to drag the opponent into the illusion. "You hurt Master Feng Yao, I want you to die." Doyo has also entered the state of curse seal too. His skin has changed, and horns have grown on his head, his eyes are full of killing intent and anger, and his moves are deadly. Even Baki was forced to retreat for a while and didn't dare to fight with it. Feng Yao couldn't smile inside, so he could only speak again. "I have nothing to do with it. It's over here. Let's retreat with me." Teiwei stagnated. In the end, she gritted her teeth and returned to Feng Yao's side. She gently held Feng Yao's other shoulder, and her eyes were distressed looking at the wound. Feng Yao stood up with the support of the crowd and looked at the 5 crowds, Kabuto, Gaara, and others next to him. His eyes bloomed with magical light. This time, he really gained a lot. "I am afraid that the task will be completed soon." Then he turned to Jiraiya and said, "Sasuke and Naruto are in a hotel 3 kilometers away, Konoha, we regret it?" Then Kamui Uzumaki in the right eye unfolded, and the space Uzumaki wrapped himself and the people around him, and sucked into the Kamui space. Konoha went through another 3-hour war, and finally the dust settled. First generation Uchiha Kagami and other impure world reincarnations were all sealed. Raza led the remaining Sannin to surrender to 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya was appointed as temporary agent Hokage. By 3rd generation assists in handling small and large things inside and outside Konoha. Oh, the war brought only the pain. Once this incident is over, I don't know how many family wives Konoha and Sand Shinobi have scattered. I am afraid that the neighboring country will not be at peace. 3rd generation stood beside Danzo's corpse, with self-blame, heartache, and helplessness in his eyes. Jiraiya put his arms around his chest. Calmly said, I will stay in Konoha during this period. When everything settles down, I will find someone to inherit the position of Hokage. Third generation was taken aback for a moment, and then thought of something. Well, you are talking about Tsunade's child, she is indeed suitable, whether it is character or identity, this time we'll have to work hard for you, and also be careful of that Fenyao, his identity is too mysterious. Jiraiya laughed. Don't worry, I have almost understood his abilities. I can deal with it without a problem. Besides, there is no loss in our cooperation with him this time. At this moment, a Chunin rushed past suddenly. It's not good, third generation, Lord Jiraiya, something has happened. Seeing that the people were so panicked, Jiraiya frowned. Sand Shinobi was defeated, what else could happen? Don't worry, speak slowly. The visitor took a deep breath and tremblingly said, the various banned ninjutsu of Konoha Library and the funds I commissioned by Konoha have all been swept away. What dash? Who did it? Just after asking, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Jiraiya's mind. Gritted teeth. Fenyao, you BD kid. Don't let me meet you next time. Chapter 41, The Great Handprint of 10,000 Myself. Otanin Village. A huge space Uzumaki emerged, releasing everyone from Gaara. After landing, everyone lamented the magic of space ninjutsu at this time. There is one exception, that is Kimimaro. He has no such thoughts at all, and directly questioned Fenyao again. Where is Orochimaru-sama now? Did you trap him in the space just now? When did you let him go? They also entered the Kamui space just now, although the area there is not comparable to the size of a world like space like Tianzi Yachu, a type of space-time ninjutsu, mastered by Itsutsuki Kagaya. But it was about the same size as the Land of Fire. Fenyao deliberately separated the people inside, and Orochimaru was naturally taken care of. He is not dead, I will let you see him when conditions permit. Kimimaro paused when he heard the words. He continued, I hope you can do what you say and do. I will keep staring at you. If anything happens to Master Orochimaru, I will kill you. After that, he gave Fenyao a vicious look. That requires you to have this ability, but I really don't intend to take his life at ease. Fenyao couldn't help looking up and down at Kimimaro. Such a loyal and outstanding person is really rare. Orochimaru is a friend of orphans. Kimimaro took the other three people to rest first, and Gaara and Teiwei were the rest. They both spoke almost at the same time. Mr. Fenyao, bandage the wound first. Teiwei's face turned red. She thought that she would bring a bandage to Fenyao for a while. This was a good opportunity to approach Fenyao with integrity. But it is a pity that Fenyao exposed the wound, and he has almost formed a blood kana, and his physical recovery ability is still very strong. Seeing the wound, Gaara was relieved, and Taya could only give up the idea in an anguish. Tayuya, take these people together and rest for a while, I have some things to do. After that, Kamui was activated again, and Niji and Xiangrong were released. When the two came out, they were still a little uncomfortable. Niji took the lead and said, Master Fenyao, where is this place? Hearing Niji's doubts, Fenyao smiled slightly, this is your place in a short time. Practice hard here. If you have any questions, you can ask Tuyuaya. There was nothing wrong with Niji, but Xiangren frowned keenly, and looked up and down at Toiwei who was about the same size as herself. Doyu also saw Fenyao letting out another woman from the space, and his mentality exploded even more. Unwilling to show weakness, the two looked at each other. The first time they met, there was a faint smell of gunpowder. Xianglin stepped forward and grabbed Fenyao's clothes corner. Fenyao, I didn't know this woman at all when I came here for the first time. What if she wants to harm me, or you can stay with me? This stinky woman pretended to be pitiful in front of Master Fenyao. Don't touch Master Fenyao with your dirty hands. De Yu resisted the urge to beat Xianglin in his heart, and took a step forward and dragged her away from Fenyao's side. Gritting his teeth, "Don't worry, I will take good care of you. So don't bother Master Fenyao." Teo also took a few people and left amidst the noise. Seeing that the two could chat so happily the first time they met, Fenyao nodded in satisfaction. It seems that their relationship is pretty good, so I can rest assured. If the system has eyes, it must now look at Fenyao like an idiot. Host's idea is really different, but congratulations on having completed the task. Chenin won the first prize in the exam, and rewarded a chance to draw a lottery if you use it now. Well, use it now. Fenyao really lacks the means of attack now. Summoning skills are simply to summon other creatures to fight, and there are only a few summoning beasts in total, and the most effective one is to rely on Flying Thunder God or Kamui. Congratulations to Host for getting the 10,000 Self magazine, and automatically learning Master for Host. Yep. My big handprint? I haven't heard of it, but it sounds like a means of attack. Fenyao took a closer look at this killer move, which is more like a method of attacking with chakra condensed into the palm of the hand. Separate countless phantoms, and then attack them with the right hand as a palm print, condensing them into a giant hand to attack. The power seems extremely extraordinary. Seeing that the system did not cross this time, Fenyao smiled with satisfaction and praised. It seems that the system of your lottery mechanism is still possible. I blamed you before. Hearing Fenyao rarely said such a good thing, the system reminded him lightly. Host is really polite, but from the point of view of the system, your chakra doesn't seem to be enough to release the great handprint. Not enough. Yes, not enough. Fenyao, who was dumbfounded and confirmed repeatedly in the same place, once again swears. I know that your lottery-breaking mechanism is rubbish. I still trust you so much. How can you let me complete tasks with peace of mind in the future? Do you draw something that is completely useless? Hearing the system here is also slightly embarrassing. Ahem, this is actually just your bad luck. Next time, wait for you to complete the task of forming forces to reward the host with a more advanced prize pool lottery. Fenyao is really angry and has nowhere to sprinkle it. His chakra amount is already high enough. I didn't expect that even these 10,000 my handprints would not be able to use it. But when I think about it, it shows how powerful this move is. Now I can only think of another way. This is what you said, if you lie to me, I will commit suicide and die with you. Host is dead. In fact, this system won't die. After the rewards are drawn, I have to deal with the few people left in my Kamui space, Sai and Orochimaru left from the roots. Uzumaki opened the right eye space and absorbed Fenyao in. The sky is full of stars like the dark night, surrounded by uneven stone pillars, and the space seems endless when viewed from a distance. A black-haired young man was holding a picture book and swiping his pen. This person is Sai. He has received Danzo's training to deprive him of feelings. Even in such an unknown space, Sai is still very calm. You are quite leisurely, are you ready to talk to me? Fenyao came to him and spoke slowly, and heard Sai wave his right hand. Ninfa Super Beast Pseudo Painting. A lifelike Malong pierced Fenyao, but it passed directly through Fenyao's body. Sai frowned again and was about to continue his hands. Flying Thunder God Technique. The blink of an eye is already on Sai's neck. Fenyao is very cautious. Everyone who has had contact with him has the technique of Flying Thunder God. Sai closed his eyes, looking obediently waiting to die. Why bother, I'm not going to torture you about anything, and it's thanks to me that your tongue will be wiped out. The seal of the bane of the tongue is a special sealing technique for Konoha Umbuzgen. Danzo puts the curse on the member's tongue. If the person being operated on said anything about him, his whole body would be paralyzed, unable to speak or move, but Danzo would be useless after his death. Looking at Sai, who continued to shut his mouth, Fenyao frowned slightly. I know that Danzo has brainwashed you, and you have all experienced special training to suppress emotions, but for you, the reason for this is because you believe it. Hearing this name, Sai was stunned. He stared at the man in front of him with wide eyes, believing it was Sai's brother. In order to let Sai's younger brother live well, he told him to forget his feelings. It can be said that afterwards Sai became completely emotionless, and became a tool that could only perform tasks, which had a direct relationship with Xian's death and the words before Xian's death. How did you know this name? Seeing Sai finally speak, Fanyao leaned forward. It doesn't matter how I know. Your brother wanted you to live in this cruel world before letting you do that. If you just die like this, do you think it's worthy of your brother's deathbed? Sai was struggling when he heard that the most important person in his life was his brother. Follow me and live in this ninja world, maybe one day you can meet your brother. Fenyao's last words brightened Sai's eyes. He stood up, stared at the man who had destroyed the roots, and made a decision. I am willing to be loyal to you. Sai knelt on one knee and said to Fenyao with his head down. Very well, get up, we have another person to see, he is not easy to deal with. Fenyao smiled and helped Sai up, then looked into the distance. Suddenly his complexion was solemn, and he felt 2 waves of chakra. Apart from Sai, there should be only Orochimaru and a few miscellaneous fish. How could they fight Orochimaru? And that chakra is as strong as Orochimaru. Chapter 42 The Same Mangekyo Sherinan. Inside Kamui space. Fenyao. This guy's space-time ninjutsu is really terrible, what the hell is this? After Orochimaru was sucked into the space, he felt very irritable. Not only was there nothing here, but it also seemed to be out of sight, all with the same scenery. He also tried to leave, but unfortunately his master's ninjutsu could not bring him back to the ninja world. He is also thinking about how Fenyao will deal with himself, even if Orochimaru is killed, he is not afraid, because the curse seal can make him resurrect. There is Orochimaru's chakra in every curse, which is like a game save. It's just very troublesome, and if Fenyao keeps him stuck here, there is nothing to do. Just as he was moving forward while thinking, the space in front suddenly began to rotate, as if he was sucked in at that time. He thought it was Fenyao who came and was about to talk to the other party, but what came in was a man wearing a black tights and a mask showing only one eye, and that eye. It's Sherinan. Orochimaru didn't know why the other party came here. This person's breath is obviously not Fenyao, but since there is Sheringan's words. Orochimaru licked his lips, suddenly stretched his neck, and spit out the pheasant sword and stabbed at the masked man. The other party seemed surprised to see Orochimaru in the space, but he didn't panic when he saw the attack. Orochimaru's head passed through. This is Fenyao's illusory ninjutsu. How could this guy do it? Is there any connection between them? Orochimaru's golden pupils were Mimi. However, Orochimaru does not know the identity of the other party, and the masked man knows Orochimaru well. He was also more curious about how Orochimaru came from. Why can you enter my space? The mask asked. Your space? Orochimaru was also puzzled. Isn't this place Fenyao's space? Isn't the two in the same group? Of course, you. That's all, I'll catch you and ask you a good question. Hear the other's tone so arrogant. Orochimaru also sneered, boy, although I don't know who you are, it looks like you can get out of here. Why don't you take me out after crippling you? The masked man snorted coldly, I can't help myself, let's try it. In his own space, the masked man is confident enough to defeat Orochimaru. His hands not Yinsi, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. Taking a deep breath, the chakra in the body turned into flames. Fire-style Great Fireball. The masked man spit out a huge fireball. The attack range of the Great Fireball was changed due to chakra. The masked man's Great Fireball is obviously much better than ordinary people. Orochimaru saw that the scope of the technique was huge, and it turned into a mollusk. The body fell on the ground like a snake and quickly wrapped around the stone pillar next to it, rotating and climbing up, avoiding the great fireball. Hey, it's the fire style that the Uchiha family is best at? Who are you? Seeing great fireball Orochimaru, I was even more convinced that the other party's identity was Uchiha's clan, but Uchiha had been annihilated, and the man in front of him was not Sasuke or Itachi, so his identity. You don't need to know who I am. The masked man rushed towards Orochimaru with his feet in the air, and a branch emerged from his right hand. Wood-style cutting technique. This is a ninjutsu that can only be used with Hashirama cells. By touching or using wooden sticks to insert into the opponent's body, sharp branches will emerge from the opponent's body to penetrate it. It is extremely cruel. The number is based on the user chakra. Certainly. The tongue snake sucks. Orochimaru also spit out a snake from his mouth, trying to tie his neck. But after the branch touched the body, he felt the terrifying technique, even wood style can be used. He directly used the big snake flow body replacement technique to spit out a brand new body, and crawled to the side wet. And countless sharp roots exploded on the original body. The power of the cutting technique also surprised Orochimaru a little, but there are so many things that have surprised him recently, and he has become numb. Heijian with both hands is ready to control the opponent first. Hull shadow and snake hands. Orochimaru's arm suddenly turned into dozens of black pythons wrapped around like a masked man, but they still penetrated directly. Damn, what kind of technique is this? As soon as he saw penetration again, Orochimaru had a headache. But when he attacks me, he must be materialized. As long as I can make good use of this, I can benefit from invincibility. When thinking like this in his heart, Fenyao on the side used Flying Thunder God technique to instantly come to Orochimaru. He had just been watching the battle for a while, and it didn't make sense to let the two fight. Orochimaru had to fight back as soon as he saw Fenyao, but Fenyao's suffering had already reached his throat. The speed of Flying Thunder God is well deserved. Although Orochimaru can also use the snake flow body replacement technique to escape, he still wants to hear what Fenyao said first. Fenyao slowly turned his head to Obito. Sorry, the person I caught disturbed you. There is no way. Who made me have the same eyes as you? With that said, Fenyao revealed Mangekyo Sharinan. He can usually hide it. The blood-red eyes have black lines like darts like triangular shurikens, and the masked man widened his eyes. This masked man is Uchiha Obito, a character full of sadness. After Fenyao acquired the Kamui space, he inertially thought that his space was separate, but he actually shared the same space with Obito. It is no wonder that it was originally Obito's ability. How did you get it? That eye, it's wrong, even if you have that eye, you can't have me here. How did you do it? Obito questioned the handsome man in front of him. His first reaction was that the opponent took Kakashi's eyes away. But that right eye is clearly his own. How could the other party have the same eyes as his own? Well, it's troublesome after all, but what I want to tell you is that your space, oh no, is my space. I will use it often in the future, so don't always come in if you are fine, let alone disturb me. People. Fenyao said his request with a calm face. He didn't want to let him in the future, and then be led away by Obito or hammered to death. Obito laughed back when he heard that the other party was so arrogant. Ha ha ha, a joke. No matter how you have those eyes, it happens. I want your left eye. After speaking, Obito's right eye turned again. Kamui continued to create a vortex-shaped twisted space and caused a strong whirlwind, and then released the fire style to cooperate. Fire style blasting wind flurry. The huge flame takes the shape of a snake of flame, which can swallow and burn the enemy in an instant. Whether it is speed, range, or power, it is first class, and it is an extremely terrifying and powerful fire style. It can even be comparable to Madara's arrogance. Fenyao threw several three-pointed kunao, using the Flying Thunder God technique to start moving quickly, and at the same time threw the flash bomb in the middle. Spiral flashing super round dance roar 3 styles. The dazzling yellow electric light obstructed Obito's sight. He recognized this technique as the famous technique of his master Namikaze Minato. If you continue to use Blast Wind Flurry, you may be killed directly by the opponent while it takes the time to materialize. Sure enough, as soon as he stopped ninjutsu, a kunwu hit his neck. Obito could only maintain Hollow's life in the bright light. But it can't be long, the other party must also know that Hollow can only maintain the secret for 5 minutes. Obito is now in a deadlock. He will be attacked by the opponent when he removes Hollow. If he uses Kamui to leave, he will still be attacked by the opponent when it becomes real. This puts him in a dilemma. Seeing Obito seem to hesitate, Fenyao stopped his ninjutsu. Do you understand now? I know all your secrets, although it may not kill you, but what do you think would happen if I told the 5 countries about your secrets and purpose, such as Project Tsuki no Mi? Fenyao said to Obito playfully. What? You, how much do you know? Obito's tone was flustered for the first time. If it is only shocking to say that the other person has the same eyes as his own, then it is now a trace of fear. There are no more than 3 people in the ninja world who know this. I promised you. I won't come to this space at will, and I won't do anything to the people in it. Obito's tone began to slow down. That's it, then I'll keep the secret for you too. After speaking, he took Orochimaru and left. He also didn't have full confidence in killing Obito, Izanagi, the same hollow ability as himself, and the flame ball fan. Obito hadn't done much yet. Orochimaru is even more curious about Fenyao. Sharingan secrets, tail beasts, and mysterious space, he feels that the person in front of him seems to be his master's key to immortality and truth. Uchiha Obito stood there. He didn't understand the sacredness of this mysterious person who suddenly appeared. The other party seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent. It would be a nightmare existence if he was an enemy of himself. Obito muttered to himself. It seems that the plan needs to be advanced, Lin waiting for me. Chapter 43 Conquering Orochimaru. Take Orochimaru to another clearing. After letting him go, Orochimaru immediately kept a safe distance from Fenyao. Fenyao smiled and said, What's the matter, Orochimaru, are you so cautious? Or you are afraid of dying here? Now Fenyao's eyes have regained their faint blue pupils, but this makes Orochimaru even more jealous. He has long known that the opponent can use his pupil technique even when Mangekyo is not turned on. Orochimaru immediately replied, Yaokun underestimates himself. I can't be too cautious to deal with you, but there is one thing you said wrong. I am not afraid of death. Even if I die, there is still a chance to do it again. Resurrected. Orochimaru naturally relies on the curse seal. It can be said that his research on the curse seal has been very advanced, and the original book can still be resurrected even if it is sealed by the legendary Ten-Punch Sword. Really? You can be resurrected after I kill your disciples who possess the curse of heaven and earth, right? Fenyao sat on the ground with a big wave of his hand. Orochimaru let out a cold sweat when he heard it. At this moment, there was no thinking in his mind. Why does the other party know about this? Even if they know the curse seal, I have never told anyone about the resurrection of the curse seal. Could it be that Fenyao can predict the past and the future? Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt as if his body was hollowed out, and everything was exposed to the air. Of course, Fenyao couldn't think that Orochimaru's brain was overcompensating. He just wanted Orochimaru to know that he was capable of making him die. Looking at Orochimaru's face, Fenyao expressed his satisfaction. He spoke again. This time what he wanted to talk about was Orochimaru's ideals and pursuits. Orochimaru, I know that you are a curiosity for knowledge. All you do is to explore the truth of the world, but it takes time, so you can create living corpse reincarnation that can transfer your spirit to others' bodies for immortality. Forbidden technique, you also want to explore the secrets of my body. This is why you want to take my body, right? Fenyao explained Orochimaru's thoughts, and even scared Orochimaru to his heart. He roared in his heart, "It's so no wonder he knows all my calculations and thoughts. He actually knows how to predict the past and the future of ninjutsu." Orochimaru was defeated in his state of mind. He felt that Fenyao had understood everything about him, and he seemed to have seen his future in those eyes. He said in a trembling voice for the first time, "Yao-kun, what you said is right, you arrested me but didn't kill me, what is it for?" At this moment, he wants to know what Fenyao wants to do now. His life and death are between the other's thoughts. It's very simple, Orochimaru, be my right hand. I will lead you to explore the origin of the world, the mystery of the Master Ninja world, and I will create an advanced life entity with you. Fenyao was so proud as he spoke, even Orochimaru couldn't help being infected. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Since the man in front of me can predict the past and the future, whether I follow him or not, does he already have an answer? If so, then I am afraid that I can successfully complete my ideal by following him. Thinking of this, Orochimaru also took a few breaths of excitement. He has always been exploring on the road of science alone, which is equivalent to a pioneer of revolution, but now there is a leader who leads him. He looked at Fenyao no longer with greed and trickery, but with sincere respect. I can't answer, you should already know it. Ah! How do I know if you answer or not? I have to ask you if I know. Fenyao was puzzled. I'm willing to be your right and left hand, Yao-kun, I want to see how far we can go together. Please forgive me for the previous things. After saying that, he bowed deeply. Seeing this scene, Fenyao laughed loudly and helped Orochimaru up. Get up, Orochimaru, you will be happy for your choice today. Take this one. After speaking, he took out a ring engraved with the word Earth and put it on Orochimaru's hand, which also symbolized the second in command of the immortal. After that, the first thing Fenyao did was to take Orochimaru to see the spoils he had seized in Konoha, which was a hill-like scroll of forbidden technique. Orochimaru's eyes were also shining when he saw it. He had only peeped at these forbidden techniques before, not all masters, and Konoha must have added a lot of new ninjutsu in recent years. Originally, part of Orochimaru's own attack on Konoha was for these forbidden technique scrolls, but Fenyao had already prepared them. He is more convinced that Fenyao has a kind of ninjutsu that can predict the future, and he is fortunate for his choice. Yao-kun, these ninjutsu is so wonderful. I think it will take me a long time to master them completely. Looking at the excited Orochimaru, Fenyao smiled slightly and then said, you have a lot of time for these techniques. I hope that I can use them to improve the organization's fighting ability later. Can it be done in 2 years? Don't worry, Yao-kun, there are many secret techniques for improving your strength. You will have a strong team in 2 years. Hearing Fenyao's request, Orochimaru gave a guarantee without hesitation. Hearing Orochimaru's guarantee, Fenyao nodded with satisfaction, and Kamui couldn't stay in the space forever. Fenyao took Orochimaru back to Union Village. After entering the familiar underground, I saw Kimimaro guarding the door of Orochimaru's laboratory a little absent-mindedly. He also missed Orochimaru in this way. But when he turned his head, there was a bright light in his eyes, and the man with long hair and golden eyes appeared again. Master Orochimaru, have you come out from there? Kimimaro was overjoyed, but when he saw Fenyao, he immediately became alert and even rushed to Orochimaru to separate the two. He didn't want to feel the taste of this loss anymore. Master Orochimaru, with me here this time, I won't give him a chance to perform that time and space ninjutsu. When he said that, he opened the curse seal. Looking at Kimimaro standing in front of him, Orochimaru touched his head dozingly. It's okay. Kimimaro, from now on, I am Yao-kun's subordinate. You will treat him like me in the future, understand? Feeling the big snake's tone that was so different from the usual, he felt puzzled, and for a moment he even thought that the other party had changed from transformation technique. I see my future in Yao-kun, and I hope you can respect him as much as I do. Orochimaru saw the doubt in Kimimura's eyes, and a soft voice sounded again. Kimimaro looked at Fenyao in disbelief. Although he didn't understand why Orochimaru had changed so much, he would do everything Orochimaru said. Kimimaro knelt on one knee like Fenyao's allegiance. Master Fenyao, how rude I was to you before. Please forgive me. Thank you for returning Master Orochimaru to me. Looking at Kimimaro, who was obedient to Orochimaru, Fenyao sighed inwardly. He really liked Kimimura's loyal subordinates, but his illness was always a problem. In this life, Fenyao has not been ill. It has deteriorated so severely, but I am afraid it will die soon. After he helped Kimimaro up, he followed Orochimaru into his research room. Fenyao took out all the ninjutsu and banned books from the Kamui space to Orochimaru. It even includes Shisui's eyes and Danzo's amputated arm. Orochimaru was even more excited when he saw it, especially Shisui's eyes. He personally felt the horror of this illusion. Orochimaru also has a touch of the trust Fenyao has given him. You must know that if Orochimaru puts on his eyes and casts distinguished heavenly gods on Fenyao, it would be terrible. But the other party didn't even guard himself at all. Is it already seen from the future that I won't rebel? Yao-kun, you are such a terrible and mysterious man. In fact, Fenyao just performed the Flying Thunder God technique on the eyeballs. With the guarantee, he can give it to Orochimaru. Of course these are things that Orochimaru has not known for a long time. Chapter 44 Kimimura's Condition. With the acquisition of Orochimaru, the top scientist, the strength of the entire fairy organization has also grown substantially. Moreover, Orochimaru comes with a sound hidden village. Almost everything is complete. Orochimaru also has its own otanin. But for Fenyao, they are still Orochimaru's subordinates. He would not draw these people into the fairy organization. All he needs is the elite. After he returned, he gave the rings Xian, Huang, Yu, Zhou, and Hong, respectively, to Niji, Xiangren, Sai, Kabuto, and Toiwaya. These were the real combat power he needed. As for Kimimaro, he felt very sorry that the opponent was indeed strong enough, so he came to Kabuto's medical room. Kabuto's latent work has ended, and now he is naturally in charge of research in Union Village. The basic staff of the Sin organization now has 1. People with intelligence gathering and assassination. This can be called Psi and never be killed. 2. There are people who can guarantee the logistics, that is, the management of medical and organizational funds. Xianglin, Kabuto, Orochimaru can be responsible for this aspect. 3. The person who can be responsible for the strong attack needs to have strong strength. At present, I am afraid that it can only be handed over to Fenyao, Hideyoshi, and Orochimaru. As for the funds seized in Konoha, Fenyao has all been handed over to Orochimaru. Don't underestimate Orochimaru. To build a shinobu village, the money needed for so many strongholds is not a small sum. What's more, Orochimaru still needs to do scientific research, and the money needed is astronomical. If he does not have the ability to manage funds, he might have already gone bankrupt. After opening the door, Kabuto was looking at the cells in the test tube. After seeing Fenyao, he stopped working and pushed his glasses with a smile. Master Fenyao, how come you have time to come to me today? Kabuto knows best about Kimimura's illness, so he wants to ask about Kimimaro. Kabuto, I know you are very talented in medical ninjutsu. I want to ask you about Kimimaro. How long can he last? It turns out that you came here to ask this question. You really care about him. It is estimated that it will be less than 2 months. This is a genetic disease of their family. Strictly speaking, it is a shortcoming of blood inheritance. Kimimaro uses its dead bone pulse, which is the bone in the human body, you know. Of course, I have personally seen his abilities, and it is precisely because he is strong that I feel sorry for losing him. The so-called main component of bones is calcium. He created and removed so many bones from his body. It can be seen how much calcium is in his body, which led to his muscle failure. The heart is mainly muscle. So his family's illness is chronic myocardium failure. I guess this is also the reason why people in their family will continue to die. That's it. Is there really no other way? After hearing Kabuto's explanation, Fenyao still asked a little bit unwillingly. In today's world, there are few who can surpass Kabuto in medical ninjutsu, but not without it. Fenyao suddenly thought of another person. That is Tsunade. As Sunin is known for medical ninjutsu, her medical ability can even be said to surpass that of Katsuya Fairy. Look at the summoning beasts summoned by Mount Myaboku and Ryokai Cave, one by one, just like the uncle. You need 100 sacrifices at every turn. Why does Katsuya Immortal call Tsunade an adult? Because he admires the other side's medical ninjutsu. Now Fenyao had the idea to find Tsunade again. Master Fenyao, see if you have another candidate. Seeing Fenyao's thoughtful appearance, Kabuto spoke again. As a spy, he is very good at observation and analysis. Seeing Fenyao thoughtful, do you really think of someone to save Kimimaro? This is something that even oneself can't do. I think there is, Tsunade, who is one of Sunin with Orochimaru. Kabuto was also surprised when he heard this. As a medical ninja, he had already heard of the other's name. It's just that I haven't had a chance to meet each other. As far as medical ninjutsu is concerned, Kabuto is still no match for Tsunade, otherwise Orochimaru would not look down to find Tsunade in the original book. So, I wonder if I can follow along. I've long wanted to meet this famous Tsunade-sama. Kabuto helped his glasses again, perhaps because he wanted to compete with the other party. Fenyao plays with the taste, then follow. We are going to find Orochimaru. I still have something for him to do. The two talked and left the medical room. Fenyao told Orochimaru the ins and outs of the matter. That's it, Orochimaru, can you find it? Orochimaru listened to Fenyao's request and stopped his research work. He didn't expect the other party to be so attached to Kimimaro. In fact, he also thought about showing Tsunade the symptoms of Kimimaro. But he still couldn't do it for others to ask his old friends, but he didn't expect Fenyao to pay attention to this issue in a few days. Of course it can. After all, one of them was once my disciple. It's just a little time. Hearing Orochimaru's reply, Fenyao nodded. If you want Tsunade to do things for herself, she has to offer a condition that she can't refuse, before she is evaded by Naruto. Konoha Shinobi Village. Jiraiya temporarily becomes the agent Hokage, dealing with Konoha's big and small things. Konoha's power is really weakened to ultimate this time. Fifth Hokage died, the root organization was destroyed, Umbu lost 42 people, Konoha Jonin died 7 people, Chunin 104 people, Genin 564 people, and about 3,000 ordinary people. Mito Kato Homura, one of the 2 major advisors, died. Konoha Shinobi's banned books are all lost. This is strictly sealed by the senior management. Although there is no funding, there is still no problem with the funding of the Country of Fire. Fortunately, one of the dignified Sunin, Jiraiya, sits in Konoha, which makes everyone feel at ease. After paying homage to the people who died in this war, Konoha village also began various matters of reconstruction. In the process of opening the discussion, the most controversial issue was the handling of Tsunagakuwa and Fenyao's crime of rebellion. Needless to say, Tsunagakuwa provoked a war to attack Konoha. Now 4th Kazekage Rosa was captured alive, and the attacking Jonin and the troops were killed and wounded countless. All the survivors went to Konoha's prison, and some people thought that they should give a tooth for a tooth, and took the opportunity to destroy Tsunagakuwa in one fell swoop. Even Jiraiya has this kind of thought, but the main and faction headed by third generation still hope to return to Fenying. Alliance with Tsunagakure to fight against the next possible invasion of other countries. Lord Third Hokage can't be so tolerant. How much loss their sand shinobi has brought us this time. If they form an alliance with them, what will the people in the village think? Let us join our enemies. A jonin punched and gritted his teeth on the ground. His disciple died in Tsunagakure's hands. He was still a 13-year-old child who was stabbed several times by Tsunagakure's people and left it on the corner of the street. It took a full day to find it. The body was found. Oh, I understand everyone's pain, but what's wrong with Tsunagakure? The war will only bring new hatred, and if Konoha's current situation is used to attack, I am afraid that Cloud Shinobi Village will take advantage of it. This war has been seen. To them. Looking at the man with tears in his eyes, third generation took a puff of dry smoke in silence. The muddy eyes made it difficult for others to see what he was thinking. Yuditen Koharu, one of the two remaining advisors, also spoke. The Nation of Fire has already held 2 emergency meetings this year. The request this time is to stop all wars and restore national strength as soon as possible. We need a leader, Jiraiya. In the Nation of Fire meeting, it has been decided to make you the 6th Hokage. Hearing that everyone else in the field was very excited, but unfortunately Jiraiya reached out and refused. I'm very sorry, I am not suitable for this position. I have already chosen a person. I will bring her back. She is more suitable than me to become the 6th Hokage, Konoha's princess, Tsunade. Hearing this name, there was an uproar in the hall. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and Sunin's name were widely circulated in Konoha. If she was also one of Sunin this time, Konoha would not lose so much. That girl does have such qualifications and measures, then I have to ask you to bring her back. Yuditen Koharu sighed, and now there is no need to be afraid of Jiraiya running away. He is a person who understands the big picture. Now Konoha can't stand the toss. What about the guy Fenyao? He is rebellious, and he has done so many things to damage Konoha, killing 5th Hokage, destroying Umbu's roots, stealing Konoha's funds. If this guy doesn't get rid of it, will be like another Orochimaru in the future. A Jonin suddenly said that only the senior and part of Konoha Jonin knew about the cooperation between the high-level Konoha and Fenyao and the theft of ninjutsu. There is no need to talk about this matter. His wanted warrant is temporarily revoked. If he is forced to attack Konoha again, the gain will not be worth the loss. In this matter, all high-level leaders kept the same pace, and even Kakashi and other Jonin remained silent. Uniting the rebels to kill the 5th Hokage is a huge scandal, and it can only be dusted in history and rotten in the stomach. Chapter 45 Tsunade. Early morning a few days later. In the laboratory, the familiar Uzumaki appeared out of thin air again, and Fenyao and Orochimaru appeared in the laboratory. Yao-kun really didn't expect you to know impure world reincarnation technique, and it's better than what I use. Shock still remained in Orochimaru's eyes. This forbidden technique requires a long time of practice to become the master, and he himself is nothing but a fur. Thanks to Orochimaru, Fenyao turned to look at Orochimaru's profile. Do you think Tsunade will agree to our request? She will definitely. For her, these two people are everything to her, and she will agree no matter what we ask. Fenyao nodded when he heard this. In fact, Orochimaru was right. If it weren't for Naruto's mouth, Tsunade would really be like what he said. I have sent Sai and Kabuto to collect information, and the time difference in Hokage is wrong due to my arrival. The current Tsunade is not in Short Book Street, but with her legendary title of Fat Sheep, it is not difficult to find it. Fenyao even asked the Katsuya Ferry, but unfortunately the other party hasn't summoned him for a long time, so he didn't get any useful news. It was a knock on the door, and Sai entered. He bowed his head slightly. Excuse me, Master Fenyao, I have found the person you are looking for. She is in Asakusa Street. Good job, thanks for your hard work, Orochimaru calls Kabuto and let's go together. Since Fenyao doesn't have the memory scene of Asakusa Street in his mind, he can only walk there. Right-Eye Kamui's mobility and Flying Thunder God have their own merits. The former does not require imprints at all, and you can move directly as long as you have been to a certain place, while the latter requires imprints. But in terms of speed, Kamui is far inferior to Flying Thunder God. Kamui's absorption speed is relatively slow, but there is an exception of temporal space ninjutsu. It does not require any imprints at all. You can travel in the same space at will as long as you want, even from places that have not been visited. It is the ultimate space-time ninjutsu in Hokage, Huanquan Hirasaka. The activation of this technique requires the power of the three pupil techniques, which is why Fenyao brought Niji to him. He is now only Rinnegan from Nagato. Asakusa Street is located in the northwest of the territory of Fire Country, and it will not take a long time to pass by at the speed of many people. Inside a casino at noon. Oh, eldest sister, are you still following? If you lose, you will have no money. Follow, why not follow, my old lady will win you all back. There was a female voice that sounded slightly angry, and I knew it was a loss when I heard it. Master Tsunade, we are almost out of money. We haven't repaid the last borrowed one. You see how happy those gamblers are. In the room, Shizun was holding a piggy next to him and persuading him with all his heart. Tsunade rolled up the sleeve of his arm, waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, Shizun, you have to believe me, this time you will not only win back the money, but also make a lot of money. Now Tsunade is also on the top, where can you listen to it?" Some gamblers beside them also echoed, "Just don't lose all the money." No, how can I go if I don't win the money back? Haha. These people have long seen that the other party is the fat sheep in the legend, and they will lose every gambling. In the last hand, Tsunade lost his bet once again, and Tsunade smashed the table in half with a punch. Ah dash. This is really bad luck was dead. Waste of money smashed up the sky, and even Shizun piglets are taken aback. The opposing gambler took a few steps back quickly. Then he smiled and said to Tsunade, "Sister, don't be angry, isn't it normal for this bet to be won or lost? You are still close to us." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks were also a little red, she just got up, and didn't pay attention to her principal. "Oh, next time, I will pay you back next time." Tsunade tried to run while pulling Shizun perfunctorily. The gamblers next to him were unhappy and hurried up to block people. "Don't tell me, eldest sister, you can give it today, you have a good reputation, you can't leave without paying." "Oh really, it depends on whether you stop me." Tsunade's eyes were sharp, and just as she was about to do it, a soft voice came in. "Leave this gambling debt to me, and please don't embarrass her." Fenyao opened the door and walked in. The focus of the audience was on him alone. Fenyao now does not wear a mask because he no longer needs to hide his identity. The five senses that are like God's sculpture, the white skin and the blue pupils make everyone in the room have the same idea. There will be such a good-looking person in the world. Shizun and Tsunade couldn't help being lost for a while, but they recovered quickly. Kabuto looked at Fenyao next to him. They were so used to Fenyao's face in Union Village that they almost forgot how swagger his face was. "Excuse me, how many gambling debts she owes in total?" Fenyao asked politely. The gambler on the side also awoke and quickly responded. I owe a total of 1.2 million taels. Oh, it's only 120. Ahem, Kabuto, you pay for it? Hearing that the money was not given by himself at all, Fenyao hurriedly caused trouble. All his money was given to Orochimaru, and he was only tens of thousands of taels. Kabuto also looked at his boss contemptuously, and finally reluctantly took out 1.2 million taels. This money should be reimbursed, Master Fenyao. Ken. Hearing the complaint in Kabuto's tone, Fenyao repeatedly exhorted. Tsunade hasn't been seen for a long time. I have something to look for you this time. No, it should be said that my leader has something to ask for your help. Orochimaru's feminine voice came from behind Fenyao. Tsunade also raised his eyes slightly. Then he brought Tsunade to a clearing. Tsunade flicked his hair and turned around and said to Fenyao, "Let's talk, what is it for me?" I have to say that Tsunade's figure is really the most amazing Fenyao has ever seen since he came to the Hokage world, especially the trembling arc of this turn. Fenyao shook his head quickly to shake off the mess in his mind. Master Tsunade, I would like to ask you to help me heal a child who is deeply troubled by the limits of blood inheritance, and at the same time I would like to invite you to join my forces. Hearing Fenyao's reason for finding himself, Tsunade would refuse immediately. Sorry, I don't plan to join a certain force, and listening to what they call you, you just messed up Konoha's rebellion, you are not afraid of me here, kill you. Speaking, leaned over and hammered into the ground with a fist. The terrifying force directly cracked the concrete floor with a diameter of 50 meters, and the bodies of Fenyao and others sank a few centimeters. The use of strange power requires the operator to precisely control chakra, concentrate chakra on the whole body, cover the whole body with chakra, and then burst out a powerful air current. Tsunade itself is a medical ninja, good at the precise control of chakra, which is why Tsunade can develop the strange power so well. When he stood firm, the opposite Tsunade was already full of murderous aura. Indeed, for his rebelliousness and Orochimaru, Tsunade really didn't have to be polite. Fenyao bit his finger and set his hands on Yin Yin Sisu Chen Heshi. Summoning. Impure World Reincarnation. Two coffins rose from the broken ground. Fenyao's familiarity with Impure World Reincarnation is not weaker than Orochimaru. After all, he can master all time and space ninjutsu. Tsunade-sama, don't worry, it's not too late to see if these two people are agreeing to my request. As the coffin board fell, Tsunade's murderous eyes melted in a moment, leaving only tears full of love and longing. Chapter 46 Lover and Brother. A few days ago, inside the prison in Konoha village, a desolate man with a broken arm was sitting in the corner of the cell. This person is 4th Kazekage Logosha, and he is also the only 2nd and 5th boy in this war. Most of his village power was lost. Garo was instigated by Fenyao, and he was captured by Konoha. He thought about it and died, but his subordinates persuaded him. An old figure walked slowly at the door of the cell, and he sighed as he looked at Luasha's embarrassed look in the cell. Master Fenying, you and R2 are already alliances, why do you suddenly tear up the treaty? Luosha looked at 3rd Hokage in front of her and sneered. Allies are nothing more than a treaty. Your Konoha's strength is far better than Sand Shinobi, Danzo is even more ambitious. If I don't act first, I'm afraid that Konoha has already wiped out. 3rd generation was silent. He knew that Danzo had indeed tried to invade Sand Shinobi at the beginning. Once the seeds of suspicion took root, it would be difficult to eradicate. Master Fenkage, Danzo is no longer there. Konoha will have a new leader. I hope that our two countries can put aside their prejudices and become allies again. Hearing this, Luosha already understood the other party's purpose, and to be honest, he really didn't have a choice from his standpoint. Once Sand Shinobi passed this time, it has become the bottom of the 5 villages. If it does not find an alliance or stop the war, the final result will only be demise. Luosha raised her head and laughed at herself. Lord 3rd generation, you are the victors of the war. Of course, it is up to you to decide. What choice do I have if I am waiting for defeat? You are wrong. 3rd generation suddenly refuted Luosha, there are no victors in war, only losers. 3rd Hokage made a pun, Luosha did not speak but lowered her head silently. After third generation got out of prison, he ran into Naruto, who was making noise with Jiraiya on the side of the road. After the war, Naruto and Sasuke were rescued by Jiraiya himself. After all, this was the child of his own disciple, or Jinchuriki from the village. Jiraiya should care about them in any way. Naruto was caught in the air by Jiraiya with one hand and struggled. "You pervy sage! Let go of me, I'm going to find Grandpa third generation." Seeing third generation approaching head-on, Naruto hurriedly called for help. "Grandpa third generation, you are coming soon. This pervy sage is so troublesome, he actually said that he is an agent Hokage. What a joke, a horrible adult." After that, he kicked Jiraiya. "Oh. UBD, don't I look like Hokage?" Jiraiya said with a beard and staring. "Ha ha ha, okay Naruto, Jiraiya is indeed acting as Hokage during this period, so don't be fooling around." Third generation looked at Naruto so energetic and laughed, as if the bad mood was washed away. "The third generation grandfather, I still have something to ask you," said Naruto's eyes suddenly dimmed. "Here, it's about Fanyao, it's really him. Killed 5th Hokage and participated in this. Did you attack Konoha village this time?" Naruto felt that she had never seen her childhood friend clearly, and she did not even recognize it after several meetings. Third generation was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly after a moment. Naruto's fists were clenched, and his nails were deeply immersed in the flesh. He seemed to finally understand the meaning of Fanyao's words back then. "If this is the case, I will definitely catch him. Give him a severe lesson and take him back to the village to let him apologize to those he has hurt." Seeing Naruto growling low, Jiraiya sighed. Now the gap between the two is too big, it is impossible to do with Naruto's strength. "Since this is Naruto, do you want to practice with me? Your friend ran away when he saw me." "Really?" Naruto seemed to be infused with vitality again. He hugged Jiraiya's waist. "That must teach me the most powerful ninjutsu, pervy sage." "Oh. How many times have you said that it's not pervy sage? Anyway, you pack your things and come with me. We have to find someone." "Find someone? Who to find?" "6th Hokage." The camera is pulled back to the current Asakusa Street. Tsunade covered his mouth in disbelief, tears streaming from his fingers. Inside the coffin are her lover Kato-dan and younger brother Nawaka. Even Shizun couldn't stop shaking. "Is that you, uncle?" Kato-dan is not only Tsunade's lover, but also Shizun's uncle. Fanyao and Orochimaru went to the battlefields of the Second and Third Ninja Wars together. I don't know how many times they tried to find the bones of both of them. They were finally summoned. Both of them. Fanyao didn't restrain the two people's personalities. When they saw Tsunade, their dusty faces also showed a gentle smile. Kato-dan looked at Tsunade and said softly, "Tsunade, it's been a long time, I'm still wondering why these people call me." Nawaka was also surprised to see her sister. He looked around. "Sister? Sister, am I dead? There is also the master." Tsunade dreamed of seeing them countless times, even if it was just talking to them. She rushed to hug them and cried. Shizun is a little worried. Tsunade-sama is too emotional for them. If you really agree, no, I will stop them. Shizun, who had already decided in his heart, decided to take the lead. Very fast tongue needle. Shizun directly bypassed Tsunade in one step, spitting out the poisonous needle directly from the mouth. Judging from the stench on it, if it was caught, he would be killed directly. This hidden weapon does not require seals and is very fast. She wants to kill Fanyao and Orochimaru directly by surprise. Fanyao saw Shizun's movements and pushed Orochimaru and Kabuto away. He turned on hollow and put his body into the different space. The poisonous needle passed through the body, leaving several black Madara spots on the stone wall behind. Mist. Shizun noticed for the first time, Ninfa poisonous mist. Shizun's mouth was slightly drummed to release the poisonous mist. This trick was used on Kabuto in the original work. A large amount of poison gas was ejected from his mouth, and he was killed immediately after inhaling a little. The doctor and the poison master were only in the middle of a thought. But Orochimaru made a move, and he immediately came to Shizun. Forbearance. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru's right arm turned into a black python, binding Shizun's body, nose, and mouth. Throwing Shizun aside, Orochimaru said in a soft voice. It's not a good habit to disturb other people's reunions, Tsunade. How are you thinking about it? I believe you have felt our sincerity. Join us. Chapter 47 The Will of Fire. Shizun. Tsunade saw Shizun trapped and quickly wanted to rescue him. But Yakushi Kabuto blocked him, his hands condensed chakra scalpel not to let her approach. Now it depends on the choice of Tsunade. The violently shaking hands could tell Tsunade's inner struggle. She said in a faint voice, if I promise. You must make sure that you will not attack the village. Fenyao stepped forward. Konoha had nothing of value to him, and he could not attack Konoha. Yes, as long as you agree to my terms. Kato Dan, who saw this scene, understood that Fenyao was threatening Tsunade with himself. He stepped forward and gently put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade, I'm very satisfied when I see you. You must have suffered a lot when I am away. Sorry, but I can't let you choose to trade with each other for me. Speaking of Kato Dan's hands nodding, he used his best spiritualization technique. This trick can transform oneself into a living soul, ignoring the distance and killing the enemy's ninjutsu, and can control the opponent's body and enter the spiritual world of others. Kato Dan's spiritualization technique is amazing, and it can be used briefly even at the end of impure world reincarnation. Fenyao just wanted to use the summoning contract to control Kato Dan, but found that his method failed. He rushed towards the opponent in the form of a spirit body, his firm voice resounding through the sky. I also inherited the first generation will to fire. The man who aims at Hokage, I don't allow you to threaten my lover with my life. Endanger the village. Orochimaru just wanted to stop. Shizun also took action. Although she was controlled, how could she be controlled so easily as a female ninja whose strength is comparable to the elite Jonin? She condensed a poisoned scalpel in her hands, which can prepare the poison that she needs from the existing poison in her body and then implant it in others. Kato Dan's spiritualization technique gave her a chance, and she took the opportunity to inject toxins into the black python that bound her. What? Orochimaru retracted his right hand in pain, and at this time, his entire hand was already black and purple. But Orochimaru uses snakes himself, so he has a deep understanding of poison. Shizun's poison is not too poisonous to kill him, but he can still do it so that he can't maintain the shulker snake hand. Shizun did a good job. Kato Dan has already flown in front of Fenyao with the time he has gained. He is about to enter Fenyao's body, but he is empty. Of course, Fenyao used Hollow to escape, but he was also quite annoyed at the moment, but soon calmed down. This may be a sparse 100 secrets. He threatened Tsunade, which actually caused the opponent to ignite the will of fire, forcibly broke free from the shackles of impure world reincarnation, and used the Linghua technique to fight with him for a short time. But it doesn't matter, the opponent's chakra won't last long, and it will end soon. Kato Dan's spirit body saw no success, and immediately changed direction and rushed towards Kabuto. Kabuto, be careful of this guy's spiritual body, he can enter your spiritual world and control your body. Fenyao immediately reminded Kabuto. Kabuto saw that he was naturally prepared to stay away from each other, but at this time another unexpected thing happened to Fenyao. A tongue emerged from the ground and entangled Kabuto, controlling Kabuto's movements. This scene was so sudden that Kabuto couldn't react. Kato Dan's spiritual body entered Kabuto's body directly. Master Orochimaru. Master Fenyao, I can't control my body. Kabuto's voice trembled a little. The spirit technique was similar to the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, but it did not deprive the practitioner of consciousness, but controlled the opponent's body. Orochimaru and Fenyao looked at the frog tongue that affected the battle, and they already knew who was coming. Since. Come. Also. Why are you here? Fenyao gritted his teeth. In the original book, Jiraiya came to Tsunade because third Hokage was dead, and he came to Tsunade to find a new Hokage. According to Fenyao's idea, since third Hokage is still alive, then Danzo should continue to serve as third generation after his death. Of course, Jiraiya will not come to Tsunade for nothing. But Fenyao also missed it. The third generation is old, and the daimyo of the country of fire cannot designate a person as the leader of the village 3 times in a row. And during the time he went to look for Kato Dan's body, Jiraiya had already met Tsunade yesterday, and Fenyao was later. It's just that Tsunade refused to take over as Hokage, so he also concluded a gambling agreement with Naruto. Today Jiraiya was about to come and chat with Tsunade, but Fenyao found Tsunade at this time, so Jiraiya quietly followed behind and wanted to know the other party's purpose. And in Kato Dan's spiritual attack, he assisted and successfully controlled Kabuto. This time it was Fenyao's lack of intelligence. He didn't send anyone to investigate the intelligence of the Land of Fire, and he didn't find out who Tsunade had encountered in advance. His strength made him a little arrogant. Jiraiya emerged from the ground, with a big toad summoning under him. Fenyao kid, you really have a relationship with me. I didn't expect you to come back to find Tsunade. This time I won't let you off easily and hand over the ninjutsu and banned books recorded by the ancestors of Konoha. Jiraiya stared at Fenyao with sharp eyes, as if the opponent would not hesitate to shoot as long as the opponent dared to refuse him. Fenyao walked to Orochimaru first. How about Orochimaru, is the poison suppressed? Don't worry, Yao-kun, this bit of poison won't kill me. Orochimaru's gloomy response, the color of his arm has faded a lot, which shows that this poison is not enough to pose a threat to Orochimaru. Fenyao nodded, then said calmly. This time it was a mistake in my intelligence collection. I was still careless, but it doesn't matter. I will correct my mistake. Orochimaru seemed to know what Fenyao wanted to do. Are you going to kill them with those things? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. It doesn't matter, it's not perfect after all, and our current purpose is to take away Tsunade. Fenyao was non-committal, but Shizun snorted coldly. Stop bluffing. We now have 2 Sunins, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama, and 2 elite Jonins, my uncle and me. We have the advantage. Nawaka was simply ignored. To be honest, his strength was indeed only genin. Fenyao didn't rush to refute, but made seals again. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. He and Orochimaru tried many summonings on the battlefield, and naturally there were a lot of powerful bodies. Boom. This time the ground was trembling, and 8 coffins were summoned. The faces of Jiraiya and others are ugly. Dealing with Fenyao and Orochimaru is already considered a hassle, and there are still so many impure world reincarnations. Chapter 48 Unexpectedness Number 1. Boom boom boom. The wooden door of the coffin opened slowly, and a cloud of dust was thrown up on the ground. Fenyao directly fettered their consciousness this time, and he could not make a second mistake once he made a mistake. Inside the coffin are the leeches, Firelight, and Dashi, a Waigakuru ninja encountered by the Kakashi squad at the Shinbashi bridge, hunted in the coffin. Mist Shinobi's the first ninja swordsman of 7 Lee Shikunmaru, Wild Bait Man, no Pair Jinba. Cloud Shinobi's 3rd Raikage. The strongest among them is the 3rd Raikage. Fenyao is lucky to find it. This is the same as the lottery. Not everyone can draw 4 Hokages at a time like Orochimaru's later stage. Fenyao, but summoning produced a bunch of useless ninjas. Their strength is probably about 60% of what they had before alive, mainly because they don't have a good body. The strength of impure world reincarnation is related to the quality of the body as a sacrifice and the level of the performer. The latter has reached it, while the former is not much worse, just the body of an ordinary person. If the will of the reincarnated is deprived, it will also cause their combat effectiveness to decline and be inflexible. Just like Fenyao is now, he directly intends to control them in battle. Fenyao patted the previous impure world reincarnation people, turned his head and said to Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, I want to control these guys in battle, and you are going to take Tsunade over." Orochimaru sneered and responded, "Don't worry, Yao-kun, I know Tsunade's weakness." After saying this, Orochimaru bit his finger and rushed towards Tsunade directly using the software transformation. Fenyao also controlled Third Raikage and the Ninja 7 to rush towards Jiraiya. The four ninjas of two no Kuni scatter in pairs to deal with the controlled Kabuto and Shizun on the side. Shizun didn't care about rushing to his ninja, but raised his sleeves to reveal the hidden needle of the syringe, and pulled directly, sending out a few poison darts to fly towards Orochimaru. "Do you only use this kind of hidden weapon? Then you can't stop me." Orochimaru spit out the pheasant sword in his mouth and flew all the darts directly. Shizun also wanted to help. Earth-style cracking the earth and turning the palm. Earth-style Tulong gun. But the two rock shinobi have rushed to Shizuka, and she can no longer help Tsunade. Can only handle two rock shinobi from impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru didn't stop him, and came to Tsunade in the blink of an eye, and grabbed Tsunade with his blood-stained hand. Tsunade still didn't dare to move looking at the blood, even if she had already seen her lover, she still couldn't get rid of the shadow of that day. "Tsunade, what's the matter with you? Get away." Kato Dan was besieged by the two in the distance, but he hurriedly shouted when his lover was in deep crisis. But it's too late, Orochimaru will succeed. At this time, a roar came from above. "What are you going to do to Grandma Tsunade?" A hot-blooded teenager in an orange suit emerged from the sky. One of them also has a ball of blue chakra condensed on the right hand. Orochimaru was shocked at first glance. Is this Raiznan? Jiraiya actually taught him this technique. He stepped back and avoided. Naruto dropped to the ground without the target. Raiznan in his hand smashed the ground into a small hole half a meter in diameter. Orochimaru sarcastically said, "It seems that I haven't fully learned it yet. I am overly worried." Watching Orochimaru's missed opportunity, Fenyao frowned, and said in his heart, "It's really an unexpected number one ninja. But he is controlling the impure world reincarnation people to suppress Jiraiya and Shizun and others, and there is no way to support them." Fenyao faintly felt a bad feeling in his heart. He manipulated Third Raikage and others more attentively to attack Jiraiya. But Jiraiya is not so easy to deal with. The wild bait man in the 7 ninja swords just missed a hit, and Jiraiya seized the opportunity directly. Summoning technique, house collapse technique. Summoning came out of the toad, and directly suppressed the Tonko baitman with the momentum of Tarzan's top pressure. The blunt knife of the grass bait man, Kabuto cut, must be cut with a knife in close proximity, and then hit with a hammer. At such a close distance, it is naturally the first unlucky one. Toad Jian also blocked his vision for a short time, and Jiraiya jumped to the toad's head the next moment his hands were imprinted, his belly bulged. "Drink, fire-style big flame bomb." Fenyao asked the remaining 2 ninja swordsmen to get the Tonko baitman out. He didn't want to drag it down. He directly controlled Third Raikage to cover his entire body with chakra and lightning, and directly used his strongest spear. Hell spikes for Benkanshao. The blessing of late chakra made Raikage so fast. The original Third Raikage used this technique to defeat the defensive ninjutsu earth-style tenjutsu wall set by the Ninja United Army and the defensive ninjutsu set by the Blood Succession Limit Ninja Turret. Lava-style sticky wall. And as the number of fingers decreases, the power of this technique will increase. How dare Jiraiya take it, and straight back, but Raikage is faster, and the three ninja swords 7 people came out from under Toad Jian and quickly let go to make room for Hokage. Even if this trick fails to defeat Jiraiya, it can still cause him to be seriously injured. Puff! Hokage's arm penetrated the entire left collarbone of Jiraiya, and Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood. I was relieved when I saw Fenyao stabbing him. As for Kabuto's side, Kabuto is good at medical ninjutsu, attacking the inside of the enemy's body, but Impure World Reincarnation is not afraid of this trick. So it's only a matter of time before Kabuto is taken. Fenyao turned his head and said, "Orochimaru, I have solved it on my side. I will help you later." But Fenyao suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head violently and found out that the savage bait couldn't control it. It seems that he has been hit by some strange technique, and the wild bait man in front of him is a fake. The grassy bait man on the opposite side seemed to know that he had been discovered. 2 red chakra balls condensed in his hands. Fire style Raise Non. This is the addition of a fire attribute change to Raise Non, which makes it more powerful, and Naruto adds wind attribute to Raise Non. Jiraiya buckled the 2 Houin Raise Non directly on the back of Wulai Jinhachi and Kuri Shakuin. The power of horror directly suppressed the 2 on the ground, and most of their bodies exploded directly, and the fire-attributed chakra was also splashing in the air. At the same time, he quickly took out the seal scroll and wrapped them up. This is also a way to crack Impure World Reincarnation. Sealing the body of the reincarnation can only stop the action of the reincarnation. The Impure World Reincarnation technique has not been destroyed. Jiraiya stretched out his palm and spread out his 5 fingers in a classic posture of self-introduction. "Fenyao kid, don't underestimate me as one of Sunin, I am the magnificent Toad Sage." Jiraiya just took advantage of the toad to block Fenyao's vision while using the roof collapse technique, used Shadow Clone, and turned the grass bait man into a frog using the frog transformation technique. Disguised as a grass bait man, he was rescued by the other 2 ninja swordsmen and took advantage of the opportunity to get close to the 2 of them. All of a sudden, they eliminated the 2 Impure World Reincarnation ninja swordsmen. Chapter 49 Fenyao vs Naruto. The Jiraiya shadow clone hit by Hokage also turned into smoke. Jiraiya-sama is really amazing, worthy of Sunin. Shizun on the side was surprised when he saw this scene. It was extremely difficult on his own side, and Jiraiya had already eliminated the 3 ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation. Although 3 ninjas were dealt with, Fenyao didn't panic at all on his face, instead he showed a deep smile. Because now Jiraiya is already in his attack range. Flying Thunder God Technique. Fenyao came to Jiraiya's body in an instant, Konao pierced his heart, and the speed of Flying Thunder God can be described as the ninja's #1 speed ninjutsu. Even Jiraiya reacted in time, but barely avoided the fatal injury at the last minute. Fenyao's Konao pierced Jiraiya's chest, leaving only his hands outside of the body. Jiraiya held Konao with his right hand to keep it in the slightest. But the powerful impact caused blood to overflow in his mouth, and the people on the side were shocked to see it. Fenyao jokingly said, "Master Jiraiya looks down upon you, right? No matter what opponent you encounter, you shouldn't be careless." Jiraiya has already understood that Fenyao will use the Flying Thunder God technique, so he has taken precautions and did not let Fenyao find the opportunity to plant the technique. But at the beginning of the battle, Fenyao took a few shots of the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation, and that action gave them the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if the body is sealed by Jiraiya, the technique is still there, as if Jiraiya used the grass bait to approach the ninja 7. Fenyao also approached Jiraiya by using the Flying Thunder God technique on the 7 ninjas. Jiraiya didn't expect this situation. Fenyao grabbed Jiraiya's left hand and fixed him. The right eye Kamui Uzumaki spreads out, ready to suck Jiraiya directly into the Kamui space. Not good, Toad Kensang. Jiraiya immediately called to Toad for help as soon as he saw this technique. The sturdy 2-cornered fork of the toad next to it stopped Fenyao again, and it would be dangerous if it continued to absorb it. Fenyao opened hollow, and Toad-jian kicked Jiraiya away. Toad-jian said ashamed, "I'm sorry, I'm so useless." Jiraiya barely got up and vomited 2 more mouthfuls of blood. "It's okay, I'm very helpful." "Thank you Toad-jian." Fenyao is non-committal, but now he has the advantage. Jiraiya thinks it will not be easy to come back. Third Hokage continued to rush Jiraiya with Hell Stab for Honkinshou, and he was always ready to use Flying Thunder God Assault again at any time. He had already planted the Flying Thunder God technique when he just held Jiraiya. Fenyao couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Third Hokage quickly rushed to Jiraiya, his palm stretched out to penetrate Jiraiya. Instead of retreating, Jiraiya bent forward and hugged Third Hokage's bare waist. Enchantment Toad Dipper Prison. They were pulled into the stomach of Mount Myabokagord Toad together, which is an enchantment space technique isolated from the outside world. If it falls into an acidic lake, it will be melted away. This time Third Hokage was trapped by Jiraiya into the enchantment. Fenyao could use Flying Thunder God to follow up. However, the enchantment is Jiraiya's territory after all. Fenyao might be dangerous if he rashly followed up. The original work of this technique, Jiraiya, has only been used once, so there is not much information about his master. Fenyao turned his head and looked at the other battlefields. Kabuto was also controlled by the 2 rock shinobi. Just wait for Kato-dan to end the spiritualization technique, but Orochimaru has changed. Boom! Orochimaru's body was directly thrown over and hit the ground to form a big pit. Along with him were 2 rock shinobi who dealt with Shizuan. When Fenyao was fighting Jiraiya just now, Orochimaru hit Naruto with a single blow with the pheasant sword. Naruto felt the threat of life and turned on 9 tails, directly entering the state of 2 tails. And in the battle, Tsunade's knot was untied, and the 2 worked together to defeat Orochimaru and the 2 rock shinobi. But in fact, Orochimaru didn't suffer any injuries, and both Tsunade and Naruto couldn't help him. He used the big snake flow body replacement technique to create a new self. To talk about why Naruto can turn on 9 tails to stay sensible, it is to talk about Fenyao injecting his own chakra into him at that time, helping Naruto control his power in the second tail state and become conscious. At this time, Fenyao couldn't help but scolded himself an idiot, and caused himself trouble this time. Even the system ran out to taunt. Hehe, host is still too stupid in this regard. Naruto is the son of destiny in this world. You should treat him as your enemy from the beginning instead of helping him. Fenyao retorted directly. F***ck, according to what you said, I am not the new villain in Hokage. According to what host is doing now, it is indeed a villain. It's not your mission. Fenyao is also taking Naruto seriously at this moment. He can no longer be merciful as before. Fenyao can be cruel in order to accomplish his purpose. Naruto looked at his friend who was completely different from what he had in mind, and his teeth clenched. He shouted at Fenyao, "Fenyao! Why did you do this? Why did you betray the village and kill the 5th Hokage? Even want to destroy Konoha?" Naruto's eyes were blood red like a demon fox, and the pupils in the middle were erect, full of evil spirits. "I have my own purpose, and I have told you a long time ago, if you and I meet, don't show mercy to me. Of course, I am the same." Fenyao's cold voice echoed in the air. "Then why didn't you just kill me the first few times? You have a chance, and I also said that I will beat you to half-death and drag you back." After speaking the last sentence, Naruto rushed over with both feet on the ground. The force of horror lifted up the dust in the sky. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto split up nearly 2,000 shadow clones. Orochimaru was about to jump out of the pit to deal with Naruto, but was again blocked by Tsunade. "Your opponent is now me, 6th Hokage." After talking about a painful story, Orochimaru's pit was torn apart, and the huge crack spread tens of meters away in a corrugated shape. Orochimaru can only fight Tsunade first. The evil snake meanders. On the other side, Naruto also made a move. Take Fenyao. Naruto has 2000 shots. After talking about 2000 Naruto punches at the same time, this is the first Chunin exam, imitating the move Xiaoli learned. Fenyao dealt with this pure body technique by directly taking out the kunao and opening the iron body to surround the whole body. Rushing into the crowd to slaughter Naruto's clone, stab, stroke, pick, and slash will destroy a shadow clone. When he was about to be hit, he used hollow to avoid directly. Naruto didn't think he could defeat Fenyao with this crowded tactic. Soon there were only a few people left. But those few people were in pairs and successfully formed Raise-Non. This learning speed is even faster than his in the original book. This may be the protagonist's halo. Take it Fenyao, Raise-Non. Fenyao threw away Kyu and bit his finger. Summoning technique. Hard Rock Panda. This is a powerful summoning beast that even Reikari of Kakashi defended, and Raise-Non of Naruto naturally returned without success. Roar. The panda roared and tore the Naruto in front of him to pieces with his paws, but it was still Shadow Clone. The real Naruto sprang out from the solace of his feet, holding Raise-Non and pressing towards Fenyao. This is a common method used by Naruto, who often confuses others with Shadow Clone, and then adopts unexpected tactics. It's a pity that Fenyao has already guarded against this. He even knows his own tactics better than Naruto. Hollow turned on, and Naruto penetrated Fenyao's body and flew towards the back. Fenyao turned to face Naruto's position. Kamui. Call out dash. Fenyao left blood in his left eye, and the space at the focal point began to melt and suck. If Naruto didn't take measures, his arm would be sucked directly into the Kamui space. In a critical situation, Naruto separated Shadow Clone again, kicked his own body, and got out of the range of absorption. But Kamui also sucked a large piece of meat, and the entire right hand was dyed red. Fenyao moonwalk rushed to Naruto and punched the iron body directly into Naruto's belly. Well. Naruto was already unable to escape, and the whole person was bent over and curled up. The pain of the fissure made it impossible to shout. He stared at Fenyao firmly and then fainted. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and others naturally noticed this scene. Tsunade was anxious, and Orochimaru smiled sternly. That kid can't beat Yao-kun, of course, so are you. Chapter 50, The Captive Tsunade. Orochimaru bit his finger directly, and his hands were not Yin-Hai, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Summoning technique. 10,000 snakes. A huge python with purple stripes appeared on the ground. Fenyao threw away Naruto and jumped on it. This is Orochimaru's favorite summoning beast. It is extremely fast and has a very high attack power. One snake looked around and said arrogantly, "This time I dealt with Tsunade, who is also Sunin, don't forget that afterwards I want 100 living sacrifices, Orochimaru." Hee, don't worry Wan Shi, but don't kill her directly, I need her to be useful. Orochimaru did not forget to remind Wan Shi that Fenyao did so much to bring Tsunade back. Wan Shi opened her blood basin and rushed over like Tsunade. Tsunade's 100 healings mark has been completely unlocked, the chakra accumulated in 100 healings mark is completely liberated, and her speed and attack have been strengthened. Ninja Art, Mitotic Regeneration Baihao Technique. This is Ninja Art, Mitotic Regeneration combined with Baihao Technique's Ultimate Combat Medical Ninjutsu. When this technique is activated, the curse seal spreads all over the body, and the moment it is injured, it starts to regenerate rapidly at a high speed without affecting the attack rhythm. The disadvantage is that the treatment is fully automatic and uncontrollable, and the consumption of chakra is much higher than that of ordinary medical ninjutsu. Even small injuries will regenerate, and these small injuries can be treated with ordinary medical ninjutsu or temporarily untreated. And Ninja Art, Mitotic Regeneration, like Ninja Art, Mitotic Regeneration, it will reduce lifespan after use. She pressed one hand against the upper jaw of 10,000 snakes, and the other held 10,000 snakes' teeth, the monster force and the summoning beast duel. Tsunade stepped back hundreds of steps, then stabilized his figure, retracted his right hand with a punch, and punched Wan Xiao more than 10 meters away. What a terrifying weird power! Feng Yao couldn't help being surprised. Tsunade still didn't stop, as one of Sunin, of course she also has her own summoning beast. Summoning technique. Katsuyu. A huge blue and white Katsuyu was also summoned. It looked a lot smaller than the 10,000 snakes. This is not enough for Tsunade Chakra. Only about 1/10 of the Katsuyu fairy was summoned. Master Tsunade, do you need my help? Hey, Feng Yao, why are you here? Katsuyu greeted Tsunade first, and then saw Feng Yao on one snake's head. Feng Yao saw Katsuyu a little helplessly said, Master Katsuyu, I didn't expect you to be called out. This time I have something to ask Tsunade for help, but she refused my request, so I'm fighting her now, sorry. Ah, it may hurt you in a while. Hey, what the hell is it, why can't we discuss it? Katsuyu was a little panicked, neither Feng Yao nor Tsunade wanted to fight with him. Tsunade was also surprised that Katsuyu met Feng Yao. Katsuyu, although I don't know how you met, I can't agree to his request. I hope you can help me. Don't worry, there's me. Jiraiya finally solved the third Hokage and jumped out of the enchantment. There were several wounds of different depths on his body, showing that the third Hokage was injured seriously. He jumped to the side of Tsunade, bit his finger and slapped it into the ground. Summoning. A huge toad about the size of 1,000 snakes also fell on the field. It was Toad Wenta, smoking in his mouth and a dagger around his waist. It is a dagger for its figure. Toad Wentu took a puff of flew. What? Isn't it a day for old friends to gather today? This time Sunin gathered together again. Shizun jumped to Tsunade's side, and the 4 rock shinobi brought Kabuto to Feng Yao and Orochimaru's side. Kato Dan's chakra has been used up, and Kabuto has returned to normal. Sorry, Master Feng Yao, Master Orochimaru was really rude just now. Kabuto was the first to apologize for being controlled by the enemy during the battle. Feng Yao shook his head and said he didn't care. Even he didn't expect this. Orochimaru stood next to Feng Yao and whispered, Yao-kun's current situation is still quite troublesome. Why don't you take the opportunity to suck Tsunade into the Kamui space as I hold Jiraiya for a while? Feng Yao turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru in response, no, there will always be people who will bother me. I'll kill them all and take Tsunade away. Then he looked at the few remaining combat powers. Rock Shinobi, who is not high, these combat powers are no longer needed. Speaking of Ji Yinzi Ugly Shenyin Chen Hai. Impure World Reincarnation. Solution. White light beams shot out from the people of Impure World Reincarnation, and their souls returned to the Pure Land. Sister, you just said that you are the most handsome in the 6th Hokage. Before Nawaka's soul left, he turned to Tsunade and gave a thumbs up. Tsunade even said with tears in his eyes, Nawaka, my sister will inherit your legacy and be a good Hokage. The chakra in Feng Yao's body began to condense rapidly. Seeing this scene, the system seems to know Feng Yao's thoughts. Does host plan to use that technique? Your chakra shouldn't be enough. Yes, but it will be enough soon. Speaking of Feng Yao grabbing a handful of Liang pills, this is a medicine in the ninja world, which can restore energy and chakra and increase the upper limit of chakra. Both Yat and Kabuto have used it. Feng Yao stuffed it directly into his mouth, and chakra quickly recovered. As for the upper limit, it didn't increase much. Maybe it was only effective for low-strength people after all. The current chakra is not enough to use that technique. Feng Yao thought of this in his heart, so he summoned the summoning beast again. Summoning. Spirit Ghost. Last time Feng Yao lost 2 of these summoning beasts and was killed by Danzo. They have not been resurrected in the underworld yet, so Feng Yao cannot summon 5. The spirit ghost stretched out his tentacles to wrap Orochimaru around Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback. Fanyao said, "Don't be nervous, and ask you to borrow some chakra." After speaking, chakra in Orochimaru was drawn wildly, and then fed back to Fanyao. Fanyao also began to seal. He had to use the technique he extracted from the system to fight the enemy, but chakra was still a lot worse, and he could only borrow a part of Orochimaru's chakra. After the dazzling Yinju, tens of thousands of phantom figures suddenly appeared behind Fanyao. Unlike Shadow Clone, they look like phantoms. They stand quietly in the air, like an army. "My great handprint," Fanyao said silently in his heart. Tens of thousands of Fanyao phantom shadows, all stretched out their right palms together, raised them high and condensed into a blue light cluster, continuously intertwined and merged. Jiraiya and others have seen the horror of this trick and are ready to stop it. At the same time, Fanyao slowly pushed out his right hand like Wentai on the side. Boom! A giant blue hand condensed by chakra suddenly appeared. During the wave, the air in a radius of hundreds of meters was emptied by this blow. With a giant palm, Mr. Wen and Jiraiya vomited blood and flew thousands of meters away, crushing countless houses along the way. With a push of the giant palm, the Katsuya fairy was pushed far away from the battlefield. He had mercy on the Katsuya fairy Fanyao and did not really hurt him. Then the giant palm took advantage of the situation, and Tsunade, who was standing on top of Katsuya's head, was firmly imprisoned. Defeating the two in Sunin with only one move shows the power of this technique. But the chakra consumption of this trick is really terrifying. Even Orochimaru has contributed half of the chakra to use it. Fanyao slowly moved the giant hand in front of him. He didn't have much chakra now, so he let the spirit ghost stretch out his tentacles, absorbed Tsunade's chakra, and fed it back to himself. Tsunade's chakra was absorbed in a short time and very little remained. She felt that her body was slowly becoming heavy, and then she fainted. The mark of Baihao technique also faded, and Fanyao recovered. He lifted the 10,000 fingerprints and held the Tsunade that had fallen. Although Tsunade did not intend to agree to his request, Fanyao also has his own way to make the other party submit. The goal has been achieved, so Fanyao started to see Kamui Uzumaki in his right eye, including himself and Orochimaru, and preparing to evacuate. "Fanyao, stop for me and leave Tsunade to me." Jiraiya rushed over with Raiznan in his hand, but he was too far away, and his injury was not light. In the end, he arrived only a few seconds after the opponent left, and he angrily pressed Raiznan to the ground, causing countless smoke and dust. Jiraiya felt self-blame for failing to recover his friends when he was young, and failing to protect his beloved when he was middle-aged. "Master Jiraiya, don't get excited, let's take a look at Naruto's situation first." Shizun is also very worried when he sees Tsunade being taken away, but listening to the other party's tone shouldn't hurt Tsunade, so there is a chance to rescue Tsunade. At present, the main task is to treat the wounded, including Jiraiya. Jiraiya could only temporarily put his blame behind him, and went to check on Naruto's condition.